Sometimes you gotta look at these fuckers, laugh at these fools. Just gotta laugh, man.
I ain't had they talk, no skipping they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. Black is my movement, it's never gonna stop. Driving and moving my way to the top. I hate recruiting the builders of blocks. Fusion and hood and the cream of the crop. Following the birds on the part of the flock. Most of them capping, they lying and pop. Watching these fools cause they move for the ops. Sensing my work cause the trolls be the cops. Dreaming that something gon' get you a sentence. Reading and running, best watch what you stepping. Talking about nothing won't get you no mention. They do that be frontin', I pay no attention. Gotta keep watching they spine with tension. Why they get real when you start to address them? They not the starters, they not even venturing. Walk with the boss, I don't deal with the henchmen. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I ain't had they talk, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. They just be talking, not making no sounds. That's why I laugh when it comes to these clowns. Cause they not scratching that part of my crown. If you're not building, who's keeping you round? How you not safe in any part of your town? But you got cappers and keepers around. But they won't rescue you. If it go left for you, then you be stuck with your face in the ground. That's why I laugh and I never get triggered. Riddles be sad like crime in your river. Focus on black, my plans are just bigger. These are just facts, signed and delivered. They are just mad, they not in the picture. What are you building with nobody switching? Talk with a ball, but loud as a whisper. I speak for the streets and these are my scriptures. I look in their face and I laugh. Cause they be talking, I put in no work. Can't keep the pace with the dash. When that pressure come, watch them reverse. I'm in the streets and they mad. They on computers and dealing with hurt. I'm the king of my past. Cause what don't kill you make you the worst. I ain't had they talk, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more. I hear how they talk, no screaming they balls, so watch how I laugh more. I rap for the trenches, you cannot step in, you wanna last, get old. Don't mess with the white, that is your vice, please when I pass the soul. The pressure and hate, these do that be fake, watch how I laugh more.
Nigga, you gave my mother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in the hood, what you get? Gang. You get a nigga like me running around, creeping through your back door, pause. You get a nigga like Wade out running around, Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curved? Why when you see me as cursed? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
All I ever knew was game. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? How my game supposed to change? All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed, mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me crimes, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with game. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. If I rule the world, it be Chinnicky. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga.
What's goody? Yo, Don, I'm about to run over this, son. What's goody, black family? Yo, Shy, how long you gonna be here for?
Probably maybe a half an hour,
See you here and shit. What's goody, chat? Mike Austin, he said, yeah, I know, wait out. We shot a video for that, but I ain't like the way the video came out. That's why I ain't put it out. Yeah. Yo, you going my Brownsville Day? Yeah, it's Brownsville Day. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to swing over there now. I'm gonna take the car and go over there. Same shit. Yeah. What's goody? I got my good FBA colors on. Yeah. What's goody? What's good? What's good? We on the road. What's the word? Aaron said, piece of the chat, piece of the chat. Hotep. What's the other? Shalom. Shalom. You know what I'm saying? Shout out all the rosters. The FBAs. Y'all need something to say on that's on Sulani. Su. That's what y'all say. Sulani. Damn. Now if I go over here in my car, I ain't even gonna be able to take the shit back. So let me call son. Oh, you said Junie Love in the chat? Oh, Mike, I got a. Oh, you said Junie. Yeah, that's the family. If you know Junie Love, knowing Wade is one thing, but if you gotta know Junie Love, you know Junie Love, I gotta mod you up. You feel me? That's the fan right there. Not that Wade is not the fan, but Wade I know everybody. Wade you know Wade be fucking with everybody. They just jump in the chat like a Wade so that'd be a whole. Wade know a lot of people. But Junie Love, you gotta be in the mix to know Junie Love. That's a fact. That's my guy right there. What it look like though, y'all? Oh, Junie love your cousin in real life? Yeah, I'm gonna definitely mod you up right quick. So let me go find my where the hell is my YouTube channel at? There we go. Oh, let me plug my phone in before I do anything. Shit. My bad, y'all. I'm wilding. I jumped on the screen and my phone is about to die. Oh shit, I ain't got no charger. Oh shit. I guess I ain't going nowhere for like 10 minutes. Yo, G, you gotta hit the y'all gotta hit the link, bro. This your fault, gold mine. You supposed to been start the stream. I'm gonna put the link in the chat just in case my phone died. I thought I had a charger in here. Charger is definitely not in the car. Yeah, this gold mine for y'all. Everybody blame gold mine in the chat. Let him know how irresponsible he was. Yo, Joe, what's goody? Oh, they got a phone charger. I wasn't bugging. Joe, my man, he was sending me videos of this Jewish chick today. Talking about black power and shit. Nah, I'm sure. Yo, Joe, I'm gonna find out who she is now that you sent me the video. There we go. There we go. We got juice now. We back in the game now. Now I can tip off. Actually, I need to call the mechanic. But yeah, B's Brownsville Day, Old Timers Day. That's what y'all be going to Old Timers. Like, what I want to go to Old Timers Day for? I ain't no old timer. But yeah, y'all. So it's Friday. I'm hyped. I just got the pricing on the ornament. I gotta upload that video. Got a bunch of video upload. It's 2,000. So I would love to make it where people had their signatures on it. That'd be fire. But yeah, I got the ornaments. Well, it's 1,800, 17, 1,800. But if we want to put lights in it, of course, it's gonna run up a little bit more. Please leave your message for 7. Savio, what's goody? Shout out to the chat. What is that? Oh, Cadillac. Shout out to the chat. To the family. I didn't get to play no videos. I've been on the phone. I've been running around. Shout out to my wife. My wife just got certified today, man. She's a certified doula. She put mad birthing hours into becoming certified. So I know we adding that to the institute. So she's mad hype about that. Got to celebrate that with the queen later. Savio, you be wanting all the smoke with the pseudos, man. You my man, but you be having the contention. You be sounding irritated. You be like, nah, fuck, You be sounding mad irritated. As soon as they start talking, you upset like, nah, son. Nah, son. This nigga just said Israelite. Nah. He said Abo. I be ignoring him. But Zabio, you be like, nah, bruh. Corny ass Teslas, man. On a random note, I saw a video of a Kia beating a Lambo. Disgusting. Anybody who drives an EV vehicle and try to get in the car club, you're a fruitcake. Just to let you know. All right, this is Q Brothers Chat. The only thing I'm proud American about is my love for cars. So let me be clear on that, man. Anybody in my chat who's a proud EV driver, just unsubscribe. I'm just being real. Just unsubscribe, man. If you want to, especially if you're a dude. If you're a whole grown ass, 6 foot tall, better black man driving around in an EV vehicle and thinking that shit's cool, I want you to know you're gay, bro. Like, that's on everything. That's DEI shit going too far. You know what I'm saying? Like, and all y'all V4 with a turbo, y'all going in the club with them too, man. Y'all don't come around talking about no V4, V6 with a turbo. It's a little soft ass way. My bad. Let me not get in my car shit. But I just want to be clear, man. That shit is not cool. I don't care if you a Pan African. Which group is more likely to drive a AV vehicle? Pan Africans, Israelites, or FBAs? I really feel like I want to say Pan Africans. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Pan Africans is gonna be the one that's on some like save the earth, EV, Tesla. Out of the chat, who you think gonna have a? Who you think out of the groups? Israelites, atheists? Oh, not atheists. Atheists is definitely gonna be a little small ass. Yo, son, I could see Sabio tall ass driving a fucking Cooper and shit, an electric Cooper, son. That's no offense, Sabio, son. That shit mad gay. I ain't gonna lie, son. I ain't mean to do that to you, son. But electric Cooper is violation. But I definitely can see the atheists driving electric Coopers. Pan Africans, I ain't gonna lie, son. I'm a Pan African. I don't fuck. I'm a VA head, but I can see Pan Africans running around with the V4s and the electric specials. Talk about this shit is a hybrid, son. I save mad on gas, man. The earth, man. Shut your punk ass up with your whack ass. Yo. Oh man. Oh man, son. I'm just being real. Like, just being 100% real. That's on That's on Pan African. That's on FBA. Israelites is driving Tahoes. Let's be real. Like, what Israelites is driving at least 10-year-old Tahoes. Am I lying, y'all? They driving the Tahoes. The Israelites got the Tahoes, the Escalades, the Expeditions. Who agrees with me in the chat? Let me get a one if you think that the Israelites is going to have all the Tahoes and Expeditions, man. With the big bid and shit. Well, yeah, 25. Yeah, you got a good 2012. You know what I'm saying? Good 2013 Cadillac. You feel me? Big bid. Definitely pickup truck vibes. Yeah, I'm giving the Israelites the trucks, man. The pickup truck in the South, I can see that too, son. Opening the window, yo, bro, you know we real, you know we the original Hebrews, right? You know Jesus was a black man. Yeah, that's definitely going to. Has the Israelites, I must say, truth won. I see even the truth. The Israelites is like, yo, son, come on. So the Israelites is definitely driving Tahoes, Escalades, and Expeditions, man. Israelites can't afford Tahoes. Nah, I wouldn't agree with it. Israelites be having jobs. There's a lot of poor ones, but there's a lot of Israelites that got jobs. I ain't gonna lie. They be city working the motherfucker, son. HVAC. Nah, let's be real. FBAs though, I think it's a split with FBAs though. I think a lot of FBAs is gonna be driving real cars. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shit that's manly, you know what I'm saying? Like, not like this. See? Everything about that car says fucking Democrat. Fucking the Volkswagen Jetta, little small soda can shit. You understand a lot about the world politics through cars, man. See another Tesla, Asian dude, gay. You know what I mean? And he had the blacked out one on whites. Nasty work. Brooklyn G baby, what's goody? I'm not understanding. Anytime I see a name, I gotta say rest in peace, G baby, man. QBB, man. Oh yeah, he said, I don't understand how last week the U.S. federal government gave 100,000 in reparations to white people in New Mexico in the descendants per person bombing 80 years ago, and nobody's talking about it. I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about it. But yo, y'all can hit the panel, bro. You got my email. You can always, y'all know that, right? This is our panel, our platform, man. Y'all can be like, yo, Q, we gotta talk about this because I never know what to talk about. So I just put what I think is triggering in the title. Yeah, all the Teslas is dirt. Nissan Altima is definitely. I can't put that only on FBAs though, man, because there's a lot of Caribbean females. I want to throw African females in there. Can we throw African girls in the box with the ultimates? Definitely Caribbean chicks and Black American girls is going in the box with the ultimates. I don't know if I don't know. In the chat, y'all gotta help me out with that one. Do African women drive ultimates like that? You'll definitely see a Jamaican girl with weave on and nails in the ultimate. That's a fizz neck. That's a fizz neck. Don't let me start talking about cars. FBA $5 scooter. Yo, you stupid, son. Isaac, Bruce, and half of Fame, Hall of Fame receivers. That's $1 million, and that's an Israelite. Here go the person that's so long.
I see how we coming, Q.
I didn't know, yo, bro, it's Friday, it's nice out. I feel like I ain't really had nothing, you know what I'm saying? I was trolling. I was like, you know what, let me shoot at some of these cars and shit.
Snap. Man, good that we made it. Better late than never. Better
Yeah,
late than never. I think I got some.
my son Amin in the chat, yo. Yeah, my son Amin got a man's car. He got that Camaro, baby. A man's vehicle, you feel me? V8.
Man, I almost got locked up out there trying to show off that vehicle at the car show. We remember that, that unscheduled car show y'all had.
My son Armando, yo, my son be shooting, son. I be crying, son. I hope y'all know. I be trying to tone police everybody, man. Cause I want us to have healthy conversations and shit. And sometimes we
Oh,
just be
hell
too
no.
crazy.
I blame you, Q. Since you blaming me, you the one be popping it off. You the one.
Yeah, but I be trying to do it like in a cool way and shit. Like, and then I'll be like, I gotta message everybody. Got message y'all minutes in all. Maybe we should put this shit on WhatsApp. Matter of fact, I think we should make the group chat on WhatsApp because that'll make it easier.
You remember Hangouts back in the day when everybody used to be talking crazy at each other on
Yeah,
Hangouts?
yo, Hangouts, yo, Facebook, YouTube dropped the ball giving up on fucking Hangouts, bro. That was
Man,
they had it on. All they had to do was charge people for Hangouts, bro. I would have paid for Hangouts. Everybody would
man,
have paid for
right?
Hangouts.
Hell yeah,
Everybody
we
would have
would
paid
have
for
paid for
Hangouts.
that shit. You know how many
Yo,
people I lost
I'm not in the
contact with?
game yet, bro. I'm in the one below club. I'm one below the ANG.
He said one below.
One below.
What's up with it, Swarthy?
Shit, peace and Black Power family. What's good, man?
What's up with it, bro? Don't forget the code word, the soup kitchen. We can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They ain't even know. We don't know what you're talking about, nigga. We just got us a little soul food spot.
Straight
Nigga,
ceasefire.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, whenever Willie show up or
But yo,
Savio, I think we gonna get Taz a pass. She was trolling, but we gonna give him a pass until we see different.
purchase and validate your fare. Hey, yo, when this nigga Savio explained what he rocks with I think he said he's an anti-theist.
Yeah,
When he
anti-theist.
broke that shit down, that shit makes perfect sense as to why my presence makes this nigga crash out like Ricky Bobby's daddy off of Talladega Nights when these niggas
Damn.
is eating at Applebee's and everything is perfect and he got to crash out simply because it's perfect.
Out of nowhere.
Like I see why my presence just irritates his soul. Right, like he's like,
Damn.
well, he doesn't believe he has it. So and you know what's crazy? Me and this nigga be damn near about to meet up at an airport in box. Nigga. Do you know when I acknowledge? That I understand what this nigga was saying he was, because the other dude was misunderstanding him. He was thinking that he was a Satanist or an atheist or agnostic. I was like, no, he not none of that. When he broke down what an anti-theist is, I was like, okay, that's why this nigga is appalled at my existence.
Hey, soup kitchen. What's up with it, Willie?
What's going on, Willie, if that's your real name? What's good with you?
Right. That's your real
Funny,
name.
don't do that, man.
It's Friday.
Look, man, all we was doing was fish frying and making oxtail. We got us a
That's
Kona
it.
soul food spot.
No,
That's it.
no, y'all made a
That's it.
bulletproof jacket for a whole zip
I
code.
don't know
Listen,
what you talking
I'm
about. You said
in.
that's what you was doing. You said you made a
I'm in,
bulletproof
man.
jacket.
I'm putting together the investors now, man.
Not the divestors, but the
Not
investors.
the divestors.
Right.
But
Y'all didn't see
the
no type of Halo technology this way, right? We just making oxtails and little soul food. That's
just a
it.
little bit, just a little bit,
Right.
not too much.
Yo, y'all heard these white folks starting their own city in Arkansas?
No, I ain't heard that shit.
No blacks,
Yeah.
no Jews, no rainbows. That's what
Man,
they
you
said.
lying, bro.
Hey, what my nigga Batumbo say when he blocked the shot? No,
Not in
no,
my
no.
house. Not, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
No, no, no.
I ain't heard
Well,
that one, Willie.
yeah,
must be
they
nice,
on it.
man. I wish we thought like that. Must be nice.
I hope they set
Man,
a precedence. You feel me? Let them go and set a precedent. So when we do it, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear no bullshit. Y'all let them do it. Hey, get what? I say can't nobody come in the area that ain't on what I'm on. I don't want to hear nothing. I respect it if anything. Like shit, let them stand
I'm,
on business for what they want to see and what they don't. Cause we darn sure do the same. We darn sure can do the same.
man, I'm not
I
even
just
close
need
to
the
offended.
ATF to check them motherfuckers out, man. Because every time white folk go in the woods, and there be a lot of criminality. You get your Waco, Texases, you get your Ruby Ridge. So
Nah, just let us
I
know
need
what
the
town it
ATF to
is.
check them niggas out.
Nah, just let us know what town it is. We ain't gonna go through there. We gonna make sure to avoid that town. We ain't spending no money there. We ain't buying no gas. None of that. They ain't gotta worry about it. We would gladly stay out of there. We not hard up to kick it with y'all.
Yo, black people, take notes, right? You see how they set up a town where it's just them, but nobody
Mm-hmm.
crying. They didn't try to make no excuse to bring people that hate them in their town, and I respect their decision to do that. I really
Yeah.
do. I'm not offended at all. It must be nice, and I hope we catch on quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And look, and just I'm gonna tell y'all man, some of my folks always say, bro, you don't gotta hate nobody to love yourself. You don't. You can disregard the people that you don't fuck with. Meaning you ain't even gotta think about their ass.
Yo,
Don't make
Willie,
no
you funny,
sense.
son.
What's up, y'all?
What's up? Hey
Yo,
Willie, you hear
take
Q?
it easy. What's good, big black?
What's up,
Hey,
Perry?
Not
hey, Q.
Euro?
Hey, we might have to. You know, they got some Pan African Hebrew Israelites, man. I seen a video yesterday with these. I think they called Sons of Thunder.
Yeah.
They was about to fight some Abo
They
Hebrew
been had
Israelites
those.
in the corner.
Anytime you hear any Hebrew that says they Bantu, they a Pan African Hebrew.
Yep.
Man, I seen that video, man. Man, I'm talking about it was some Abo Hebrew Israelites. They was on the corner, and they was deep too. They was deep too.
Not some elbow Hebrew
But
Israelites.
hey, them sons of thunder, man. They about they it got to a point where they about to fight. And they got scared of paying the African Hebrew like and they chased them off the set. I was like, dang. So I don't know, man. I think on the Hebrew Israelite tip, there's a little Pan African movement with the Hebrew Israelites.
All right, y'all.
Cause they
I
be
think we
eating
finna have
lamb
to.
chops and shit, son. The Pan Africans, we be turning to vegans, bro. We
Hey,
be getting
Q.
turning vegans and get light in the ass paws, B.
Damn, Q. Chill out with all that shit. But anyway, is you on your car mic or something?
Oh, let me.
Everybody who on their car mic, I'm gonna need y'all to come up off the Bluetooth because we getting hella feedback.
But yeah, I was tripped out about that, man. The Abo Hebrew Israelites were mad that the new Hebrew Israelites was acknowledging Africa, saying that the Africans are their brothers.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's up with it, there?
That was crazy, man.
Hey, well, you know what, big black. It's a couple of camps now that have parts of Sudan on the chart. You know what I'm saying? And it's even been brothers from the camps that teach Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans are Israelites. Some of them have actually called for Panah and said they acknowledge that the Israelites were African, the black people. So, I mean, you have Ashanti, people, not all the Ashanti, but people among the Ashanti, among the Igbo or other tribes in Africa that do profess to be practicing Israelites. So, I mean, they're not liked by the other Africans around them, as and Africa, me, like we were only Israelites. We Pan-African, but the Pan-African brothers want us to put the Bible down. They don't like that we believe that black people ruled in Europe and that we don't believe that the white people translated the Bible or even wrote it. So for the Pan-African brothers, for them, it's like for y'all to come all the way home, you might be able to keep Kemet, but you can't bring that Bible. Just not being offended, I understand that.
What up, y'all? I'm not
Hey,
gonna
Samuel.
really respond.
What's up?
I'm
What is
not
up,
gonna.
bro?
Drop the link
What up?
in the back chat for you to watch too. You know what I'm saying? When you get some time though, but it was crazy, man.
I'm not gonna respond to the shot that was thrown at me before I was led on the panel. I heard it.
You talking about the soup kitchen shots?
No. He know what he said. He thinks that when he joins the panel, it's because of him. I have a problem because of him. He
Yeah,
needs to check
look.
my pedigree. No, he needs to check my pedigree.
No, I don't think it's me personally, Samuel.
Stop interrupting
All
me.
right, go ahead, sir.
Stop interrupt me. So again, then an anti-theist means all God gets the same amount of smoke. So you could be talking about the God motherfucking Zeus. You're going to get the same smoke. Muslims.
That's not what you said initially.
Chill. Muslims get the same smoke as Christians at Warner Brew.
Warner Brews.
You're no different.
You was specific in your description of what it means. That's not exactly what you said, baby.
My pauses are not for you to interrupt and speak and try to correct or hint or try to pin me down on what I define.
Stop playing on my man Sabian. Go ahead, Lord. Breathe.
Hey, Willie, I'll take the debate because he said some crazy stuff that same day that I'll debate him.
Yo, shout out to all my atheists and Hebrew Israelite niggas. What's going on, y'all?
Hey, yo, what's good, Marley? Shalom.
Marley, they turned the bulletproof biodome into a fish and chip
Willie,
spot.
you was doing good.
Yo, they turned it into a fish and chip spot, bro.
Yeah, and we got oxtails in that shit.
Hey, look, Marley, check this out, man. It ain't no scientific stuff going on over there. We just got a basic soul food kitchen.
And not in your world either. So again,
the Halo gun that you seen us with,
Hey, yo,
like you didn't see
Sabio, now
that.
they saying the biodome ain't bulletproof no more.
What is a biodome,
What
bro?
the fuck is the biodome?
Whatever the hell y'all was talking about last night.
The shit y'all was talking about last night,
bro. We wouldn't even, I wasn't even on the panel last
Hey, yo,
night.
Sabio, they disavowed any knowledge of that conversation. I'm gonna let them
must have been
have
talking to Tomb Raider or something,
they
because I wasn't even on the panel last night. All I remember is Sabio talking about he beat up the whole block last night. I don't remember nothing else.
Deniability, I go,
I don't remember nothing else. I didn't know we had agents on the panel. You feel me? I didn't know. I thought Madonna was the only one that worked for the government.
Agent.
Yo, Marley, the Halo gun that you seen us with, you didn't really see us with that. That was a figment of your imagination. All right, all we got is oxtail and soul food.
Exactly. What a little light thing from the MIB. Marley, look into the light.
I try to make the title.
Well, the thing is, too, brother, I mean, because Sabio said something the other day that I'll take that debate too. He's blaming the fall of Africa on the Abrahamic faith. I'll take that debate.
No, I'm not. No.
Yo, but you heard we not doing no setups right now. We doing one-offs. So if you're not ready to scrap, you got to keep it calm, y'all. It's immediate scrapping. You know what I'm saying? You have to team up. Somebody can share the screen. But immediate scrapping, all right?
So
I gotta fall back there.
Please fall back and quit trying to make up shit in your brain because you didn't hear what the hell I said.
Now he might have somebody on his side. There might be an Israelite on his side, man.
If you don't understand what I said, that's on you. You need to do a lot more studying. and
Oh
stop
shit.
believing.
Oh shit.
The
Yeah,
fuck?
Sabio, you
Yo,
gotta put it. Yo, Sabio, you gotta share your screen, son. No ad hominems, man. You gotta put everybody gotta do that, man. No ad hominems, man. Cause Sabio, you my man, you smart as shit. But you be making niggas feel uncomfortable, bro. And niggas be professionals though, bro.
Hey, yo, Q. I broke the
Yo.
whole whiteboard out, right? I'm trying to put together a project management tree for the plans for STEM, how we gonna make it work.
Watch
Niggas
him
wanted
lie.
to build a biodome, Q. Niggas quit
Dang,
topic.
you still on that agent behavior, Willie? Come on, man. Gotta
Niggas want
stop.
to build biodomes, man.
You
They don't
gotta
want to really
stop.
do projects.
You gotta stop. You still on that agent behavior, man. You wanna act like we weren't talking about nothing scientific, but it's fine. It was just the soup kitchen we was discussing. It was
Nigga,
just the
stop
soup
lying.
kitchen. Sabio, we ain't gonna talk about what you was discussing. You was talking about genocide.
Yo, run
We
the
ain't gonna even
light, bro.
talk
What you
about
doing,
that
son?
shit.
Run the fucking light, nigga.
Nah,
We
that
ain't
wasn't
even talk
me.
about it. Wasn't me either. You know
That,
that's the
that
same
was
thing
that
I'm
era
saying.
dude. That was that Ira dude.
Yes,
So
yo, Damo is one off, man. We're gonna have to figure it out one off real quick, man.
shoot
You
the
ain't gotta go
fair
to
one.
disrespect. Share your screen if you can't see your screen. Get your links and shit.
All right. So if you want to pull up, can you pull up the fall of the fall of Constantinople in 1453 and how that led to the
Constantinople.
transatlantic slave
Who by the
and
computer? Who
how
by the
that led
computer?
to
Who
the
by the computer?
transatlantic slave trade.
Hold on. Who by the
Hold on.
computer?
That's all I'm finna say. Anybody bought a computer, and is there a certain site you talking about, Sabio?
Now
hey,
you
Yeah,
bro,
can
you
get
can't
yo,
be just
Q
telling me that. You
Butter.
gotta know the links
I
too.
mean, can I, when he brings the information out, can I ask reasonable questions at least?
Yeah,
You
please.
on the way
I
home,
guess
Swerve?
after he does the little two.
I can lay out why I'm bringing the source up because you made a claim that I actually didn't say. What I said was the Abrahamic faith led to the enslavement of our ancestors, starting with
Mm.
Islam and then transferring to Christianity. That's actually what I
Okay,
said.
the reason why I disagree with that, Sabio, is because with Abrahamic faith or not, if they didn't have the advancement in weapons he had at the time, which was the gun that changed the game, then they came through there with the Bible or not. They wouldn't have been able to take Africa over if it was up to par concerning weapons technology and if Africa was more formidable when they came and
Hey,
dealt with them
Swerve, are
wisely.
you
So you
connected
can't
to your
blame,
car?
my bad, I'm in like a tunnel right now.
No, I'm saying, are you connected to your car? Cause like when you talking, it's crazy feedback. Just trying to hear you.
No one's blaming it solely on religion. Please stop trying to paint pictures. Stop painting pictures in your head that you think I'm saying,
No, he
and
said they
listen
ain't
to
have enough
everything that I'm
technology
saying.
either, though. He said they
I
ain't have
didn't. I
enough.
did. I didn't say anything about Africa or technology because
No, I'm saying
that's
that's
part
what
of the
he's
reason.
saying.
But
I'm saying
that's
that's
I
what he's
know.
saying.
I listen. I know that's part of the reason. I don't have to mention that. That's going to be mentioned in the source that I'm going to bring. Why do you
Okay,
think I
can y'all
want
hear me
to?
better?
Yup.
Okay,
So
what I
again,
was saying was it doesn't
instead of me
matter.
just telling you, yo, yo,
What I
yo,
was saying was this. Hold on, Samuel, because I'm
stop
not going
trying
to be
to
long.
direct my
Hey,
argument.
Sabio, mute real quick.
Let me
Let me see if it's your mic. Mute
let
real
me say
quick.
what I'm saying, man. So what I'm saying is whether they came
Oh
through
yeah,
Africa with
Sabio,
the
we got
Abrahamic
feedback.
faith or not, that's not how Africa fell. Africa fell because the gun was the game changer in warfare, and weapons technology was not up to par. And Africans weren't formidable enough to protect Africa. They didn't come through there with books and people put their hands up. That's crazy. So Africa fell because it wasn't formidable enough.
Yo, Savio, you gotta respond to that, bro.
I was trying to. Before you even went there, no one's denying that Africa did not have the technology to keep up. That's part of the reason why kings of African kingdoms and queens in certain African kingdoms took on the religions of Islam and Christianity so they can do what? Stop themselves from being enslaved, so they can get the guns and the weapons to protect themselves. So
What
it's a
year was that,
double-edged
Savio? What year,
sword.
Savio? What year
You
was
can
that,
start.
Savio?
You can start as early as the first Muslim excursion back into Africa with the Zand rebellion, and that's the first known successful rebellion of Africans against the Arab enslavers in 869. The Zand rebellion.
But did they come through there with weapons, Sabio, or did they
Yes,
come through there with
yes.
scrolls and tell you guys to put your hands up? You see what I'm saying? You're
They
trying to
use
blame it on the Abrahamic
both.
faith when in
They
reality
use
they
both.
they
They
just
use
bested us.
both.
That's all it
They use
was.
both.
So you're
So
offended in that. So that's
no,
why
Yo,
no.
that's
Yo,
why I'm saying.
can you state your can you say your three, your three reasons, or give 2 reasons why you believe that Abrahamic faith, so he can know what he can argue against?
The
You got the source. Like, what are the
the
three
curse of
reasons you
Ham,
saying
the
that?
curse of Ham, the curse of Ham, the lie that the Arabs picked up, that they learned from the Jews. They in the second, third century, when they in their first incursions into enslaving Africans, and then it picked back up in the second century. That's the first one. And then, as he was saying, technology, the technological um, stalemate or chokehold that they put on Africa, and that they were trading between China and the rest of the Mediterranean world. Hmm.
So that's the second reason for Abrahamic
Trade,
faith.
man. Don't have to go any further.
Okay,
If you want me to,
and I heard
I could go.
can I
I could go
speak,
on the
Samuel?
Christian. I could go on the Christian creed. Go Christianize the nations, and the whole idea of people who don't know Yahweh or Jesus are heathens outside. So all that's the whole shit. There's a whole bunch of shit.
Okay, can I let me respond to that, Samuel? So even with the 2 and 3 reasons you gave, right? Even if I'm coming to impose all of that, if I don't have the skills to win the war, if I don't have the technology to overthrow the people, it doesn't matter what I believe in. If I'm not formidable enough, I just wasn't formidable enough. And the truth of the matter is, Africa was not formidable enough at the time. It was very naive in the way that it dealt business with people that were from outside of Africa. That's the truth, sir. That has nothing to do with what somebody believes in. Your bars wasn't up at the time. They caught us slipping. That's the truth. It's not because of the Abrahamic faith or Islam or Christianity, because if they didn't have the weapons, if they didn't have the might to enforce those things, then Africa would have been able to run them right the fuck up out of Africa. So it was about not being formidable enough. To the victor go the spoils, sir.
Cool. I appreciate that. Now, the Christianizing mission, what I just said, go ye forth and Christianize the nations, all these heathen nations, every knee shall bow. That became a mantra, a war cry. Onward Christian soldiers marching on to war. So even if they did have the technological advances that they were trading with certain African kings and queens from certain times, the Arabs started it when they first started enslaving. This is why you need to do more research. It sounds good. I appreciate the dressing up that you're doing. But again,
So
once you
why didn't
understand that,
Africa
hold on,
have
hold on,
weapons
hold on, hold on,
technology
hold
to
on,
combat?
hold on.
No ad
There was no
hominems,
had
bro.
that wasn't an ad hom. I'm still addressing. I didn't even say anything about him. I said I like the
Yeah, you
way he's
did.
dressing it up. I said I like the way he's dressing it up.
You just told him he needs to go research more.
Okay, cool. That's not.
So,
I'm still.
so in my research, when I look at the weapons technology that was
That's an
at the time
argument.
in Africa,
Can I?
why
Can I
wasn't
continue? No,
Africa
no.
more
Can
advanced
I
in
continue my
weapons?
thought? Can I
Okay, go
continue?
ahead, Savior. My bad. Go ahead.
Can I continue what I was saying? So again, as I was saying, once you take into the idea of osculum possilum, get down to lay down, and then the Christian mission and the idea that they accepted that Africa and Africans specifically were cursed by who? Your God? Because this is a curse put on who? Ham, according to what? Genesis 9, 11 through 22, 23, something like that. Maybe 24. I could somewhere up in there. So this curse allowed those religious zealots to adopt an idea and a thought that said that people on the continent of Africa who were considered heathens, devils, pagan, ungodly, dirty, and whatever else word, ugly, and whatever else word you want to put on our skin and our ancestors' customs at that time. These religions adopted it. So, and they used the gun to enforce it and the idea. So, no matter how much you want to say Africa was underdeveloped, they could have got to develop had the ideas been different because Africans was trading with Chinese people just like the Europeans were. We got to stop playing with history for these books.
So, Sabio, let me ask you this, because all the minerals, all the gold, all the raw materials start on the continent of Africa. Why weren't Africans technologically advanced enough to be ready for the Europeans when they came with the gun? Because if they don't have the gun, if they can't beat us in war, then they can't institute any of those things. So my question to you is, sir, how can you blame it on an Abrahamic faith when they actually imposed their will with a sword? If they didn't have that sword, then they wouldn't be able to impose any of that stuff on Africa. So why didn't we have weapons that were more advanced than theirs when they showed up? If we started off with all the gold, diamonds, resources, cobalt, uranium, plutonium, and sir, the Bible didn't say Ham was cursed. The Bible says that Canaan was cursed, but put Mizraim and his other brother was cool. It was the Most High wasn't no Ham like that. So if you're gonna quote, hold on, I didn't interrupt you, Sabio. So Canaan was the one in particular that was on, but it was not on Mizraim, Put, and Cush, or Ham. So if you're gonna tell it now, did they push that doctrine? Did the Roman Catholic Church and the Spanish Inquisition push that doctrine? Absolutely, Sabio. Yes, they did. I will agree with you there that they did do that, right? So they did do that during the Spanish Inquisition. I'll agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is this: for you to blame the fall of Africa on the Abrahamic faiths is to me it's not valid, because if they can't beat us in war, then they can't beat us in war, then there's no way they could take over Africa and reap the benefits of the resources. Throughout human history, we have noticed one rule when it comes to war, and that's to the victor go the spoils. And we weren't the victor that day, so we became the spoil. And it's not because of a book of a philosophy they came through Africa with. They just whooped our ass with the gun. We got bested, sir.
Cool. Now, again, no one disagrees with that. We did not have the technology. You keep skipping over, and I do appreciate that. You keep trying to minimize the religious ideology. Now, they could have applied that religious ideology to anywhere else. And I'm going to give you this. Thank you for the correction. I misspoke when I said Ham. I meant Canaan. But it's called the curse of Ham. It's not called the curse of Canaan. So I just went by what it is actually called by scholars. It's called the Hamitic hypothesis, not the Canaanite or the kinetic hypothesis. Am I correct?
As far as what they taught in Catholicism, yes, that is correct.
What it's called?
That is what they call it. They do call it that, right? Sabio, if you're going to ask me a question, why don't you have some decorum and let me actually answer the question?
Yeah. He said yeah.
Cool. Now let me finish. All right. So thank you for the correction. Now back to what I was saying, because within all that you were saying, the technological advances did not have to be applied. And when they were applied, as you eloquently said, the Roman Catholics, then the Spanish, as well as the Arabs, took that specific verse, those specific verses in Genesis, and looked where? To the continent of Africa. That's how Ham got misapplied to being the father, him and Canaan, being the fathers of the Africans. because of what?
Sabio, when I
Chill,
used to
chill, chill,
fight,
chill, 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 chill. I didn't interrupt you. So what I'm saying is within the technological advances that we all agree on, the ship, the cannon, the gun, better armor, iron instead of bronze and bows and arrows and spears. Yeah, they had better weapons. No one's denying any of that. But these things had an ideology behind it, a sociology behind it, and it was and a theology behind it, and it along with a philosophy. So, and all these things coalesce to in under two slave trades. The Arab, actually three slave trades: the Arab, the Ottoman, and then the transatlantic slave trade that affected the continent of Africa. That, and I did not say led to the fall, because Africa's still on the continent, it's still a continent, and people still live there. I said the enslavement of our ancestors, because that's what it led.
but I
Can't
mean,
deny that.
Sabio, regardless, are you done speaking, sir?
Can't deny it. Keep trying though.
Okay, can I speak, Sabio? So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but to me, I think that to me, I win this discussion with simply, it doesn't matter what you believe. If you can't whoop my ass, then you can't. If you can't, I'm not going to use that term, Q Butter. If you can't beat me in war, it don't matter what you believe. And that's what I'm saying, man. It didn't lead to the enslavement of black people. Them losing the war led to it. Us being naive and letting everybody come into Africa is what hurt us as black people. We got to be honest about this stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of some of the
So,
African kings were very
so to
naive in
make
their
a press to,
dealings with
so to
Caucasian
make a
people.
press to John, Dahu the Moor, and
Hold
all
on,
these,
hold on, Savior. I
stories.
didn't interrupt you, sir. So when you're trying
Yeah,
to
you
run
never
from
ate
the fact
history.
that I exposed the fact that it was our lack of advancements in weapons technology, and we just didn't fight hard enough. We were naive when it came to dealing with outsiders from Africa. We didn't have enough sense to say you can't kick it right here. We should have put hands on their ass as soon as they pulled up. Is what I'm saying. So it was a number of things that factored into Africa falling, but it didn't have anything to do with their philosophy. It had they bested us, and you're running from that point.
So
You're trying to
first off,
downplay that.
I keep
I
acknowledging.
want to argue with that.
No, you actually did it. You actually strengthening mine. Why? And you don't even catch it. I'm giving you the technology. I'm saying the technological advances were part of the reason.
That's the
They could have
absolute
said,
reason, sir.
listen. I did that for when I pause. Those are not times for you to tell me what you think. That is time for you to reflect and sit back and wonder where he's going. That's all it is. Don't interrupt. Don't give me what you think, please. So you have to understand that they had relationships with certain continents and certain places on Africa for centuries, for millennia. They meet right there. There's a crossroads. You can't forget about Egypt and the Coptic Church. And you can't forget about Izana and Frumentius in Ethiopia. So when the Muslims, now, you see, you want to skip over the Muslims, I get them all. The Muslims is where you have to start, because they were the first ones in the 2nd century, 3rd century. It died off, and they started enslaving people from the Turkish people, the Slavs. They went and Christians and people from that way. because they were having wars over that way. This is something you have to study. You can believe, but you can also study. Oh, I'm almost through. You were long-winded. Don't interrupt. I'm not taking shots. You may think I am, but I'm not, because you're saying the same shit to me. So once you understand that this situation had to have weaponry, philosophy, theology, and a sociology behind it, you can understand how it 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 affected itself and implemented itself so effectively on the continent of Africa to where you can be on this panel arguing against the enslavement by the Bible, with the Bible, and Christians and Muslims and Jews telling our ancestors by the love of Christ, you will be a Christian in 2025. So thank your ancestors for accepting your slave master, God, that you want to argue with me over.
So, if I could put off being an Israelite for a moment and just speak as a black man and a descendant of Africa, because some brothers and sisters in the chat may feel like I'm acting like the Africans didn't fight back or we didn't fight back. Okay, let me hypothetically walk with y'all for a minute and put the Bible down and let go of believing in a God and just rock with me being African and accept all the African spirituality and customs and cultures that exist on the continent. I'm gonna walk with y'all for a minute
Look at it.
on this, right? So I'm gonna walk with you on this. Sabio, that's an ad hominem attack. I'm not triggered. I'm actually reasoning.
Let them work. Let them work.
So let me speak as a descendant of Africa then and put the Bible down and put off being an Israelite. Hypothetically speaking, I'm finna believe y'all. I need to put it down and just come back to being African. Okay, cool. No problem, right? Why is it that voodoo didn't overcome Christianity? Why is it that the negative confessions of Mayat didn't overcome Christianity? Why is it that our spirituality didn't inspire us to have the mentality to not be conquered and to be the one to win the war and take the spoils as opposed to being the spoils? Why are we offended in that? Why is it? Why are brothers and sisters taking it as if I meant we didn't fight back at all? What's wrong with me just telling the truth about what happened? But if I come up on a panel and don't say nothing about the Bible and say what's conducive for black people because it's coming from me, don't nobody want to really acknowledge it, even though sometimes you have to agree with what I'm saying. Something as simple as us unifying financially. So when you look at the way we treat each other and how we still waiting for something political to take place or somebody to give us some money, we could have been came together. We could have been got our neighborhoods together. When I talk about us teaching our children to keep their virginity until they marry, brothers, I've had brothers come up on a panel and, oh, well, that's just that Bible. And woo. But look at the STD rates in our community. Look at our marriages. Look at our relationships. Look at our single mother households. Look at the animosity and vitriol that some black men and women have for each other. Look at what's happened to us. So what's wrong with me telling the truth about how we got bested? Why didn't our spirituality and our religions compel us to whoop their ass?
Yeah, you making some great points. Pure Black and the rest of y'all in the chat, y'all more than welcome to join the panel. I think they pretty much got their points out. At this point, we freestyle.
So I don't all that shit that he was just saying lets me know that he just threw his gun. He threw his gun. I don't know what you heard, Gold Mine. That man threw his gun. He started talking about.
Hey, hold on. No, are y'all? If y'all done having the conversation, we can end it. But Star Wars, we gotta hold up on that.
He just did.
Nigga said my nigga threw up. He ran out of his clip and he threw his gun. That was
Hey, hold on. Because I don't think you understand what I'm trying to do. We got people that just put some money up. Star Wars, they actually having a debate, so we can't sit nobody down that's in the debate right now. But we will acknowledge and appreciate your super chat. So whenever they done, we'll sit him down for 5 minutes for you. We will acknowledge that.
Damn, how the fuck he get sit down in the middle of a debate? What the fuck
That shit crazy, ain't it, dude? I'm trying to let him know, like,
oh crap.
Hey, could I say something real quick, Goldmine?
Yeah, you more than welcome to continue what y'all was doing, but after y'all done,
I mean, to me, I feel like the discussion was over with before it started based on the historical truth and facts of what happened. And I felt like I won the debate hands down at every point in the discussion with real simple understanding. So, you know, if I got bountied off the platform, I mean, peace to Q
Now,
Butter. I'm happy to
before you
help you
go
get
though,
the cash app or
Swarthy,
whatever.
would you answer G Styles' question before you go?
What was his
G
question?
Styles
Sure.
basically said, after all of that, why didn't the Bible save us?
Say it one more time.
Why didn't the
That's what I was
Bible
going to
save us?
ask.
Because
That's what I was
according,
going
and
to
see,
ask.
here's the thing, Willie.
I was going
If y'all
to
gonna
say the same
challenge
thing you
what
went
the
off
Bible
on.
says, hold on. If y'all gonna challenge my position as an Israelite and what the Bible says, then at least you should know what it says. It says, "No man knoweth the hour or time," and in the end of time. Hold on, let me finish talking and don't interrupt me, sir, because I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this Bible. In the Bible, it says that the Israelites will be scattered around the four corners of the earth in the last days, and that something divine would have to come and say. But according to biblical prophecy, that's what they were supposed to go through for not keeping the commandments. So according to the Bible, we right on time as far as my doctor is concerned. But I was even willing to put that to the side and reason with coming from the perspective of just an African. I was
So
even
the
willing to do
biblical
that. So I
doctrine says
proved my
we
position
weren't
at one
set
point, and
to
I
be
feel like I won
saved
the
until
discussion
now.
hands down.
Willie, chill out, because I want to respond to the things that he said actually about voodoo and the African spiritual system that he so-called tried to fake like he was going to adopt. Okay, so let's play this hypothetical game. As you so eloquently asked, why did the voodoo do anything? Because it's made up, niggas. I can say that. Just like all the other spiritual systems on the continent of Africa, they're all made up. Just like the ones from the Levant, they're all made up. Just like the ones in Russia and China,
I think that
they're
was the
all
premise
made
of the
up.
question,
Hey,
though.
hey, hey, chill
That
out,
was the
Willie.
premise of the. Hold on.
Chilly,
You
Willie. No, I
interrupted
don't
us,
need.
though, bro.
Willie. No, you interrupted our build. Our build isn't finished. So let me finish before you try to tell me
All
what it
right,
was because
Sabio.
I heard
Nobody can
everything that he
interrupt you. I
said.
know. Go ahead.
So again, this is the whole point. Just like Dayus Pater, who you don't worship, you might never even heard of. He was made up. Just like Zeus was made up by the Greeks. If you lived in the Greek society 2,500 years ago, your black ass probably would have been hung for trying to say Zeus was black or something.
So, Swarthy, that is a fair response to what you said. Like, damn. So God let us suffer for all these hundreds of years just because it was a part of the prophecy?
We made an agreement with the Most High. I mean, if we're talking from the standpoint of my doctrine and us being the Israelites of the Bible, Willie, it's two Israelites in the Bible called nigga literally, and they trip
Oh
Jesus
shit.
around the earth. That's supposed to be Jesus's family in the Bible. Something ain't fucking
Oh
right.
shit. Oh shit. Now he is
It's too much
son.
of a coincidence. So what I'm saying is this. I feel like I won a discussion because I proved that it doesn't matter what you know. If you can't win the war, you can't win the war. And to his point, that means they came through. If we're going with Sabio's premise, then that means they came through and made something up because he believed the Bible and all of that's made up, right? So then they whipped us with something made up. I still win this argument.
I mean, I think literature can definitely be a weapon. So the argument can be made that the Bible was more weaponized against us than it was
Willie,
ever
they came through there
designed.
holding the Bible up like it was a bazooka and told everybody to put these
No.
chains on your neck.
You know
No.
better than that,
No.
Swarthy.
No.
You
No.
know
Come
No.
on,
what I'm
Willie. They had
saying
to have
is,
the
Swarthy,
whatever
the
you trying to
same way
implement.
the Bible has the ability to unite
Willie.
your
That's why
yo Sabio,
I
chill.
don't need anybody's help. That's why I don't
Nobody
need
yo,
anyone's
Sabio,
help.
it moved on past you, bro. Like
I
let
don't
other
need.
people have the
No, we're still
conversation.
having our discussion. We're still having our
Jesus
discussion.
Christ, man.
So yeah.
So again,
You see how he has to make jokes to try to make his point sound illogical, or make what I'm saying sound illogical. I'm not even saying that they use the Bible as a loaded cannon. No, I'm saying they use the tenet and the ideas of go ye forth by the power invested in them through who? God, from the Pope or the King that they were serving these Templar Knights, Willie. Remember what
we
True
need you
Story
to
was teaching you about
concentrate
these?
it though. I understand your point, but we need you to concentrate it. Make it simple.
So it is simple because it was the
Willie,
idea. It was the idea that they got the power and the right by God that was invested through the Pope or the King to go and do what? Kill, steal, enslave. And their sins can be forgiven. They were forgiven.
but
Right.
By
Sabio,
what?
wouldn't you
The
agree that you
But what the
still
chat
confession.
wants to know, is two main points. So the first one was, why didn't the Bible save us? Now it did sound like when you answered, it kind of came from a place of it wasn't time for us to be saved, and everything is
No, it's not.
going
It's not time yet.
right. So now the
Hurry up and
follow-up
wait,
question to
nigga.
that is, so you're saying that God allowed us to go through centuries of pain, right? Just for a doctrine that honestly, if this shit lasted hundreds of years, these people didn't sign up for this suffering.
But Willie, if you guys believe it's not true, then what's the problem? Right? You know, have you noticed coincidentally that all the time that we've been in America, we own less than 2% of the wealth in America? Even though we have billionaires and trillionaires, we still don't. We're still not at the place that we really should be. So if we get distracted from the conversation that we're having, then it'll look like I didn't win the discussion. But when I brought up the fact
You did it.
that no matter what I believe, Willie, it don't matter if I believe I'm Goku from Dragon Ball Z and I can do fucking
Trust
Ultra
me, you did
Instinct.
win.
If I try to swing on John Jones, nigga, I'm gonna be in the fucking hospital, Willie. It don't matter what I think. If I can't really whoop his ass, I can't really whoop his ass. It doesn't matter what I'm thinking.
Well,
If
I'll
I
give it
can't
to
actually
BA,
execute it, then I can't
if you can
execute
get
it.
John Jones to subscribe to a doctrine.
Willie, I'd fuck around and die fighting that motherfucker.
Nah, but listen what I'm
Even
saying
with
though.
my
If you
black
can
belt and the
get
shit that
John
I know.
Jones,
Hold
if you can
on,
get
hold on 1 second. Are you saying that the scriptures in the Bible are factual events, or did they believe what they were reading? I'm
No,
I'm,
he's
I'm
saying
talking
that
to
they're
Suave.
factually good.
all right, but Dev, do me a favor though, real
Suave?
quick, Dev.
I was
Dev,
talking to
you
Don't
Suave.
asking
move
me?
the stop sign just yet. Let's take it slow.
Will, let's take it slow. You can start by muting your mic. I was talking to Swarthy.
I was
Say
too
it one more
before you
time,
cut me
Devastator.
off.
I know you couldn't hear me because Will was trying to get his shit off. Were you saying that the events that were written in the Bible were factual, or did the people at the time that they were reading it believe what they were reading were factual, or both?
And when you say the people, you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, right?
Nigga
The
don't
Roman
even
Catholic
understand.
No,
Church,
I'm talking
Catholicism.
Africa. I'm staying in Africa.
He interrupted.
Oh, I see what you're saying, right? Devastating. There are black people that have been in Africa who profess to be Israelites, man. You know, like I'm not making this up. Like they're not.
No,
They've
I'm
never been
talking
to
about.
America.
Yeah,
But they
I'm
really
talking about
saying
at
it's
the
them.
time. Yeah, not now. I'm talking about at the time.
Oh, you mean at the time of the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah, back then.
At that time, and Willie, I say this humbly because I do study, and I'm not the most learned Israelite, but I believe at the time, because of the conquest of Islam and Christianity, a lot of Israelites had to go into hiding in Africa. They couldn't openly practice like that because those were the Negroes that were being targeted for some aspects of the slave trade. So I'm not saying everybody that came over here in slavery is an Israelite, but there are some Africans who have these names that end in Yah. And that some PhDs are not afraid to say that they are in fact descendants of the ancient Israelites of the Bible.
Oh Lord, this girl just walked up the block. She made me
But
pee.
the,
Oh
the
God, Mike,
discussion
we
me and
good.
Sabio was having
Good
was,
God
and I
Almighty.
understand what he's saying about the influence that the Abrahamic faiths had on Caucasians in the Spanish Inquisition when they came through Africa with the doctrine of they teach that Ham is cursed, and if you have black, no, I understand what he's saying about that, right? I do, but I was saying that's not the reason why Africa fell, because even if they believe that if you can't beat us in war, it doesn't matter which you're not going to be able to be successful with it if you can't best me at war. So
Well, the other
I
side
was
of it is,
arguing you
the
can't
other
blame it
side of
on
it
those
is though, if
Abrahamic
you're
faiths if they
already
didn't. You
mentally
have to look at the
subject.
fact that we just wasn't formidable at that
Hold
time.
on,
If I'm
Swarthy.
looking at it from the perspective of just being an African and black,
Right, I get
we
that
just
point. The
wasn't
other
ready.
side of that argument, Swarthy, is that if you're already mentally subjugated due to an ideology, right? If Bones Jones believes to hit you back, right? Now he's damned to go to hell and burn, right? He might not even fight you back. So now the weaker opponent could whoop his ass. And that's kind of the argument that these questions are trying to make. You know what I mean?
But
Maybe.
I would argue to accept accountability for the fact that as black Africans, we were naive to even allow them to come and manipulate us in that way. We're the original Homo sapiens, for crying out loud. We're starting off history with all the gold, diamonds, and resources. We started off with an advantage. So I will argue we should have been sharp enough to catch that.
Yo,
And I'm
Pierre.
accepting accountability for the fact that we wasn't. If we're looking at it from the standpoint of we
Whatever
all
you
just black
got for me,
Africans
Pure
and we
Black
not
and T
Israelites.
Styles. I need
Yo,
two more questions, Pure Black and T
Yo,
Styles.
Pierre Black. What's amazing is most of this shit I've heard so many Israelites say, and the Yah shit has been debunked. Most of the things he's saying does not fit. Because if there was any evidence of Jews in West and Central Africa after 70 AD, after the fall, any 526, 70 AD, and any other time Jerusalem fell and they were supposed to go to West Africa. There's no evidence. There's no
There are
evidence.
practicing Israelites among the Ashanti and Igbo and the Limber tribe that we
that's
can
the
literally Google right now.
Yo, that's after the 1400s, bro.
What are you
You
talking
know what
about?
time
Okay.
bro?
Okay.
That's after the 1400s.
Okay.
Well, I'm talking
Sabio.
about
There was an
Stop
article.
interrupting me.
Sabio.
I let you speak. Stop trying to question me and interrupt me. Let me finish my thought. I just let you finish your whole little pseudo tirade. Your whole
Can I go after
Israelite
Sabia?
made up tirade.
Hey,
So
Melanated.
this is why I asked this one question that none of you wanna brew lights have ever been able to answer. Just show me ship technology. No, that's not even for you guys. My fault. The question that I asked you see, I get my questions mixed up because I've been dealing with
No.
Abo.
Hold on,
That's
man.
the
This is not
Abo
supposed to
question.
be about me believing I'm an Israelite. This was supposed to be
No,
about you proving that the Abrahamic
no.
faith is how
I've
Africa
already
fell. My
done
argument in that
that.
is
I've already
Africa
done
just
that.
was not
I've
formidable
already
enough
done
at
that.
the time.
I've already done
Regardless
that.
of what somebody
I've
believes,
already done
if
it.
you can't defeat them in
So
war, then you just
Swordy,
can't defeat them in
the
war.
counter
So
argument to
now,
the
Can y'all let
now I
Sabio
really
go
feel
so
like
then
I'm
I can
going to
go?
debate
Swordy,
because you've turned it into
Swordy, the
something
counter
else.
argument to that
Can
is
y'all
both the gun and the
Willie, can you
Bible were
please?
weapons.
Hey, peace
Willie,
to
can
melanated
you
goddess
please?
that's on the panel.
peace, worthy?
What up, melanated?
So
And can I finish my statement real
yeah,
quick,
let
please?
Sabio finish and then I
God
want to go.
damn, Sabio, shit.
Just
How you
leave
I
him
gonna
would have
with
been
finish,
fit.
bro?
I would have
leave him
been
with a
finished had
leave.
I not interrupted me.
Go ahead, Sabio.
So, as I was saying,
Oh God.
the question that I asked
Again.
you guys is when do I didn't forgot my fucking question. Go ahead, Melanated. I gotta
Look at
rethink
the
of my
most
question.
high work.
Sabio, I think you were trying to
Okay.
ask
Oh,
when was there a record of the Israelites in the transatlantic slave trade? I think is what you were trying to ask.
He's saying
okay, that's
before
not
that.
it. That's not it. That's not
1400.
it. Sorry. Let me ask the question because I was asking the questions in the chat. So I was like, man, nobody ain't really. So both of my questions is for Swarthy. So if
Okay.
you want me to tell them both of you both at the same time, I can, or I can break it up.
One at a
If you
time,
could give
sis.
them to me one at a time, it'll give me a chance to answer
Okay.
precise
Go
and
ahead and cook,
concise.
Queen.
So
Go ahead.
the scripture where they're referencing two different people and calling them the N word in the Bible, if you could just source that up real quick, I would really, and I mean, and not Niger, and you're saying it's the N word because
You
like
need
a
two
lot of
G's.
words, yeah, it needs to be two G's because a lot of
Two
words
G's and
are
an
spelled
ER.
similar,
Right.
right?
I
And
could
they're
source
different
that.
words.
I was going to say, melanated goddess sister, I can source that up. If you go to the Strong's Concordance, it gives you the pronunciation of the word. It's of a Latin origin, and it's
No,
pronounced
I'm saying
Niger.
no, I'm saying like agua, like like words can be pronounced differently.
Aqua.
We
Right.
don't want to
Right.
do that. Like we don't really want to just like you take it from one
You
language
got,
and you
you got
pronounce it in
mad
another
people.
language. That's me.
That's the language that it was
Mad
translated
people.
from in that scripture in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1. And when you
It was
go
translated from
into
what language? What language?
it's originally from the Latin. It became
No,
a
it couldn't
Greek
be
word.
translated from language, from Latin. It wasn't spoken in Latin, right?
No, they
Yikes.
did understand Latin at that time, and they spoke
But
Greek.
I'm saying, was it spoken? So the people of the
Even in the
Bible spoke
Greek, it's
Latin.
pronounced Niger.
I'm asking a question. The people of the Bible spoke Latin.
The Israelites spoke the Metaneta. They spoke the language wherever they were scattered in
So did
slavery. It was
the
Israelites
so
Yeah, they
that
did
could
the
found
speak
Latin
not
did
just
they
too.
write?
Hebrew, but they
So
spoke
was
them.
so
They
was the
spoke
Bible
and
written?
wrote in those languages too.
In Latin.
So in Egypt, they were writing in Latin in Egypt.
They
The
were not
Bible was
writing in
written in.
Latin in Egypt, but they
You
were
don't
writing in
you
Latin
don't
in
speak the
Rome and
metal netter.
Greece.
So it
You
was
don't speak the
initially
metal netter
translated
either.
from what language?
It was
You're gonna say
translated
Hebrew,
from a
right?
series of
Hey,
manuscripts.
time out, guys, time out. Hey, Devil, you trying to see who this is in the back?
Yeah, who's that?
I know.
Gideon, Yisrael.
I think that's Gideon. Gideon, speak up. I think that's somebody I know. Gideon.
This another one of
Yeah.
brew light. That's another one of brew light.
Well,
Hold on,
Yeah, I'm
Sabio.
trying to
You'll
hear his
be
mic.
invite him in a minute. We trying to hear their voice real quick. Gideon, can you turn
Gideon.
your
y'all
camera on?
y'all about to get
Cause
porn
I know
bombed
what
because they ain't
Gideon
saying
is.
nothing.
He from like Louisiana.
Yeah, could I be heard?
Um, hey, speak up.
He
Yeah,
said,
let's
"Can he
just
be
get back to
heard?"
sis questions.
Turn your camera on real quick so we can make
Can
sure
y'all
you
hear
good,
me?
man. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, bro.
Melanated
Yeah, man.
goddess, I got to get to a charger. I'm trying to get there as quickly as possible because I want to answer your question.
Let's get back to sis questions.
Too big.
Okay, I just wanted to because it sounded a little bit like you
Somebody got
you know
the
how
YouTube on. Somebody got a YouTube on. It's feedback.
That's probably somebody connected to the Bluetooth. If y'all connected to the Bluetooth, turn y'all Bluetooth off.
All right. You think they're gonna wait now? Did he point you to the
yeah it's
scripture for the nigger
no I
word?
didn't get it I didn't
Oh,
he said he can point me to the scripture but he did not
yeah.
and the reason
Hold
why
on,
I put
melanated
that
goddess. I
caveat
want to
of
answer this question really quick because Acts chapter
okay
13 and verse 1 is in the New Testament. So it wouldn't be translated from the Hebrew, it would be translated from the Greek Septuagint. And the Greek
when they
pronunciation of
wasn't
that
Greek
word
either
is Niger. And it even
but
makes,
they wasn't Greek
say
either
it one more time.
so I'm just trying to understand I'm saying they weren't
The
Greek
Israelites
either
that
so I'm
lived
trying to
in Greece
understand.
at that time spoke Greek, though, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. The Hebrews that
So
lived in
the
Greece at that time
Israelites were
spoke Greek.
writing. The
Paul and
Israelites were
James and them
writing
could
their.
speak Latin and Greek.
So the
That's
Israelites
what the
were
Septuagint
speaking
is.
their. Brother, this. You're going to be able to speak because I'm asking you another question. So the Israelites who are documenting their spiritual text are documenting it in a foreign language for them. That's a question to
We had
you.
to write in whatever language and language.
I'm
You
But they didn't have
actually
their own language.
so
They didn't have their own language to write in. They had the. I'm just saying, like, so. For instance, somebody converts to Hinduism right now, and instead of they're writing it in Russian and not in English in America. That doesn't make any sense. And so I'm trying to make it make sense to me. Maybe it makes sense to you, and if you can explain it to me, that's fine. It just doesn't make sense that you would use a foreign language that's not even the language of the nation where you are
Be
currently.
translated from the
It's
Hebrew because it was translated.
from the Hebrew. So okay, so then there's evidence of it saying nigga in Hebrew. So can you show that? Because it was in the Hebrew first, right? So can you show that? Don't show me another language that's foreign to those people, to us too. It is not relevant. But if it's the Hebrew, where is it? Where is it in the Hebrew? Can we see that, please?
Pin that up, link up Q when you get a chance, bro. If you back at your computer, man. We should be able to find a conversion, right? We shouldn't have to go through a whole bunch of stuff.
Nope, you can't find it. I'm gonna say it,
No,
but
they're saying that
you
it
won't
was
find
it
it.
was written in Hebrew. They're saying it was
You
written
won't
in
find
Hebrew, and then they
you won't find
translated
it.
it into the Greek.
You won't find it.
Well,
No,
ABO.
no. I was talking about where the 1G automatically means the 2G's in its reference
You
as a person.
you won't find it. You won't find it. I can tell you the words that the Greeks was actually using to talk about or speak
And
about
we
dark skin. It was
and,
melon.
and,
It was
and we talk
melon. It was
and we talk
melanco
and we talking
or
about the
melon.
Africans using Greek literature for what?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
To convey their spiritual teachings. Their spiritual teachings is then some
Greek.
other people,
In
some
Greek
Greek,
from Africa.
that's
Some Africans writing in Greek somehow in the middle of Israel
it just sounds really
and
kind of
Judea.
backwards. But that was good. That okay. So while you're looking that up, brother, because you said you know it and everything else. So while you're looking that up, my follow-up question was when you were saying to Sabio, one, I would say let me not only go with the negative. I would say that you did make some good points to as to um how us as Africans back then were very um, you could say naive or nice and over hospitable to these invaders and, weren't as prepared as they could have been. Right. So I would say that was a good point that you made. But I would like to see like we know that there are people in present day who are saying that they are Israelites in Africa, right? Just like there are present people who are saying they're Native American here in America. So to me, I'm like, okay, when we ask for evidence of them being Native American, they don't really have it. So where's the evidence that these people were Hebrew Israelites or Israelites in the 1200s, 1000, 1200s, 13, 1400s? I mean, if they had writing, right? Where is the writing? Where is the, you know, um, a 1,000-year-old Black Hebrew temple or something, or I don't know, like where are their books? Well, is there a newspaper or something, or did they have a Black Hebrew Israelite organizations over there? With the schools over there, a hospital, like just the same way that the Hebrews act now, where they have their distinct communities. Where is that in the 1300s, prior to the white man?
You
Please.
won't find those either. You won't find those either because they didn't
Well, those
exist
are my
any
two
longer.
questions that I wanted to ask. Those are my two questions that, and listening to the discussion, that I came up with.
Melanated. You and
All
I
right.
both know all you have to do is study. All you have to do is study the tribes on Africa. You won't ever see one of them calling themselves Hebrew. You will see Fulani, Yoruba,
Well, my sister,
Ashanti, Mandinka, and yada yada yada.
if
That's
the
all you will see.
if the
You
brother
won't
is
see
away, I can
anything.
answer that for you.
You
Hey,
won't see any.
melanated goddess, my phone died for a minute, sister. But the thing is, and I understand why the brothers don't accept this, but the Greek Septuagint, it was written by the Negro Israelites. So those are our manuscripts and writings. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Texas
Mm-mm.
Receptus, the Greek Septuagint, the Latin Vulgate, those are our writings actually. And the Dead Sea Scrolls
You
is actually a
sound like an
Hebrew
abo telling
manuscript.
me that James Brown is Native American. You sound like an abo right now telling me
I
that
didn't say,
James.
I didn't
I'm just
say
telling
James
you.
Brown.
I'm just telling you that's what they do is they blackwash and everybody's the abo, right? What you're
You know
doing now
what?
is saying everybody was black. I need proof that they're black. That's you
My
just
sister,
telling
if
Sister
I
me.
may,
Melanated Goddess,
can
I
you hear me?
understand that they teach that because I have heard top cats say
Hold
it.
on one second.
So what was the African man name that wrote the Septuagint?
That, so I do understand. I can still
His
hear
name
me.
better not be John or Mark or some European name neither.
Right.
What was the
So
African
the thing
man
is,
name that wrote
hold
the
on,
Septuagint?
hold
And the
on a
Bible
second,
tells you.
Babatunde.
Savior. I'm talking. Hold
Babatunde.
on, I'm talking. Hold on, I'm talking. So to the sister Melanated Goddess, to answer your first question, if you go into the Strongs in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, it does pronounce the word. And if you read ecclesiastical literature, encyclopedias from like the 1800s, it talks about how that word Niger has nothing to do with the country Niger or that word. So it's even different than that word because it's not pronounced Niger. So there are
Yeah, but
sources that I can
1800s is
provide
too
to you.
recent.
No,
1800s is too
there
recent.
are sources. Cornelius, there was a gentleman named Cepheus. I believe Cornelius Tacitus, who was a famous historian, gave an account of the Jews that fled from Cepheus, and he
No,
said that
not.
they were of the Ethiopian races. So even
Excuse
the
me, but
Jews that
brother,
Cornelius Tacitus, if you could let me finish talking, sister, without interrupting me, please. So I have plenty of sources for you. If Q Butter or even Psycho would allow me to do a presentation, Melanated Goddess, I will personally do a presentation for you and bring out every source and every language that you need and require of me. I will
well
personally do it
that's
for you.
that would be a way to prove your point because right now, you like this Tacitus or Classicus or whatever, right? I think what I'm asking specifically is for black people, right? And are you telling me that this Tacitus person is a black person?
A lot of the black scholars that talk about the Israelites are not accepted for the most part. So, like our brothers that spoke on it, like Rudolph R. Windsor, and there's another brother named Sidney Randy that was in a book with a West African sister that's a
Oh
PhD.
shit.
Our people don't accept their
Rudolph
sources,
Windsor
melanated
was
queen. You see,
a
so when the
pseudo.
Africans back up what we're saying, see what I'm saying, melanated goddess. So I can provide all of that for you, and
No,
I will
brothers.
personally
So,
do a
brother
presentation for
Swarthy,
you.
so when I'm saying a black person, I wasn't speaking about a recent black Sabio. Espérate. When I'm saying a black person, I'm not speaking about a modern, present day African American, right? I'm
Right.
saying that I'm saying that the same way if someone says, "Hey, how do we know that black people were enslaved in the United States of America?" Right? We have documentation, right, that shows they are called Guinea, people from Guinea, right? We know where Guinea is, right? We know that's not in Daggone Connecticut, right? So, or Mississippi, right? So we know where Guinea is. We know how they describe those people from the continent. I'm saying that is the documentation that you have going to describe the author as a person of Guinea or a Negro de Guinea or in
Not
some
all
kind
of,
of way call them
not all of my,
Angolans, call them like so in what
like
way are the authors black and also from back in that period, that time period, because that's relevant.
you're talking about in the actual ancient world, right, melanated goddess?
I mean, that would be a way for me to know that there were Israelites back
I see
then.
what
Like
you're saying. I
you
see what
telling
you're
me
saying.
now that there are people. So what I'm saying is that there are people right now, present day, and this is my opinion now, in present day Africa, who are confused, who are identifying themselves as Hebrew Israelites. Just like there are people in North America who are confused and believe that they have no ties to Africa and their aboriginal indigenous grew out of the soil. This foolishness, right? Right? They have no evidence of that. The same way I'm saying I haven't seen evidence of Israelites in Africa prior to any modern authors writing shit. You see what I'm saying? Like to me, that's recent. That's not from the time period.
So is there a problem with Cornelius Tacitus not being black, even though he's recognized as probably in the top 7 or 8 all-time historians? Is that a problem that
Yes,
he's
yeah,
not
yeah.
black?
For
I
me,
see what you're
I
saying.
want to hear the people calling themselves Hebrew Israelites, because we
Well,
had people here in America documented saying, "I am from Africa," right? So we have evidence of Black people here saying, I'm from Africa. My people, my mama and my daddy was there. I was born here." Like that's documented. So it should be documented that I'm a Israelite in Nigeria and all these other people are worshiping this Olodumare stuff, but I don't rock with that. I rock with some fringes. And I like, where is it? And I'm talking about in 1300.
So my sister, what you're asking for? That's a valid question. And what the
Mhm.
brother, I don't want to speak for the brother, but when he was mentioning Tacitus, that was a good starting point because that's speaking of the early origins of the Israelites. So when we use that source, we have a starting point to show that even in the beginning, they were what we would call sub-Saharan black people. Now, to your specific point, you have you have several people in the Middle Ages that came from Cush that identified as Israelites. You have one called David Rubeni, who was even welcomed by the court of Spain, was even given the Ten Commandments from the Queen of Spain. At that time, I think she was the Queen of Aragon. It wasn't in Spain at that time. You also have an escaped slave that went to Venezuela named
That was in
Miguel
like
Barra.
that was in like 1420 something around there, wasn't it?
Who's
Especially
that you're speaking of?
that Daniel dude, like late 13, 1400, somewhere around there, right?
Right. David
Yeah,
Rubeni.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, 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 yeah,
So
yeah.
so so you
It's
have
not
him.
before the time
Hold,
she
hold
asked
on,
for.
hold
It's
on, hold
not
on, my
before the
brother. Hold
time
on. I'm
she
not
asked for.
finished. I'm not finished. Just let me finish and you can
Confirm
go.
that.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. We got to be disciplined if we want to accept some information that we don't want to believe. At least hear it. So besides those two people, like I said, Miguel Barra, he was a fugitive from Spain, self-identified as a Ladino, and he went on to establish his own kingdom, however brief, in Venezuela.
Excuse me,
So we have,
excuse me, Gideon. How you spell
yes,
his last name? Bara. Bara.
yes, Bara or Ara.
Okay. And he went to Venezuela, you said?
He was a slave that came. Some reports say he came from the west coast of Africa. Some say he was part of the expulsion of the blacks in Spain. He was brought to Venezuela. He escaped, and he gathered with the Indians, the natives of that land, who painted their skins black to resemble him, and they fought their slavers.
Okay,
So
so
it's
Miguel Barra, he was a
right.
slave from West Africa. He was sent to Venezuela and he identified as a Ladino. I'm just making sure I'm writing this. I'm actually writing this stuff down.
Correct. And like I say,
Okay.
his origins are either from West Africa or Spain. The reports I got, he was from Spain. And when we look at the Spanish Jews that was in Spain, they were what we would call sub-Saharan black also because one of the biggest families in Spain, the richest families, was the Abrahamos. And they were actually called niggers in slights against them in propaganda material. So,
Okay.
we I'm sorry, go ahead.
Miguel Barra, what year would you put him at?
I will put him in the 1400s. I want to say like 1512. There's a book called The History of Venezuela, and it speaks of him in that.
So melanated.
So and he
I
said, and
want you
so
to
Miguel Butler is a Hebrew Israelite. Like, why are we? I'm trying to understand.
no no
Why are we
no
bringing him
no
up?
melanated.
The
Can
reason
I
the
can I
reason why we
can,
connect
can I speak?
the reason
Can
why
I
we
speak?
connected is because, as I stated, he's a self-identified Ladino. And when we look at Ladino,
Can
it became a language, but before it was a language, it was ascribed to the Hebrew people.
Oh shit. So can I
What?
Hey,
speak?
melanated goddess, this is Swarthy. I just wanted to
Can
say
I be
something.
heard?
Hold on real
Can I be
quick,
heard?
Sabio,
No,
because
no,
she
no,
was
no, no,
asking me
no, no.
initially.
No,
She
can
was
I be
asking me
heard?
initially.
Can I be heard? Can I
Hold
be
on.
heard?
Not yet, Sabio, not yet, because she was
No,
asking me
no.
something specifically.
Wait a
Nobody
second.
She
can
was
hear
Wait a
talking to
everybody
second.
me.
talking at
DJ.
the same time. No, nobody can hear
Hold
everybody talking
on.
at the same time.
Devastator. She was talking to me, so I wanted to say something real quick
That's
to
what I'm saying.
melanated goddess.
I was trying to make sure that she got it. Yeah, everybody kind of
Cause
jumped
I
in.
wanna.
So
Wait,
melanated goddess, like main.
hold on. I'm waiting on her. So melanated, did you get the info that you got? Did he respond?
Yes. I did.
All right.
So, melanated goddess, sister, I just wanted to say that mainstream academia, for the most part, does not acknowledge that Israelites are that Black people are the real Israelites. They don't allow open documents and stuff like that based on the narrative of them teaching that the small hats are really the people. So, I don't believe a lot of those sources, but I do have people that wrote about who they saw, and they did describe the Jews as being Black. And some of them even describe some African Americans as being descendants of ancient Israelites. So I can be upfront with you about that, sister. A lot of my sources are not accepted by academia now.
All right. So cool.
And
Now
Sister
my
Melanated, I'm
big
quite
question.
sure we're all aware of
Hey. No,
Eldad
no, no, no.
Hadani.
Hey. Can I speak? Because I heard I've listened to enough of the bullshit. The number one thing that I want melanated to pay attention to is that Ladino, when you look it up, is going to be um broad is going to be a language and shit that developed in a specific time frame, the 14th, 15th century, not the 1300s as you asked for, or the 1200s. Everyone mentioned is going to be 1400 and above. No one's going to be before. So the picture that they're trying to paint is that when they were in Spain, enslaved, or as a converso, because that's what a Ladino is, a converso, they adopted or they took on the religion of their slave owner. It happened.
Sabia, if you don't care to study
Hey,
the
no,
Bible
Wait,
or us, why do
was
you can speak on us?
wait, is Sabio, are you saying that the Ladino means what? What were you?
Ladino it's a Latin. I wish I was a friend of my computer so I can go on my book on Ladino and Musar literature and all
Ladino
that.
is a creolized language in so many
So
words, but in its
it's like
formulation and by the first speakers, it was spoken of by Hebrews in Spain. That's where we get that from, Ladino. That's what I said in the beginning. Sabio, this is what I'm trying to say. Nothing you said is countering to what I said. And
you,
and and what makes it so and what makes it hold on. And
no, you quit
what
cutting me
makes it
off.
so what
Quit
makes
cutting
it
me
so
off.
okay, well go
Quit
ahead.
cutting
Go
me
ahead. I don't want
off.
to cut you off.
So again, I appreciate you, and that is exactly what Ladino is. It's a Hebrew language that has some Latin elements, some Italian Latin elements mixed into it. That was spoken in the Latin Hebrew community. That's where you get the word Ladino from. Ladino Sephardic Jews. Um,
Right. So when you see in the early
so
writings, and again,
hey, hey,
go ahead. I'm all
hey,
right.
I
Go ahead. I
wasn't
thought you
done.
were
I
done. I
wasn't
thought you were
done.
done.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done. So again, these things develop in certain times, in certain time frames, in certain areas. Remember, you ask for a time. They're not giving you anything before the time. If you notice, they did not mention Baldwin the Elder, or I mean Baldwin the Leper, or what was going on with Saladin, what was going on with the first Crusades, the Battle of Massacre. They didn't mention any of these early battles that the Israelites in the Levant was fighting with the Muslims over Jerusalem, their capital. Saladin took over their capital. Their capital was consistently falling. Jerusalem. Why isn't Jerusalem anywhere on the continent of Africa? In any of the 54 continents, Jerusalem's not there.
So can anyone? Anyone who a
Samaria,
little bit more knowledgeable
none.
in linguistics, right? Who know if you know anything about linguistics? Because I vaguely understand that Latin is a newer grouping of language than like the Niger Congo family, right? And the what like the Aramaic and all that stuff is older than the other stuff. Is that incorrect or is that correct? Because I'm trying to like I was
Melanated
looking up
goddess.
Ladino. I was looking up.
Mel- I was going to say,
Go ahead.
melanated goddess. That's correct, right? But the scripture that you're talking about in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1 is in the New Testament. So those are the Israelites of that time describing themselves. And a man from the tribe of Levi and another Simeonite is called nigga literally in that verse. And it does mean black, and it even says a Christian when you go into the Greek Strongs. So
And that's Acts
that
13 verse 1, right? Acts
yes,
13 verse 1.
that's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
even Sabio says in the Greek it's written as Malachronos. And Malachronos, when you know the root of that, it means black, melanin.
it
So
means
for
melanin.
example, melanated
So
goddess, right? In the
they
new translation of the
but watch
Bible, hold
this.
on, let me say this, Sabio, because this is real important. This is real
No,
important.
it is.
In the newer translations of the Bible, right? When you look in the NLT, for example, right, it calls Barnabas and Simeon the black man
Oh
literally.
shit. Oh shit. This nigga done made he making everybody in the
Look in the
Bible
New
black.
Living Translation of the Bible. Look in the newer versions. It's calling Barnabas and Simeon the black man literally. So that's we know. We know it's not talking about a river.
Oh shit.
It
Oh
does
shit.
say that, Sabio.
So
Hey,
so
what? So
so
is Bible hour? We on Bible hour?
Well, it started off with
no
me
no.
challenging something Sabio
It
said,
actually
and they want to
started
scrutinize
off
me
in
as a
history.
well. I think Melanated Goddess is coming in sincerity with the question she's asking me, but Sabio wants to scrutinize me because if you're of the
No,
Abrahamic
no, I
faith,
don't.
he wants to smoke at all times. So
So it actually started off as a historical conversation with some biblical undertones because of my stance, especially when it comes to the Arabic and the Ottoman and the transatlantic slave trade, and how those religions were influential in the enslavement of our ancestors. He has a different stance. Um, so it turned into what we're all now because he was making some wild, fallacious claims with no sources, just him and Gideon just reaching all over the globe. But when they were asked to give these things in specific times, like the 1300s, the 1200s, they ran to people in the 1400s to try to make their claim. And I guess for them it worked. But if you're talking about somebody in 1425, and how I know about him is there's some literature that I read about him in a book, a few books.
Hey yo,
The
I'm good at
person,
this
one of
topic
the
too,
people you
yeah.
spoke on. Um,
No, you can't,
so
Marley. Don't even waste
so,
nobody time, bro.
Get out of here, Molly.
but the but
Marley, I
but
think
So
Domo got a point there.
but the whole thing that's real telling to me is that Domo for me is that they skipped over the Battle of Massacre, um, uh, the fall of Jerusalem, the first crusade, the second crusade, and all these wars that was happening with Renard and Baldwin the leper, Baldwin's son who died of leprosy. Like they skip all these parts of history to make these claims because they know if they talk about that part of history, it excludes them.
Okay, so Savior, why are the
It's
Jews called
historical.
nigger in the Bible then? Why are the Jews called nigger in the Bible then, sir? Help me understand it.
They're not. They're not.
Okay, Levi would be a Jew. He's called nigger in Acts, sir.
No,
The
he's not.
Israelites are called nigger in the Bible. In
No,
the
they're
new
not.
translation, it calls them the black.
No,
Hey,
they're not.
Swarthy, you gonna have to show that, bro. You gonna have to prove that. Y'all nigga, they call Hebrew Israelites niggas in the Bible, bro. Come on,
So
Swarthy.
So
true,
that
You
so
saying
so
you
Domo,
need? You
so
saying you
Come
need
on,
to
man.
show
Domo,
Domo.
that
that,
was
bro?
that was my question when I came on here, right? I didn't want to, I like to listen to the men do what the men do, but I just was like, nobody gonna ask him what the scripture is. Like he just was like, yeah, they was two guys called nigga in the Bible, and I'm like we because you can't just say Niger and nigger is the same exact thing. That's just
Domo,
disingenuous.
if you go to blueletterbible.com right now and you can hit the button that shows you the pronunciation, it's going to say nigger. It's not going to say Niger. And that Latin word has nothing to do with where Niger came from. They're not related. I did an extensive lesson on this and broke this down. They're not even related.
So
But you can go to Blue Letter
again,
Bible right now and go to Acts chapter 13 and verse 1. And you can go into the concordance and see that Barnabas is how you say his name in the Greek, and Simeon is called nigger. And it tells you that Barnabas and Simeon are Israelites. You can go there right now.
so first
The,
off,
new, the newest
and
translation calls them the black man.
so
I know
first
what I'm
off,
talking about.
so first off, no one. If you're up on history and you want to be historically accurate, no one on this panel should take anything from Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, or Acts as historical. Anything in the New Testament as historical. Why? Because there's no date,
God
there's
damn,
no
Sabio, are
time.
the two nigger
Hey,
Israelites called
hey,
nigger,
hey,
yes or no?
no, no, no,
See this
no,
obvious lying?
no.
Hold on,
They're
I'm gonna
not.
post it in the chat.
That's
I'm gonna
your
drop down and post it in the
interpretation.
chat.
That's cool. That's your interpretation.
So, Savior,
And
what you
so,
can't do is if you're looking at the contents of the
hey,
Bible
why
to
y'all
judge
keep
the
interrupting
Bible,
me?
you can't then say the Bible is
Why do y'all
non-valid.
keep interrupting me?
I
Why
just
do
looked it up.
y'all keep interrupting me? Everybody keeps interrupting me, and then they wonder why I be snapping out. Though. Everybody keeps interrupting me, and they wonder why I be snapping out.
Man, ain't nobody even saying nothing, man. Finish what you saying, nigga.
I was saying something, Ty.
Well, go
So
ahead
right
and
now,
say
you
it. That's what he's saying.
oh,
Taz
bro,
saying he
take it
want to
right
get
now.
into this Bible conversation, man. Let him get it. You know,
I'm
Taz a
listening.
whole
I'm
ass
listening.
Christian.
So,
Let's get to
so
it, bro.
again,
That's all I'm saying.
so again, if you're taking anything in the New Testament as historical, then the whole conversation is fallacious. There's no evidence of a Simeon, a Barnabas, a Simon the Niger existing outside of the book of Acts. These could all be characters created for the story. We all have to understand that those books were written after the books of Paul, which, according to biblical history and scholarship, if y'all want to get real with Sabio, they were written first. So if you take anything, you start with Paul. Paul doesn't mention any of them people. Paul's not even mentioned by any of the things. Paul
You
supposedly
finished? So
had
you
a
thought you finished?
nah.
But since you just
Because
floating on and
all
on, when you finish, just finish on. Stop taking pauses.
I'm not you. I don't have a bunch of run-on sentences and thoughts. I like to gather my next phrase
Well,
and
you doing it
sentences
right
out.
now because you ain't saying nothing towards the
Come
subject
on,
matter.
y'all making this, y'all drawing this crap out. Like, can newer people like Domo Taz can they jump
So
into here
I ain't got
I'm,
nothing to
I'm,
add to
I'm,
this
slowly?
shit.
I'm, I'm,
I'm waiting for the conversation.
I'm about to wrap it up. I'm about to
Don't know
wrap
how
it
you get
up.
dragged into the Bible
Pause.
topic, man.
So again, no matter how much they reach and how much they stretch, there's nothing historically accurate about what they're saying.
7 rounds of boredom.
Yeah, let us know when you're done, man. People say different
I'm
Well,
views.
done.
So. Okay.
here's the thing, right? I
Pin
mean, if
link.
we're gonna get to it, because I ain't Damo, right? Open up your motherfucking Bibles to Acts chapter 6, verse.
Hell no, shut this nigga the fuck up. Shut this
Pin the
nigga
link up
the
in the
fuck
chat,
up.
man. We're gonna get dicey in a second.
Well, the fact that I just heard Ty say open your Bible, hell no, nigga. Leave that shit alone. Shit.
And look,
Leave
I
that
know
to the
somebody
expert.
open their Bible up to Acts 13:1. Shit. All these motherfuckers in here, 120 people.
I'm sitting here trying to read. I'm reading Acts 13 verse 1, and
Yeah.
I don't see
Mm-hmm.
nigger. I don't see nigger. I don't see nigga. I don't see
No.
niggas. I
Wait
don't
a minute.
this is what
see.
I'm
Hey,
trying to tell
yo.
y'all, right? Acts 13, verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets
Yeah.
and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger. Now, what he's trying to make y'all understand is that at that point, it's not Niger, it's not a river, that's a person. That person, Simeon,
Sonetta
was
Studios.
called.
Sonetta Studios. Sonetta Studios.
Yeah, I see it. Right here in front of Simeon the nigger.
You ain't it don't say nigger. That's not how you like. You can't do that. You cannot remix the word. You know what I'm saying? Like to just fit your
You're not
point.
there.
Bingo.
Nigga. Nigger.
So
Bingo. Bingo.
Niggo.
You cannot remix the word to try to make the
Simeon,
point.
he ain't no nigger, he a Niger. What's the difference?
What up, my
Well,
Niger?
no, Swazi was saying that. Swazi was saying that the Niger that's mentioned also means black, but it's not connected to. It doesn't have any linguistic connection to like the Latin, not nigger,
And where is that
Niger.
at?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we was trying to.
Yeah, he said he was gonna pull that up. He's gonna show it.
Oh, okay.
Nah, man, that's dealing with the
Why
Aramaic.
can't we just say like, okay, there are people in Africa right now who
Thank you,
embrace
Madad.
this
Let
spiritual
Madad
system,
repeat what he just said.
who
Thank
embrace
you,
this
Madad.
religion, right? That's what they want to do. But why do we gotta rewrite history though? Like, and to force it to fit in? Because it doesn't seem like they would. It would seem like they would be easy to find evidence if it was true.
No, my sister, there is evidence. Not all black people. It's like saying Hutus hated the Tutsi, right?
No,
But
she was asking for the evidence. That's all.
they would never say the Tutsi never existed. So I have no problem mocking the people, mocking the Bible, talking about donkeys talking. They don't believe all. I have no problem with that. Matter of fact, if that's what you think, go ahead. I'm not even gonna try to change your mind. But what I'm saying is, and what can be proven is that those Israelites that came out of Jerusalem, they came into Ethiopia, West Africa, Spain, Congo. They were there. And what Sabio was doing, when I told you about those self-proclaimed Israelites from the Middle Ages, he moved the goalpost. So if you want to go earlier, you have somebody called Eldad Hadani. That's from the 10th century. And also, you can't compare. You
Wait, hold on,
cannot
hold on, hold
compare.
on. I'm writing
Sabio,
it
I'm gonna
down.
need you
Write
to
it
be
down.
quiet.
They say your
What
guy.
Sabio is
How you spell his
doing,
name? How you spell his
was
name?
Eldad Eldad
Mm-hmm.
Hadani. Eldad Hadani.
Hey,
Over.
brother, let me say this real quick, and
Okay.
I put the
Hold on,
pronunciation
Dad.
of the
I just got
word.
10 more
Over.
seconds. I want
All
10 more
dad
seconds. And
began
what
night.
Sabio is
All
doing,
dad
and
began night.
it's bad to scholarship. He's comparing apples to oranges. Why would we be talking about Jerusalem in the 11th century while Baldwin is fighting the Saracens and fighting all these other Persians when we're talking about Israelites in West Africa during that time? That's, to me, that's asinine to kind of bring up a scholarly argument because it's really non sequitur. But go ahead.
Hold on,
All
hold
I
on.
wanted to
Let
say was
me
this real quick to the sister, Melanated Goddess. I put all the information in the chat. I put the scripture, the pronunciation, and the New Living Translation version of it too. I put everything in the chat. It's pronounced nigger, not Niger.
All right, cool. Now, let me respond to that bullshit that he just tried to get off. Now, Paul. Now, the reason I spoke on Baldwin the leper and the things that was going on, he tried to bring up Eldan the Danite. Now, everything that I spoke on, the Battle of Massacre, y'all can look it up. I think that's around 1074, somewhere around there. You have another war in like 1072 with some then you have Saladin in the 1100s. Who is going around telling these myths? Dan the Danite. Look it up. True Historian has broke Dan the Danite and Adahu the Moor down. I learned about Dan the Danite by studying the Ottoman Empire and listening to True Historian. All this shit connects. So again, I do not find Hebrew Israelites forming during the formation of the Ottoman Empire, who came into existence right after the fall of who? Saladin.
I'm trying to follow you. So what does Eldad talking about the Ottoman Empire? What does that prove? What it doesn't prove?
He didn't talk about the Ottoman Empire. He talked about gold and shit in West Africa.
Melanated
Wait. So
Goddess. There's a
what
book
does
called A
what
Tribute to the Negro by Wilson Ed Armstead. Go to page 65 and 66 and read.
Sylvia, what's your point?
You're lying. That's my point. You cannot
So let me
say
guess, you
that.
got your fingers in your ear right now, huh?
No. Listen, you ask me. I'm going to give you the
But I'm
reason
asking you,
why
how
you're
am I
lying.
lying? You brought up the Ottomans and you brought. How is that making me lying?
Listen. I'm explaining it to you because we know, according to history, if we're going to be historically accurate and correct and honest, we're going to have to look at the sources and see that these people that I mentioned are
Who is these people?
fighting.
The Ottomans?
No, the Jews, and I'm not even in the. I'm not
Okay,
even.
so you
I'm
talking
not
about
even.
Eldad?
Chill out. Quit trying to lead me where you want me to go, and let me explain what the fuck I'm saying. It's getting annoying. Listen, stop trying to lead me where you want me to go. I'm not going to go where you want me to go. You don't know what I'm talking about. You're trying to get there. Slow down. So again, if you guys are these people, there is historical documents and wars and transitions of paid people, kings, queens, power that is happening at this time. So if you're going to deny Baldwin, Renard, um, who else? Shit. Saladin, who else? Shit, I can't even think of all the
Somebody
people.
please explain to me what he's trying to explain. I don't understand what he's saying. He's
I
saying
am.
just because these
Shut
people
up.
wrote in cancels Eldad. Explain. I'm lost. Somebody explain it to me. I'm slow.
No, shut up. If you shut up,
If
I will
somebody
get
know
there.
what he's talking about, please explain it.
I will get there. All you have to do is listen. So this history is
You talking for
documented.
nothing, but if nobody respond, they don't know what you're talking about neither. But go ahead.
So this history is documented. These people are documented fighting wars in this area called Jerusalem that you just mentioned. Jerusalem has a specific phenotypic population that had Arab looking people, European, or white-looking people or sand-looking people, and not a lot of African people. It's documented. We know this from reading the wars, bruh. I've read too many of them. So if you're denying this history, you're lying. You cannot deny any of the wars I mentioned. If you do, you're lying. And you
Okay,
don't
Sabio,
know.
I swear to God,
Start
I'm
with
trying
the
to work with
Battle
you.
of
I
Nazareth.
agree with you.
Start with
I
the
agree with
Battle
you.
of
All of those wars
Nazareth.
happen.
Stop.
But
Game
how
over.
does, go ahead, bro.
Don't game over. Don't say if you admit that the wars happened, you're done. Game fucking over. Your shit started in the 1400s. Where you admit it, you're done. 1500s, you're done with the transatlantic slave trade. Go lay down, go lie elsewhere because it's not happening. You cannot admit that the wars happened and then say these is you because it wasn't happening to Africans. It was happening to Jewish people in Jerusalem. Whole different area, nigga. Stop lying.
So if anybody would know any type of history, they would know that Jerusalem, man for man, was eviscerated in the 2nd century. They even say it was plowed with salt. So anybody that came back into Jerusalem, those people that came back, and I can't speak for those people that was there at that time. I'm not gonna sit up and say those people were black. But again, Sabio, how does that negate what the hell I just said? And somebody who know what he talking about, please explain it to me. I translate that for me.
It negates it simply by the history, bruh.
Sabio, you're talking.
Listen,
I asked for a translator. You just gonna repeat the same dumb shit, bro. You're not making sense, bro.
you're
How
not
does
making sense.
Eldad Dani contradict wars being fought with Ottomans and Christians in Jerusalem? How the hell does that contradict that? Please explain it.
He has nothing to do with the
I'm
Ottomans.
gone, bro. You dumb as a box of rocks,
He
bro.
has nothing
Shalom.
to do with the Ottomans.
Where you
Eldad
going?
today, he has nothing to do with the Ottomans. You see how he tried to
So
make up a
why
story
he did for?
I thought we had a
because I
no
was
running
beating his
flag.
ass. Because I was beating his ass.
Did we have a no
Okay,
running flag?
I was trying to read up on this Danite stuff. Eldad the Danite.
Then I,
Eldad the
Eldad the Danite. I
yeah.
mean, it sounds like a really heroic
Tribe,
story. You
tribe,
know,
tribe of Dan. Yeah.
yeah,
Is
it
that what
sounds
you're
like
talking about there? Tribe of Dan?
That bruh,
yeah,
that
the
all
tribe
that
of Dan.
bullshit.
Yep, absolutely.
The
It's from
whole it.
the tribe of
I ain't
Dan.
gotta make none of this shit up, melanated. He was one of the first people spreading that myth on the continent of Africa.
You know who talks a lot about this stuff? Garfield be always talking about some Eldad the Danite.
Eldad
I
the
remember
Danite.
I
That's
always
why
heard
they hate
Garfield
me.
talk about this.
That's why they hate me, because Garfield is one of the people I learned it from also. True historian, and then went into the Ottoman Empire. Like,
Now I'm
it's
not trying to be no, it's so is Assyrian as being Assyrian, does that make you black? Assyrians are black people?
the from the no Syria, from the country of Syria.
No, Assyria. Assyria with the
No,
A.
no, no.
So I don't see where this Eldad dude. I see where he traveled to Egypt, where he traveled to Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
It says
Setting
he
it
went to he
down.
said he settled in Ethiopia in East Africa, but I don't see
Uh-huh.
where it says that he was black. So or Niger or he won Niger, he won black, he won the nigger, he won Guinea, he won
I think it
Tim.
was.
He
I
not
think it was
describing none of
Guinea.
those black terms.
But again, the reason he
That's the
ran.
only way to make the claim is to put put the African, I guess, lineage or heritage and make the people of Greece, the people of Persia, Turkestan, and all those other places that are not in Africa. You can't do that unless they already black. That's why I was trying to get to the Greek writing, because I'm like,
Because
why,
Yep.
why,
okay,
why drop your own native language and then go to Greek, but I keep forgetting.
Yes.
My bad.
I didn't. That's the part that I mean. I heard the explanation, but it didn't make sense to me why they would document it in a foreign language. But I mean, I'm no Bible scholar, right? So the fact that they describe this dude as a Niger, Simeon the Niger, it doesn't say black man in the scripture. It calls him the Niger, right? If I was to say Melanated was chilling with Dev, the Haitian. Most people would think a Haitian is black, right?
Right.
I would have to say the white Haitian because then it's like, oh, you a white Haitian. But if I say the Haitian, you would say it's black. Now in Africa back then, you had North Africans who weren't black, and then you got the West Africans and the Central Africans and the South Africans who are black. So to me, calling him a Niger is basically saying he ain't one of them Moroccans or Algerians. He a freaking Niger. He meaning he black. That's how I
So
get it. But I don't think it's calling him a nigger. Like the whole, to me, I just was like, bruh, you cannot connect present day word nigga to Niger in the Bible. Stop it.
That's
but
Stop
see,
crazy.
connecting them.
but
Y'all want us to believe that that man was a river. That man was a nigga, not a river.
but no, but
No,
you
he
see, it's
wasn't
the
the river. He was a black person from the area where the river is. Just like you're not
Nah,
Haitian, you're not the country Haitian, but you know, you
so
nah,
black like the
that's
Haitians.
so
like
so
they say
look
I'm
it
from Ohio, right? You know, you might be thinking the Ohio River, but I'm thinking Ohio niggas. I'm saying because there is a river named the Ohio, but just because that river is there, don't I'm there by the river.
I hear
Listen,
you.
Because
I hear you.
Taz, the
But Taz,
sarcasm, Taz, the sarcasm.
right? Hey, and I hear you on that, and it's funny. But see, this is where you have to know that they're saying the Hebrew word. I mean, the Muslim, the Moorish word. So, but it's not only that; it's the same game that they tried to play with the word Kemet. The word Kemet meaning black, and at that time they didn't have a word, so they used the land to describe you. And again, if you're going to look, use Acts as historical, I can't talk to you. We're not having a historical conversation at that point, where it's all about belief. So I have to make Simeon and Barnabas and Simon the Niger, I have to make them real people in order to have this conversation. And there's no evidence of them outside of the book of Acts. So
But this
what
is
am I
like
doing
at
at
the
this
fall
point?
of the Ottoman Empire, when they chose to concentrate on theology over technology. A lot of the other empires were advancing in engineering, weapons, translation,
And they
transformation of
stagnated.
resources, but the Ottomans stayed with the religion and the faith, and that's
That
how they
was their
lost.
downfall. And that was
Yeah.
their downfall. Yep. Yep.
So pin the link up, Q. It's gonna get heavy tonight, man. It's Friday night.
So again, if they all y'all gotta do is if they try to run, pass it to like Elder and the day night, they dead. Because they're talking about at that time there's a lot of wars going on in that area. The Battle of Massacre is one of the earliest, 1074. Y'all can look it up. Y'all think I'm lying. That was one of the earliest wars that led into the Crusades, I think. And these were between Muslims and Jews and Christians.
Well, didn't nobody make up no documents besides the Bible and the Septuagint to make this claim? We're only referencing them two books, and that's it.
Those are the only books that he wanted to, I don't know how Africans wrote the Septuagint. Like that shit was wild.
But
I
when you
don't
say
know.
Africans, it's possible. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Because Africans don't mean
that was me.
Africans don't necessarily mean that they're black though. All I'm trying to say is at those
I
times
agree.
when
I agree.
people because right now, a person of Mexican ancestry could be American, right? If they or three generations, their nationality is different than what their ethnicity is. You see what I'm saying?
I agree
So
with you. I agree.
so somebody being
But
African, they could be African. That don't mean they black. That's why I'm
I agree
asking him
with
for proof that they're black, and he doesn't have the proof of them being black. He has proof of them being of that region. They're being black of whatever territory.
right, right. And that's the other game they play. So they'll use people that was born on a continent or lived on a continent or lived in Carthage and they took on the name of whatever area they lived in and they wrote under that and they will try to make them black or African. Nah, that's these Greek writers, the Roman writers or whatever living on this continent, living in this area, and they're taking on the name of the continent or the country that they live in, or Africa, like Scipio Africanus and Leo Africanus did. They took on the continent, on the name of Africa after they did their little conference.
So all I gotta do is hop my monkey ass on a boat and go to Jerusalem, and I'm automatically Jewish.
That's it.
Pretty much, I mean, especially if you link up with the Mighty Hebrew and them over there. You know what I'm saying? You put some fringes on. You know what I'm saying? And you I will
Man,
say
that's the
though, like I mean, I could be y'all gonna call me a Hebrew apologist right now, but I'm about to jump into my Hebrew apologist bag since there are many Hebrews on the panel. If I were to be a Hebrew, it makes sense to be a Torah only Hebrew. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie. I just be a Torah only because that New Testament kind of suspect, yo.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from not the testimonies that I heard. I heard the women that be under that be going through
The,
hell.
the Torah only ones? Word, that's the ones where they be wilding and beating the ladies up and stuff.
Yeah, more than that.
Oh no, I might need some Jesus lovers then. I'm sorry, my bad, my bad. See, I
Them
can
It's
women
a
see
lot of them
is
down there in
wild.
Florida.
for real.
Them
Because in the
women
New Testament, that's when they say love the what they say love others like you love yourself or something. Ain't that the golden rule? Treat others as you want to be treated. So I would yeah. Never mind, scratch that.
You gotta
New
remember that.
Testament.
You want to know what their other motto was? Onward Christian soldiers marching on to war. Don't play with
You
them.
said what?
Onward Christian soldiers marching on to war. That
Oh, listen, Sabio, don't act like
that
you
was
wasn't
their
a
battle
soldier in the
cry.
army for the Lord. Don't act like you
That was
wasn't a
their battle
soldier for the
cry.
army for the Lord, okay? I used to be a soldier
Unfortunately,
in
I
the army
was.
for the Lord,
Unfortunately, I was.
okay?
But I
I
learned.
had my sword, which was the Bible. Don't come on now, let the church say amen. You had your sword, which was the Bible. You had your breastplate of righteousness, right? You had
No,
your, yes, you did. That's in the Bible. What's wrong with you? You
no,
don't
but
know your scripture?
you wanna know what those things was at that time?
You don't know your
It was an
scripture,
actual
bruh?
sword. It was an actual sword, an actual breastplate that protected you from being
No,
splintered
we
from your
talking about the
shield.
breastplate of
And then they
righteousness.
had,
It's righteous.
and then they had their shield, which wasn't the Bible. It was an actual shield.
So let me ask a question.
No.
Ask a question though, right? Because it do seem like at times that a lot of the people that are like super disgruntled with the Bible, they read it and studied it and they were part of it, like they was in deep with it. Could that
A
Mm-hmm.
play?
lot of us were. A lot of us were.
cause like I never got into it, so you know what I'm saying. I always wonder why people, you know what I'm saying, be at it like that. But that is kind of a common theme across. It's like, so is it? I guess what I'm asking is it like beneficial to be so mad at the Bible for not being true? Like, does
No,
that hurt us?
No.
no,
What
no
you
one is
Like,
mean?
that.
Wait,
No,
wait. Which part? Wait, let
hold
Taz
up,
get his
hold up.
question out. I want to hear Taz's
He
question.
did.
What part is?
No
What
one.
part
I mean,
is?
because what I'm saying is, it seemed like people start going above and beyond to find something else equal or better, but it's not changing the paradigm. You're still in the religious paradigm, so it's seemingly like people put church or the Bible into whatever they're studying now. It's like they don't leave
So
it alone.
No. To be honest,
so
Okay.
that kind
so
of you.
can I speak? Because he was asking me. So if I can answer the question, I would like to.
It's a panel. Don't forget that.
But he
You
asked
got it,
me.
Savio. Go ahead, man. You got it.
So first off, it's not that we're angry. We probably start. A lot of us probably started out angry because we invested so much into it. Not only our belief, but money, time, friendship, and all that. But once we recognize it, it's now about enlightening and helping people see what we didn't see. So it's not that we're angry. The anger left. Now it just becomes more about information and having people actually be truthful. You can have your belief, but don't lie. Like the belief already makes you a liar. You have to accept a bunch of lies in the belief. So why add on to the lie to try to make it be other people? Just let the story be what it is. We don't do that with any other myth.
I mean,
Mhm.
honestly, when you look at it, the only people that really argue that shit is people who don't believe in that shit for real. Like grandma not finna argue with your dumb ass about whether Jesus walked on water or not, bro. She don't give a fuck. Like it's you can get your ass kicked out or not get a plate if you want to today, trying to be right. Like it's definitely got to be a time and a place for everything, and a lot of times you be fresh out, you be ready to chop shit up, but you got to know it's a and having some of that is important because we in a culture war, and you kind of look at how shit split up. They culture dominated because of that ideology and shit. That shit just kind of, it seemed like once that enters, we just give everything away to them. Like they
Mm-hmm.
get to call the shots and shit now. The niggas in government. It's like you go look at a lot of African nations, and it's a damn Arab that's in charge,
Mm.
and you be like, what the hell going on? It's a Muslim country, and these is all,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? These all supposed to be niggas. And it's like
Right.
and African culture don't even is literally probably the
Secondary.
only places. Yeah, the only places is left now is like Togo. You know what I'm saying?
Don't do that.
You can go
Don't be
like one
like
or
that.
two places. I mean, like that. It is what it is. Everywhere else, your head
But
liable
No,
to
I
get
mean
chopped off trying to practice
Benin
African
is
spirituality.
no Benin is pretty is
Yeah,
very much
Benin.
redoing. Yeah,
You
Benin
know
is
what I
still
mean?
very, but it's very minimal. But can I
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Go
would
ahead.
say to answer Taz's question. Um, so it can go both
Hey,
ways.
hey,
One way
mute,
it could
Sabio.
be okay. It can go two ways. To save your way, right? You become an atheist. You can even become an anti-theist, where you go really hard at wanting to point out how wrong your Christian beliefs were, how false the beliefs are. Everything is bad about it. Don't your belief in itself is a bad thing, right? I didn't go
no,
that route.
no. Don't say
Hold.
that because I don't need to
Oh
stand
my
on.
God, you mock people who believe, Fabio. I've heard you mock people who
Yeah,
believe.
you kicking people in the nuts, nigga.
Believe,
Belief is the
Fabio.
substance of knowledge. So again, I'm going to say it
So,
like I said
so
last
right.
night.
I'm so
I do
Sabio.
not
I
believe
didn't
things
just I didn't
until
say
I have
anything
the
that's not
knowledge.
accurate. Then, if you don't like
Yes.
belief, that's what I
No.
just said. Why are
No.
you correcting? Why are you
I
interjecting while I'm speaking? Could you wait till
I
I'm
said
done?
belief
Could you
is
wait
the
till I'm done? Could you wait till I'm
substance.
done? Could you wait till I'm done? Could you wait till I'm done? Could you? Thank you. What I was gonna say, Taz, is that what you can do, right? If you see value in a belief system, right? I have chosen to look at what religion, what Christianity did, what it did offer me, what I see Islam offer other people, what I see Buddhism offer people, what I see Hinduism offer people, people who are Jewish, right? And I see some positives. Do I agree with their actual beliefs? Probably not. But I see positives in what being a believer offers. So I choose to say, hey, I disagree with this. I can actually respect this, right? Some people say, bun everything. All of it is trash. I don't throw out the baby in the bathwater. No, I'm not doing it. I see, I see benefits in having structure. I see that they have community. I see that they have standards, values, morals. I see that the family structures are strong. They have clear ways of handling burials, clear ways of handling marriages, clear ways of handling the birth, or clear ways of handling rites of passage into being adult, becoming a man, becoming a woman, right? Now, I'm not saying that I will adopt every single one of those things. What I am saying is that by way of their beliefs, they also come with these things that I think are positive, right? So for me, I don't just dash way. So that's why when Swarthy is talking about STDs in our communities and maybe changing how we get married and all that kind of stuff, I'm not gonna disagree with the brother when he's talking about that. Does that mean I want to become a Hebrew Israelite? No. But he makes some strong points that I'm not just gonna disagree because he's a Hebrew. Okay, that's my input.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
for
And
me,
all that
oh, go ahead.
cool. All that's good, and I appreciate all that. And I'm gonna be brief because the one thing that I've come to accept and stand on is that belief is a subset of knowledge. So I should not believe things until I have the evidence. So it goes to all the other gods that everyone believes in. You can believe in the flying spaghetti monster. Keep the flying spaghetti monster between you and those people that believe in the flying spaghetti monster. And don't try to force it on the rest of the world. So that is the reason why, as an anti-theist, because that is their job. That is their mission. And that is how they have colonized the known world with their myth. So that's the difference. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
So for me, like some basic principles. If there is a community that are together settling and just living and preserving whatever they're built for me without provocation, if I'm going to commit something like murder or kill, I'm just trying to see how would that be uh, a thing of benefit if I know that I need another human being, specifically a woman, in order to preserve life. Like I, I'm just trying to see back in primitive times, not knowing that the person is living just like you. You don't want to die. So what would be the motivation to commit anything like that to another human being without provocation. Same thing with adultery. If I know that that
Hmm.
person has a family, I, why would I interfere? You know what I mean? I'm not getting the. There's no way to know that unless you have moral structure, Christian
Hmm.
values,
No,
moral.
well, I
So
think no.
So
The
you,
reason
I
why,
just never bought it as a child. That's all. Go ahead.
no,
right.
I think I understand that, but kind of listening to you now, I would kind of see it too. I can kind of see why, because you got to think now we in a society where we kind of like every day the society changes and we kind of change laws and manipulate laws and to adjust with the time. But when you come across that, like in those times, especially when a lot of this shit is like the foundation, fear is driving a lot of shit. And so a lot of this stuff is to show you how to is kind of taming how
Mm.
people react to fear. Because a lot of times if somebody sees somebody that they don't recognize, you don't understand them, you can't communicate with them, and you feel like you got something to protect, you will kill them before they can even get close. And that shit had to develop over time. Yeah, I mean, before a motherfucker could actually speak and be like, hey, so a motherfucker had to actually come up with a signal that became universal. Like, hey, you better throw your fucking hand up. Yeah, open hand, you know what I'm
And you know
saying?
what?
And
But you
let
want
a
to know
nigga know.
what,
Hey, yo, Blue, I'm
But you
about to
know,
make the
but you know what,
FBA
Blue?
Blue?
religion.
But you know
But
what,
Blue,
Blue?
you know what you making a good point about the fear thing, right? So
But not
think
only
about
that, man.
this. Think about no, listen. Think about this, right? Because I've heard criticism that says that in the Abrahamic faith, they actually have consequences spelled out. If you do this, this is what's going to happen for you. You're going to go to hellfire. You're going to go to hell. You're going to be, it's an abomination. God will turn his back on you. All of these different things, right? So it's saying that, so from their perspective, their system is more moral, right? Because it tells you don't do this or else you're going to have this penalty. And they actually say that in traditional African spiritual systems, it speaks about being of good character in a more general sense, and
But
they don't factor in that African spirituality is traditional African spirituality is more so on a one, you don't exclusively have to practice ancient kemet spirituality, right? You don't have to specifically exclusively practice Ifa, right? You don't have exclusively have to practice what the Akan traditional system is or whatever, right?
All right.
You could be Akan and practice Ifa. You could be from Congo and practice what they do in Ghana. Like there's no one coming to you saying that can't be your God. That can't be your deity. That can't be your rituals, right?
Which
So,
is very different from the
so
Hebrew.
right. And
but
it's not because there's no punishment, because the understanding is that all of these systems are going to have you engage in good character, being respectful, being responsible, not stealing, not causing harm to others, being more mindful of your
see, man,
ancestors, right? They all have the same kind of tenets. It's just that the expression of it is different.
Right.
but
So
see,
there
but,
isn't
but
this punishment rule, like hell, fear driven thing until, I'm sorry, but really until this Abrahamic stuff comes into place. And now you got,
Yeah,
oh, when I go to heaven, I'm going to
yeah, it's
get
parasitic.
virgins. I'm going to get it's like a whole different
see,
paradigm
see that,
in a way.
Yeah.
but see,
What is
Audio.
he
what I was
showing
trying to
us?
go to,
Question.
what I was trying to, what up, Psycho? What I was trying to go to, and say it was the psychological aspect of the ideal of the belief system, and what Blue was hitting on earlier about the fight or flight aspect, that mechanism for survival, and the moral aspect, and how Dev, where he mentioned how early Homo sapiens and hominids recognized that in order for them to survive, they needed others. So they were already altruistic or moral. They already knew how to build community and be what? Friendly,
Out of need, right?
out of need, out of necessity. They knew if they
Community.
killed those,
Guys, a
they
question
knew if
real
they,
quick.
what up,
Oh
Psycho?
shit.
Hey, Psycho, how are you?
Peace,
We're
Melody.
not talking about
It's good,
sports
General.
or hip hop. Look
You
at
know,
that.
I ain't come up here to talk about none of that. I'm not going to be question about. Sabio, I got a question for you.
What up?
I've heard you say that you're an anti-theist and not an atheist. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you're not an
Yep.
atheist, what's your theological view?
I don't have one.
So you're agnostic.
No,
So what are you?
I don't accept any God.
So you're
All
an
gods
atheist.
are
You may be
man-made.
atheist.
So that
No,
means you're an
no.
atheist.
Do you reject
I'm
the presence? Do you
anti-theist.
reject the existence of a God? That's
I
probably the
reject,
big.
I reject all the existence and the claims of all and every God. This is why I don't.
Wow.
So why would you
Okay.
disagree with you
All
being
right. One
classified as
sec.
an atheist?
So you're atheist.
Wait. One sec. So that by definition that makes you an atheist.
No, that makes me an anti-theist, Psycho.
No, anti-theist is not a theological position. That's a social
It,
view.
And
That's your
it,
that's your
anti-theists still believe in the
that,
Most
anti-theist is
High.
your anti-theist is your position on religion and whether or not you
um,
feel like religion is beneficial or whether or not it should
Right.
be abolished and everything else. That's a social view, right? Your theological view is depending on the existence of God. Do you feel like God exists? Do you feel like it don't exist? Are you unsure? That's what your theological position is.
so
So, what's your
again,
theological position?
I don't have, again, you can be an anti-theist and hold both. And this is what I was trying to explain yesterday. You can be an anti-theist and deny the existence of God and also actively say that the Abrahamic religions are harmful. I explained it. I said the same things yesterday.
I
But
don't
that
know
makes
though.
you, but
I
that makes
fight
you an
That
against
makes
atheist.
you an
it.
By
atheist.
definition, that makes you an atheist.
No, that makes me an anti-theist.
So why do you
Right,
say you're not
but
an
that also
atheist?
makes you. You're telling me you keep telling me your social views, and I'm talking about your theological view. When it comes
I
to the
don't have a
existence of God,
theological
you
view.
just told me. You just told me your
I just,
theological view. You just said you reject the existence of all gods. That's an atheist.
Because an anti-theist can believe in God.
So go ahead and make the distinction.
An
You're saying
anti-theist
lack
can
of
believe in people deaf. An
I
anti-theist can
reject.
believe in the Most High.
There is,
Right?
lack
I
You
of
don't
could be an
believe.
versus
I
agnostic. You could
reject.
be an agnostic and be an anti-theist. Anti-theist that has nothing to do with your theological view.
Right.
And like that's what so when you say you're anti-theist, you keep giving people your social views and presenting it as your theological view, and that's not your theological view because that don't exist as a theological view.
Again, you can you can use them interchangeably. You can use it and add both, and that's what I'm doing. Psycho, you can't,
No,
and
I'm
that's
saying
what.
I know because I'm a former anti-theist. I used to be an anti-theist. When I was an anti-theist, I was still an atheist. I'm still an atheist. I'm just not an anti-theist no more.
I'm a,
That used to be my position, so I'm pretty familiar with this, and I'm just letting you know you are an atheist, whether you acknowledge it or not. Like everything you're explaining is atheism.
yeah.
You don't
Make the
believe in God.
distinction.
I'm an anti-theist that
Right,
rejects
but
all
you're
God claims.
anti-theist who's an atheist.
I reject
You
all
saying you're
God claims.
anti-theist don't eliminate you being
I,
an atheist.
Let's ask it
I,
this way, Psycho. Why do you reject atheists?
No, we don't need to know why.
I think that was a fairly decent question, Dev. I know you want to
That,
crash
that,
out
that
on me.
only applies to
That was
you.
hilarious. Best that we don't need to know why.
No, no. He
Yo,
need to make a
melanated,
distinction
please don't
between
answer
lack.
my.
We need
Hey,
to
yo,
make a
melanated, don't
distinction
do that to me.
to make a distinction between lack of and reject.
I
You
So
my
Well,
sister,
and that's
all
melanated.
God claims.
another that's a whole
yeah,
different conversation with the lack thing. Like I don't like
yeah,
that definition for atheism either. Because when people say atheism is a lack of belief
yeah,
of a God
yeah,
of gods, that's not exclusive to atheists, right? Agnostics lack a belief in the God of gods. Like atheists are not the only people that lack a belief in the God of gods. So that definition is kind of broad. Actually,
So
what Sabio mentioned is a better definition of atheism: the rejection of any belief of a God of gods. That explains
so
atheism.
Sabio,
And
what's
a
your
lack of belief.
reservation in acknowledging both as part of
Atheist.
your identity? What's your reservation of saying I am anti-theist and I'm an atheist?
Mainly
Why?
the atheist part. Yeah.
What's your reservation in that?
As far you asking me?
No, no, no.
That-
She asking Sabio.
Okay.
So
Sabio.
again, opposition, a person who is opposed, as I clearly said, to the belief in God to God, anti-theist.
No, that's not what an anti-theist is.
I'm reading the definition.
Or
A
atheist.
person who is opposed to the belief in the existence of a God or God.
That's atheist.
What's the
That's
reference?
Opposed.
and
So
I'm
Anti-theist is
reading
against
and
religion. Anti-theist is it got
I'm
everything to do
like
with
I'm
being against
reading.
religion.
So anti-theist
That
can
is the
say I believe in the Most
add-on.
High, but I
That
don't
is
believe
the
in the Bible.
no. That is I'm keep trying to show. Anti-theist began
It's against
taking
religion,
on the
and
other.
it's against
Yes,
Correct.
religion.
but it is
I agree.
also uphold. I'm reading the definition. You know what? I'm a copy
What's
and
the
paste it and put it in the chat.
what's the reference that you're reading that from?
Just a dictionary.
A
It says
dictionary.
anti-theism is a philosophical position that theism should be opposed. Like I said, it's people that are against religion.
Yeah, I'm not
That's Wikipedia.
making religion and God synonymous.
Right? Being against religion it has nothing to do with the existence of a God of
Opposition.
God.
Yeah, yeah.
Other
Yeah, that
definitions of anti-theism include that of the French Catholic philosopher Jacques Maritain, for whom it is an active struggle against everything that reminds us against God. The definition of Robert Flint, professor of divinity at the University of Edinburgh, was similar. Flint's 1877 Baird lecture was titled Anti-Theistic Theories. He used anti-theism as a very general umbrella for all opposition to its own form of theism, which he defined it as the belief that the heavens and the earth and all that they contain owe their existence and continuance to the wisdom and will of a supreme, self-existent, omnipotent, omniscient, righteous, and benevolent being who is distinct from and independent of what he has
That's
created.
valid.
Game, set, match.
right. That's still telling me your social position.
That's
That's not telling me the existence of God.
anti-theism, yo.
That's
That
still
is
not
That's
telling me. That's still not.
anti-theism.
You're still
anti-theism.
not telling me whether or not
Yo,
a God
I'm,
exists. Do
I'm
God
done.
exist? Do God exist,
No,
Savior? Yes or no?
no.
Okay, you're an atheist. Simple as that. As simple as that. You keep overcomplicating it. Does God exist? Yes or no? That's the question.
So we can separate being religious and not and rejecting God, or
Yeah,
accepting God and not
yeah,
be religious.
I
yeah.
think that's the
Yes,
premise
yes,
of
brother Deb.
anti-theist.
You can be believe in God and not be religious.
That would be
Yeah,
anti-theist,
you can
That's
correct?
an
believe
that's
in
an
God and be
anti-theist.
anti-theist. You can believe in God and be anti-theist. You can be unsure about God and be anti-theist. That's why you cannot make anti-theist its own separate set of
Right.
a theological view, because that's not what it is.
Yeah, an atheist doesn't believe in God flat out.
The
And you know
question is
what, man?
the great debate is, and what all these terms come from is, does God exist?
Right.
That's where all this atheist comes from. That's what theist comes from. That's where agnostic comes. Does God exist? Anything it doesn't talk about religion. It has nothing to do with doctrines or any of that. It just has to do with, does God exist? And if your position that God does not exist, you're an atheist.
Can I
So
also say, like, I did
psycho,
find a
what's the
definition
difference?
that spoke. Oh, I'm sorry.
My bad, melanated. What's the difference between anti-theists and atheists?
I just
And
told
I
you.
literally just explained it.
anti-theist doesn't believe
I
God
just keep
Anti-theism is
showing you.
a social political position.
exists.
The atheist, that's a theological view of God existence. Does God
Oh, so
exist?
they're two
It's
separate
simple. Yeah. Do
thoughts.
you
Yeah,
think
two
God
separate
exists? Do you
things.
think
I
God
get
exists,
you.
Willie? Yes or no?
Huh?
Do you think God exists? Yes, no, or are you unsure?
Unsure.
Well, then you're
And
agnostic.
I use the same wiki
And you're
definition
agnostic.
So,
that he used.
so what I saw in what I'm seeing here online is some key words that kind of change the definition a little bit when it says that anti-theism is active and vocal opposition. So to me, to a belief in a God or any sort of institution built around the belief in a deity. So
Correct.
so Sabio, you do have to expand your definition a little bit of anti-theism, right? So what would make you an
I
anti-theist?
did.
Because you're very active and you're very vocal about your
He's
opposition.
anti-theist. I wouldn't question whether or not he's anti-theist. I'm just
You're
letting him know
very
he's also an atheist.
anti-theist,
Yeah,
but
he's
you're
also an
also an
atheist.
atheist. An atheist means that the core, whether you're vocal about it or not, the core of you just disbelieves in and rejects a God. You're not saying, I don't know if there's a God. You're saying there ain't none, right? So you're an atheist, a person who,
So
whether you're in
yeah.
on a
You don't
live
believe none of this
platform or
God
not.
stuff. Yeah, you don't believe none of
So
this
yeah.
God stuff. You don't think God created man. You think man created
So
God. You're an atheist.
so again, anti-theism has been adopted as a label by those who regard theism as dangerous, destructive, or encouraging of
Correct.
harmful behavior. Christopher
Social
Hitchens,
view.
this is the one you're using. This is the
Right.
one
Social
you're
view.
using. Christopher Hitchens in 2001 wrote, I'm not even an atheist so much as I'm an anti-theist. I not only maintain that all religions are versions of the same untruth, but I hold that the influence of churches
Well,
and the effect of religious belief
that is
is
that is somebody
positively harmful.
that is
So
somebody who's
again,
agnostic. That
so
is somebody who's agnostic who is also anti-theist, which again
so
only shows that
so
saying that you're anti-theist does not give people your position on whether or not God exists or not. You
so
got to
again,
prove my point.
I tell people all the time that I reject all God claims.
Right, that
I
makes you
give
an
all
atheist.
God,
That's my point. Every
and I
time you
tell
say that,
people
you are
also,
describing an atheist.
I'm also
Look up the
actively
definition of
fight,
atheism.
bruh. It's
Hard
I know
atheism. Look up
that
pause. Look up hard atheism and tell me that's not you. Pause.
it's
Tell me
not.
that's not you.
It's not.
Okay, read it off and tell me that don't
So
describe
wait,
it.
you feel like you're not an atheist? Is that what
Read
you're
off
saying,
hard
Sabio?
atheism.
No, I know atheism is a part that atheist that is part of anti-theism.
What is
So
an
what I'm
atheist
saying
do?
is that
What is an
do
atheist do?
your beliefs align with atheism? That's a very
Right.
easy
What
question.
is an
Do
atheist
your
do?
Of
beliefs
course they
align with
do.
atheism?
Of course they
Okay,
do.
okay. So
The
Psycho
only
is saying
difference
you're also an atheist.
the only separation is I actively fight. That's the only thing I'm
So
trying to
that's
get
the
across.
anti-theist part. That's the anti-theist part. That's what he's telling you.
Yeah, these two things are not synonymous with each other. You can be both.
Exactly.
You
That's
being an
what I'm,
atheist don't mean
and
you're not an anti-theist.
no one saying I'm not. Y'all think I'm saying I'm not. I'm saying that
You
it
said you
entails
wasn't
that.
just now.
It entails. I know that it entails. Why? So why do I have to say I'm an atheist? I'm an anti-theist
Can
because
you pull up? Can you pull up what a hard atheist is and read it? Can you pull up? Can you read what a hard atheist? Can you read what a hard atheist is?
Can somebody else read it?
Wait, I have a question, Psycho. See, based on what Sabio just said, Psycho, can
Crazy.
you be an
Yeah, I got it.
anti-theist and not be atheist?
Let me
It's
read this
crazy.
definition for y'all.
Yes, you can be an anti-theist and not be an atheist. A hard atheist asserts that no deities exist.
Right.
Isn't that what you just
So
said?
if you're an anti-theist, but you're not an atheist, what are you? What are you? You
Yeah, what's
can't
your
be a
theological
believer.
view?
I am
Don't say anti-theist
actively.
because that's not a theological view. Because you
I
can be
am
agnostic,
actively.
you could be an
I
atheist,
am
you could be a theist.
actively. I am active. I actively reject and fight against all God and God claims.
You're an atheist.
I'm an
You're a hard
anti-theist.
atheist. Pause. By
I'm an
definition, you would be a hard.
anti-theist.
I would tell you exactly what type of atheist you are. You're a hard atheist.
I'm an anti-theist.
Yeah,
You're an
why you
anti-theist with
saying that?
atheistic views.
You telling me you're anti-theist again is not describing the existence of God. If I ask you, does God exist? You cannot say I'm an anti-theist. That's not an answer.
I'm gonna say no God exists.
But that means you're an atheist. That means you're an atheist, dog. I don't understand why this is a hard concept. That means you're an atheist.
You asking me a
So have
direct
you
question. I'm
distinguished
going to
your
give you a direct
theological
answer.
view?
I don't have a theological view because I
No
don't
Of
accept
view.
course,
What
any
does
yes,
it
you
God.
mean?
do have a
No.
I don't
theological view.
accept.
He
I
said
don't
zero.
accept
Okay.
any God.
That's what was
Yeah,
So how
confusing
can I?
me.
yeah. I'm
So
thinking
how
about
can I
Zero.
have
becoming
a?
an
So
atheist,
how
yo.
can I have a
Yeah.
theological view if I don't
Uh-huh.
accept any God? You have to accept
Zero.
a God to have a theological view. Yo,
No
this
view.
is
This is
crazy.
that lack that I was talking about, Psycho, earlier. The lack
That's
of
not
it.
true.
He's
That's not true,
distinguishing. He's
Sabio.
distinguishing
Sabio.
lack
You
of
have a
belief.
belief that it's not true.
No,
That's not a. That's not
he's
a. So
distinguishing.
No.
your
He's
theological view is
distinguishing lack.
atheist.
Oh,
Yeah, he's distinguishing lack of belief versus reject of a belief.
oh.
That's atheism. That's the definition of atheism at its purest form. But like I said, I don't like that lack of belief thing. That's a lack theist. We call that lack
Because
theist
now
in
we
Yeah,
can
Israelite
play
it's kind
word
of
circles. So
word
games.
salad.
I don't
I'm
even
with
really
you on that,
respect that
Psycho.
definition.
Yeah,
But
get on
yeah,
one side of the fence. Come on, man.
All right. So again, let me say it clearly. Wait, and make sure I don't mess the words up. I reject all God claims from Zeus to Thor to Quetzalcoatl to Yahweh to Allah to to Romulus to to the Mayan god to the Egyptian god. I reject them
Nigga said
all.
Romulus and Remus.
right. That
All
makes
right,
you an
that shit
atheist.
dumb.
I don't understand
Yeah,
how
that's
that
what I'm
don't make
saying.
you an
But still,
atheist. How do you reject
yeah,
all these things, but you're not an atheist?
What the fuck
yeah.
is ringing my bell?
Make it
In
make sense.
the
You're
scope
So
an
of
now,
atheist.
theology,
So
Sabio.
what's the
Let's see.
difference? So
What's up,
Sabio,
bro?
what's the difference
after
between
you be
you and an
opposed,
atheist?
Yeah,
so
what?
now
Yeah,
after
what's
you
the
use the
difference
word
between you
opposed,
and an
so
atheist? What's
now
the
after
difference
you
between
What's
you
the
and
want
an
to be
difference?
atheist?
opposed,
What's
so
the
now
difference
after you
between
use the
you and an
word
atheist?
opposed, so now after you use the
No,
word opposed,
no, Sabio, you don't
I'm
have to do that. What's
opposed
the
against
difference
the
between you
Abrahamic
and an
religion.
atheist?
I am
Oh, it
actively
popped on
opposed
me.
against the
Thank you
Right,
Abrahamic
so
right,
much.
right,
I
religion.
right.
appreciate
You're
it.
telling me
That's what I
you're
have to
telling
say
me,
now.
Sabio, this is
This
all
shit
going
is
over your head.
crazy.
Like you are
No, it
telling
isn't.
me that you are against
No, it
religion
isn't.
and you
It's
actively
going over
oppose
your
religion.
head.
Got it, got it. Does God exist?
If you
I'm not,
absolutely
Absolutely
you keep
not.
talking
trust
about other things.
Scripture
You keep talking
and
about
everything
churches
known
and
evidence
mosques
and
and
not.
doctrines and
Thank you.
Paul and
I
Peter.
appreciate it.
I'm not
Thank
asking
you.
you about none of that. I'm asking you, does God
Absolutely
exist?
not.
Okay,
Absolute. Which
that means
one?
you're an
All of
atheist.
them?
That means you're an atheist, dog.
Wow.
What are you not grasping? You are an atheist. Look up the
Wow.
definition. I
Because
keep telling you, look up these definitions. You refuse to look up the definition because for some reason
dude,
you stuck not
I
being
done
an
read
atheist,
all
and it's
the
weird.
definitions.
When
I done
you are
read
the
them
biggest
all.
atheist on
I done,
YouTube, but you
But
reject
Sabio, you didn't know
I
that
done
to
read them
reject
all.
God meant you was an
I
atheist.
did.
That's
I
not a new
did. I
definition.
did. So again, if
Wait.
I am sitting here telling you guys that I am actively opposed, reject, don't
that doesn't mean
accept
that has
any
nothing to do with
God.
the existence of God. That has nothing to do with
Hold
the
up.
existence of
Yes,
God.
it does because
No, it
all
doesn't.
of
That has
them
nothing to do with
come,
the existence of God.
all of them come from the
There are
mind
three
of
things you can
man.
choose when somebody asks you
Oh,
if you're the existence of God. You either a theist, an atheist, or you agnostic.
oh.
Anti-theist is not in that discussion. You are either atheist,
So,
theist, or you're agnostic.
so
You're gonna have to
again,
pick one. And you gotta
so
stop saying
again,
you're anti-theist like you're picking one. You're not picking one when you say you're anti-theist. You're giving me your social position. That's cool. That's your
I'm
social
giving
position. I'm
you
not even arguing
uh,
with you about that.
because
All I'm saying is that social
because
position you have is not answering the question of the
I
existence
don't
of
hold
God.
a
That's not
theological.
answering that
So
question.
No
so if
view.
I so if I ask about a God, if a God exists, I'm going to say no because the position that I hold
Right.
attests
That makes you an
and
atheist.
hold on, I let you speak. I let you speak. You can try to define it as you want to, but
That's what the
I am
definition is
opposed.
defined it as, not me.
Can I, bro? Can I come on,
No, you
Psycho?
make it seem like this is subjective. It's not
Bruh,
subjective. This is very
bruh, bruh,
objective. I can
bruh,
show you. I can pull it
bruh,
up.
bruh. We done read different definitions.
You read a definition about social position. I'm
Yeah,
telling you theological position. You ain't read me nothing about theological position. I would like for you to read me something about theological position.
Because again,
I said pull up this
can I,
definition, and you didn't want to pull it up or read it.
can I speak? You could have pulled it up.
I did, and it said the same thing you just said. The same thing you keep repeating. The definition I gave for hard atheist is the same thing you keep repeating, but you keep saying you're not that. But you keep repeating the same definition that describes that.
He said no.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. What are you talking about, Sabio?
No, I'm not. If you would let me
You're
speak
not?
and listen, no.
This is wild.
Hit it again.
As I was saying, when I ask straightforward questions, you're not asking me about my social position. You're asking me about a question about, do I believe in God? Which one? Any of them? No.
That makes you an atheist by definition.
That makes me so if you want to say that, but you're not, again, we're not talking about my anti-theistic position.
Well, that's your social views. That's something different. I'm not questioning you whether or not you're an anti-theist. I'm not telling you like, for the record, I'm not telling you you're not an anti-theist. What I'm telling you is you saying you're an anti-theist is not describing your theological views. That's telling you what your social position is.
And this is where we are having a problem, because you want me to accept the definition that you read.
Well, if you're gonna have these discussions, if you're gonna have these discussions, you seem to enjoy these discussions. You need to at least know what these definitions mean.
Psycho, I know what they mean, and that's why I'm comfortable knowing that when I say that I'm an anti-theist, I am here rejecting.
You're comfortable understanding you're not answering the question.
No.
When people ask you, are you an atheist, and you say you're an anti-theist, you're not answering their question. If you're comfortable, okay, I'm just letting you know, as long as you're comfortable not answering their question, because if they ask you, you're an atheist, and your response is, I'm an anti-theist, you did not answer their question. If they ask you if you're a theist, and you say I'm an anti-theist, that you still did not answer their question. None of these things are answering their question.
Why I answered the question is because I'm giving you both my theological position and my sociological position.
No, you're not giving your theological position.
Yes, I am.
No, because you don't have to be an atheist to be anti-theist. You don't have to be an atheist to be anti-theist.
Yeah, you're saying you don't have one.
Right, you don't have to be an atheist to be an anti-theist.
No, you don't.
We're only talking about.
So again, right now you got it. Now you got it. Now you got it. So now that we understand that, right. So we getting somewhere. You got okay, Savior, we got it. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. Slow down, Savior. Slow down. We finally getting somewhere. We finally getting somewhere. You just calm down, Savior. We finally getting somewhere. Now we can establish. Now that we both understand, you don't have to be an atheist. You could be agnostic. You can even be a theist and be anti-religion, right? You could be anti-religion, be theist. I see people all the time that's against the church. I hate the church. I'm just spiritual. I don't do all that church stuff. All that. I can't stand the church. Church needs to be taken out. Church-based religion. Like these people are anti-theist. They have anti-theist views, but they still believe in God. So again, you saying that you're anti-theist and you understanding that that's not answer the question of whether or not you're atheist. Stop saying that you're anti-theist when people are asking you whether or not you're an atheist, because you're not answering their question.
Again, I am answering the question.
You just how?
Listen. I'm gonna say this shit again, and I'm gonna try to.
You just agreed with me. Now you want to disagree with me?
Can you chill and let me say it again? Because inside my anti-theism, there is the rejection, the discarding, the lack of the rejection of the thought of God. It is until
at that point you become atheist.
That's atheist.
At that point, we're
talking about existence. Anti-theists are people that actively going out to oppose these views. But first of all, you got to establish what your views is before you oppose anything. When people are asking you what your views is, and you saying you oppose these views, that's not telling people what your views are.
Yeah, give me the no view. Like no position equals a certain ideology. I think that's where we're stuck at.
No God equals atheist.
No, he's saying no view at all.
No view
How?
of what? What you mean? No view at all?
So,
No view of
theological view.
if there's a
I'm
God.
yeah. I'm in theology.
So
I'm
so
in
so
theology.
so
Yeah,
no view of a deity equals
yeah,
anti-theist, but it also, I
yeah.
think Sabio agreed that it also.
No, that's not.
Actively opposing religion
Religion is
and spiritual
anti-theist.
views, all that type, like what Sabio does, pretty much. Like Sabio is an
Yeah,
anti-theist. Don't
that
get it
is a
fucked up.
view.
But
Yeah, that's not a no
like
view.
that's what
Yeah,
anti-theism is. But that's not
yeah.
saying what your theological view is, right? Because you could be, like I said, you be atheist, theist, and agnostic. Right now, with those three things, there's different levels to it, right? You got different levels to atheism, right? Because all atheists ain't the same. You got some agnostic atheists. You got some quote unquote hard atheists, pause, strong atheists, whatever you want to call it, right? They're more extreme level. I would say Sabio would represent that framework of mindset, opposed to the agnostic atheists who kind of agnostic but leaning towards, I don't really believe this stuff. I ain't getting caught up in it. But you put a gun in my head, I'm gonna say it's fake. You know, like those are soft atheists, right? Those are like lighthearted. You know, they kind of just floating around in the atheist circles, but they're not like knee deep into it the way Sabio is. Like, so it's levels to this, right? So again, you got your theological views and you got the social positions.
So
Anti-theism is
basically, you saying he a real hardcore atheist, and he's fronting, and he won't say it that he is. That's what you saying, Psycho.
well, he says what his views are. He just doesn't define it as atheism, which is weird to me. That's the part I don't understand. Like, why is he just don't say atheism? Like, because that's what it is.
Because atheism again is entailed in the anti-theistic stance
You
that
mean
I hold.
included? Like, so you saying it's included?
Yes, yes,
It's
it's
okay.
included.
So he's saying he's an atheist, y'all. He just
So
saying he
now
don't
that's
need
a
to.
different
There's no need
conversation,
to.
though. All anti-theists aren't atheists.
No,
No, they aren't. Psycho said that you could be agnostic.
Right.
the majority of the anti-theists that I have met and that I've had conversations with, they don't they don't accept any
But I'm
God
saying
claims.
if you just dealing with the
There ain't no
language, right?
dancing. There ain't
Someone
no
could
dancing.
believe there's a
There
most
is
high
no
but not believe
dancing.
in the Bible, right?
There is no dancing. There is
But you
no
wouldn't be
dancing
anti-theist. You
among
wouldn't
the
be anti-theist.
anti-theists that I and they speak and say the same shit that I say. And I've talked to other anti-theists. I'll be in the community with them. Devontae Lamar is the anti-theist.
Someone could be against organized religion, but then they could also say, I can't say I don't know if there is a God. I'm saying that if there is a God, that doesn't mean that God wrote a book. That doesn't mean that God wants you to worship it. That doesn't mean that God wants all of this, offerings and tithing and all this other stuff, right? So they could still be very anti-theist, but they could just be agnostic, saying, I don't know if there's a
I know
God.
agnostics who are anti-theists. Like they can't stand religion,
I'm
everything is
just
that and
some
third.
people.
Like they hate that religion gets pushed on the people, and everything this, that, and third, and how they pretty much control worlds. They don't like theocracies and shit like that, So they very anti-theist, but they agnostic though. If you ask them whether or not God exists, they'll say, "I'm not sure. I don't know. They'll say I don't think you can prove it one way or the other. I'm just against all this religious shit."
I'm
Which
against
is
the
not what
Hindu
Sabio
God.
is saying.
I'm against the
Right.
Hindu
Sabio
God.
says the
I'm
opposite.
against
Sabio says that no, none of this bullshit is real, which I agree with. But that's what he says, right? Like, so that's why I'm
So
letting him know,
both
like, bro, you
agnostics
a whole
and
atheist so far.
atheists could be anti-theists, right? But once you define that you don't believe in God at all, you then become an atheist.
Yeah, I'm still trying to separate the distinguishment between
Anti-theists and atheists.
nope, that's not what I was getting ready to say.
My bad.
Atheists and what Sabio is saying, which is he doesn't have a theological view.
Anti-theists, that's what I said.
No,
Well, that,
that's
that
not
would make him
correct.
agnostic. Then that would make him agnostic, but he's clearly not agnostic because he says all this shit is fake. So that means he do got a big theological view. You're running around saying all this shit, all this God shit is fake. You have a theological view. You're literally saying what your theological view is. It's all
True.
fake. That makes him an atheist. If he didn't have a theological view, he wouldn't have an opinion on whether or not God exists. He'd be unsure.
To
He wouldn't have.
simplify it, what you're saying, Brother Psycho, right? There's a theological view, and then there is a social view,
Right.
right?
Right.
Okay. So, Sabio, your social view, right, is that religion as an institution is wrong. People should not be doing that. You are against pushing that on people and so forth, right? I'm correct in saying that, right? Sabio?
Finish.
Okay, and I'm also correct in saying that your theological view, right, is that you don't believe that a God exists. So those are two separate views. You have a social view and a theological view,
Right.
right? And so the definition of a social view would be anti-theist, and the definition of a theological view would be atheist. So you're both. And what I'm hearing you say is that under the definition of anti-theist, that encompasses like an umbrella term, right? So atheist is underneath anti-theist. That's what I hear
He's an
Sabio
atheist who
saying.
is also anti-theist. That's what he is.
So I appreciate that. That was a
Hmm.
nice breakdown. And I don't disagree with much of what you said, except for the separation, because I recognize that theology and sociology have been blended, and that's why I have took the atheist, as y'all like to, as y'all are saying, and just made it synonymous with the anti-theism for me, because it entails both of them, my socio and my so-called theological view.
Anti-theist
I
doesn't
don't,
really though.
I don't,
So
I don't have to,
so
I don't
so
have
so
to say that.
you're saying I must
So,
have if I'm a part of a social group, I must have a theological view. Is that what you're saying?
no.
Well, everybody has a theological view. I mean, everybody has
Unfortunately,
an opinion on
because
whether or
you're
not
born in
God
the
exists or not.
you're born in the socio-theological system.
Whether you
Yeah.
believe in God, disbelieve in God, or
Right.
don't know, you have a view, right? You have a view. Like
So,
you one of those three things are your view. Either he
right.
exists, he don't exist, or you don't know.
So again, under that, under that, I deal, and under that stance that I operate when I'm in these conversations, knowing that I have to take my social view and merge it with my theological view in these conversations, instead of just saying I'm an anti-theist atheist. I just say, let them know straight out that I reject all the gods. And that should let you know right then and there that I'm an atheist. But I'm also actively doing what? Opposed to the Abrahamic religion and other religions. I'm opposed. So it may be a little difficult for y'all, but it's simple for me, because I understand how the socio-theological dynamics work.
So what part of the atheist definition is separate from your view?
None. It's part of it. That's what I'm saying. I don't take none of
So,
the
Alright, so you
atheist
why
saying
do
you
you?
don't
away
So
from
deny
it,
why
you're
when
an
people
atheist.
say you're an
Cool.
atheist, you say no, I'm not? Why do you say no, I'm not?
because it's not a poor description of my stance.
No,
I'm
what
an
you no.
anti.
But what you shouldn't say no, I'm not. What you should say is, yeah, I'm an atheist and I'm also an anti-theist. I'll take it a step further. I'm also an anti-theist. That's what your response should be. You shouldn't say no, I'm not an atheist, because it doesn't say anti-theist.
I used to do that. I got tired of doing that because, as I said, As my
Yeah.
understanding
But you don't disagree with that.
developed, no, because I
Wow.
used to say that. But
All right.
as I developed more understanding, I decided to say, you know what? I'm gonna just use the word anti-theist because it's more encompassing for me. It covers the whole
But
spectrum. You know that I'm fighting against the
but
religion, and you
but
know that also no
but you're
such
eliminating the
thing
part of the
as
spectrum when
sin.
like when you tell people you're
No,
not an atheist,
I'm not eliminating anything.
but you literally be telling people you're not an atheist, and I'd be like, "What do you mean you're not an
That is
atheist?" That'd be fucking
confusing.
me up. Like, like hold up, how is Sabio
Because
running around saying he's not an atheist of all
I
people?
don't identify as an atheist. I identify as an anti-theist. I call
But
myself an anti-theist.
right,
So
but
So
why are you acting like these
me,
things are mutually exclusive?
I'm
Like,
not.
I mean, like these
I'm
things are
not.
excuse me, synonymous with each other. Why you act like these things are synonymous with each other?
Because of
so so
my
the so so the
So
political
danger
you
in
deny
doing that
atheism part
only.
as well.
So
view.
the danger in doing that as well, Sabio, and this is just like I'm not an atheist, right? So there's other atheists who might be like on the panel who might be like, why are you trying to distance yourself from being? For me, when
I'm
you
not.
say I'm anti-theist, I'm thinking that you're agnostic. You might be agnostic. I might feel like you're a person who's agnostic who's just against religion. That doesn't mean that you're against God existing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing about me hearing
Because
anti-theist that means you don't believe God
you've
exists.
heard me numerous times,
Atheism
melanated,
states that you don't believe
Huh?
God exists.
which God have you? You've heard me ask people numerous times, which God are you guys talking about? Name a God.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Name one
saying,
of them.
okay,
Pick one.
obviously, if I heard an entire conversation, then I would just
You've heard
say,
me
oh,
ask
Sabio's
people
an
that
atheist.
numerous times,
I'm telling you, listen, brother, I'm
and
telling you that if I heard a
that's what I'm saying.
conversation that you had,
There's no way y'all
my
could be
mind,
mixed with me.
I wouldn't come to the conclusion that you're an anti-theist alone. I would say you're an atheist. You're also atheist. That's what I would, because an atheist does not believe, they reject that God exists, which
Period.
you just said that you do. Period.
And
Whether
I
they want to, whether they
and I
support, because
actively fight against their religion.
so let me ask
I
you this.
don't
Let me
know.
ask you this.
I
Let me
don't know
ask
why y'all not
Psycho this.
saying that.
Psycho,
I don't know
could you
why
be an
y'all not
atheist who's
saying that.
not an anti-theist? Could you be an atheist who's
Yes,
not an anti-theist?
yes.
I'm no longer anti-theist. I was an anti-theist. I was just like Sabio at one point, but I kind of fell back from that because it's a fruitless fight. I
So do you see how that's kind of not accurately describing you, Sabio? Because you're
No,
not like Psycho,
Damn,
I
well
don't
played,
have to be
sis.
like Psycho.
but you're
When,
describing yourself as an
when,
anti-theist only, but you're not.
Hey, yo, first
oh,
sis cooked the Hebrews, then she cooked the
No,
anti-theists.
this is insane.
I'm just
This is
asking
insane.
questions, man. Like, because I got told
You
that
going crazy tonight,
I
melanated.
haven't
I'm with
made
you.
one. I haven't posted one source. I'm like, what's the source? I'm just
Do what
asking
you do,
questions.
queen.
So again,
I'm with you.
so again, if y'all do not understand that me through my studying and my understanding of how economies, nations, those things are built, and how theology and
Mhm.
sociology blend
You don't have to
to.
justify why you're anti-theist, Sabio.
No, no, I'm not. No,
So would
I'm
that
not.
be inaccurate to describe you as an atheist?
Yeah, if y'all want to call me an atheist, if that's gonna
That's
make
what you
y'all feel
are.
better,
That's what you
yo,
called yourself.
Would that? Are you saying that that's
Indirectly, that's what you
inaccurate?
called yourself. Once you
yes,
said God don't, God ain't
He's
real,
saying
none of these
yes.
deities exist, and everything else,
yes.
you called yourself atheist once you
I'm
said that.
anti-theist because I actively fight against
No, 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 no.
all
No one is saying that you're not
things that
anti-theist. I'm just saying if I said
Where are you
Sabio is
fighting?
an atheist,
He not getting it. He think because we call him an atheist, we're saying he's not an anti-theist. That's what he's thinking
yes,
in his
y'all,
yes.
mind.
That's not
Is
what
that
I'm
what
saying.
it
I'm
is?
saying
Is that what it
y'all
is?
can call
yeah,
me
that's
what
what he's
y'all
hearing.
want to call
Oh,
me. It's not gonna
oh,
bother
okay.
me. I just want people to know that there's a clear separation. that
You
I
just
take in these conversations. So I
Yeah.
do accept that no, and stand firmly, no gods exist. Stand firmly. But
okay.
I also will fight and argue and engage in conversations with theists and those people that make the claim gods exist, especially those of the Abrahamic tradition, because
Yeah.
of the
That
harm
aligns
that
with
they
an
do.
atheist also.
Mm-hmm.
Atheists have to
Okay,
mainly
so
reject God.
that's really
So
like both. You just labeled both topics that we were talking about. It sounds like you engage in the activities of an anti-theist and also hold the beliefs of an atheist, right? It's that's what you just basically described. So, like, I wouldn't say like if someone only said you're only an atheist, then I guess you have an argument that I'm also an anti-theist. If someone says you're only anti-theist, you have an argument to say, hey, I'm also an atheist. But you're
no,
not just
I wouldn't
one.
argue
You're
against
like
that.
both.
It's,
I
they're two
wouldn't.
different questions, right? Like one, like I said, if I ask you for the existence of God or whatever, you have to respond with, like I said, one of the three answers. But if I ask you what's your opinion about religion, then you can say I'm an anti-theist and you answer their question, right? Now, so if somebody asks you about the existence of God and you say anti-theist, you didn't answer their question. If they ask you about their opinion on religion and you say anti-theist, you answered their question.
No, because God to me are entailed in religion, and and like
No, but it's
all
not.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is breaking news. I didn't know that. I ain't
mhm,
even being sarcastic. Go ahead.
yeah.
Oh,
So a
okay.
person
All
who's spiritual, so a person who's
because
spiritual,
I said God. I said God.
Fabio,
I didn't say spiritual. I said God. So if your
you
tradition has a God that you venerate, pray
you
to,
said that's
that
religion.
causes it to rain, it may not have been called
That's not
religion,
religion
but
though.
it
That's not
was
a
religion
religion.
because
It's not a religion.
they binded the community together under these practices. The word religion comes from the Latin word religare, to bind, to bring together. So,
So what I'm saying that if
in
you
my
meet a person
understanding of
today,
language and words,
why is he changing? Fabio, you're gonna be able to speak because I'm asking you a question. If a person identifies as a spiritual person, what religion do they practice? That's my
they're
question to you.
spiritual. They're
What's
spiritual.
the
I didn't.
religion?
They mention a God. They have to
They
say
do.
God.
They believe in a God. They believe that there
With
is a
God.
creator. The creator. That's their name.
So, so
Creator.
whatever religious practices they adhere to, that is their religion. It can be made up, but it's because they have rituals
That's
and
not a
things that they
religion.
make
What if they
upon.
don't?
They, so what? I don't. This is a hypothetical that we can make them
There's
have
loads of
practices. We
people.
can
There's
make them
millions
exalt.
of people in that ball game. There's millions of people in that category that I'm speaking of
So
that
again,
are
so
spiritual, who don't believe that they don't believe in evolution. They believe that there is some energy force that they cannot fathom, they cannot describe, they cannot detail. There's no written text. They just don't believe that they were created in some capacity that they can't describe. There's a God for them. This God
and
may or may not interact with them as humans, right?
their
What is their
religion,
religion?
Hey, yo,
whatever their
Psycho,
religious
your hour is
practices
almost
are,
up, man.
whatever their
Okay.
religious practices are.
Yeah, there's lots of people who don't have religious practices. They just accept the same way that you reject. So you reject the existence of a God. There's people who accept the existence of a God, but they don't have practices. So maybe this is new for you to understand that that happens, but there are people who don't have rituals, who don't have
It might
customs,
be.
who don't have traditions, who don't practice a
It might
religion,
be.
but accept a God. What do you call those
No, I
people?
know.
Hey,
I
yo,
call
Blue,
those
don't
people
go
weird.
nowhere. We get into the biodome next.
I call those people weird.
Okay, but those people don't have a religion.
And I haven't met too many people that don't have some type of religious practices that they don't talk about and adhere to. Veneration, um, pouring out liquor, certain things
That's
that they
not a
do on
religion. That's not a
certain
religion.
days. Cause if they do it on certain shit, if
That's
it's
not a
good
religion. You
religiously,
can't label it a religion if they don't.
so again,
Who are
if
you?
they so again, if they are doing these things on certain days throughout the month, we may not know. You see, that's why I don't like hypotheticals. 'Cause this person may be doing all this shit behind closed doors that we don't know about. They
If
have
I fast for
all
30 days, if I fast for 30 days during the winter solstice, what religion does that
no,
fall under?
you just may want to lose weight.
No, I'm fasting
I don't know.
to enter in the newness of the new year. What religion is that?
The newness of the
Of the new
whatever
year. The new year's coming. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like
whatever
if you eat black eyed
whatever
peas on January
whatever
1st,
you may that's not a that's the tradition. That might be a tradition. That's not a religion. I know how to separate a tradition from a religion.
but if
Okay, brother.
I engage in commerce and trade pieces of paper that is agreed upon among a community, I mean I so
That's a tradition.
believe that the other
That's
person is going to have
that's
the
a
same belief
tradition.
as me. It has nothing to do
But
with God.
that's a tradition. No, that's a tradition, and that's trade. That's a whole different conversation.
Tradition.
What I'm talking about is rituals that and these are hypotheticals. So when you get in the world of
We get the
hypothetical,
camels
you
and
can go
all
all the
that.
way. Right.
The
You
Lord
can
Hey,
go
yo,
Supper.
anywhere with
Sabio.
hypothetical.
Hey, yo, Sabio, I'm just saying this, right? Like, when you not willing to say you're an atheist, right? You're not truly willing to align yourself with the fact that you don't believe in a God. And I think that's just because you haven't been anointed yet. But I think you're going to be one of his best teachers. Like, now listen to what I'm
Oh,
saying.
stupid.
Your mess will be your message. That's what I'm telling you,
You
man.
stupid.
Remember I said
All right.
that. You brother.
Preach, preach.
Hey, yo, melanated, cut the shit, man. Chill out.
No, stupid.
I'm about to get
Again,
the anointing oil right now for you, Savio.
I'm gonna say it as clearly as I can. None of the gods that we have thought of exist. None of them. And I will not acquiesce to y'all to the faulty premise.
I don't disagree with you, but that's an atheist position, though.
Yeah, that's
I don't
identical
disagree with
to
you.
an atheist uh, belief.
And I'm gonna continue to be the anti-theist savior that rejects all gods and fight against these religions, activists, and stay opposed together. So when y'all say I'm gonna be his,
No,
well, who is
I'm
his?
saying you're saying that you're doing nothing different from an atheist.
Um, I hear different definitions for atheist. Um,
Okay, so that's what I was asking earlier in terms of where you
But
were
you
reading
fall
this
under all
from.
of them. They are different definitions of atheism, but I can't find one that you wouldn't fall under.
So I mean, we can distinguish that. I mean, yeah, we're not going to
the
only
anti-theistic definition
identify
says
this through Scottish, Hindu. Yeah.
anti-theism said it though. The anti-theism actually said opposed to the belief of claims of God and godliness.
Anti-theism is describing how people should handle religion, right? Anti-theists feel like you should handle religion by directly opposing it, being confrontational, combative towards it, That's what and that's your social view, right? Like how you handle
That's
religion.
mine.
But again, it has nothing to do with the existence of a God of gods, though.
It does because I don't know what God you talking about. First off,
The
No, it
Lord
doesn't
Jesus
matter
Christ.
Yeah, it
if
doesn't
you
matter
know
about
or
the
not.
existence of
No,
any God.
it doesn't matter.
that's why
That's
that's
independent
why
It's
of
going to
most
be an
God
all or
that's
nothing.
independent of existence.
Yeah, it's
that's
gonna
why
it's
It
to
gonna
me
be
matters.
an
that's
all or
why to
nothing.
It
me
matters.
that's why to
Every
me
God
it
ain't died for
supports
you.
everything.
All of them
No,
ain't
no,
died
it's
for
going to
you.
be an all.
Jesus
It's going to
died
be
for
an
you.
all or nothing.
Different.
Yeah, it's
All
going to be
Jesus or
Exactly.
all.
nothing.
Yeah, it's
So
going to.
that's why
No, no, no.
when
Instead of using the word all, it's going to be any. So any that would include all. So any of.
none
So
of
for
it.
the
So to me,
definition. So
none of
since
it.
y'all only using one, and then we're going to get to the bottom of it in terms of which one y'all using.
Guys, bro.
But
Yeah, like
any.
what would be the point of asking which God if you've already stated that all of them are fake?
There's no God.
The only
Yeah.
one that
No,
has
there
a
is no
begotten
point.
spirit.
Yeah,
Because
that's why I said
people
any. Go ahead.
because when people say the word God, they're not saying anything. It's just a word, and I want to know.
But
I
if you're
want to get
saying
down
no
to the
God,
nitty
that
gritty. Hold on,
includes
hold
all
on, hold
gods.
on. Willie, can I finish?
Pause yourself,
Because
man.
we're having a conversation, and I'm want to get into their theological views, as Psycho was saying. So for me to understand what we're talking about, you just can't say the word God because there are thousands of gods.
Mm.
One blood.
So just put any in front of it then,
Nigga said
and then
one
that'll
blood.
Hey,
cover
hey,
all of it.
I'm sorry. I gotta do it, bro. I gotta do it, bro.
Ah,
Sabio, you on
shit.
some bullshit. Sabio, you on some bullshit.
He said he on
Like
some bullshit.
this,
That's
like
fucked up, Domo.
this whole
Domo,
shit
I
has
don't
been
want
dumb as
that.
hell. And let me explain to you why. The concept of a deity is independent of whether or not there's a religion that is centered around that deity, right? Because not all spiritual systems are considered religious, right? So that means that we can look at the idea and the concept of deities outside of the religious context. So then that gets us to the question of, okay, a deity, there's only three ways to understand it. Either either deities do exist, they don't exist, or it's a possibility that they exist.
Well, young
Those are the
deities
only three.
exist.
No, hold on. Those are the only three positions to hold. Either a deity does exist, or deities exist. A deity or deities don't exist, or it's a possibility that they exist. We just don't have enough information. That's theist, atheist, agnostic.
Mm.
That's it. On the question
So
of whether or not a deity is a concept that is a real thing, it can only be framed by those three positions. Anything
so then
outside of those three positions, right, can encompass any of those positions, but it doesn't require, like, being an anti-theist is ancillary to whether or not you believe that a God exists or not, period. So either you
so
believe that God exists, you either think that it doesn't exist, or you don't believe that there's enough information to make that claim.
All right, my nigga, you
An
make a
so
good point.
anti-theist, hold
Start
on, real
saying
quick,
shit
real
like
quick.
ancillary.
An anti-theist fits within all those positions. For example, like you've been saying, well, I'm not only against the idea that a deity exists, I'm against that concept of a deity, right? Or you could be an anti-theist that believes that a deity exists. For example, I believe God exists, and I'm against it, or I'm against them, right? But those are both positions that can be considered anti-theist, that literally first answering the question of a deity, period, gets you to whether or not you're anti-theist or not. So
true.
it's not that whether or not you're a theist or or an atheist. That's the tail of anti-theism. Whether or not you're a theist or atheist is the first question you answer to how you become an anti-theist. This is dumb. So the idea
True,
that you
true,
can be,
true.
the idea that you're anti-theist and not an atheist means that you're against the concept of God, but you believe God exists, or you believe that it's a possibility that that it exists. Period.
Wrong. Wrong.
I told you that's what it
Wrong.
was, Domo.
Wrong. So again, I did interrupt you.
Bro, you've
I
been up
don't
here
want you
not
to.
making sense for
I
a
don't.
minute,
I
so
don't.
I'm not surprised.
I
Bro,
don't
I'm
want you
not,
to
bro. Say,
interrupt.
I don't
I
give a
don't
fuck
want you
though.
to interrupt me.
You know I don't give a
So,
fuck though.
hey,
You've been
hey,
having this same
hey,
conversation
hey, bro,
for like,
hey,
bro,
bro,
what
hey,
you saying
bro,
does not
hey,
make
bro,
sense.
hey, bro. What you
So
just
you're
said
not
made no
entitled
sense.
to keep saying that shit
So,
that don't make sense.
what you just said made no sense.
No, bro,
What
that
you just
you're
said
just
made
doing the monkey
no
see,
sense
monkey
at
do
all.
thing. You're just doing the monkey see,
What
Go
monkey
ahead,
do
fall
you,
thing.
back, Domo. You
what,
put in your work, but that did make
Nah, what do you
sense
mean
too.
fall
So
back? Niggas been listening to y'all
that,
niggas talk about this
chill,
same dumb shit for an hour.
nah, I
What are we
get it.
talking about?
chill,
I get it.
chill,
Nah,
chill.
like nah, this nigga don't like no.
Let me,
If you don't
no.
believe God exists, you're an atheist. Period. If you say
So
I'm not
again,
an atheist, then you believe in the possibility of a God. Period.
so
Like that's
again,
the only binary. That's
so
the
again,
only dichotomy that can
Silver
exist.
and gold,
Niggas talking
Just
about false
separate yourself
premises.
from an atheist,
silver
right?
It's
and
three.
gold.
There are only
Oh,
three questions or only three answers to the question of God.
oh, yeah,
God
so now
exists,
niggas yelling,
God
and
doesn't
I'm gonna
exist,
talk
or
over
it's a
him just like you
possibility.
talk over me.
Period.
And again,
Period,
you're
bro.
sitting
Like
over here trying
this
to
shit is getting dumb.
period, period,
This
period.
shit is getting
You're the
dumb.
I'd
you're
rather
the
have
dumb one.
Jesus
So I'm gonna say
than
this very
silver
quickly.
and gold.
Again, when I say
Silver
exactly
and
what I've
gold.
been saying
Bro, you don't need to say that shit
the
again though, because we already heard
whole
you.
time,
Niggas heard you the first time. You don't gotta keep
dummy,
saying that dumbass shit.
dummy, who
Nigga,
just
no, you're
realized
the
what an
dummy.
anti-theist
You're the
was,
dummy.
and
Either you're
how,
an atheist or you're not,
and
nigga. Don't
and
Domo,
nobody
how,
want
and
fall
another
how,
back,
dumbass
and
man.
how,
explanation of why
and
you not an
how,
atheist.
and how
Nigga,
the
Domo,
what the fuck are you talking
definition,
about?
and how the
stand down,
That's
We do
definition
man.
not
that
need
I
another dumb
was,
explanation, bro.
the
You acting like them
definition
niggas you be
that
going off
I
against.
read,
All the
the
niggas you be calling
definition
dumb,
that's
you
that
why we
sound
I
like
pray.
them.
read, the
All them
definition
niggas you be
that I
calling
That's
dumb,
read,
why
you
we
sounding
pray.
the
like them right now, bro.
definition that
Yo,
I
Domo,
read
Period.
stand down,
entails
We
man.
not about to keep this
everything
dumbass shit going. You
that
sound
we
dumb, bro.
have agreed
You
to.
sound dumb. Either
So
you are
if you're
atheist
too
or you
slow,
not.
as
If
We
you
I
knew the
not, you
said,
believe in
conversation
the
I'm
was
an
getting
possibility of a
heated,
God.
so let's
Period.
wrap
anti-theist.
it up, and then we can
No
move
Fuck is
God
on.
niggas talking about?
exists. No
Okay, that's
God
atheist. That is the
exists.
atheist position.
I'm an
That is the atheist position.
anti-theist
That
because
is the
I
atheist position.
actively reject and fight against the Abrahamic
Nigga, you acting.
God, and
Hey,
I reject them
this is how you act
all.
like an
You dumb
Israelite by
bitch.
not being religious. This is how
You
you act
dumb
like an
bitch.
Israelite by not being religious. You
Yes,
see how you
sir.
Samuel,
don't
do
need
you?
the Bible? Hold on, Dave. You see how you don't need the Bible to believe dumb shit? It's niggas who have no
What?
attachment to the Bible who will sit here and say this stupid ass shit like this.
This is a
Period.
sociological situation, though. So, do you
Base is
believe
loaded.
that your belief is different from an atheist?
No.
Good
Base is
question,
Nigga,
loaded.
Dev.
Base is loaded.
bro,
No, no, no.
that's why this is stupid. That's why this
What
is
Good
the
question,
fuck?
stupid.
Dev.
Nigga
And I
So we
fuck
can
stupid
with
as
wrap this
fuck.
shit up.
Sabio. But that's why this is stupid.
Why do you think I said I don't have a belief in God? What the fuck is
Right,
wrong
so
with
you're
All
an
right,
y'all?
cool.
I'm
Wrap it
just
atheist.
up,
actively
Domo. Let's
I
pack
am
it
just
up, Domo.
actively fighting
Oh
against.
man, I put this small
I
ticket
take
over.
on the term anti-theist,
It's
which
up
is to
today.
Yeah, so you're an
actively
atheist.
oppose. I am actively opposed against the Abrahamic religions due to the harm they have caused to the
Watch
world,
this. Watch this.
especially
Watch this.
African
Sabio.
Americans.
Sabio,
That'd be crazy.
can you be an anti Sabio, can you be an anti-theist and believe in a deity?
I don't know.
Shout out to
Some
Young
people
Daddy.
can.
Shout
I
out to
guess
Young
you
Daddy.
can.
Yes.
You absolutely
Yes.
can.
He gave you
Yes.
an honest answer.
You can
I
be
don't.
an anti-theist.
I haven't met any, so I
Okay.
don't know
So
any.
hold on. So here's the
Yes,
thing.
you have.
Let me give you an
No, I
example.
haven't,
Like just whether or not you met him, this is how the
This
logic
nigga just
works.
walked the
and
motherfucker.
I'm not one.
You
Base is
can
loaded.
believe in God, right? You can believe that a creator exists and then hate that motherfucker. Be
I know you
against
can.
everything that okay, so if you know you
This
can,
nigga
then
be
you
a
know you can be an anti-theist theist.
Who said you can? I just said I haven't met
the way
one.
the White Sox
I
won
haven't
like
met
that
it.
today. know that nigga
What
against
the
me.
fuck? That's a weird
What you
position
said?
though.
No,
But yeah,
that is
people
a
can
weird
have weird
position.
positions.
Hey,
That
God is
nah,
against me,
that
bro. There's
yes,
no way.
that's a
If there
weird
was a
that's a
God, there's
weird
no way that would
position.
happen.
That's a weird position. But here's the thing: it's not a question of like the normalcy of it, but how the logic functions. To be
Right.
anti-theist is different from not believing in a deity, because like the
I
concept of being
know.
a okay, bro. Okay.
I
That's
clearly
diabolical to talk about
know.
Major League Baseball.
I
He's a clown.
clearly know this.
Don't nobody give a fuck about baseball, nigga.
What happened with the Cubs?
Are you
Damn.
gonna blow up at anybody
Padres
that
just
labels
killed
The
me.
you
Cubs got
as an
their ass
atheist?
beat, bro. Like, let's talk about something more important, nigga, like this ticket I just lost, nigga, because these motherfuckers didn't show up.
Damn.
Y'all
Uh,
want to sit up here and talk about the
Hey,
Bible as if I could pray you
it
in a
was.
win. God
Hey,
ain't
hold
gonna
on,
deliver
what?
this win, nigga.
It was 0-0 in extra innings.
Nigga out of control.
Padre just fucked
That
my
was
whole ticket up.
that was the Arizona game. Yeah, you had an Arizona game like that, 0-0 early.
Then
that
the
was the final
Padre
score.
hurt me so bad.
That's the
Final
final
score
score.
was 1-0. 1-0. Final score.
Oh, one. Oh, one. Okay.
Shit, the
Yeah,
Padre act
1-0.
like they was
Oh,
gonna
that,
make a
I've
comeback for
been
me. Them niggas still
no,
lost.
I've been to a 0-0 game before. They went like 16 innings.
Damn.
That's baseball you
Yeah.
can watch right there.
I
Pitching
watched
duel.
the 24 inning game. That shit was horrible. I fell asleep on that shit.
What
It
was
was
that?
the best.
That was that Cincinnati game? What game was that?
I can't remember what game that was, man. That shit had I fell asleep on that shit. Like these niggas still going. I think it was
Yeah, I
Cincinnati and
think
the Reds or
they
somebody.
finished it the next day.
Yeah, that one of those was the next day. They picked it back up in like the 18th inning or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shit was bad.
Ball and
It'd be
play,
one thing
bro.
when you scoring,
The
but when it
18th
be
inning.
0-0, 1-1 forever, it's like damn.
They wasted their whole bullpen and shit.
18th inning
That
is
game was
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah, I can't quite relate to none of that y'all was just talking about, fam. I don't know nothing about no anti-theist. Those are YouTube words to me. Those are words I've never heard outside of YouTube.
Yeah, that
Yeah, man.
theology circle is kind of
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's actually not
isolated.
YouTube shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Actually,
saying.
these
All
guys
y'all
talk
niggas is
about.
heathens. All y'all niggas is godless heathens, as far as I'm concerned.
Bro, when
Heathen.
niggas start
Yes.
saying shit like,
Thank you.
look,
Deacon
Thank you
the
so
Domo,
much.
I knew it.
Septuagint,
I knew
yeah,
it.
but that's some YouTube shit to me, bro. I'm not saying it ain't real, but I ain't never heard about no Septuagint or no shit like that till I got online, bro. That shit ain't,
Yeah.
that
No,
shit ain't
they
real.
actually did the same thing
Like,
in communities.
yeah.
Like
Bro,
It's
it
hey, yeah,
it
that's what I'm
wasn't.
saying.
theological discussions right here, but
That is niche Jewish biblical scholarship, nigga.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
this theological discussion is 101. That's why we got to really know these basic terms and what these basic terms mean. It'd be surprising
Mm-hmm.
me how little people really know about these terms over here. And
Me
that's all
too.
people talk about is the goddamn Bible and God and ancient times, antiquity, and all this other stuff. And then we get to the basic stuff and people be lost. And it's
Me
like,
too,
can
Psycho.
you highlight my screen real quick, Dev?
Yeah.
Like, this stuff is like,
Me
it's
too,
really
Psycho.
not hard. Like, like, pause.
Let's see.
There you go. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Right? Like, these are the theological positions you can have, right? Like, it's got, and you got, it's some crossroads there, right? Like, some crosses there, like I said before. But then nothing here says anything about anti-theists, right? If you notice, right? You got agnostic, atheist, theist, and Gnostic, right? Gnostic is somebody who knows, right? Like they like you. That's why I said you got more. Sabio fall under more the the Gnostic atheist, right? He's more of the Gnostic atheist. Those are more the quote unquote hard atheists, strong atheists, so to speak.
Pause.
Pause. And then you got agnostic atheists that blend over here. Then you got agnostic theists. Then you got Gnostic theists, right? Gnostic theists. And, you got Gnosticism. That's a whole religion. But a Gnostic theist, I would argue, is most
Hebrews,
theists. Most theists are Gnostic theists. They will tell you they don't know
Christians,
God. They don't
Catholics.
believe God is real. They know God is real, right? These are people that make those type claims. These are Gnostic theists, right? They claim to have all knowing of God, right? They know all things about God, right? Like so, like it's different levels to this stuff. But anti-theist does not fall under a theological view, right? It just doesn't. Like it's a social position, and that's all I was trying to say. Like so, Savio's a total atheist. I would say he's a Gnostic atheist based off his positions that I hear him say. But that's where I would probably put him. You're gonna have like,
I don't disagree with your diagram or your breakdown, but again, the stance that I take, and that I think this is why people are confused, is because I am actively fighting against it. I
Fight.
actively engage and want to see them dismantled, like especially the Abrahamic faith, due to the the tragedy of our ancestors and our people specifically.
So
So,
are you saying that to separate or differentiate your beliefs from an atheist?
if you want to say that,
No,
but
I'm
it's still
asking.
the
I
same
don't know.
thing. No, because
Oh,
I still don't believe in a God. I know no God exists. I know no God exists. So I'm still, I'm just saying that my anti-theism entails all that. So I don't see why I would have to call myself a Gnostic atheist or none of that. I was just an anti-theist because I am a person that rejects and then as opposed to the claims that God exists, and I actively fight against it. That's
that's
it.
exactly what an atheist thinks.
But atheists don't fight against it. They just
Fight. The fight part. Okay.
I mean
So you
they
are making a
engage.
distinction between fighting
They
and not
yes,
actively
because
fighting.
atheists aren't concerned about the dismantling of religions and shit like that.
I
Like
give
I
the
don't.
nod. I'm nodding. I give the nod. I don't think that changes your belief system though, whether you act aggressively fight, if you want to use that word or not.
No,
But I would like to actually see that noted, some sort of reference if you're saying, hey, if someone fights, they're this, but if you don't fight, you're this.
I just
So
read it.
from
It just
where?
said
From
that
from where?
anti-theistic.
What publication? Yeah, what reference?
When I was off of Wikipedia.
No, no. What's a footnote on Wikipedia so I can go straight to it? I can bypass.
Now I gotta go get it back. Hold up.
All right, cool.
Opposition to
Next topic.
the
Yeah,
idea
go
of
ahead with the
God.
next topic though. Yeah.
Hell Blue,
It's
let's
right
talk
here.
about the bio dog.
He used anti-theism as a very general umbrella term for all opposition to his form of theism, which he defined as the belief that the heavens and the earth and all that they contain owe their existence and continuance to the wisdom and will of a supreme, self-existent, omnipotent, omniscient, righteous, and benevolent being who is distinct from and independent of what he has created.
What's it?
Hey,
What's the
so
name? Author's name? Yeah.
So this comes from Robert Flint, 1877, professor
Well,
of
that's
divinity.
that's recent as hell. Well, yeah.
However, Flint also acknowledged that anti-theism is typically understood differently from how he defines it. In particular, he notes that it has been used as a subdivision of atheism, descriptive of the view that theism has been disproven, rather than as the more general term that Flint preferred.
Yo,
He
what would you
rejected the
consider the five
alternative,
percenters?
non-theistic. Not
Who
No, we
really,
believe
finna get
they're
off
God?
religion. No, we finna hop off religion, yo. All
Oh,
right,
well, thank
appreciate
you,
it,
my brother.
Samuel.
Thank
right.
All right,
So that's the
uh,
source.
all right, great. All
you.
right, next topic is
The
what
Bible
is
don't.
evidence that someone from Africa or the Caribbean is trying to jump in and steal reparations from Black Americans?
Mm, mm. I would argue that's a stupid argument if to qualify for it, it's attached to a certain year. Like Burna Boy ain't gonna be able to come in and claim he been here since a certain year. But it depends on how reparations is dispersed. If they saying it goes to all people who classify as black people, then yeah, that would be a legitimate concern.
But if you a descendant of slave, what difference do it fucking make? Your descendants
Because
was enslaved.
yeah, but these people descendants weren't enslaved in American slavery. That would be the difference.
What you mean these people?
So again, like I said, if they attach a date to it, it's gonna be hard enough for niggas to prove they niggas, right? But if it's just given to black people in America now, oh yeah, a lot of people gonna be claiming that shit that wouldn't necessarily qualify under the right statute. So it just depends on how this imaginary check would be divvied out. That makes sense? Or you
Imaginary.
start fucking
No,
yelling at me again? I
no,
know
it don't make.
nothing I say makes sense. I know.
No, I didn't say nothing, but I said that particular explanation does not.
How so?
Because if the claim is uh, a descendant, one of your ancestors was enslaved
Right.
by someone in the quote unquote colony,
Correct.
the Williams plantation, the Mulberry plantation.
So you're saying that would
So
have to be
so
proven.
so so back and forth of slaves between the Carolinas and Haiti. Uh, have we pulled that up before?
Well, wait, now that's two
Motherfuckers
different
that were enslaved
conversations.
in the colonies, did all of them just stay here?
Let's slow walk it, Dev. That's two different conversations. Because if you're saying that there is going to be some criteria, then yes, worrying about an African or Jamaican, it would be stupid because they wouldn't qualify under whatever terms are set up, right? Now, I feel like your question is becoming a bit different. You're connecting any citizen of Haiti to American reparations.
Yeah,
That was kind of
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Big diaspora
Hey,
shit,
yo,
nigga.
Taz, chill out.
That's some of the claims that I'm hearing.
Let's
That
slow walk it.
yeah, reparations for everybody. What does
Yeah, I'm
everybody
not
mean?
really.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not against it or for it here in America, but I do think it would be better directed towards the families of African Americans that were
Who's make,
involved in
who
the
is
slave
fighting for
trade.
reparations for everybody? This is a straw man argument
I agree
created
with that as
created
well.
by these FBA,
I
those
agree.
motherfuckers that go after immigrants and shit. They trying to steal our reparations. They want to go
Still.
after reparations for
I
everybody.
agree.
Listen, it doesn't matter. Like I
I
said, it's a
think you can
thousand
make that
times. If we
argument with
want it,
N Cobra though. You
huh?
might can make that, and I said you might can
It
make that
says that
argument with
nowhere
N
on their
Cobra.
website or
No,
or,
on
or
America
the
and
okay.
website.
Cobra,
Wait,
you're
not,
right. You're
but
right.
listen,
This is
but
not
wait,
a. This isn't. We didn't just conjure
it's
this up
open
arbitrarily.
though.
Read
The
books, then you
language is
would
open.
know it's not some arbitrary. In
So
Cobra,
all we have to do is just go to the NCOBRA website.
Yeah, go to the website. It literally says they didn't say FBA, but they break it down what y'all call FBA. That's what they talking about. Who they fighting for?
So that's what I said, Psycho. Like, if some type of
Yeah, we
parameter is
figured that.
set on it, then yeah, worrying about Burna Boy and Bob Marley, that would be stupid because they're not going to be able to prove that, right? Like, we would be more concerned with being able to help each one of us prove our lineage to it, right? But if it's just a blanket,
Wouldn't be.
reparation
It
of Black
wouldn't be.
America,
It wouldn't be. That's why I don't understand why people
I
keep having
agree.
these discussions. Like the
No, I
government,
agree with that.
even the government gave reparations. They're not giving it to everybody.
It's going to
Even
be
if
a parameter.
if we all made that our mission statement to give
They
every black
wouldn't
person in
agree.
this country, they
I
wouldn't
agree.
do it. So I don't even understand why this is even a conversation. Like I said, it's a straw man. It got people chasing their tails. We should be talking
when
about
you
other
put
things.
it that way, I agree. You get what I'm saying? If they put any form of a parameter on it, it's going to be hard enough to get the people that would actually qualify to have the
Exactly.
proof and the
Exactly.
documentation.
It's going to be
I
people that's actually FBA that's going to have issues getting this
that's
shit.
not
So
going to get
the
yeah.
last thing we should be concerned about is Jamaicans and Haitians and Africans and all these other people getting this shit. They not.
I would agree with that.
Well, so hey, let me ask a question on that then. So who was in Copa making their pleading their case to?
Who they was drawing up
Has
studies
to
and
be the
everything else,
government.
and they was a part of the HR 40 thing trying to get put out there. But since the age,
U.S. government.
Oh, so
Yeah.
they was trying to come into the US. They weren't like they were doing a IMF or UN or World Economic Forum plea. They was trying to make a grievance against the United States.
yes, they was doing. They was the main ones doing the studies over the last 40, well, close to 40 years.
Oh,
Since the
that's
80s,
different.
87. Yeah.
All right, let me show you this shit right here. This is Dan Cobra's website. Do me a favor, share my screen, Mr. For You.
I see you, Swallow. Give him
Hold
his.
on. I got my
Okay,
Google
let me read
Maps.
this for you right quick. This says, within the broadest definition, all black people of African descent in the U.S. should receive reparations in the form of changes in our elimination of laws and practices that allow them to be treated differently and less well than white people. For example, ending racial profiling and discrimination in the provision of health care, providing scholarships, community development funds for black people of African descent, and supporting processes of self-determination will not only benefit descendants of enslaved Africans, but all African
Right
descended
there.
peoples in the United States who, because of their color, are victims or vestiges of slavery. This is similar to Rosewood, Florida reparations package, where some forms of reparations were provided only to persons who descended from those who were injured, died, and lost their homes, and other forms were made available to all black people of African descent in Florida. So see, again, it's kind of wide open for everybody to get in on it of African descent.
Now,
No,
Taz, let
you're
me ask you a question,
you're
Taz.
making a distinction. You made a distinction.
Now, Taz, let me ask you a
But it
question.
No,
says
If
it's
if
right.
we were able to get reparations through this bill that would actually credit other people outside of the descendant of slaves, would you be opposed to that if we were going to get a portion of the bag too?
no. I mean that's already happening. I'm in favor of us just accepting what's out there a lot of times because other people lived in our communities. We
Real
didn't live in
nigga
these
shit.
communities alone. So if somebody in on it with us, oh well, like we got to share it. But
So
it's
gonna
But
not.
it
benefit
literally,
our
I mean,
but it
community,
it'll
literally
none
help
of this
us
said,
shit.
fight.
I want to run past all this. It said it will benefit all Africans in this country, this, that, third, not just the ones, what you
Right.
call it,
But
like,
it did
and
start
it,
with
it said,
black Americans of slavery.
yeah,
Now this is,
it said,
but see, you got to realize it. But that's in the middle. Up here at the top, it says again, what they want is all black people of African descent. That we should all get some type of reparation. Then when they say the Rosewood example, they're saying, yeah, you got reparations because of what happened to you, but then we also did something for everybody else too. That's literally what it says down here at the bottom.
Wait a
Mm.
minute, but Taz Rosewood
What's
was
the distinction for everybody else?
yeah, because Rosewood was only
Anybody who
people.
wasn't
Wait.
a direct descendant of
I'll read it to you. It
slavery of
says
black
Mm-hmm.
people. Remember?
other forms were made available to all black people of African descent in Florida.
What was
Like
Yeah.
inclusive
So
about?
all
wait,
black
wait, wait,
people
wait,
weren't
wait, wait,
affected by
wait, wait.
Rosewood.
God.
So of African descent is the distinction.
No. Well, okay, so not an important in the conversation we're talking about. If we're talking about the reparations for FBA or whatever, all
No,
black people of
I'm
African
sticking with
descent
what you're
want
reading. Yeah.
FBA.
Yeah, I'm sticking with what you're reading right here.
Yeah, so this is why people are against in Cobra. Though is the only point I'm making. This is why.
But what was inclusive about Rosewood?
No, I'm saying what you read did not distinguish black people and not reference of African descent.
Right. Well, again, it certainly does. Again, right here, if you go up a couple sentences, it says forms of reparations were provided to persons who descended from those who were injured. So there, the distinction comes when they go ahead and make other forms available for all the motherfucking tethers.
Yeah,
There's a
you also
distinction
have
here. They
you
are
have
fighting for
highlighted of
everybody.
African descent. You
No, but
haven't
that
Right.
distinguished
comes
a
That's what
separate
later
group of
though.
people.
That comes later. That
That's
it was already a certain
I
group
don't.
that were injured by this.
Will. We're just talking about this document right here, dog.
I know. That's what I'm
All right,
talking about too.
all right,
I'm
all
trying
right.
to. I'm trying to figure out what you don't get though, because again,
No,
it's making the distinction.
I'm literally reading of African descent when it's talking about people. So people of African descent. That's all in what you just read. I don't see nowhere where it says everybody, regardless of African descent.
And what are these other forms? Other forms of what?
Wait.
Like if all black people didn't get paid reparations in Florida
Right,
from
but what they're
Rosewood.
saying is something was done for the others. I mean, I would have to go back and look at what these other forms were. But this is their argument that what happened in Rosewood in 1923, black people
Yeah,
specifically got paid for that, and
yeah.
then they gave something to everybody else too,
Yeah,
instead
what
of
was
giving
the
all
other
that
Everybody
shit
thing?
to
else.
the
That's what I'm
people
trying
from
to figure out. What
Rosewood.
was the other
Yeah.
thing that all black people got in Florida
Yeah,
of
what
African
was
Shit,
that?
descent?
some. I mean, this some nigga shit.
Or,
These some
or
niggas
black
making these
people in
arguments.
Rosewood. Yeah.
'Cause I know the
This
Rosewood
is a
people
Pan
got hit
African
up.
organization.
Like, yeah, I know the Rosewood
They
people got
gave
hit up.
something to Haitians and
And
everybody.
was this like a county that got paid? Was this the whole state of Florida? Like, what did they
I
get?
think it was actually a part of
It's
a
say
town.
Florida.
Yeah, as I was saying,
It's
who
say
got paid?
Florida.
Like outside of this, I'm talking about
Everybody.
the people outside of Rose, like outside the people that was directly affected in Rosewood. Who else got paid or got anything? And what did they get?
Yeah, that should have
Well,
been
again, I
noted.
mean, this is a Pan African website. So you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's interesting that people
That's
will be
irrelevant.
questioning
I'm
me
just
in this
trying to
chat.
figure out like what did they
I
get
said,
though?
no, it's not. It's very relevant. I don't know what they're claiming they got. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I don't know what these Pan
They could
Africans
be
are
wrong.
claiming,
I'm
bro.
saying like I don't like what did
Well,
they
I'm
get?
just
Like
saying, bro. These I don't fuck with them like that. You know
I
what I'm
didn't
saying?
hear
Because
nothing
again,
about
some
a
of this
whole
language
group of
is
black people outside the people that was affected in Rosewood getting anything.
That me
That's
neither.
news to me. Like I didn't know all black people in Florida got something.
No,
yeah.
I don't
That's
think
the
I
main thing
don't
they
think I
can know
read that. Yeah.
that other forms were made available to all black
Like
people in Florida. That's
land
their
instead of cash, or in addition to cash, or tax
shit.
breaks,
Ask them, bro. You
or
gotta email them, bro.
yeah.
I don't know what they're claiming here. I would have to look. I could look and see like what other shit was passed or maybe
No,
what type of money was thrown at the
I
community.
remember
But I don't.
when that went down. It was a lot of other stuff going on at the time, so it didn't really make headlines. But I do recall land, property. Um, there was some. I think it was some tax exemptions as well. In addition to cash, cash wasn't left out. It wasn't like a lottery bag or
Being
anything like that.
given to non-descendants of slaves.
No.
No,
Then
Right.
that
That's
and that was
what's
my
in
initial question.
question.
That was
That's
my
what's in
only question.
question. What was given to everyone else is
Yeah,
what's
the
in question.
definition of everybody else means what?
People who are not Black
So
Americans.
it's so far
These type
from
niggas
what he
right
just read
here.
and from what he just read and all of the other documentation, it only applies to uh people that are enslaved. Their ancestors were enslaved and they are of African descent. Period. Who's not of African descent and black? Who would that include? Go ahead and use
Yeah,
Wiki,
that's
Google,
cap though,
Siri, all
bro.
of your devices.
I don't think
AI,
you
Gemini,
understand the point that's being made, Jeff.
huh?
I got
I
another
don't
site.
think you understand the point that's being made.
Oh no, I clearly understand, Will. I'm not the pseudo on this. I just wanted to move the conversation off of religion since y'all beat that for like what?
We all did.
Whew.
So now we on a good conversation.
Man, the panel
So
packed,
what's
boy.
in
The FBA's are
what's in
beating down this
question
goddamn
reading
door. They're gonna bust in a second, yo.
what's in question reading the Rosewood part is when they say,
Look at
yes, the
these
people
niggas.
that were injured, right,
Okay.
is the language they use. So that means us here in America. But they
Okay.
also say
It
for
says
all.
here. It says here the Rosewood
None of
money was
these
divided
people,
into three
dog.
parts. The 150,000 lump sum for each of the non-survivors, 500,000 pool of funds for the descendants, and individual $4,000 scholarships for the young generation of Rosewood family members. The total payment was 2.1 million, significantly less than the initial request of 7 million, and that's it. Where's all these other black people that got something?
Yeah, that's everybody in that
Yeah,
area, right?
That was the question.
it said other means. It said other means. Now again, that's you know what I'm saying. We'd have to ask these Pan
Unless they
Africans what
talking
they
No,
about,
referring to.
Stan.
unless they talking about like,
It's saying
unless they talking
other
about
means
like
in terms
them
of
getting that
yeah.
money help build up the community and the community benefited. Maybe that's what they're talking. Maybe that's what they was talking about. Maybe the community benefited
Other
because
forms
yeah,
besides liquid cash.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
I'm
see
just talking
anything
about like as
referencing
far as bringing
everybody
resources
else.
to the community. Yeah, if
Yeah,
other
That
black
was
people
always my
benefited
argument,
from
Psycho.
other resources, from the resources getting brought into the community,
If I live around a bunch of Jamaicans and I get it, they're
because
gonna
ain't nobody get
benefit as
paid
well.
nothing.
It's
Yeah.
1995. Oh no, the Rosewood residents definitely got paid.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm talking about outside of the direct people affected. Nobody else got paid nothing.
Yeah. That was
Oh
exclusive.
yeah. That's what we were also saying as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it did. It said other
Yeah.
forms. You know what I'm saying? Again, that's you know what I'm
No
saying.
other
We have to
forms meaning
ask what
Other
they're
besides
forms of
referring
cash.
to.
Yeah,
compensation.
I think they meant by like the resources
Because
being
there's
brought
no
into the
need to
community.
muddy the there's no need to muddy the waters. It's them that are other people in the conversation. Like so when you asked, point made. They made the distinction of people who aren't even descendants of slaves getting something. That's their
I think
fucking website.
I think
Yeah,
So
but if you go
I
back and
legislation.
want
read
to make
it,
sure we're
if you
clear
Yeah.
go back
though.
and read it,
Yeah.
it said that other people will benefit. They didn't say that they were going to get anything. They said other people besides the
No, it said
descendants of
they
slaves
did. This is past tense.
in this country will benefit from this.
So Taz,
No,
that
this is
argument
past
is if
tense. It
I
said they
live
did
around a bunch
already.
of Jamaicans and I get it, they're gonna benefit. If I'm
We're not
Yeah,
putting
doing
this,
it.
yeah. If I own a piece of
We're not
property,
doing it in Belgium.
According,
yeah. If I
not
Yeah,
own a piece,
they're going to
yeah.
benefit from like I said, maybe
Come
like I
on,
said,
man.
resources coming into the community and them being in the community. I mean, as far as that, but I mean, they not going to be getting any of the money
if
like
it
directly.
benefits my schools and they live in
But
my community,
if
they're
you
gonna
got a
benefit
store
as
in the
well.
black community and this black community has got a whole bunch of reparations, your business in your store might go up and you'll
yeah,
benefit.
same
And
thing with property
that's what they're
owner.
talking about. Yeah,
If you're a tenant in a property and you receive reparations, yeah, I'm going to get my rent, so I would benefit. That don't mean I got reparations.
Yeah, I think this is why they because if you can't acknowledge that difference, I think this is where motherfuckers start that delineation shit. That
I
shit
hear
is
the
clear cut to
difference.
me.
I do.
well, they
I
already
You know what I'm
hear
saying?
it.
I
delineated. I
don't
don't care about that delineation shit. They already delineated.
like,
The motherfuckers hate Africa. I don't care about
but
that.
this,
I'm talking about.
but
I'm saying
but
what
this
I'm
ain't even
saying
about
is
hating Africa when it's not being acknowledged. Like
they already
literally what
delineated.
that
They
said.
already delineated. That's irrelevant.
I
You like
guess what I'm
people
saying
telling me
being
they leaving
fairly in the
somewhere they
middle.
never been is irrelevant.
I guess
Like
what I'm saying being fairly in the middle, pause, is that if something was given to people who weren't the descendants of slaves, we would have to see that on paper. Other than that, I can only kind of translate that legislation as if it benefits me, it's going to benefit them. You get what I'm saying?
Wouldn't it take away? Like, wouldn't it like if people that's
Is
not
this the bill that was put forth by the African Union?
But deity, if nothing, no,
No, no,
this is
it had
American.
nothing to do with the African Union.
But not deity.
Who's
If
proposing this
40 and
bill?
NARC are intertwined? I mean, HR 40 and Cobra and NARC have been they're the leading entities that's been changing and revising HR 40. So
correct.
Yeah, and they've been fighting
not for
for
the better.
reparations
Not for
for
the better.
nobody
people
else
that are
was.
Words of
descendants
Nobody
of
else
slavery.
was.
sincerity. It's
Yeah.
not for the better. It's not a true
Nobody else
form.
was.
It's not a true form. Huh?
I guess deity, the argument is that if let's say I'm 100% tether, right? And my parents didn't build schools here and whatnot, right? I'm 100% Bayesian, right? But I live next to you. If you get a direct payment, if you get direct investment in your schools, my kids go to the same schools as your kids. So we would all benefit
Yeah,
as
the
Africans.
economy is going to benefit when we get reparations. It's going to go back into the economy. That's why nobody talking about some need to worry about
Nigga,
who's
don't
going to
know
spend their money,
Chinese
who's
live
going to
in our
spend their money.
community.
It's all going to,
Chill, deity.
it's all going to
Let's
benefit
deal
the
with me
economy.
and you
So
living
yes, you're
next
right.
door to each
The
other.
whole economy is going to benefit as a whole.
Deity, let's deal with me and you living next to each other, right? You get the payment as full FBA, I'm full tether, but our kids go to the same school. If a portion of that payment goes to schooling, my kid is gonna benefit as an African, right?
Yeah,
Without getting a direct payment.
indirectly. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So that's kind of how I'm interpreting it.
That's okay. You can benefit off of you
So not
can have
even you have a problem with that.
a non-tangible benefit. That's cool.
So you don't have a problem. All right then. So let's move forward and get this check. We don't have no issue there.
Hey, y'all know who gonna benefit the most from reparations?
Here this nigga go.
White
White man.
people.
U.S. corporations. That's who gonna
Yeah,
benefit
I
the most
agree.
from reparations.
You
I
sound
agree
like
with
Dave Chappelle,
That
man.
sound
Based
like
on
you sound that's the Jordan argument.
You sound like
yeah,
Dave
based on the
Chappelle.
dynamics. Yeah,
You think they
yeah,
gonna spend it
nah.
all on Jordans?
that's
Retarded
why
fresh.
that is the primary reason why the U.S. dollar
It'll be some.
is the request.
It'll be some people that will waste it.
Yo,
Some.
Psycho, meet
I
me
would think
indoors.
I would think the vast majority of them would try to figure out how to stack their money and how to try to flip it or whatever the case may be. I think that's what the vast majority of black people would do. But you will
Well,
have
they
some that
believe.
Or,
will flip it out.
But
or,
Shit must mean
Psycho,
even
again, bro.
that is still subjective because if
Psycho.
they're satisfied with it, if that's how they want to, I guess, utilize their funds, then it is benefiting them. They have achieved what they
Uh,
set out to do. They
I
want
wouldn't
to
make that
blow their
argument.
money at the casino.
But
So how is
Psycho,
that
what I would
hurting
say, Psycho,
society or anybody else?
a
No,
large
what?
portion
So
of
we
it
gonna
might go to paying
Serena,
Go
down
ahead.
debt,
Go ahead.
right?
Wait a minute. So
do me a
we
favor, share
just
my
gonna.
screen, bro. I want to show this
Get Native
mission
American.
statement.
Hold on,
All
but
right.
So we
I'm
buying
not
Jay's
necessarily
fried
saying
chicken
niggas
and
is gonna.
PlayStation Cadillac
I'm
trucks.
I'm not necessarily. No. Hold on. I'm not necessarily saying we're gonna trick it on. I mean, a
That
large
is
portion of
what
it's
you
gonna be tricked
saying,
on dumb
nigga.
shit. Let's be real.
See?
Like, no, I mean,
All right, so
I'm
you
willing
are
to
saying
admit.
that, nigga.
Some will. I said
I
some
said,
will. I don't think
wait.
all, but I don't think most. But
Right,
some
like yeah,
will.
like niggas is gonna trick on some dumb shit, but like that's
So look,
materialism though. That's capitalism. That's not unique to black people. But hold on, real quick, Chaz. But I
Because
also
y'all already
think
got the
though,
check cut and everything, bro. Hey,
more niggas. Hold on, but look, more niggas is gonna invest in the stock market. More niggas is gonna invest
come on,
in
man.
businesses. More niggas like, but ultimately that investing in the stock market, right? Like that evaluation of of U.S. corporation is gonna go up. Is because niggas is gonna entrench themselves more into U.S. corporatism. That's all.
I don't.
Hey, yo,
Yeah, I
Chaz,
don't know if
that's
it's
my
automatic, Domo.
25% tether.
No,
Yeah,
I kind of agree with
I
you.
don't. I don't know. I don't
I'm
know if the stock
25%.
market. Damn, Will.
I mean, it's
I don't know if the stock market is going to be automatic in terms of different people or volume or amount. But
I know
like I
GQ
said,
gonna put his money
if
there.
yeah, whatever they want to do. If they want to
Right.
blow it at the casino, if they want to blow it on GMO foods, fast food,
That's a bad
overpriced
argument.
cars. I mean, they benefited. How is
That's a
that
bad
hurting
argument.
the collective or other individuals?
economy.
I
I'm
mean,
still kind of murky on that. But go ahead.
Well,
hold on. Wait.
if we're saying we're getting reparations to empower blacks and niggas is just blowing the money, yeah, that hurts the cause. That's an
blowing the
easy
money.
argument to make.
Wait. Can I
But
ask the
nah,
panel?
but whether or not
Hold
niggas
on,
deserve
Domo.
reparations.
Let me ask this question. It's not about whether we deserve or not. Is capital the only view or perspective of reparations that
Not for me. Not
I
for
Cut the
me.
check.
mean,
Cut
yeah.
the
Not
check.
for me. That's
God
both
damn.
people be
I
screaming.
don't even think
It's
that's
bigger than that
possible.
for me.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, I wouldn't even. And when you talk about a check, I don't even know what
I
price
don't
tag to
trust
put on
nothing
it
else.
Right.
because I feel
I don't
uncomfortable
trust
shooting a
nothing
price
else.
out there as far as like a number amount because like How do you put a number amount on what the fuck we've been through? Like, I don't even feel comfortable doing
And
that.
I think the thing
I
is
Psycho.
I,
that
I
Hold on,
do
let
I
me
do
see,
feel like
Psycho.
there's
Have you
more
ever
than
because
had
just
a?
certain
Have
money
you
at
ever had
stake.
a?
politicians are crazy enough
My
in the
fault. My
moment.
fault.
Like the
Psycho. Have you
Donald
ever had
might
an hour?
say,
Have you ever had
the
an hourly
Donald might
job?
say, hold on, Domo. The
Yeah,
Donald
Damn.
might say, I gave
There
you
you
all
go.
$5,000. No one gave you
yeah,
reparations. I tried.
You hear
The
me?
blacks weren't
There you
yeah,
happy.
go.
yeah.
That's how
All
you
That's
put
right.
it
a lot
back.
of
Like the
hours.
fact that,
That's a lot
yeah,
of
exactly.
hours.
Like that's what I'm
So we
saying.
got to be
The fact
careful.
that we put that we could if we could put a dollar amount on how much an hour of our life costs. If we could do that, nigga, we could put a dollar amount on shit
Oh
on
yeah,
Jim
but
Crow.
I'm saying like how much? Like I don't like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like
Is it going to be
I don't know. I'm gonna shoot for
amortized?
the start. I mean, I'm not saying we don't deserve a check. I'm just saying I don't even know what price as far as like number amount as
How you would
far as how
evaluate the
much
number?
money we're owed. I wouldn't even know where to
Right
start.
now, the tether's in on it.
I
So
mean,
What
here's
based
happened?
the
on
thing.
Hey,
the
What's
yo,
this right
Dev,
here?
based
stop
on
playing,
Again,
BP.
And
so
Copa
again, this
recognizes.
is the
Yeah,
mission
say
statement. You know what I'm
and
saying?
Copa recognizes it's kind of small for me. Reparations is a just demand for all African people and shall join. What it say? All.
Shall
What's that
join with
say?
others
Does it
and shall
say and
join
the
with
land?
others
That's just real
and
small
shall
for me.
join with others in building the international
Shit,
reparations movement.
See,
Okay,
here's the thing
international
that I
Wait,
want
reparations,
to
right? That's
say.
not this
wait,
country. They're not saying that this
Midge.
country owes
International.
all Africans reparations. That's like that's the international
I
thing saying that
want
all
two
Africans
tax-free
in the
generations.
diaspora owe reparations in some shape, form, or
They're
fashion.
saying, but prior to that, they're saying
You give me
all
but
two
African people
tax-free
in
generations.
conjunction with building
Yeah,
an
we up.
international reparations movement. This
Oh, niggas
It
don't
says
pay taxes.
international reparations
Hey,
movement. Yeah, international
niggas get
reparations
But
I'm
hauled
just
movement.
ass.
saying,
Domo,
this is what
but
niggas'
Domo,
issue is with it, though. That's what niggas' issue is with it, though.
Yeah, but
you
it
the
says the
political.
no
international
other
reparations
Hey,
movement.
countries
Domo,
That's
got
not
their
this
own
country.
reparations
That's
you're the
not
movement,
this
yo.
country,
political
though.
pundit, right? If we had to
Right,
sell
and
this,
and
right? If we
they need to
sold it
we need to
through,
mind our own business.
if we
We need to
sold
focus
it
on
through
our
tax
shit.
breaks, right? People would
Yeah.
be more, I'm talking about the outside people, would be more willing to say, all right, we'll let them pay themselves through their labor, right? They would have less problem paying people who are working. All right. If we got to give up reparations instead of them just getting a blanket check, fine. We'll only pay the niggas that got a job and you don't have to pay no taxes. That might cause more niggas to get a job.
Ain't no
Yeah, but
jobs
but
left,
All of
nigga.
that.
That's a
hold on,
dumbass argument.
but that
Bruh,
loss of tax revenue though,
what are you
it
talking about?
can be detrimental. Like
You
if we
said niggas
lose
ain't
out on a
working?
large, like cause we because the way we talk about taxes is as if it's this thing that just takes from us, and it's like
But I'm
nah, nigga, the
saying,
road.
but what I'm
Somebody got to
saying
pay
is
for this
if you
shit.
have to choose, if you have to choose between a capital payment, right? Being able to
Yeah,
put up several billion at one time or spreading this out over time by taking away from the tax revenue, yeah, I think
give me
that
the
would be an
billion.
easier sell.
Give me the
You get
billion.
my point? That
Nah,
would
I'm
be
gonna
an
probably need the
Nah,
easier
billion.
nigga, ain't
sell.
no guarantee I'm gonna be around and get that motherfucking payment in
Well, yeah, we know that,
2062.
Dev, but you know, some niggas gonna lose out. We get that, Dev.
Shit.
But
Life expectancy been decreasing as we speak. Shit, since slavery. The fuck I'm gonna agree to some bullshit
it's
like
not
that
gonna
for?
be perfect, Dev. But if
I guess no.
we
If we
need to
got,
prioritize making this not an
I guess
imaginary
not.
check.
If we gotta make sure that the government or the state benefits also.
So let me ask you, Domo, does that make sense? Like knowing politics the way you know it, if we had to pass this through legislation and we could sell it by, okay, these are working blacks that are gonna pay themselves,
I know
which
where
is
you
Okay.
get
not
that
gonna
working
tax
black
them.
shit
No, no,
from,
no,
yo.
no, 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 no. Will, you talk? Like I said, y'all
What?
got me twisted, bro. I am
What
a
the hell,
radical nigga.
John?
Look, I'm
The
a
what?
radical nigga. You wanna know how they should pay? You know how they should pay for reparations? Pay for cutting the check? Taxing
Yeah,
the
but you
rich.
know radical niggas
Tax the
lose every day.
billionaires.
You lost
What
the
Tax the
the hell,
election.
billionaires.
Leon?
Now
Listen,
see,
you lost with
Tax
Kamala.
the
You know
billionaires.
that
And
radical shit loses.
how that tax money go towards
Hear
reparations.
what I'm saying,
Make the
Domo?
billionaires pay for that shit.
Domo,
What you
you
be
and
talking about?
Kamala lost. You know that radical shit will lose
Damn,
damn near
man.
every time, right?
okay,
I'm
so
asking you, is that
Hey,
sellable?
Harriet
With
Tubman would
what
have
you
shot you,
know,
nigga.
Hold on.
Harriet Tubman would have shot you, nigga. The way you talking right
Hold.
now, you got shot. I'm just
Would have
saying.
shot you,
Harriet ain't
bruh.
got no smoke with me, my nigga. I'm for the
No,
cause.
hold on, nigga. We talking
No,
about getting off the plantation, and you up there talking about, well, you know that
I've been
radical
off the
shit,
plantation, my
that
nigga.
that
Make an
runaway
AI
shit,
song.
nigga. Your
Ain't
name is
nobody never
Wall
made a
Street
song
Willie.
about that, bro.
Yeah,
Your name is Wall Street Willie,
that's
nigga.
right.
You an overseer on the plantation. What you mean?
Nah, not
Wall
even.
Street,
I used to
Wall
be the
Street,
pro. I
Grandma
used to be the
Harriet,
product.
she shot
I
that
used to be the
coon.
product. Now I have
and
an
you still
office.
the product. What did you mean?
I
You
have an
still the
It
office.
used
product.
to be.
What is you
Nah, I'm not
talking
Hey
really
about?
the
yo,
product no more.
hey yo,
Nah,
You
Willie,
still the
Willie,
product.
that's easy
Wall
to
Street.
sell.
Harriet Tubman,
If you
she
going up
shot that
there,
coon.
you better make sure to ask for everything we owe, no exceptions. I don't want to hear that shit. Give me
I
Nigga,
my
y'all
did.
ain't
money,
gonna
give me
get
my
Willie to
tax
represent
break.
no goddamn reparations
So
movement. You just
Give
Swarthy,
me
heard this nigga
all
say
that
he
I'm
ain't for or
owed.
against it.
Reparation.
The fuck
Ayo,
y'all choosing
Swarthy,
him
let me
for?
ask you
Let
this,
the
Swarthy.
keys
You
set.
understand
That motherfucker
diplomacy,
not
don't
gonna even
you?
be in discussion. Yeah.
Swarthy, you understand
Cut that check,
diplomacy, don't
bro.
you?
Cut that
He gonna
check,
make sure the
bro.
white man benefit
Swarthy,
if
you
anybody get any
understand
goddamn
no matter
money.
how right we are, we're not gonna get everything we asking for, right? You understand that, right,
Cut
Swarthy?
that check. Knuckle.
I do
Knuckle.
understand that,
All right then. So what
but
I'm saying is,
but it's certain
what I'm
stuff we
saying
shouldn't be
is,
willing to
what
compromise
I'm
under no
saying is,
circumstance.
in this argument, we have to also, if we want to win, think about the best arguments
Fundamentally.
we can create and capitalize on.
Bro,
And so
us
me,
paying ourselves for reparations defeat the purpose. It defeat the point.
Yeah, that's not repairing
Nah,
us.
and
I
That's
and
not
and, and
disagree.
reparations.
I
wait a minute.
disagree. If I
Okay,
can still, live in this country, right, and white folk gotta maintain the street lights staying on and all that, but I could live untaxed. You talking 30 to 35,000 minimum, right? Back in my crib.
but okay, Willie, that's your
Yeah, I'm with
crib,
that
bro.
shit.
You gotta look at the numbers, man. What's the average
Willie
household
always do
mean?
that.
Yeah,
Willie
what's the
always
average
do
house?
that.
The average household mean
Harriet
55,000.
Tubman, yes, she shot that coon. She shot all the coons and made them dead by
Hey, yo,
noon.
fuck you, Chaz.
No, I'm sitting here thinking, man, ain't nobody ever made a song about that though, bro. Like that's like I'm
I'm
gonna
being real
see
though,
what the
Taz.
AI
You
can
know
put together.
politics, Taz. We
We
gotta make
you
an argument
No,
we
we
can
don't.
win.
No, we
you're not
don't.
doing the
No,
math,
you
man. You
never to lie on that
shortchanging
nigga
us.
like that.
Hey, yo,
Just
Taz, my
lie.
argument is for decades
All right, Willie.
we've been making a reparations argument we can't win.
Let
That's
me
why we
let
ain't get no
me
money.
let me say this real quick, Willie. It should be like 1.5 per descendant. If it was something taken from your family, then you should get a little bit more. They need to allocate grants that specifically for the
1.5
descendants of
million?
shadow
You got
slavery.
distortion in your
It-
mic, Suave. A
1.5
little bit
million?
distortion, yeah.
1.5 million?
Hold on, can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, that's
1.5
much better.
million?
Yes, it should be. It should
Across
be
how
more.
many
Well,
people?
it should be more. I mean, in reality, it should be more than that, but it should be. I will say 1.5 million per descendant.
I
We
even
shouldn't have
think
to
that
pay
number is
taxes.
crazy into what we
I'm sure
believe we
I'm
can
okay with that,
accomplish.
but let me say it anyway.
Go ahead.
They should give us 1.5 per descendant. If something was taken from your family, then you should get more than that per descendant.
I
We
agree.
shouldn't pay taxes. We should be able to go to any educational
Big
institution
number.
in America for free,
Oh, you
forgiveness
want
of all
everything.
dets, and
Oh,
they
you
should
want
issue it a
everything.
letter of an
I
apology
respect it.
and straight up. And I'm not
I
biting
want
my
all
tongue
that
on that.
shit too, Swarthy. But
And what is this based on?
I'm realistic about where I live.
It's like an
And nah,
international
that ain't gonna
standard.
happen. They're not giving you
No, I'm
all
saying
that.
like is this based on slavery? Is this based on Jim Crow? What are
It's
the
a
Slavery.
combination
parameters
of
for this
all
being
of it,
correct?
Taz. It's a
Slavery.
combination
Let's
of
say
slavery,
Taz.
Jim
Let's say we
Crow,
put a
being
year on it, 18, whatever, you know what I mean? And you have to prove your family lineage back to that point in America. You have to attach
Yeah,
yourself
that's
to
cap.
some form of slavery.
I mean, it ain't
That
gotta go.
shit dead
It could be
episode.
like 1890. It ain't gotta be too extreme, but
DOA.
if you went through discrimination, if you was a part of redlining, if you were a part of the era of black people who when they went
Bro,
for loans, they
redlining was
didn't get them.
Hey, yo, the
1930s, bro.
FBA is gonna have a
Like you up
problem,
But
into the
it's
Taz.
not
1930s,
reparations. Is not
1950s.
just to repair for slavery, Taz. It's also to prepare. It's also to repair
Like,
all the laws
I'm
that was
just
put in
saying
again,
place
by
that
that point, Marcus
disenfranchised
Garvey is
us.
here. By that point, Marcus
I'm
But they,
Garvey
listening
is
to
pissed. So
y'all
the
cap argument.
FBA's,
no, I'm just saying they still have to account for black people being disenfranchised even after slavery. So you
yeah,
still got to make up for all of those home loans you didn't let us get. You still got to make up for denying us business loans.
I ain't
You
mad at
still they
that.
got to make up for all
Who
of
gotta
that.
who
That's
gotta
what
make up
reparations mean.
who gotta make
Shit,
up for that?
the United States motherfucking government.
Yeah,
White
you're
America.
gonna
Fuck,
die on that
fuck
hill.
them loans, nigga.
Go
You owe us free money. Nigga. Free money. Fuck what you talking
march
Now
No, I'm
about.
not
you
on
talking
to
about no
that
understand
hill,
my
loans. They
fam.
point.
need to pay.
You're
No, they
gonna
need
Now
to
die on
pay
you
that hill
understand
every
my
reparations.
point,
time.
Taz. That's not an argument you gonna win. Know what I mean? No matter how right
You
it
can't
is,
make that argument either, though. I mean, I can switch sides. You can't make that argument.
I'm saying
What the fuck you
what I'm
talking about?
presenting, what I'm presenting is something that we're more than likely able to get
Nigga, you
approved.
just fucking
That's
ad
all I'm
hominem.
saying.
You ain't got no goddamn
You
facts.
was in some sellout shit, Will.
I
That's
didn't
what you
ad
was in.
hominem nothing. I didn't
You know,
disrespect nobody.
Well,
They
post up
calling
your
me the
goddamn
sellout,
evidence
Kev.
then, nigga.
Relax.
You relax.
Evidence of what? What evidence you
What you
want?
just said, nigga.
So my
Yeah, what
evidence
would
of
you
what I
be? What
just
would you be
said is
presenting?
niggas won the whole bag. Niggas ain't got nothing yet, right? That's my
Yes, they
evidence.
have.
I mean, well,
Yes,
I'm
they
not asking
have.
for
They
bro,
$10
have
million
reparations.
at the same.
Reparations
Will's
is about
plan was to
closing
make
the
niggas
black-white
work to
wealth
pay for
gap.
their own reparations. That's Will's plan. We pay for
Look,
our own
look. So,
reparations
Right,
so
they
hey,
gonna
hey,
throw
Okay,
him
hey,
to the
we can.
goddamn
hey,
wolves
listen.
for that. As
Black-white
soon as
wealth
they
gap.
find
Look,
out it's
because I
will,
don't.
that
I'm simply
motherfucking head
saying
gonna
it's an
be on a
option.
platter.
I'm simply saying it's
But
an
look, I don't
option.
want to get too past the bad point that was made. So listen, when you start moving into the Jim Crow era and start talking about redlining and things like that,
Right.
those checks are being cut right now. That's already happening. So when you elevate the conversation to the federal government, are you sure? Can
You
you
make your
show me the
burden of proof
jurisdiction
more
Yes,
that
difficult.
yes, yes.
provides that?
They was complicit.
Because
Federal government was complicit.
right,
It was like, come on, Taz, we can't
right. And I
like
keep hearing y'all say that. But the local communities that are actually responsible for the redlining, that conversation is happening in those communities. The federal government will never discuss redlining with anybody in reference to harm. They didn't
But
do it.
what about Taz? What about black people
I
being
could agree with that.
disenfranchised in general in America, even after being freed as slaves?
That's not a
What,
federal government issue.
what
I
about
mean,
the
Like, what are
corporations?
you?
how you overlook
That
the
could be
legal
argued.
framework? You can't overlook the legal framework that the government provided.
But you
You
can't
cannot,
overlook that
Like
it's
what?
not under
Like
federal
what?
jurisdiction either.
Like
huh?
show
You
me the
can't
legal
overlook that it's
framework.
not federal jurisdiction that's doing that.
You say you can't
You got to
overlook
show me.
that. There's
Yeah,
no
it's
Yeah,
way
not.
so
you
That's
can
look,
not
so the
federal.
overlook
That's
reason,
not Washington
it.
the reason
D.C.
why you, hold on,
It's
but
Go
the
ahead.
reason why you
private
can't
legal
overlook it,
framework.
Diddy, the reason why you can't overlook it, Diddy, is this little thing called states' rights, federalism.
Uh, yeah.
So
No, it's not a
all
little
like,
thing.
Yeah, but you got to
yeah,
understand
you know,
why
but you know what
the
I mean,
federal
though. You know
government
what I'm saying?
is
Like,
implicated and why
No, I'm
there's many
hinging my whole
aspects.
argument on that. Shit,
but like
that's
Yeah,
the
but there's
federal
everything, bro.
government,
many elements
like for
why
example,
the
if you
federal
get
government is implicated in that. Like you can't omit the federal government from it.
not, but hold on,
No,
but when you say
you can't just say the
implicated,
white man and
You're
then
culpable and
expect
you're
That's
and
capable.
cool,
slap a
man.
blanket
well, no,
across everybody in
well,
Washington D.C.
so when you talk about states' rights, that's a certain level of autonomy. That means that the federal government isn't implicated in what it says states have the rights to do. Like for example, if you say like so for example like with policing, right? States like how you handle your policing is a question of the states, how that functions, right? So if the government is saying this autonomy is good, right, because it creates a balance between federal power and state power, and then states do some shit with that autonomy that happens to be fucked up, you can't say that's the fault of the federal government
The federal
because
government played a
hold
role
on,
in
so
Jim
hold on.
Crow. No, the federal government
No,
played a role in Jim Crow.
Jim
Like, what are
Crow
you
was
talking
not.
about?
Hold on,
Like,
Diddy. Jim Crow was
what are
not
you
a federal
talking about? So
policy.
the book I read is
Yeah,
right or
Diddy,
wrong?
Diddy, Diddy. Jim Crow was not a
The federal
federal
government
policy.
played a role in Jim
From
Crow.
one
Like, what are you
from
talking?
one
Just because you
No,
wrong
can't
point to the
prove it,
next.
don't mean.
no, wait, hold on,
What
Diddy.
role?
The federal
What
government
role?
had nothing to do with Jim Crow, bro. The
that was
federal
I
states.
would
government had
say
nothing to
what
do with Jim
role?
Crow.
They didn't
Okay,
prevent it
all
though.
right, okay. So I guess the
They
scholar
they
is
couldn't
wrong,
prevent
you
it
might be
because of
wrong,
states' rights.
and based off my research, you're saying that the federal
What are
government
you?
is
Domo,
So
the
what are you
federal
not
government
arguing?
and the state
not
should pay though.
complicit.
Both entities should
Give
Nah,
pay.
me the
Jim Crow
example.
was
Give
a
me the
statewide
example.
issue. That's why it wasn't in the north, it was in the south.
Yeah, right, exactly. So because if you blame, hold on, if you blame the federal government for Jim Crow, then you also have to blame the federal government or give the federal government credit for more integrated communities in the North.
Hold on, I
No,
disagree with that comment that Jim Crow wasn't in the North. You guys need to watch the documentary Racial Covenants,
It was
No,
and it's
definitely in
called Jim Crow in the
it
North.
wasn't Jim
They were
Crow.
still.
It
Nah,
was
they didn't have
called.
Jim Crow laws up here.
It was black
Definitely in the
Okay,
codes.
North.
I agree with you on that,
Right.
Michael. It wasn't to that
Hold on, no,
degree,
listen,
but it was
listen.
still a
You
lot of
had
discrimination taking
Hey,
place
hold
in
on,
the
but
North.
but nobody's saying
that's
discrimination
the
didn't take
nuance.
place in the North. That's
Right, I was gonna
nobody
say,
saying
what?
that.
Yeah, you got to watch
I
the
like,
nuance.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all got you got to pay attention to the argument more so, right? Jim Crow was a part of Southern culture,
True.
right? So literally, the suppression of black people was a part of the identity of whites
It was
in
based.
the South, right? So
He
that
was able to
means that
codify
it was.
it. Yeah.
Right, and the way that they codified it was through their mayors, through their sheriffs, through their city councils. You know what I'm saying? Through their governors. Those were the people that was responsible for creating policies, like creating these very blatant, specific anti-black policies. Right. So all the federal government said was states have the type of autonomy to be able to be, and not even the federal government, the Constitution gives state like racism
So
isn't illegal
Reconstruction.
at
Did
all.
the federal government play a role in Reconstruction?
I mean, the federal
Absolutely.
government played a role. I could
What
say
was
that the
that?
federal government played a role in undermining Reconstruction. I do agree, right? Like, but
Yes.
at the same time, the previous the Reconstruction policies
But they went
before,
right back to before the Civil War, where then they put everything back off on the states.
right, exactly, right. So
Bureau.
because
They
what
started
Lincoln
by
and
the
them was
federal
doing
government.
was considered government overreach because Lincoln wanted the federal government to play a direct role in Reconstruction. When he got assassinated,
Right.
that
This is how
shifted.
you get Jim Crow. Right.
So
That's
the
how you
federal
get Jim
government
Crow.
holds no responsibility concerning paying reparations to
No,
descendants of
no,
chattel
no,
slavery.
no.
Well, no,
They
I mean,
do.
okay, well,
I'm arguing
let's
no. I
juxtapose it.
argue no.
Oh
Let's,
man,
Blanket no.
but
y'all can't
real
hear me.
quick.
I'm gonna say yes. If you
I
can,
would
y'all hear
I hear
me?
you, GA.
emphatically
No,
yes.
I hear
we
you,
hear you,
bro.
G.
Go
We
ahead,
hear you,
GA.
GA. We hear you.
Go
What
ahead,
about the
GA. Go ahead, brother.
corporations?
Go ahead.
No, because it was the Supreme Courts that gave corporations benefited more from the amendments of Reconstruction than the damn people who were supposed to.
But they
Wells
also handed
Fargo.
down laws to fight against it. Also,
I mean, okay, let's look at separate but equal, right? From a Supreme Court standpoint, all and fuck, I don't want this to sound like I'm pro separate but equal,
But you gotta tell
right?
the
I
truth,
don't.
nigga. Go ahead.
But yes, but but I gotta
are
be
you
honest
about are
about
you about to save the white man no more?
Nah,
Oh,
nah. Oh, no, you gotta hear me out though. Like that's what I'm saying. Just hear me out. Hear the
Thank you,
Apologies.
Miss
position.
Ferguson.
From
Yeah, let me get
a
it out so I can call him apologies. Go ahead.
I'm not bro. I'm not saying like hold on. Talk about. If we go based off of the theory and the theory behind the decision was most niggas would agree with, right? Like most niggas we would say like yeah
Then he try
we
to
want
link
our
us in
own.
there. I'll fucking hear
Hold
that shit.
on. Most like if you, it's really like okay, yeah, y'all don't have to be smashed together, right? Like we don't have to live in the same communities. You just need equal opportunity and equal access, right? And so what the reason why that was overturned was because the ways in which it was justified did the exact opposite. It created the separation, but didn't provide the equal opportunity and equal access. But if it would have worked out that way, you know what I'm saying? Which is, I understand that that's like a tall ask. You know what I mean? But if it would have worked out that way, then we would have had segregated communities with niggas who with like niggas who had their own shit. But because white people was in control of everything, they actively denied niggas, you know what I'm saying, opportunities and resources and that type of shit. So when we say we blame the government for separate, but like blame the federal government for separate and equal, if you look at it from and make the constitutional argument, the government wasn't saying deny black people resources, opportunity, and all that other shit. The government was saying, which is why the shit got overturned in the first place, was that y'all can be separate, but the opportunity and shit got to be the same. It was the way that the states interpreted it that caused it to, you know what I'm saying, turn into Jim Crow.
Right. I'll back you up on that shit, bro.
Okay, but even with that still being said, no more, right? So is your are you coming from a place of the government is not responsible for reparations?
I think if we
Okay, Taz, I
look at
got
it,
you.
And they're not culpable.
I think if we look at it from a if we look at it from a precedent standpoint, I would say based on precedent, no. And the reason why I would say based on precedent, no, is because if you look at the what happened with Native Americans and what happened with the Japanese, that was the federal government playing a specific role in fucking them over. But like the federal government itself played a specific role in fucking them over. Like they did that. The federal government policy is what took indigenous land, violated treaties and all that other shit, and then and created the justification for rounding up Asian Americans during World War II. Like they did
I
that shit.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you and Taz are saying. I understand that.
But fuck separate but equal and fuck the Dred Scott decision. You know what I'm saying? Like fuck
Yeah, I
that
mean,
nigga.
come on, man. You
Separate with
can't make
equal.
me.
That was Plexi Ferguson.
Oh,
Yeah, that was.
Plessy Ferguson, right? Dred Scott was niggas can't be citizens. So niggas is
Right.
property. That other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plessy Ferguson, right?
So you
So
gonna tell
brothers and
me?
sisters have to seek reparations in the states that they were born in or spent a certain
Mm,
amount of time in?
So please tell me. Well, hold on, wait. Please tell me how that's going to close the black-white wealth chasm if we are going to leave it up to the states. And please, and please be mindful of states of each state's annual. What's that? Each state has an annual budget. So be mindful of that. So please articulate how, if we leave it up to the states, how states are going to close, because that's what it's about. It's about closing the black-white wealth gap. That's what it's, by the mean and not the medium. So please articulate how, if we leave it up to the states and the municipalities and universities, etc., how is that going to close the black-white wealth gap?
It's
Well,
not
I
to
mean,
close no wealth
That's
gap.
what
That's not the reason though. I mean,
black-white
that's
wealth gap.
I thought it was about
so.
repair.
I would argue that's not. Yeah, it's not about closing the wealth gap. That's
Oh,
a bad way
oh,
to
you would
present
argue
it.
it's not about closing the wealth gap?
Nah, it's about
No, yeah,
repair.
that's what
Yeah,
that's a
I can take
direct.
away a rich motherfucker's money and wealth, and the gap will be closer. I don't necessarily have to
Yeah,
gain nothing.
I'm saying that's a direct result though of what's supposed to happen in terms of the money or whatever. But that's not the goal. The goal is to get the repair.
So you think the
Like I said, I
example
think
in
that's where the
Evanston,
bad
Illinois
arguments
is a good
come from.
example? You think the Evanston, Illinois housing? I mean, so you think that's
Yes, it's a perfect
trunk
example
closing the black wealth?
of redlining and whatnot in terms of housing discrimination. It's perfect. It doesn't cover all discrimination, but in terms of housing discrimination, that is right there at the top of the list. Yes, fam, they're cutting a check in terms of what they did in terms of housing discrimination. Yes, that don't cover all forms of discrimination, but for what they did in terms of housing, yes, cut that check. Get those people a better
It do.
opportunity today.
Because the state did that. They ran
They
those
still
people out of their homes for the what college is up there? Is the university, not University of Chicago,
Northwestern.
Northwestern University benefited from that.
Yes.
The state allowed a state
I
entity
can
to
show you
harm
that.
black people. So
They had a lot of racial covenants here in Minnesota too, actually.
well, we just talking about Evanston's
Right. That's local. See, that's local though. You know what I'm saying? Those
yeah.
racial covenants, when they started lifting those, instead of people standing around clapping, they should have been writing. They should have been preparing. Because if we start looking back when they removed those, that shit was public, man. A lot of that shit just came off the books in the last 10 years. But niggas wasn't talking reparations.
I don't think black Minnesotans really took it serious enough, Taz. They didn't really prepare to document it and pursue Minnesota for reparations.
So that is what attributes to the black-white wealth gap. So I don't understand you guys saying it's not about closing the black-white wealth gap. It's slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, all that is what attributes to us
that's
being
not
not
how
having no money.
That's not how you present your grievance. Did you got to show the damage and what was the correlation
I
of,
ain't talking about from
you
a legality standpoint. I'm talking about politically. Politically, I'm talking about
Yeah,
politically.
politically ain't gonna be about no feelings
Right?
though.
'Cause I,
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to
yeah.
go
somebody.
legal. It's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be legality. Feelings ain't gonna
You
work.
it got to be you did
See,
this and
that's why it's
and
a
it's
disconnect. See, 'cause I'm thinking of the mind of William A. Darity. He's not talking from a legality standpoint. He's talking about from a political, as far as congressional, you know.
no. Well, we understand
So
we
you guys
behind
are
we
saying we
understand.
legally have to prove how we were disenfranchised from the racial covenants?
Yeah,
I see what
yeah,
you're saying.
But I'm not opposed
yes.
to
You're gonna have to
it
show that, and
anyway.
that's why some Mexicans and some Arabs. There's gonna be all type of Arabs and Somalians getting that shit all up in Minnesota. Like that shit is real. It happened, bro. You know what I'm saying? So again, the exclusive language is what's holding up the process in some places. You know what I'm saying? Some of them just have to deal with the fact that this is what the city did. Whoever lived here, you lived here. Let's get the checks rolling though. This was 85% black. Whatever other
Taz,
motherfuckers
I
here, they
think
was
the
here.
first Somalis started showing up like around 92, I want to say, 93. So
No,
during the
man,
time of the racial covenants, I don't know if they was even here yet.
no, they was there, bro. They
Oh,
got there in the
somebody who?
70s. Somali
Oh, okay. I didn't
refugees
know that.
showed up in Minnesota in the 70s. I want to say 77, man, but I'm a little, I could be a
Okay,
little
that's when the
off.
first group of Somalis showed up here.
Yeah, but
I
they was
didn't
out
really
there.
see no Somalians. Like
They was
I didn't grow up
being
with no Somalians.
they was being farm. They was used as farm in the farm country of Minnesota, which I don't know
I,
exactly
s-
where
I
that
seen a
is.
few documentaries and specials that they did show about the Somalis that have farms up here too. I actually saw something going into what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, that's the 70s though. I want to say late 70s, 77, 78, something like
Okay,
that.
I didn't know they had been there that long. I thought they started coming in like 92.
No, 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 they was there before 92. They probably
Uh,
started coming to the city in 92, but then don't quote me on that. But yeah,
yeah, 77 is when it started distributing the aid particular situation over there. So some of them were sent over here, and they had already been part of the foreign student exchange situation since the early 70s. Actually.
Okay, all right. I see what's going on.
But yeah,
Because
there were Somalis in Minneapolis, to be specific, Brooklyn Heights, uh, different parts of the, St. Paul. Well, not St. Paul, but more towards the west side.
yeah, they basically their community is like Riverside.
Yeah,
yeah,
west side.
It's like on the other side of US Bank Stadium. But
yeah.
but Dev, it's still a lot of them in St. Paul actually too. And that
Well,
boy that they
now,
got running
yeah,
for mayor
now
is
I was
probably
saying,
gonna fuck around and win because it is a lot of them here.
yeah,
I
I
think
was there doing George Floyd. I was there July 2020.
Okay. Okay, you was
So,
here recently then.
yeah,
but
so during the vandalism, all the
Yeah,
white
I was here
people,
during that time.
all the Asians, yeah, all the Chinese, all the Hispanics, their businesses were kind of trash, fucked up. But I did notice a lot of black and Caribbean and African businesses were protected and boarded up, and they weren't as damaged. It's not
Right.
all because I actually went in soul food restaurant, the fish spot down the street from uh, it was the Asian grocery store. That entire Asian grocery store was fucked up. All these old front windows were busted out. The Korean weed shop next door completely busted out. But the black owned business was up and running like ain't nothing happened.
Yeah, that whole little area was like pretty much torn down that you was talking about. When I
Yeah,
mean on my way to my job, I actually ride right by George Floyd Square. So I
yeah,
remember before all of that happened, that was like an open street, and
yeah,
now it's just a memorial for him. And you see people gather there and have meetings, and it's definitely a lot different ever since that happened.
yeah. Yeah, it was a Mexican restaurant catty corner from that. That was fucked up. It couldn't even open. Um, but I noticed as I was driving through that they went out their way to make sure that the black businesses were not vandalized or to minimum if they could help it.
Right. That was a crazy time, man. You know,
Yeah,
I remember seeing the National Guard out on Nicollet
yeah. I got
downtown,
pictures on my other phone. Yeah,
and then all the rallies that would take place. I was walking by when they set the little Irish pub that's on Nicollet on fire
yeah,
right
yeah. I
before
went back. I
the
went past
Target.
that. Yeah, to see the burnout. Yeah,
And then the craziest shit I think I saw in that whole process is I seen a dude driving down the street with a whole ATM in the passenger seat.
yep.
He might as well threw a seatbelt on that motherfucker. That shit looked
Yeah,
crazy as
I
hell.
did see that on social media.
I'm like, is this nigga really driving down the street with a whole
Yeah, it was all.
ATM in the passenger seat?
It was total anarchy, boy. That shit was crazy as fuck. I mean, it wasn't a delivery. We took a goddamn moving job contract. And I was like, what in the fuck? The lady was going from Minneapolis to Dallas.
Yeah,
And
that shit was crazy.
we were literally looking over our shoulder as we're taking shit out the fucking house, yo. It was,
Okay.
yeah, because we was trying to get done before dark and we didn't make it. It was like 10:30 before we got out of there.
Yeah, it was a lot of white teenagers out there too, with their
Oh
little
yeah,
black
yeah,
friends, and
yeah,
they want to
yeah,
prove that they down for black people and Black Lives Matter, and the hell with my parents, I'll fight for you, ass motherfuckers.
yeah. That came out kind of early, in terms of the vandalism claims and all that. I didn't even know
Yeah.
that they was protesting in my own goddamn fucking city. That's how separated I was from the whole goddamn situation.
Hmm.
That nigga wild. I'm mad as hell when I got back up to Chicago, bro. That shit was
You talking about
devastating.
you came up in 2020?
Yeah, I came back up there in June after that, right after that shit, like
Oh,
late
okay.
June.
Oh, okay. South Side, 67th, 70,
Yeah,
73rd, and what
yeah,
we call?
we just slid through there. We was out in DeKalb, but you know what I'm saying. We
Oh,
just
okay.
slid through and looked at, you know what I'm saying. What was I just didn't like it, but what stood out though, you did see like the spot boarded up, then a nigga
Yeah, the
store be
border.
right there still
Yeah,
open, and then
yeah,
another store next to it boarded up. Like they were literally going through fucking shit up, but they were sparing black businesses. I mean, it was
yeah,
obvious because you could still
just like
see the
Minneapolis.
black
Yeah.
business open. But
Hmm.
that fucked up though. You know what I'm saying? They devastated the community in terms of like looking at it, but they ain't fucked them black businesses up though. You
Yeah.
can say that.
Hmm.
That shit crazy, man. I done witnessed and seen this shit too many times, man. I remember when that shit happened with Rodney King, and just going from LA and coming to Minnesota to witness the whole George Floyd shit. It's like,
Run it
when
back.
are we ever gonna have a rest in this place?
No,
Nigga,
I would,
hell nah. That's why it's fuck America, nigga, because it ain't gonna be no rest.
yeah,
They
I
ain't
would say
gonna let us
shit.
rest.
Yeah, it
It
wasn't
ain't
really
been
up to
since I've
us.
been alive, Domo.
Yeah, it wasn't like black folks got up and said, "Hey, let's fuck shit up." No, all of it's response. All of it is
Yes.
response to aggression.
That's why all these niggas waving these American flags and proud to be an American ass niggas is coons. That's why Hulk Hogan is
I think every
6
city
feet.
American
one, man. I'm tired of y'all niggas doing this shit every day. Man, I'm just thinking of fucking American flag,
living
bro.
in
Give me a
America.
flag, my
I
boy.
hated that
Ridiculous, bro.
goddamn song. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
James
I'm a
Brown.
real
whew.
American. Fuck. Nah,
Oh
that,
What Rocky?
Lord.
What Rocky was that? Dad, what was that? Rocky 4?
3, I think. Wasn't it
I think it
3?
was
Nah, that's
Rocky 3.
four. That's
Oh, it's
four, nigga.
4?
That's four
That
when he
late?
was yeah, remember he was over there in Russia. He was
Yeah.
over there in Russia, bro. They did the whole little performance shit, bro. Got my
In
nigga
the middle
killed.
of the Cold War. So yeah, Russia was the enemy to everybody. Yeah. That shit was crazy as
if he
fuck.
dies, he dies.
Crazy, man. Murdered my nigga right there in Russia, bro. That was wild, bro.
You on
They got that
95
bullshit
Q?
off.
What's that? Is that the highway?
Hey, Rocky 4 was dope, man, but I like Rocky 3 because Rocky had to kind of learn how to move his head and box with more of a stick and move style. I thought Rocky 3 was the dopest Rocky. That's when
Yo,
he fought Mr. T.
what up to the panel? Peace.
Peace, family.
Ain't no peace, nigga. Ain't no
Mike
peace.
check,
Nigga, like
Mike
the alien
check.
said on Independence Day.
I ain't even know I was in the show. How long I been in there?
You believe in the Anunnaki, bro?
Anunnaki, rise.
Them that come from the sky, isn't that what that
From
means?
the sky.
No,
The ones that came from the sky?
peace to the panel.
Hey, Thomas, don't lie on Malcolm X, nigga. He said the exact opposite. That nigga said, I am not an American. I am one of the how many ever victims of America, nigga. What are we talking about?
Nah,
that
bro,
nigga
you
is
can't.
quoted as
Hold
saying
on,
that shit.
bro.
Hey, yo,
You
peace to the
can't
Anunnaki,
tell
panel,
me
what
man.
is that?
saying what
Like the
year, bro? What
Babylonian
year?
writings?
What year are we quoting Malcolm from? But we can't use 63 quotes from Malcolm when in 65 he was pushing a political agenda that was more beneficial to the American standpoint, bro. What are you talking about?
No, nigga, it wasn't for the American standpoint. It was from the black
Yes, it
standpoint,
was.
nigga.
He was
What are
pushing,
you
right,
talking about, nigga?
right. He pushing black people to vote in America. Vote as an American
Yes,
citizen.
but that's not.
What do
Hold
you
on, but
mean?
that's not from an American standpoint. That's from a black standpoint. What are you talking
Black
about?
American. Black American.
Okay,
Yes, black
bro,
American.
but okay, yes, but that's not from an bro. Okay, understand that America as a entity, ideology, and a concept, and blackness as a entity, ideology, and a concept have always been in conflict. So when he's talking about voting, he's not talking about voting to benefit America. He's talking about voting to push back against America. That's why one of his later speeches was the ballot and the bullet. It's either we get
Organization
autonomy.
called anti or Afro American Unity.
Afro.
Quit playing, bro.
Wait a minute. Wait,
Hold
say
on,
that again,
but
Taz.
that's the point though. The Afro, the
American,
reason
nigga.
why, hold on. The reason why you gotta
American,
put the
nigga.
Afro, hold on, the reason why you gotta put the
Stand up,
Afro part.
nigga.
Hold on, watch this. The reason why you gotta put the Afro part on there is because America don't fuck with you. You can't just be an American. You have to be a black American. You can't just be an
That's the old
American.
Malcolm.
You have to be an Afro-American. You can't just be
That's the
American.
old Malcolm.
You have to be African American. Still,
That
nigga,
ain't 60,
you don't
that
just
ain't
call yourself an
1965
American.
Malcolm.
Bro, I'm talking about today, nigga. You don't just call yourself. Matter of fact, nigga, you rock with the
I
FBA
do.
shit. Hold on. Matter of fact, you're black
I
first.
do.
You're not American first.
Hmm?
You're not American first. You're black first, right?
Yeah, I'm right. I always, yes, I'm black American. Black will
Right. No.
always be
He said
first.
black American.
Hold on. But you're black first, though, right? It's B1.
America second.
It's B1 though, right? It's
America
B1 though,
second.
right?
Right. And it's America second. Yes.
Right. Hey, listen, you can attach the coon and shit on there. That's fine. But at the end of the
Nah,
day,
so can everybody else.
Hey, Jomo.
That's crazy, bro.
Jomo, did you just call 65 Malcolm a coon?
No.
Wait, bro, hold on. I'm
No,
finna stop.
trying to
Yeah, he gotta be. Because it's cool.
trying to
Malcolm use American.
No,
Yeah,
he
without
used
without the word black in it. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Let's use y'all favorite word. Delineate. Why do we have to put
You need to
Afro in
heard me
front of
say no
American?
shit like that.
Hold on. Why do we gotta put Afro in front of American? To delineate, nigga. Because you're not a American. You can't just call yourself that. You can't just say American. Oh, they be like, oh yeah, a black American.
I got my keys.
But
Yeah, I
you
agree
know
with
who
that,
can just
though.
say,
I mean, I agree
yeah,
with that.
yeah, that's my point though.
Yeah, I do
That's
agree
my
with
whole
that.
point.
That nigga Taz
And
just like to argue. That nigga just
Yeah,
like to
I
argue.
know they do, man. But
Wait, you're blaming me?
He just
no,
like to argue, Taz.
it's
Just make
both.
shit in the house.
That's
Genuine in
both of
the
y'all. That's
married
both
and
of
all
y'all.
that
But
shit.
y'all,
What am I?
Ain't shit about being
I
except for
got a
the
question
Revolutionary
for
War,
stop
nigga. And that
saying
shit ain't have shit to
No,
do with us.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
what's up, GA? What's up, GA?
Let me say
so
one thing. Look, If
Wait,
you
hold on, Mav. Hold on, bro. Please, hold on.
the
While I
only
got both.
country blacks come from is America.
I know your brother. He's from. Hold on.
Nah, that's bullshit, bro.
You're
You ain't
right,
got
I
no
Luke.
couldn't.
You're
bullshit.
damn
Hey,
sure right.
man. Wait, but hey, let me ask this question though, because y'all made a great correlation between 63 and 65. So you was like 1 minute, Malcolm was like, man, no, I'm a victim of America, and then in 65, it's like he come back and said, no, leverage your.
Somebody got hella fried
Yeah,
feedback.
can y'all hear me?
No, we can hear you,
Yeah.
GA. We hear the
Okay,
point.
Yeah, I
We hear
hear
you.
you.
It's just the
yeah.
feedback that's
All right, so
killing what
no.
you saying.
So here's my question though. So, of course, Malcolm, he done traveled across the globe or whatever, and he may have a globalist vision now. So in 65, was he coming back and saying leverage your citizenship or leverage or delineate, for lack of a better term?
Well, no, he made a very
No, he
specific
wasn't
claim.
saying that.
He said
Delineated.
what he said was that America is at a point where it could have its first uh uh bloodless revolution. He was saying that the system in America had the opportunity to have the first bloodless revolution ever in world history. So he
Right.
wasn't necessarily he wasn't, but I wouldn't frame that as leveraging your citizenship though. I would frame it
Okay.
as more. I would frame it as more so he recognized the value of democratic processes, and he posed the ultimatum: either allow us to participate in the ways that this country functions, which isn't necessarily embracing Americanness, but embracing the reality of living in America, or we gonna fuck shit up. One or the
That,
other.
that,
Which so
that
which
was my
so which
question.
yeah
Ballot of the bullet. Okay. Okay.
yeah yeah. But the problem
Yeah, but
is though what
he
he
was
said
still
was
with them
we.
though.
Which has been
Like
recovered,
he
but
was
actually
still one of theirs at that point though, bro.
Nah,
He
because
wasn't
no,
fully
because
gone
back
yet.
then, but because his shit was always about autonomy though. His shit like black autonomy doesn't lean on America.
Yeah, you
It doesn't
said one of
embrace
theirs,
But
America.
no,
man.
so wait, so no, the question I'm asking though, you don't view the post NOI Malcolm as different than the NOI Malcolm?
Well, Ballad of the Bullet Malcolm is post NOI.
Yeah, I call that global Malcolm.
Yeah, Ballad of
Ballot
the
of the
Bullet.
bullet.
Ballad.
I
I mean,
do.
because I would say like Ballad of the Bullet is a reflection of him being less separatist. I'll give you that. But that's where the conversation shifted from separatism to autonomy. Like that, it's a distinction, right? Like I think that like when he said the political philosophy of black nationalism is that black people are in control of the politics of their neighborhood. It's not let's ingratiate ourselves into American politics. It's more so understand the role that politics plays in determining what your community look like. I think that's more of a political approach, not necessarily a patriotic or a pro-American approach.
Work the process. I think that's what I'm hearing. But
Yeah, it was.
Y'all, hey, look,
But
But the
what I'm gonna say,
but the
look, y'all
process
gotta
I
is
can't
realize,
really
working.
disagree
y'all
though.
gotta
I can't really
realize the
disagree.
word black or black person or all that kind of stuff like that.
Oh,
Here we
bro,
go.
Hey, y'all
bro,
tripping.
bro,
Y'all not
bro, bro.
understanding. Y'all,
Okay,
Let's hear it
everything
out.
you
let us
do,
not
Let's
understand.
let's hear
We
the
on
brother
another.
out. Let's hear the brother out.
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. You
All
got
right,
it.
my fault,
You
my
got it.
fault.
You got it. Go ahead. Keep going. Y'all got it. I ain't gonna say nothing. Go ahead.
All right,
Do we
No, I
I'm
want
believe
to
gonna
know what
that?
he
you
was going
got
to
it.
say about black. Yeah, I want to
Go
know what
ahead.
he was going to say about black though. And
No,
then we'll
what I was
explain it
gonna
to
say
him.
is this, man. Look, y'all gotta realize that black is not a nation. So y'all gotta go after you say anything after you say black or whatever. You ain't understanding that. You got black is not a nation. So we don't have a concrete foundation of anything. Like, so we don't got a flag. We ain't got none of that. So when you keep saying black or we black people or we not even Africans. We just black. You feel me? So keep going. Y'all got it.
Well, no, I need to have a conversation with you about what you're saying there, because I'm trying to figure out. I said I'm Black American. So I'm actually attached to a nation.
Yeah, but you just see, if you say that, then you just a black in America or American, like you gotta explain that then. So now you separate yourself from what an American is, and then like what is an American? Is an American Caucasian? No. Is an American Indian? No. So what is an American? So you got to keep
Right.
going with that. You know what I mean?
Right. So yeah. So American would be like my citizenship. I was born in. Yeah, you got horrible, crazy, amazing feedback, bro.
But you characterize yourself as black, though.
Hey, bro, you gotta.
What is black? What is black?
Okay, so if you mute yourself, I could tell you.
I don't know.
You don't understand that he got a problem in his mic. Yeah.
Yes, I don't really know what argument he's making, because we live in America. Those of us that are American, black is just simply a way to denote your race, which is different from, let's say, white people. I'm trying to figure out why
white people is Germans, Italians. They got a country. They have a whole area where they live at. You did?
No, they're Americans. No, they're Americans.
So what are Germans?
Germans. I mean, you have German people that live in America, and you have German people in Germany.
So Germans that live in America or the United States of America, what are they?
German Americans?
White people. Yeah,
they're German Americans. Somebody said it. Somebody said it.
Yeah, if you want to, go into all of that, I mean, yeah, but they white people.
So we're African Americans. We'll say we're African Americans, right?
Some of them, because it's some brothers from Germany too.
What is black?
Some brothers that were born in Germany.
Yeah, so what is American though, Taz?
So what is black?
Most. I'm not. I take that back. Let me recant that. Most of them. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, man. I'm going on mute.
Black in America, by definition, is a person that has descendants from Africa. Your descendancy comes from the southern part of Africa, though, not northern Africa. Northern Africa, they got that white people. So it's the southern part of Africa.
So I mean, everybody ain't got that understanding.
Yeah, but the census does. The U.S. Census has that understanding.
No. I mean, okay. Let's say that. Let's say you're right. Let's just say you're right. Let's just say you're right.
I am.
Let's just say you're right. So if your 5-year-old son is a black person in America, like he don't know nothing about Chinese and all that other Italians or Germans or anything, right? He gonna consider himself as I'm black, right? So what is black?
I just told your stupid ass. I mean, something gotta tell you.
So what do you tell your stupid son?
Okay, I would tell my son that you can look at yourself and then look at that white motherfucker over there. You're not like him. You're black.
He's an African. That's what you're telling me? Or telling your son?
He's a descendant of Africans.
Africa. So why do we call ourselves black?
Because we want to. Because we want to.
That's that.
Niggas too.
And Negro and all that, right?
All that, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. But what's the understanding behind that? Like your 5-year-old son gonna be like, damn, I'm still fucked up. Like he don't know, because black is not a nationality.
Bro, my son was 5 in 2007, so I can't relate. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to raise confused kids that don't know what black is in terms of race, I mean that'd be where we at in the future, bro. A bunch of dumbass little niggas.
What
Hopefully
I'm
you're not
saying is, what I'm saying after that, that there are 5-year children that are of our skin tone, and they really don't know, bro. Yeah, that's
they
what's
don't
going
know
on
what.
today. They
What do you
don't
mean?
know. They don't
What?
know what nationality they are. They think that they're black. That's what I'm saying. They're 5-year-old kids that they go to school and they think they're black. They think their nationality is black, or they'll say
That's
African
what they think.
American. No,
At
man.
5 years old, it's okay to think that at 5 years old.
Yeah,
25, we
I
got a
mean,
problem, but 5, who cares? You got to teach them. That's when you
Yeah.
start teaching them.
Hey, you selfish, bro.
selfish.
I know.
Yeah, you
I'm very
selfish for
selfish.
that, bro. Like, because at the end of the day, what I would tell my 5-year-old children that ain't even my child, what I would tell them that you descend from another country. You see what I'm saying? That is not black. You don't call yourself black. You know what I mean? You
So
don't.
what do you call yourself?
If anything, we will be a Negro. You know what I'm saying? If anything,
Wait a
and
minute, you
then
regressing now, bro.
So
Wait a
does
minute.
that Negro?
or an indigenous
Wait, hold on.
person of this
Whoa,
country. It hasn't been
whoa.
established yet. It hasn't been established yet. You feel what I'm saying? So
No, we don't. No, no, no. Hold on, man.
yeah, we don't know everything.
No,
We
no,
don't.
no. No, and for 2025, for you to sit there and tell a 5-year-old that you're a Negro, you're regressing.
I
That
can
nigga
feel you
said
on that. I can feel you on that.
And I'm just saying because there's no Negro on any form that they're going to fill out moving forward in the future. That's the only reason I say that.
I can feel you on that, but like it's real shit because as of
They
today,
five now.
we 40 and 50 years old, but we can't tell we can't tell a 5-year-old.
We can't tell them what
I,
the
I feel
5-year-old.
I feel like I feel like you're not that much further ahead than that 5-year-old intellectually, though. You know what I'm
Come
saying?
on,
That's just
Tad.
my take, bro. I'm just saying, bro. Like for real, that nigga
Yeah,
said
y'all can get back
Negro.
on the
What?
reparations argument, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
he fell off. He fell off, man. But Taz,
Don't worry
what
about
was
it.
your thoughts on 65 and 63, Malcolm? If you still remember uh where we
Well, no,
was in that
I just
vein.
think you gotta because I think 63, Malcolm. I think it was more about pushing the NOI and still, you know what I'm saying, doing the work of Elijah Muhammad versus, being removed from that paradigm for a few months, doing the battle of the bullet and then moving on as that Malcolm. I think that Malcolm, although we only got the 65 Malcolm for a couple months, I'm just saying that's a different person. He's operating under a different paradigm now. He's not pushing Elijah Muhammad's message, something that he did for the majority of time he was on the main stage. I'm saying he's not even that person anymore. He's not pushing that message. And I don't think we denote that, when we talk about him a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I said, I think there's a transition into what he was becoming. And I don't think we got to see that end product.
No, I mean that's a fair point, but I mean he did sound different, don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I say. I think that goes into, but where was he headed? You know what I'm saying? Was he
Well,
someday gonna say, go vote and you know what I'm saying, build your communities up and you are American. I mean, you never know what lane we were going down once he starts saying it's cool to participate. You know what I'm saying? Like again, like he's sitting up there talking to the white reporter, telling them all the NOI business and shit. You know what I'm saying? He certainly changed the way he was moving.
no, that's fair point. What did that mean, Ballad of the Bullet? We can speculate. So no, fair point, fair point.
Yeah, I just
I
think he
mean,
was
but we got to
moving
remember,
closer
Ballad
to.
of the Bullet Malcolm was Muslim Mosques Incorporated Malcolm, not NOI Malcolm.
Ballot of the Bullet Malcolm was we should put our religion behind us and step forward as black people, black nationalists. So
But
like
see,
that's the so like that globalist Malcolm still had like still put like black first before the American shit. He still felt how he felt about America. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like that Ballot of the Bullet Malcolm was when he was the most critical of the Democrat or liberals, specifically the Democrats.
no, but see, I can really get with that Malcolm though, Domo. I mean, I can share that sentiment. Hey man, I mean, this is where we at, and this is the best thing I got. If you got a better idea, put it out there. But this is what I think.
Nah, and
So
that, I
yeah,
mean that's
okay. So yeah,
that's more
I'm
my
looking at it
political
now. So
philosophy.
yeah, Ballot of the Bullet is a month after he actually left. So I'm saying documented left. So yeah, I actually I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was a month before. So yeah, he's already gone. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why it's like nigga, I sound like Malcolm more than you niggas.
You sound crazy, like for real. You sound shit like no motherfucking Malcolm.
Nigga, I sound just
Malcolm
like
Jamal
Malcolm.
Warner, nigga, rest
Looking
in peace,
at,
nigga. Malcolm Jenkins,
looking
nigga.
at. Malcolm said Ballot of the Bullet. Y'all niggas is up there talking about I don't like voting because they don't like me. I don't vote
Bro, I ain't
because
heard that.
they don't care about me really. That's why I don't vote. But Malcolm said, all right, cool, don't vote. But shit, you picking up a pistol? Picking up a torch? What you doing?
Bro, it's not 1964, bro. Like, I don't think you can
Which is
use that
even more of a reason why. Which is even
today,
more
bro.
of a like what he was saying makes even
You
more
sound
sense.
like you sound like Malcolm with these antiquated ass thoughts. That what you saying? Timed out
Bro,
ass thoughts that don't even fucking matter no more. Like that's
how
like
does
we
that
in
not matter?
'64,
Nigga,
nigga.
what the fuck are we talking? What the fuck are we talking about? We just had an election. I gotta stop cussing. My fault. We just had an election where niggas flat out said that the number one thing that they cared about was the economy, and then turned around and elected the worst possible person that they could elect for the economy. What do you
Black
mean?
people did that. That's
Well,
black
no, I'm
people's
not.
fault.
No.
What
I'm
black
not.
people got to do with that?
But at the same time, the political conversation that happened amongst black people, that happened in black spaces, still took away from the threat. Because even though I'm not willing to say that black people voted for Donald. I mean, even though the most black people that voted for a Republican in modern history, did it for Donald Trump,
Right.
right? We can't ignore that part. But the rest of the conversation also that was happening amongst black people was diminishing the impact that Donald Trump had on our everyday lives. Niggas made it seem like as if like, oh yeah, him being elected ain't gonna be no different. It's just gonna da 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 da. And now we looking at some of the worst inflation, some of the highest taxes in modern history. We're looking at job loss. We're looking at all type of negative economic impacts. But the conversation that we was having was, man, it ain't gonna Donald Trump ain't gonna. It's just the same old, same old. And it's like, no, nigga, look at how much it costs to live now compared to a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah. So
I mean, if you go back to the
it's
'80s,
not antiquated.
like,
I mean,
I
we
don't
can
know.
go back 8 years ago. If we go back, 8 years ago, we looking at, you know what I'm saying? Because well,
But
eight years
there's
ago, I
always
should be honest.
inflation, though, bro. I guess that's the point though I'm making. There's always inflation. There's always that's never stopped.
No, but regardless of whether or not inflation always happens, it can be made worse. It can be accelerated. Like, and that's what, like, for example, I appreciate you saying inflation always happens because you had for like if we look a year ago, niggas was arguing, oh my God, inflation under Joe Biden. Oh my God, inflation under Joe Biden. Now we have inflation under Donald Trump, and it's getting worse, and nobody's talking about inflation.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing people say inflation under Joe Biden, especially not last year when he was
Are
ducking
you
and
serious?
hiding, acting like he,
Wait,
yeah, I did
wait.
that
You just said
last
that
year.
you didn't hear
No,
nobody talking about inflation about under Joe Biden. Are you serious?
last year. You said last
Last
year.
year, yes, nigga. Yes, last year, yes, last
No,
year, yes.
but hell
You
no.
bugging, you bugging. Go look through the archives. Go look through the archives. Yeah, inflation. That was the biggest criticism. Even Donald Trump was talking about it. Even Donald Trump pointed out, oh my God, inflation under Joe
You
Biden
know,
is
it's like,
all this
yeah, but here's
intensity.
my issue though, bro. I don't like the idea of selling it as one side is so much better than the other that if let's say you vote Kamala in, things would be so much better. I don't know if we can make that argument. You know what I'm saying? We
Even if
don't
you
know
can't make the
what would have
argument that
happened.
it's so much better, no, we do. They told us what policy. Donald Trump said, "I'm going to increase. I'm going to implement tariffs," and then that's what he did. And then now everything
But
is more
but
expensive
but niggas was
because
making the argument as if she was making policy as a vice president. But nobody made an argument on any other vice president in fucking history, except when it came to her. Not everything is her fucking policies.
and you got to look
Yeah,
at it
that
like
was
this.
that was their
Even if
fault.
she wouldn't be
Democrats
that
did that.
even if she wouldn't be that much like even if we would still have a criticism of her. We would still have like yeah, she's still in the pockets of corporations. You know what I'm saying? She still has all these things that would still be problematic. But what we're dealing with now is much worse than what we could have than
And
what we
she's
could
not
have been
black.
doing. Yeah, see,
She's
there you go.
not black.
There you
That
go.
culture
There you go.
vulturing and all that was a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Instead of talking to the black
Donald Trump was a
community,
cultural.
instead of talking
Donald Trump
right,
not
bro,
black.
fuck Donald Trump. Bro. I'm talking right, he's not. But what he didn't do was have Meg Thee Stallion shaking her ass at his rallies and shit.
No, he
See what I'm
just had
saying?
Amber Rose at his rally. He just had Amber Rose at his rallies. He was just on stage with
Right, Amber Rose is right.
Kid Rock.
People that
Like,
people that
what are
don't
we doing?
matter. Oh,
And Meg Thee
throwback
Stallion,
people.
but Meg Thee Stallion mattered
Oh,
us. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, yes,
oh, and,
niggas
oh, and,
can't even
oh, and,
be objective.
oh, and Chef
There,
G.
there's
Like,
nothing.
don't,
There's
don't
nothing you
forget
can.
the felony he brought out that shot some people with the Rico. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget that nigga up in New York. Shout out to that
I mean,
drill
yeah.
rapper he brought out.
But look though, but you can't. But there's no criticism of Kamala that can't be applied to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a
Oh, we
culture vulture.
going
Well,
we going on campaign, goddamn.
we
Hey,
going off of why
We
she
taking
lost.
shots at campaigns now. What happened to the
Yes,
policies?
yes. You
Oh,
can't bring in women shaking right. You bring in Meg Thee Stallion shaking her ass. That was the policy. Because when
That
niggas
wasn't
start
the
asking
policy.
Kamala
But
about policy,
the
she started
policy
choking.
was her.
he said
But the
that was
hey,
the
policy
yo,
I
was
mean, that
policy.
was the motherfucking
come on,
policy,
man.
nigga.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be
Woo!
honest.
Niggas
The fact
crashing
that
out because their ass was out.
the fact that niggas keep saying that she didn't have no policy just is like that's why I say niggas don't read. Niggas don't read. If you wanted to know what Kamala Harris policies was, nigga, they literally had like I'm talking about articles,
Okay,
websites,
so let me say
like
it this way.
third party observers.
She didn't have policies that anybody could trust. Nobody trusted her,
Trust.
And
and
Donald
they
Trump, hold
should.
on, and Donald
but
Trump
look,
and Donald
hey,
Trump had
listen,
policies that people
listen.
could trust.
Hey, let me say
Yeah.
something, yo.
Hold on,
Can I
nah,
say
hold
Okay,
on,
something?
no,
Donald
no,
Trump.
no,
Nah, you're
no.
gonna get dropped back
Let me tell
down,
you what
yo.
applies to Donald Trump.
You gotta
I
hold
know
up.
you've heard, and again, I know you're gonna say I'm fighting, arguing for him. I'm not. I'm just giving you a point. The
Yeah,
devil that you know, the devil that you know, that's what he represented versus Kamala Harris. He's the devil
Kamala
you know
Harris, we
already.
knew her
I
too.
think this is why
We knew her too, though.
no, he
And
was the
we knew that,
president
and we knew to
already.
stay away.
Walk that
We
out.
knew but we knew to stay away from him, though. That's what we knew. That's what we knew.
Right.
At least she deserved a chance. He didn't earn another chance.
A pretend black woman, bro, running for president, bro. You think
That's
that's what I'm
wholly
saying? But
irrelevant.
like,
That's wholly irrelevant, bro. That's
no,
wholly
it's
irrelevant.
not, bro. All that
In
shit
terms of
matters,
Irrelevant
in terms
bro.
of
because
the
these people
economy,
are race.
in terms of the economy, yes, the number one concern in the 2024 election was the economy. Period. It wasn't whether or not the candidate was black. The number one concern in the election was prices, how much it costs to live.
Yeah, but
It
see,
wasn't.
Domo,
was not a question of who was black or not.
Hey,
So
Damo,
when
the number one concern though is that I always lie with the children, man, like, cause it's an attack on our children, period. So like whether the politics
bro,
gonna go on or not, like
I'm gonna try to
we gotta be grown men and stand up for our
what's
kids,
an
man.
attack on our children, bro? What's an attack on our children? What's an attack on our children?
The politics that you talking about.
What
So
politics, bro? What
Wait,
politics?
wait.
What politics?
Go
What
ahead and tell
politics am
him,
I
bro.
talking
Go
about
ahead
that's
and
an
tell him.
attack on our children?
Go ahead and
you
tell him, bro.
you said saying about like Kamala Harris and or Donald Trump, like forget
No,
all that.
no, no, no,
At
no,
the
no,
end
no,
of
no,
the
no. What
day,
did I say?
at the end of the
No, no, no,
day,
no, no. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Dude, you
What did
gotta
I say?
name the policies. You just can't
What did I
say
say?
certain.
Yeah, don't just say, "Oh, you said this, and then just mumble
Bro, go
some
ahead, bro.
foolishness.
You got a fair fight here,
nah,
bro. You got a fair
that's
fight.
why I was saying about the 5-year-old. Like we 40 and 50. That's
Nah,
what
no, then wasn't nobody talking about the
Bro,
5-year-old knowing he was black or not.
you said the
I know,
policies
I
We on
wasn't
know.
politics
connected.
now.
That's the
Hold
problem.
on.
Okay, so
That's
You
the
name the
said the
problem.
politics. Name the
you said
policy.
the
Name the
policy, the
specific
policies
policy.
I'm talking about. You said the politics I'm talking
We
about
ain't talking
was
about
an
that.
attack
Like,
on our
I'm not
children.
talking about the politics. I'm talking about like our kids in
Bro,
general.
hold on.
Oh, okay,
Hey,
they having a separate
bro.
conversation, dude. You gotta come in on that combo. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
Domo and
Yeah, well,
Taz.
Yeah, but
no,
that's
what?
part of it. That's part of
No,
it.
it's not. No, it's not.
Okay,
No, it's not.
grown people vote. They vote. They vote for everybody, not just kids. So, all
No,
right.
no,
I
no
went to
children, no children vote anyway. But these grown people is putting these politicians in positions, and we
I
sitting up
leave it
here,
all now, though, bro.
we sit up here on a panel.
Math. You going over, yo? You off
Yeah,
topic. You off topic. All right.
because here's the thing, right? Like all of these other things that we talk about, like, oh, she said this about what she gonna do for black people, and she said, bro, Donald Trump didn't say what he was gonna do for black people, and nor has he shown that he has any type of policy incentive that centers black people at all.
Yeah, I don't
So
disagree. I mean,
to create
again,
that demand,
but that
to
would be
create
no.
that demand for one politician, and then say, well, for the other one, I don't care if I don't care if the other politicians don't care about black people. This one don't care about black people.
She
So
the
it's a
one. She the
yeah,
one pretending to be
that's
black, bro.
bad voting.
She the one pretending to be with us, bro. Like that shit don't come off good, bro.
Donald
I think
Trump
people would
pretended to
respect
be
it
us.
more if
We should have took it. We should have took it as a slap in the face when he said black people built America. Because he's the face of white nationalism and white privilege today. He
No,
benefits what black people
Damo,
got.
Donald
don't
Trump
nobody
don't
care
care to
about
black
that,
people.
man. We
Trump
care
don't
about
care
our
to black
kids,
people, man.
man.
Stop the cap, bro.
Bro, I don't care what you talking about. How about
saying
that?
that, bro.
I can
Like,
care less
you think
about what
people
you talking
didn't build America? Wait, so who built America?
about.
Right.
Oh, okay. We built it so who could take advantage of it? Who was able to benefit from our labor?
Right.
Our
So
So when
kids,
Donald Trump,
bro.
so when Donald Trump
You gonna be
brags,
dead in a minute.
That's
so when
because we
Donald,
was that's because we was thinking backwards, Domo. It wasn't
bro, man,
Donald
look
Trump's
at all
fault.
listen to these coon ass tags. Do you see? Do you hear who on your side?
Bro.
You hear who on your side?
Your whole rant been about Donald Trump, my nigga. I mean, goddamn, you know.
That's what the fuck
Thank
they was
you.
talking about. Damn, don't
No,
nobody
I'm
get
just
mad
saying he want to
if you
blame
don't like
Trump.
nobody talking about Trump, nigga.
I'm just saying the way
Nah,
Donald Trump.
but the conversation wasn't about Trump. I was responding to when Taz said that like
Hey,
I had
Damo, let's just say you hate Donald Trump. Okay, we know that. We know that. But do
bro,
you love your
They was talking
children? Do
about
you love
policy,
your
yo.
children?
hey, I'm
Do you
telling you,
love your children?
I'm
Okay,
trying my
man, we got
hardest.
it, bro. We got it, man.
I'm trying my
All right.
hardest to not be disrespectful, bro. I really am, and
Why?
my seed's sitting right here. My
But
seed's
you're
sitting
doing
right here.
good.
I'm not.
You're
Oh
doing
yeah,
good,
yeah,
Domo. You're doing good. Hang in there, bro. Hang in there. I want y'all to go in the back and forth, and I
yeah,
want to get
yeah,
back to
yeah.
the policy. Hang in there. You're
Yeah,
doing good, bro.
yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like we get away from the policy conversation to be like, but she not black.
How-
So what? So what?
So we can
Black
say,
folks didn't
so
give a fuck if she was black or not. Shit. They
No,
didn't give two
dear.
fucks.
No, that man, come on, man. We had so much to
The
Now,
say,
do
next
man.
y'all
morning after the election, nobody gave a fuck if Kamala Harris was black.
now Kamala Harris would be a good candidate for the states. Okay. Donald Trump would be a good candidate for the states. Who
No, he
cares?
wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. That's why you. That's why you really
Hey,
shouldn't be speaking up. Because no, he wouldn't.
for one state.
That's what I'm
What are you
saying. If
talking
you, if
Both of them would be good. They both
about?
politicians. Let them both do what they do.
Well, he
Like,
still
who
got
gives
3
a
years
fuck
left. We
about
know
that?
that. He
We
still got
trying to
3
say,
years left.
man, like y'all was talking about black Americans and all that shit. At the end of the day, with our
No, we
kids,
talking about policy, man.
we'll be dead. We'll be dead in 50 years. Our kids will still be alive.
Math, you gotta make a coherent statement regarding to what they talking
Yeah.
about, yo. Okay.
I feel you. I feel you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Y'all
okay.
got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Y'all
speak
got it.
for yourself, man. You don't know what you're gonna be in 50 years. You might be a
I'm just,
goddamn AI clone, nigga.
I'm just saying, bro. Like what Malcolm said, and this is what I'm routinely talking about. Malcolm said that black people need to go through a political maturation, and that maturation looks like understanding the role
How
that
come
politics
didn't
play.
see
We
AI
don't.
though, bro? How come they know what AI
Oh,
is?
that doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
how come
That
they
does not
see none of
matter.
that, bro?
The
We're in a
idea
different
is
time,
still
bro.
the bro. No, that does not matter. It's
So,
certain things that are timeless. That it's certain
get
things that are
money,
timeless. It's certain things that
brother.
transcend generations. And being involved in the political process and understanding the role of the political process is a timeless concept. It does not matter if it's the 60s, if it's today, or if it's 100 years from now. Understanding the role that government functions and plays and how people who look like you or who share similar interests is important regardless.
To this shit here. The same nigga though. So just remember though, the same nigga who was trying to tell me it's more important to learn the travels of fucking Mansa Musa than to learn the goddamn Constitution. But now you want to
I
sit
never
here and
said
lecture
that.
me on
I ain't never said that. I
shit.
never said that, bro.
Yes,
I
the
never
fuck
said
you
that.
did.
I never said that. I
You
never said
said
that.
the cultural
Never.
impact of that was more important. Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yes, nigga.
I
Yeah,
stand on it
nigga.
then. Forget it. Forget it. I stand on it.
True politician. Look at it. That's a true politician
I
for your
stand on
ass
it.
right there. Everybody
I
saw
stand
that,
on
right?
it. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think of the point. Let me think of the point I was making. Let me think of the point. Hold on.
Hey,
Okay, so I was.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It's
So I.
conversation.
Who's the
It's
next
not the same
president?
conversation.
Who's the next president? Democrat or Republican?
It's gonna be a Democrat. The next
Democrat.
president for sure be a Democrat for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cool with that? Go ahead with your point, man.
There ain't
I
gonna be
believe it.
another president.
I believe it.
There ain't gonna be another president.
Damn, I said Mansa Musa. I said Mansa Musa was more relevant than the Constitution.
More impactful.
More
Because
impactful.
you was making an argument. Yeah, because again we was talking about the lack of black people knowing, shit like the Constitution and laws that govern it. And yeah, you shitted on my point with that. I thought you would remember that. Yes, yes.
But
So you
see,
was on some
Mansa
bullshit.
No, hold
Musa,
on. I think
that's
I
old. That's
vaguely remember.
old. That's old, man. That's old, bro. We going into AI. We
Yeah,
going
you
into
know some
the
bullshit.
future,
Yeah,
bro. That's old, bro.
yeah.
Like
Oh,
we gotta figure out what's coming. What's
I mean, who
coming,
gonna be
man?
the president, bro?
Yeah,
Consonant?
like
oh,
I
Come
can't.
on, bro.
I must have been.
Who
I
gonna
must have
be the
been
next
just trying to
president?
argue.
Consonant?
You're talking
Be
about
God. Come
laws
on.
that
Yeah, shit like
I
that.
must have. Yeah, hold on. I must have just been trying to argue because I can't stand on that one. I can't stand on that one.
No, because
I don't think you can. It's a good
We
one,
can't.
Damo.
Hey, Damo, we can't go with Kamala Harris no more. That's over. So we got to move
that's over,
forward.
bro.
Yeah, we got
You
to
got
move
to move
forward,
forward.
bro. You know what I'm saying?
But,
Like,
what are y'all talking about? So in moving forward, government no longer matters. So
no,
politicians,
Nah,
as
man.
we move forward,
The
politicians no
next
longer
so-called
make any sense.
president is gonna be a podcaster, bro. I mean, that's
no,
just what
no.
it is.
Y'all ain't even seen that Elon Musk done came with his own party. That nigga got
Y'all
the
like to watch a
American
lot of
party.
goddamn Hollywood make
that's
believe
You ain't
pretend
seen.
shit.
You
The
ain't
next
seen
I
Elon
president
mean,
Musk.
will
this
be a
shit real life.
podcaster.
What are you talking about? You
Elon
ain't
Musk got a
seen.
political party.
No, he's talking about
Hey,
it. Like he's saying that he's going primary, or yeah, he's going to primary Republicans who support Donald Trump just because he's beefing with Trump. But that's internet gossiping back and forth. We haven't seen the actual,
Oh, so
like,
you ain't
any
heard of?
actual Elon Musk
yeah, they
candidate.
guarantee to lose. They
So
guarantee
you
to
ain't
lose the next election.
Who
Ain't no fucking way
who
there with that.
who
So
gonna lose? Who
we can
gonna
play
lose?
this
What you
game
say?
of guess who. That don't mean shit. So y'all were talking about policy. So the Bill of Rights actually originated in Persia, way back in BC time, from Cyrus the
He
Great.
right. He right.
The actual inscription can still be seen in New York City. If y'all up in New York City, just go to the United Nations building and y'all will see that.
You talking about the
He right.
law?
The Bill of Rights. Look. This come from like the Bill of Rights was for people that was. This is really United States shit. This ain't all worldwide shit. This just a United States thing.
That's not true, bro.
Dude, there's nothing in the United States
Oh
that
my
doesn't
god.
come from another empire or another
You
government
right.
or ideology.
But the Bill of
Everything in
Rights
the United
itself,
States.
the Bill of Rights itself
The
is
Ku
a
Klux
United States
Klan.
thing.
I know the UK
No,
got Go
but
ahead. amendment right, right?
the
So
concept of
Dale,
classical liberalism is which is at the foundation of American democracy is a European concept.
Yeah,
so
Right.
but Europeans they got kings and queens. We over here got goddamn Bill of
They
Rights.
got democratical governments. What you talking about?
Right, but
yeah,
even
Yeah,
man.
but
but that
even
come from over here though.
No, it
no, it
Nah,
don't.
don't.
man. All that come from the
No, it do.
British.
It
No,
come
it
from
does
the
not.
no. It comes from
It
the
didn't
We fought the
originate in
British.
America. What the
We
fuck are you
fought the
talking about?
British. The British is coming. The British is coming. We fought the British about that shit.
no,
Bro, the British
no.
No,
established formed the government,
Yeah,
bro. They
no,
man.
There you go.
no.
we fought the
There you
British
go.
about that, bro. That's how. I
I'm
can't
not
even remember all that
denying
shit,
what
but
we did over here, but this motherfuckers was not the first one to fight and shit.
yeah, you right about that. You right about that,
Okay
Well,
then.
matter of
but
fact, even Western thought comes from, or the type of democracy we
yeah,
have,
yeah,
its
you right.
basis comes from the Athenian democracy,
Yeah,
bro.
it do. It does, but they more communist than we are. We more the
Bro, I think communists
democratic
didn't
or
Man,
No,
democracy.
communists,
bro,
man.
that's not
It's
true
even
communists
either.
Lenin, man. Bro,
communists
all that
didn't
You gotta
Republican,
slow down,
Democrat,
bro.
all that shit
it,
come from the British, man.
let's not
It
No,
don't come from the
Nah, they
British
got
either.
kings and they
older.
got
No,
kings
no,
and
no.
queens over there, bro. They got kings and
But y'all
queens
need to
over there.
stop watching goddamn Harry Potter and shit. What the fuck is y'all watching?
Y'all is tweaking right now, man. It's
Harry Potter.
that's that code of Hammurabi. That's where it comes from.
I ain't
A
heard of
Stoic.
them.
Robbie.
I mean, we got the
yeah.
internet right now. Like
That
right now, you can go to various libraries in Europe, Oxford University and all that. Since you
Yeah, but
so hell bent on fucking British.
they dealing with some more of some communist kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
communists.
Over here,
Dude,
we
you
dealing
just
with more
talking right now.
democratic shit. We dealing with the people. We
Hey man,
there's a vote. You can vote over
hey
here.
man,
You
I'm
can't
gonna
vote
be
over
honest.
there.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you on that,
I'm
man.
gonna be honest, man. You lowering the value of the dialogue, bro. I'm gonna
No,
be
You
but
killing the
look,
Y'all
but
convo,
get
that
back
won't.
on
man.
Where I went,
y'all get back on what y'all was talking about in America though.
look, what I went to it was that Elon Musk is goddamn
No,
coming
we
with
don't
his
give a fuck
own
about
political
Elon Musk. He's
party.
not relevant in
No,
nothing, yo.
he got his own political party.
I don't give a fuck what he got.
hold on.
I,
Okay, what's this? What's the name
I,
of it? What's the name of it?
it's called the American Party.
And name one candidate that's running under the American Party.
It's the Elon Musk. He's
See,
Hold on,
coming up
you
with
don't
his
even know
own
what the
shit.
fuck you're
Elon
Y'all
talking
better
about.
look it
Okay,
up.
mute
I
up,
don't
mute up.
believe
He's
y'all don't
not
know about
running.
that.
He's not
Musk.
running. He's not running. He's not
Elon
running.
Musk.
So
I don't
mute up on
believe
that.
y'all don't
That's
know
what.
about that.
He's
I
not
don't
running.
believe
He's
y'all
not
do not
running.
know about that.
He
I do
asked
not
you a
believe y'all
question.
do.
He asked you who was running.
Nah, we gotta. It's all good. Man, can sit this one
Jesus
out.
Christ.
And nobody. And I'm gonna be honest. Nobody. Put money on his head or nothing. We can't keep doing this, bro. Like, we can't let like just. You know what I'm saying? Like this is for this
Yo, it's
quality
fire.
control.
Get thee behind me, Satan.
It's quality control. That's all. Hopefully
That's
we look
right,
at it
Danny.
like that. I don't wanna.
That's
I don't want
crazy,
anybody to look
man.
at it as
You
censorship.
next,
It's
Madon.
it's
Shit.
quality control.
I'm
It's
always
quality
next,
control.
bro. Yeah.
The brother can't even get his
He
conversation out, man, without that
he
trolling ass shit, bro. Niggas
he
crazy,
next,
man.
But he ain't
man.
come up there for no conversation. He was glad to get on the goddamn panel. Shit. But so
Nah,
y'all was battling.
thank you, man.
Y'all were battling an advocate from a radical standpoint or a flip flop.
from Malcolm X, or like he was the only one? I'm not sure where y'all was going.
Nah, well, I mean the point that Taz's argument is that I'm taking an antiquated position because Malcolm was talking about shit in the '60s. But if I was to say, for example, when Malcolm was arguing against trusting trusting liberals, trusting Democrats, we would be able to say like that's still relevant today, right?
Yeah.
I would
Right.
think so, man. Battle of the Bullet is really kind of. I mean,
White women.
It's bro, it's revolutionary, bro. But niggas sleep on it. Like people act like I'm telling you, Ballad of the Bullet is
Sleep
what
on
shaped
it.
my political philosophy.
Okay.
Ballad of the Bullet is what shaped my
I'm
political
gonna
philosophy.
sleep on it.
Like that's the basis of Ballad of the Bullet is what made
Antiquated.
me a black nationalist. You said
it,
Well,
Ballad of
it,
the Bullet is
we're
antiquated?
not the
go ahead, Taz.
the ideas of radical movements, bro. Like I mean, that shit is dead, bro. That shit is over with. Like
Yeah.
there's a way to do this, and you're illustrating it to present Malcolm as an illustration of how you represented this cat. You know what I'm saying?
But
Malcolm
but
Wait,
I'm
wait, wait, wait,
representing
wait, wait,
Malcolm
wait,
though.
wait, 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 wait,
I'm
wait,
representing Malcolm.
wait,
that's what
Taz.
I'm saying.
He said,
You're right. You're
Well, you might as
representing
well join the NOI if you
the
represent Malcolm.
Malcolm. That's what I'm saying. No, he's representing the Malcolm we didn't get to see. 'Cause I can agree with him
Yes.
being if he's saying that we did. This is the post NOI Malcolm. Fuck the NOI Malcolm.
No, you can. There's no such thing as post NOI Malcolm,
Yes it
No, he
is.
fucked up. This fucked up.
Nigga,
bro. That those thoughts was already planted. Those seeds was already planted in Malcolm's head. He couldn't get it out. Pause.
okay.
okay, we don't give
Yeah,
a
I
fuck
don't
how
think
you
that was
feel.
even the
Yeah.
argument though. Because like it's an experience, so you don't get to unlive your experience. Like, I don't
Okay.
think that's ever going to be the argument. But had he moved on from teachings that he himself said was kind of fucked up, yeah, he moved on.
No, because he was. We they got letters showing that Malcolm was trying to get back in the nation.
Oh
He
no, no,
wasn't
When
trying
no,
to
no,
get
no,
back in,
no.
Bro,
Let's not do
Malcolm
that, man.
literally was
what was
starting
he
his
saying?
own mosques, bro. The
and
Muslim
nobody
mosques.
gives a fuck if he got back in or not.
Wait, yeah, because right now, I mean, really talk about the ballot or the bullet, and because it's two extremes, in my opinion, with the latter being the most extreme. And you think about what's going on now and where we are today. And I'm not trying to introduce fear, but I'm really trying to get us to look at what the dynamics are on what you up. You know, if you're talking about revolution, what is it going to look like? Either change is going to come through the ballot, which we see what they got for us, or it's going to be through bullets. And then you look at just how people are isolating and reacting. January 6th, what, 2020?
That ain't that
That
long ago.
Yeah,
21.
that's what I'm saying. There
21.
had to be, I'm sorry, you're right, Taz, 21. That had to be prophetic, man. So what I'm getting at is it seemed like they got the message. You know, I'm not trying to incite
Now
anybody or
when you
nothing.
say they got the message, now what you mean? Who got the message?
They didn't get what they want, and what did they do?
No, you got to name these groups out, Price.
Okay, the groups that singed on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, they didn't get the desired outcomes in an election, and they ran up on the Capitol. Now you got these same people, they already been doing this whole off the grid concepts and doomsday digging bunkers and stuff. They put action to what they're talking about because they're dissatisfied with what they've been getting from government. Am I clear enough when I say that?
Yeah, and they lost. They didn't get what they wanted.
Well, they didn't get that election. This time they won the election and they're not getting what they want now. And now they're isolating out and going into these different communities.
So
And
that plan did not work.
wait a minute, it ain't manifested yet, Deb, in my opinion.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
gotta back
What
up. I gotta
plan
back
are
up
you saying
GA
ain't manifested yet?
because, bro, we
What's the
haven't.
plan that ain't manifested?
To back up what GA saying, we haven't understood politics from the standpoint that Malcolm was talking about in order for us to see whether or not it works. Like think about like again, this is what I'm saying. When you think about the conversation that black people was having during this past election, do you think we have a mature approach to politics? No, you can't.
Yeah,
No,
You
no.
can't.
We
yeah.
If
was talking
niggas is
about
like for
It's
example,
not.
G
now.
Style,
I don't
like
think
G
it's
Style medias in the
illegitimate
chat
to
talking
ask
about
though.
Kamala Harris was sitting around laughing and she was just laughing and she was just, oh, that's your policy analysis? That's your electoral analysis? The way you think about who's better for the economy is whether or not they laughing in interviews? That shit is childish.
Cackling.
But bro, but was her approach legitimate though?
I
Like
think
that's what I'm
her
saying. Like there's a reason she lost. Like you know what I'm saying.
yes, and
Like for
I
real.
think
I mean,
and I think the reason that she lost is because our electoral logic is in the ship. Excuse me, is trash. What we think matters when we're talking about elections does not matter. Period.
Yeah, it
Period.
had nothing to do with black folks. The reason why she lost, the main reason why she lost is because more white people voted for the opponent. It had nothing to do with black folks who they were voting for.
Yeah, because if it was up to black people, Kamala would have won.
No,
right.
that's a fair
If it was
point.
simply black voters, yeah, Kamala good.
Okay, but hey,
Yeah.
let's put a pin in that real quick and let me throw that out and I shut the hell up if I ain't making no sense. But think about how many Hispanic voters he gained during this election, and then how many now saying, "Hey, this is not what I voted for." You know,
Exactly.
I didn't know you was talking about me, or and people they feeling like disenfranchised or disgruntled about their decision. So I'm
I
just
mean, is
saying,
that new? I mean,
no,
every
I'm just saying.
election you have people that have immediate remorse for their vote and whatnot. I mean, that it's just. I mean, I think we
Nah,
overcomplicate
bro.
the stuff
No.
to make it
Y'all do
irrelevant
this.
now. You know
Y'all do this
No,
with everything. Y'all do this with everything. Everything always happens. If we
what I'm
ask y'all niggas something, like everything is always going down. Racism is always, fascism is always, this is always. And that's how that shit, the reason why it's always is because
saying?
niggas is not willing to say, well, it don't need to be. Niggas ain't willing to push back. Niggas ain't willing
It
to
don't
say,
need to
this,
be. It's
it,
always. Wait, but what do you mean?
no,
No, nobody has a problem with saying it don't need, but it is. It's there.
No,
Now, will
you,
you pay
you
attention
really
to it? Is
have
the
a problem
question.
with saying because that's what I'm saying. If I'm willing to say that, well, yes, I can agree that this is there, then we should move on to, but it shouldn't be.
mm,
We should be able to recognize, like for example,
mm.
it's a difference between being like, well, I voted for him,
No.
and like his policy is a little bit different. No, Latino men helped Donald Trump win the election, and guess what? All his policies are specifically targeting Latino men or like all his
He had a
immigration policies. And
he had
so,
a he had a he had a
or think
diverse
about it
he
like
had a
this.
diverse voting bloc. You fight for diversity. He had a diverse voting bloc.
Yeah, bro. First of all, he didn't have a diverse voting bloc because outside of because you almost had me there for a second, almost. But
in terms
outside
of
of the Latino
minority.
community,
Black man.
nah, it was.
Wait,
But
I'm saying I'm talking about like the DEI vote, the DEI vote, the DEI crowd. You know what I'm saying?
no,
He
he got the
re-embedded it into average
anti-DEI crowd.
Republicans.
What are you talking about? He got the anti-DEI crowd.
yeah, you do have the
Well,
anti-DI,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm saying in terms of that conversation, sure. But when we look at black men, Latinos, um, and again, he caught some of that Asian vote. He benefited from across the spectrum, and I think all of that is anti-Kamala. Like it's not pro
Yes,
him.
but that's not anti-Kamala on merit. That's anti-Kamala on misogyny and racism. That's not
Well,
anti-Kamala on merit. Like you can't.
don't
That's what
It's
I'm
not,
saying. Because when
it's
we
not
talk about
merit,
why
bro.
people don't like Kamala Harris, you can't even talk about her
It's not
policies.
merit.
That say why, like why they don't fuck with her. It's all about personality worship. When we talking
well,
about her laugh, when we talking about like who she gets along with, who likes her and who don't, we talking about personality worship. We're not even talking politics. So
No,
you can't
but
tell you
Domo,
Yeah,
can't tell me we have a mature electoral voting logic and the shit that we care about the most when it comes to politicians ain't got nothing to do with what their job actually entails. Nigga, that's like going to an interview and the only questions that people are asking you about is what music you listen to. You know what I'm saying? Who your favorite rapper? What's your favorite movie? That ain't got nothing to do with the job. Nothing. So
hey,
why would you pick the candidate for that role, asking them a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with what it is that they're gonna be doing when they get elected or get
but
hired?
but Domo, hold on, man. You
like
got
doing
me.
something for black folks and nobody else.
No, well, that ain't gonna
Right.
happen. I mean, nobody said that, but think about Trump's messaging. He did some hell of a mix. Everybody concerned was about inflation and cost of living. That was a concern during this past election, and
Economy.
yeah, economy. He put stuff out there. Hey, man, I'm gonna do no tax on overtime. I'm gonna do this, whether it was true or not or whatever. It was enough to get people to say, yeah, I'm fucking with him,
Yeah, because
and
he said he was gonna get inflation down day one. No inflation. Day one.
and
Now
it
we 6 months
happened.
in, inflation is worse.
Yeah,
He said he's
and
gonna be best for the economy. Came
yeah,
into office and ended up having the worst, or not the best in the economy, but best for the market. Came into office, had one of the worst impacts on the market for any president ever. Like
and
in
didn't
their
do
first.
it. And didn't do it. But I mean, there's no accountability there, or nobody's holding accountable, or it's like giving more time or whatever. But it's a messaging thing. It's marketing. That dude is he good at marketing. I mean, that's all you can say about that.
No,
But,
I
but,
think
but that's
I
what I'm
think the
saying. Like
dynamic shifted.
even if you looking at, oh, go ahead, dude.
No, I'm just thinking. Y'all are saying he's good and he did something. Extra special. Uh, I think the voter population interest shifted, and he was able to make adjustments, just like Obama used the internet for the first time. The other candidate, John McCain, wasn't able to use the internet. Therefore, his message may have gotten out a little late or whatever. But uh, whatever the message is, I'm not hearing anything where the Democratic economic policies have been detrimental, or the proposed economic policies were more detrimental to the population overall than Republican policies. So,
Ooh, Dev, I push back on that heavily. Number
okay, go
one,
ahead.
yeah, number one, the trend, inflation was trending down. You know, that's the first one. Then the second
What?
one was if it had been it was trending, it was on a downward trend. The Fed had even started cutting interest rates. And a lot of people may say, well, that's because of, they was trying to boost Kamala or whatever, but they had already started. Inflation was trending down, things were starting to stabilize, and they had started uh cutting rates. I think it was a quarter point or whatever. The second thing is the Democratic platform. They had a Kamala didn't do. I don't think she, just like he may have did a good job selling his policy. I think she could have did better selling her policies. Don't,
Messaging,
don't just yeah,
messaging
messaging.
problem.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, the messaging
Yeah,
problem. Yep, you're right.
yeah. She could have did better, and that's neither here nor there. But she didn't do as good as him. Whether she was trying to tell the truth or just keep everybody calm and let stuff play out or whatever. I think she could have did better. She should have did better instead of focusing so intensely on that woman's right to choose her body thing. And then secondly, Trump fed into the biases of America. America does not want a woman president. I don't care whether she black, white, Indian, or whatever. They don't want it. He fed it.
Hold on, hold
He
on,
get
hold on, hold on. Let me read this real quick because niggas like to play and act like I don't know what I'm talking about. But here we go.
okay.
This
Okay,
is
go
this
ahead.
is this is according to ABC News. Inflation surged in June amid tariffs as Trump declared inflation is dead. Consumer prices rose 2.7% in June compared to a year ago, marking a notable surge of price increases as Donald Trump's tariff policy took hold, and some retailers warned they may pass some of the tax burden on the shoppers. The reading matched economists' predictions. And now listen to the words that's being used here. The fresh data indicated an acceleration from 2.4% annual inflation recorded in May. Still, the inflation rate clocked in below 3% recorded in January, the month Trump took office. Despite a rise of inflation, Trump appeared to celebrate the data on Tuesday. The president issued a social media post highlighting very low inflation and calling for the on the Federal Reserve to cut interest by 3 percentage points. The White House also touted the inflation reading, saying the rate of price increases. So when niggas is sitting up there like bragging about inflation, they only regurgitating Donald Trump's talking point. They're not talking about what economists are saying.
No, they're not. They're not. And
Egg
yeah,
prices cooled significantly in June, deviating from an overall rise in prices. The price of eggs climbed 27% over the year ending in June, which marked a slowdown from 41% year over year growth in May. Under Trump, inflation has defied doomsday predictions has defied doomsday predictions to help to propel a sturdy economic performance. While inflation has eased, price increases have persisted at a higher rate than the Federal Reserve's target level at 2%. Some analysts expect price increases to accelerate over the coming months as tariffs take hold, though they acknowledge that the path forward remains unclear amid Trump's fluctuating policy. Typically, importers pass along. We already know that part. We already know that part. So far this year, the Fed has opted to hold interest rates steady as policymakers assess the potential impact of tariffs. Speaking at a press conference in Washington, D.C., we don't care what Jerome Powell talking about. I mean, Trump is beefing. Trump trying to fire his ass.
he not gonna file.
Yeah, he wants to. So yeah, bro, like niggas is like, is inflation below 3%? Yes, it is below 3%, but that doesn't mean that prices still aren't rising. And his tariffs play a direct role in those increasing in prices. And
The
now,
same, the same as the gas prices is the same as they always been, depending on where you get gas at. What that's got to do
Well,
with national policy?
well, his tariff play has not been good for one. And if he could just came off and just shut the hell up and not even just focus and let the Fed do what the Fed do, he probably would be in a much better position than doing what he did, in my opinion, because it was already trending down. That was one thing nobody's talking about, the bird flu. Yeah, eggs are down, but everything else is going up. Well, not everything else, but shit like bacon, fuel,
and
So with
that's
the
what I'm saying.
economy,
As a part of inflation, like the tariffs like make inflation worse. Because when we talk about inflation, we only talking about an increase in prices. And if we're gonna just sit here, because what I see niggas do is niggas like to just ignore the impact of the things that Trump is doing. So like when we say the consumer got to deal with the prices, it's just like, oh okay.
that
The consumer
that's
got to pay the tariffs, but okay,
that's
that's
us.
not a bad thing. Like it's
No,
not bad that people with fixed incomes now have to deal with fluctuating prices due to specific retaliatory policies, economic policies. Not
that
not, not anything necessary, but because of
no,
what this nigga's trying to do.
no. Well, he messed that part up. So I'm just saying that if he just shut the hell up and let the Fed do it, it would have been okay, in my opinion.
outside of farmers, do you think if America could do the election all over again, do you think Donald Trump would still have won the presidency based on the last six
No,
months in America?
no,
No,
no.
no. If
He
they
like
go in
his
on that,
approval rating. Yeah, his approval rating is like falling drastically. I mean, hell, we over here arguing about FBA and all that other shit, but actual Trump supporters is like, bro, you sold us out when it come to Epstein.
I've seen a lot of buyer's remorse videos, if you will, from MAGA and Trump supporters. So I could tell a lot of them, if they could go back, they would have voted for Kamala instead of Donald Trump. And I do think to a certain degree the economy would be doing
Yeah.
better had Kamala won. So
Nah,
I mean,
nigga, you ain't
I
never
will say that he
drove up to
was.
the goddamn gas pump and said, "Damn, these motherfucking gas prices." That motherfucker, president. No, you ain't never blamed
Nah.
the gas prices on the president. You only do that, from October to goddamn November, and then
And
nothing else.
look, this how you know niggas are completely like non-objective, right? If a Republican or if a Democrat like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or any of these people was like, hey, Joe Biden on the Epstein list, you niggas would be talking about that for weeks.
Oh man, Pizzagate,
You
all of
I
niggas would
mean,
be
the
talking
what's the
about that
difference
for
between?
weeks.
Yeah, I disagree. Like, there's not much difference between Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. I would
Bro,
say
you
Bill
said
Clinton
you
is more powerful.
you
You
hold
said
on, hold on,
Bill.
hold on. This nigga talk, bro. We talking about the current president of the United States who campaigned on releasing the Epstein files so we can expose these pedophile Democrats has now been exposed for being in the same Epstein files that he said came from or that pedophile
Exposed?
Democrats was inside of.
but
Yes.
but
You said
but
Come
exposed?
on,
Dumbo,
Chaz. Come on, Chaz. Come on, man.
but
Well,
Come
no,
on,
I'm
Chaz.
saying exposed because it's like, bro, who didn't know that? Like, that would be
but
like exposed to me implies that people didn't already know he was with
Bro, the
Epstein,
people
that he would be in the
listen, they
files.
didn't, Chaz.
Who don't know
They
that
didn't. That's
already?
why they mad. That's why
Man,
they're
get the
mad.
fuck out of here, bro.
There's a civil war, bro. No, there's a civil war with their MAGA right now. Do y'all niggas not pay attention to conservative media?
Yeah, there is.
Yes.
Dumb was
um
right
Yes.
about
But
that.
I'm not,
nah.
Yeah,
but I'm not
I
talking
ain't gonna say
about
the whole
them.
MAGA crowd was like, "Oh yeah, we cool with him being in the files." I'm not going that far.
uh, but
Who,
but
who does
but
the
it,
Yeah, so I'm
Democratic
not even
Party
talking
have
about
in
them. I'm talking
4 years
about people
to
who.
challenge for the
Okay, so
presidency?
let me
Go
say
ahead,
this, bro.
Thomas.
People who are in the know of that conversation knew he was always implicated with Epstein. And I'm saying
Do
people
you include
just
Do you
that's
include the
simple
core
point.
MAGA base though?
I'm not including
not
MAGA at
not not
all.
the
Oh,
not the base,
But that's who got MAGA. But MAGA is who got Donald Trump elected, and this is the problem that we run into. The problem we run into is the fact that okay, even with everything you're saying right now, niggas was not saying that when Donald Trump said he was going to release that when he's doing ABC primetime interviews. Like, yeah, we need to release the Epstein list. Yes, we need to do it. When he's tweeting viral tweets about releasing the Epstein list and catching these Democrats on the Epstein list. Like when he's championing releasing this list that's supposed to expose all of these or these child predators.
yeah,
yeah,
he
Joe
probably
Rogan, Charlie Kirk, Steve, all these videos and posts should be still posted. But I've been actually trying to go back and look, and not all of them are still up like they was when he was saying, "Yeah, we're gonna release them soon as January 20th."
no, but
Because look,
who
because
else
this
on
is the thing. Go ahead,
who
Gia.
else on that list?
Nah,
Now all I'm saying
ain't
is
no post.
who else on that list? It ain't just
Bro,
yeah,
it's quite a
POTUS is
few. I mean,
bad.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right, and
but
that's why niggas is like Democrats and Republicans are liberals and conservatives alike are like release it.
yeah.
And even if it is somebody that I support that's on there, I would rather know that they on there so I can stop supporting them.
Yeah, don't
I,
wait till
I,
they get in office and say, "Oh, we finna release the lease now," and then we got to go through court and all
Yeah.
that. No, get it out the way. Yeah.
Well,
from the Democratic Party side, who's the most qualified to
Thank
challenge
you, man.
for the presidency in 4 years? Who is the Democratic Party sending up to run for
Newsom.
You're asking
president?
that in as of August 1st, 2025, and there's no way to
No,
determine that. Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, no,
Who do you think's the most qualified? Who do you think's the most
No,
qualified from the Democratic
no.
Party to run for
Yeah,
presidency?
unknown at this time. Yeah.
yeah, they got to
Thomas,
get they got to get
I'm riding
messaging
with
together
Thomas.
first.
Do you think
I'm
Donald
riding with
Trump's
Thomas. Like,
Go ahead.
Do you think the next 4 years is going to be so bad that by default America wants to go back to having the Democratic Party have control in the White House? Do you think it would push Americans to the point where they're like, we're definitely not going Republican in the next four
you got to
years?
you got to see that next year though. Like when you got to because I think we jumping too far ahead. You got midterms
Hmm.
Exactly. You got
2026 next year.
midterms.
You got
And
like for example, you got a New York mayoral race that is if we trying to and again I haven't heard this term used to describe the New York mayoral race, but I think it can be. and that's a bellwether election. Whether or not New Yorkers elect a 33-year-old Muslim Democratic Socialist from where is he? Is he from? He's from India? No.
Yeah.
Is he from? No. Is he Iranian? Is he Indian? He's
No.
some
He's I thought he was well
Mamdani.
he's either Mumbai is either Iranian or he's Indian. I
Yeah, that's
cannot
why I thought he was Iranian. Yeah, either Indian, Iranian. He one of them. But if New Yorkers elect that nigga, oh, because it's
Mhm.
gonna be a Democrat, right? The Republicans not gonna win this race. It's gonna be a Democrat
okay.
for sure.
No,
So essentially, it's between Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic social Muslim Democratic Socialist, Eric Adams, a recently what would you call him? A rehabilitated conservative that running as
He
an
said
independent,
rehabilitated.
god
and
damn.
then a
Yeah,
sellout
that's a good way to
establishment
describe Adams too.
and
That's a good way to describe
and
him.
and a sellout sexual harasser establishment Democrat and Andrew Cuomo.
Who's
So
probably
it,
on the list? Who probably on the list too? He probably on the Epstein list.
yeah, he's probably on that
Let's
team.
keep let's keep it real. I'm just
So so when you looking at like when you looking in New York and you seeing, damn, bro, they about to elect a Muslim Democratic so that's wild. That gives you, I mean, that kind of gives you a preview of what these midterms are gonna look like. I mean, hell, you got a Georgia Senate seat coming up, which is a major Senate seat, and they not even clear who they don't even know who gonna run for it. Because Brian Kemp is like, I'm cool. I rather like I'm a popular governor. I might as well just stay that way. He don't want to attach himself to the Trump presidency. Marjorie Taylor Greene put her name in the race, but she don't. But
got
like
got
Republicans told her,
rejected.
like, nah, we good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you already starting to see kind of like buyer's remorse, and they're expecting to see. And I hate this term now, a blue wave in 2026. But I think the problem with that is that again, Democrats are still able to just win elections because how shitty Republicans are, but it doesn't make liberal politics or liberal policies any better. So even though I'm willing to say that, like, yes, you're gonna see a blue wave and Democrats be pretty successful because of how unpopular Trump is right now, it's not gonna make progressive politics shift in the way that's necessary for liberals and Democrats and all that shit to change in a way that's more amenable for black people.
I
Domo,
think it is
my
going to be a blue wave, Domo, to be honest with you, because I think this is going to leave a bad taste in a lot of Americans' mouth. I think it is going to be a blue wave, though.
no, Americans have proven to have short memories. Mom Domini was born in Kampala, Uganda.
Really?
You really?
Damn.
Hold on. He was talking slick. He had called himself he had called himself an African American. Like he
Mm.
he used that term to refer to himself.
I forgot. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I forgot. You sure did. I remember seeing the article now. I didn't click the article when I saw the headline, but yeah, I just looked it up just now.
So
yeah, my nigga's a whole African
well,
American.
God damn.
I don't think we realize how extreme the sentiment is right now. And you got a lot of young people, and that was his debate when he debated 20 conservatives or whatever, and some of the shit that was coming out of them kids' mouth.
Oh, you talking about
And
Media Sun? Yeah, Media
yeah,
Sun. Yeah,
man,
that's what
mm,
got me hype. I damn near went viral on Instagram making a video about that shit.
that was telling. You got a young voter base that's really awakening, and they don't like what they're seeing. And then you got I guess a middle age or my age.
Hold on, is my fault, GA. Is Psycho still on here?
Say
Cause this
again.
nigga Psycho, I heard this nigga Psycho yesterday say that the Nazis and fascists that was on that 20v1 with Media Sign, it's Democrats that are Nazi and fascists like that too. And his example that nigga used was censorship and canceling. No,
He was-
Psycho.
no,
No, bro.
he was talking about the behavior. Can I know what you're talking about. I thought he was just referencing the point with
Yeah, but that's the thing though. But when he do that though, because I remember Psycho saying he don't like how liberals use the term Nazi. But when you use it like that, You're using it like them. I'm saying the Nazis and the fascists are the people who think like who think like them white people in that 20v1. That's fascism. Autocracy.
Mm.
Democrats are pushing autocracy.
So,
The
well,
overall point he was making though was censorship though,
yeah,
But
and
and
censorship
cancel
isn't
culture.
Nazism, bro. Cancel culture is
Censorship and
not
cancel
Nazism.
culture.
It's not
I
Nazism, bro.
disagree.
Bro, okay. Nobody getting canceled is positioned to be murdered. Nobody who's censored is in a position to be murdered. Autocracy, the danger of autocracy isn't that, oh, somebody's telling you what to do. It's the danger of, or specifically Nazism. It is the enemy in the threat creation that then justifies the death of people. That's
Yeah,
why. That's what makes Nazism dangerous.
yeah,
Not the fact that
actually seeing it being done. Because
it's
prior to what you saw in Hitler Germany was nobody saw it. There were instances of it happening, but in terms of it, okay, it's on display now. So here you go. And if you try it, the same shit is going to happen to you. I don't
that,
think prior to that time period, if you will, the illustration hasn't wasn't so prevalent.
yeah, and that's the thing, bro. Nazism is creating creating a government and a society that deems certain groups to be a threat, and then use the threat of those groups as justification to exterminate them. That's Nazism. So when dude was up there talking about that, like being okay with an autocracy, he was even asked, "Are you okay with the government having the ability to just kill you and your family?" And his response wasn't no. His response was, "Well, I like the government wouldn't come after me and my family because I'll be a part of the I'll be a part of the group that the autocracy works for." So if we draw that
exactly.
parallel, if we draw that parallel between Nazi from what he said to Nazi Germany, when you're a white German, right, who's had to deal with the economic stress that came from World War I, the collapse of the collapse of the German economy because of all the debts that they had to pay, and you look up and you see these Jewish people still thriving and having businesses and being successful, and then you got somebody that pull up and tell you like, hey, them people that you looking at that's you know what I'm saying that's still successful and all that, they the reason why you broke. And then you slowly build that demonization, you build that characterization in a way to where you put that same animus in the heart of all the other citizens. So then when that government start rounding them citizens up, they able to justify that's okay. That's what's happening to them. That's their fault. Then motherfuckers get thrown in gas chambers. Well, that's kind of that's their fault. They're Jews. Like, what else can you say? That's Nazism. And Donald Trump and conservatism today is creating that dynamic. If you get canceled because you slapped
That's
your
crazy.
assistant on her ass and you lose your job, that's not Nazism. That's consequences of your motherfucking actions. You can't you cannot say that, like, for example, white men being canceled don't make them a candidate to be murdered. But demonizing black
Right.
people as criminals makes them a candidate to be murdered. Demonizing as like Latino people as illegal aliens that's gonna rape and kill your family justifies them being murdered. That's what Nazism look
You got to
like.
be careful with that Cap ass story though, bro. That
That's
Cap
not a
ass Germany
story. It's
story.
history.
For real, bro.
The cat ass Germany story, bro. This nigga here. So did the Holocaust happen or no? Do not tell me you a Holocaust denier, bro. I have way more
I mean,
respect for you, man. Do not tell me you
I
a
mean,
Holocaust denier.
there's a time period in history that we would have to reflect on. I mean, I don't.
Did the
What are you
Holocaust
calling?
happen? Yes or no?
I mean, not the way they said it. No,
Who
absolutely
is that? What
not.
are you talking about? The way they said it? Okay, let me phrase it like this: did Hitler
Put
round
cap
up
on it.
Jews and put them in gas chambers and furnaces? Did Dachau
I
exist?
mean I would say that happened on a smaller scale
Okay.
than what they imply.
Well, it don't. When if it happened, it happened. To you, a
No,
smaller
well, it's
scale, even if it's a few hundred, bro,
well,
even if
no,
it's a few hundred
because
people,
no,
that's
because
still that's
it's a
still
product of
genocide, bro.
war. This is war. This is
No,
them
it
taking
was
over
no,
countries.
that
Like
wasn't. They
it
weren't at
wasn't just
war, bro. These were
genocide.
German citizens.
No,
No,
they
bro, these
weren't. They
Jewish
were at
people were
fucking
German
war,
citizens. Bro, Jews were
bro.
German citizens. What are you talking about? Jews,
what I'm
these were
saying.
German
Like,
citizens.
but you can't lay out 6 million of that. That's the issue.
Bro, I don't. Bro, listen. I don't care about you. I don't care about you trying to dispute the number. But if there was anything
But that's
between
the
a
denial.
thousand
But
and it
that's
could
the
be 10.
denial, though.
No. That ain't got nothing to do. It could be
Yeah.
10,000. It could have been 10,000 Jews, 20,000 Jews,
It's
100,000
got to
Jews.
be all or
That's
nothing.
still that's
Yeah,
still genocide, bro.
it's got to be all or nothing.
No, no, you
You
can't
can't say
say.
5.9. You can't say 3.5. You can't say
Start changing
2.7.
the numbers. Once you start changing the numbers, you change the actual situation. It's not
Right, that's what I'm
genocide
saying.
anymore.
But
Once you
that's
start,
why it's got to be all or nothing. So whether it actually added up to 6.00 million is irrelevant.
Okay, and I was thinking 4 million, but 6 million, okay. But you
right,
Bro,
saying
even
them
four
the
million is
numbers,
a
the math
million.
ain't
Hold
there.
on, think about it. Think about it. The government,
you think
the
4
German
million because
government.
that's what they
Like, watch
lowered it
this.
to. They changed the
Taz,
number to 4 million
How many was it?
according to who? According
Just
to
According to
who?
rough,
you.
yeah,
According
rough
to you.
estimate from what you looked at.
According to me,
Rough estimate.
we don't know. We don't know. Maybe a million if you're
Okay,
asking me.
okay,
Maybe a
okay, a
million.
million. So maybe a million, right?
That's a lot still.
Is that not crazy?
What?
That the
Yeah.
government,
What is
the
causing the
government
No,
change
it's
of
rounded
the
up
not
a
number?
crazy.
million. It's not
What
crazy
is
that the
happening?
government rounded up a million people
They
and killed
Yeah.
them.
What?
had 1,000.
What?
That's not
They
crazy.
had 1,000 concentration camps.
Oh, go ahead.
Bro,
Like they're
what
all
in
over the
the
fucking world.
flying? That
They all
nigga,
over the world
they
taking
were
over shit,
German
bro. Like it's
citizens.
not.
They were
These
German
are not
citizens.
execution
What are
camps
you
for German
talking
citizens.
about? It
No,
wasn't war.
no,
They rounded up German citizens. What are you talking about?
that's what I'm saying. Right, right. That's a
YouTube is
different story than the
dangerous,
cap I'm
bro.
talking about.
Nigga,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
talking
not
about the
talking
cap
about
story.
the story. I'm not talking
Right,
about
you give me
you
the
caught up
spot.
on who told the story. Did it happen? Did it happen?
No,
Did that
not
genocide
the way
take
they're
place?
saying.
Did that genocide
Because for
take? I
some
don't care
reason
what you,
you
bro.
keep
And see,
dealing
and
with
this
the
is why we
Germans.
can't learn from history. This is why we can't learn from
I'm
history
telling you who
because
did not
we too
fly the
busy caught
Germans.
up getting. We too busy. Bro, I'm not talking. You taking the conversation somewhere fucking else. Nazi Germany made it a policy
I said
to
the cap.
target specific. Nazi Germany created a policy to target specific individuals and literally put them in work camps or executed them based on their identity. That's called a genocide, my friend. Regardless of whether or not you believe how the story is told, we've
There's more
seen the
to it than that.
graves. We saw the graves.
No, bro, you
We
saw what they
saw the
wanted
bodies.
to do, bro.
We saw the survivors who were starved, bro. What did
You
you
saw
talk?
what they
What
wanted to do.
were like lit ties, bro? This is what bro, when they say if you don't learn from history, you doomed to repeat it. And here we are at a time where we are seeing the type of behavior that justifies the deaths of people simply because of their identity. We are now in 2025 making excuses and justifying and finding ways to rationalize genocide. Our society
Yeah, I'm not rationalizing.
is in the center. We are
I
F.
said I don't think there's a real conversation about what's going on in them camps. You know, you get maybe 10,000 people
This
knocked
nigga
off
talking
per
about
camp.
what's going on there.
And
Is it okay to put people in
like,
camps based on their identity? My fault. My fault. Go ahead,
damn,
bro.
Hey,
it,
wait. Hey,
Go ahead.
like they're a threat. They were a threat. If you're a threat to me and my people, we round you up and get you out the way. Now again, you're
Bro,
living your life to be threat.
oh my
And
God,
because some
bro.
of these people are not a
He
benefit
said,
to our overall cause. Some of these
Taz,
motherfuckers ain't no
Taz,
benefit to our overall cause.
hold on,
Undesirables,
Taz.
if you will.
Is this
What
Taz,
do
we
you
not
do with
so?
them?
talking
Is
about.
it?
This
oh,
is why they act like they're executed, bro.
wait. Let me ask this question then. With this latest executive order on the homeless in cities that don't extremely prosecute drug use. Twofold question. What's y'all thoughts on that? I want to start with you, Tad, because you use the terms less desirable.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
we move it up to 2025 now. You know, that's those are local policies people have to deal with. They'll get federal funding for it, of course, but you have to deal with your local
But
issues on
this,
that. You have to worry about ICE coming to deal with the homeless.
no, this is executive order on the homeless in urban
Right, right.
cities.
It's gonna open up some money though. That's all it's doing.
Oh
I mean, what
man,
you
bro.
implying like they're gonna say icing or what are you saying?
I feel
What are you
like
seeing that I don't see?
I feel like
how's
I'm
it
in a
going?
book. I feel like
How's
I'm
it
in a
going?
book, right? My fault, GA. I'm sorry. But I kind of I had made this point before, bro, and I think it's important to stress right now. We've all watched some type of media or participated in some type of media, read a book, watched a movie, seen a TV show, played a video game, read a comics book that was centered around an authoritarian, you, totalitarian society controlled by very terrible people. And we've I mean, I can't speak for nobody else, but when you see these worlds created, you sit back and ask yourself, how did that happen? Right? 1984. How did Big Brother come into power? What made it possible for Big Brother to come into power? And I think one of the most telling book. Any of y'all read Animal Farm? Anybody read Animal Farm?
Yeah, I started, never finished it though. I did
Yeah,
read it.
I
Yeah.
know about Animal Farm, but I'll say the celebrity worship, starting with the lifestyles of the rich and famous series, opening up to the public, trying to create this image that celebrities live just like regular people, and then that transforming over to, oh, well, let's just put regular people on camera all the time for entertainment. And then once that is comfortable, then society as a whole will be okay and consent to observation by government authority without any type of pushback at all, like zero. Like, go ahead. Anything else you want to know that I do?
Yeah, but I really encourage. Well, for those who don't know the premise of Animal Farm, it's about animals on the farm, and those animals on the farm have an issue with the farmer, and they look at the farmer as a dictator. They look at him as, you know what I'm saying, like a fascist. And so the pigs organize the farm in a way for all the animals to come together and take over the farm. Right. And so after the pigs create this type of organization and they end up getting the farmer up out of there, all the animals agree that the pigs are like should run things because it was they organized things, they put everything together, they were the slick talkers, they was able to, and over time, over the course of the book, you see as the pigs take control, they slowly start to create
Turn it to the
policies.
farmer.
It turned into the farmers. Exactly. They started the pigs turned into the farmers. And so the only reason I bring this up is because this is something that, like, I think the first time I read it was in middle school, and then I read it. I didn't understand it like I did when I read it in high school, and it's literally laying out like laying out the framework from how from revolution and resistance we see those revolutionaries when they take control, if they haven't breaking themselves free from the ways of the oppressor, the person that they broke away from, then they're just going to recreate those same dynamics. And so what we've seen, like even recently, with more people being okay with fascism, is the same. Like, how can y'all claim to be America and then talk about like be okay with instances and justify instances of Nazism or policies or attitudes that reflect that? Like, how did we go from, and I'm not even the super American nigga, but how did we go from we gotta fight the oppressors around the world, we gotta spread freedom, we have to spread these globally, we have to spread these concepts associated with openness and understanding and all this other shit. And now it's 2025, and it's like, nah, yeah, round them up, throw them in the back of cars, and throw them in the back, throw them in cages, ship them out of the country. Yeah, like due process. Who cares? Like what?
No,
And
because
y'all
the
shit about due process? Like what?
American society consented and gave the nod to American governments and American military invading foreign countries and imposing what they deem is the correct way to live, whether it benefited them or not. No. Very few small groups of Americans actually protested against that actions post World War II. And like I
Man,
said, propaganda was used. Look how many cameras they had on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They made sure that the shot was just as good as the goddamn fucking strike.
but that's the thing there. Now we kind of looking inward on this with this whole thing about this homeless thing, and I'm gonna go back to another the term undesirable. Yeah, them people don't, man. I see a lot of them here down here in Houston, man. It's
This
a
is what y'all got me on,
lot,
bro.
a
This is what y'all
lot
niggas
of 'em.
got me.
No, well, hold on. But here's my question. So, okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with these people? And then once you're done with what you done with them, what's gonna be the next classification of undesirables?
We on
Y'all see where
round
I'm going with
two.
that?
Well, we on round two of the first lady in the White House not being able to speak fluid English. Like this is round two. Like at best, the first lady has always represented some sort of movement, stance, or something from Martha Washington, Eleanor Roosevelt. The list goes on and on. But not being able to speak English, not even from our own supporters. No pushback at all. I mean, they cool with that.
I hate to be. I'm not a nihilist at all. I'm an Afro pessimist, and there's a certain level of optimism in that. But, bro, and I got. We're effed. We're effed. Like just kind of looking at how niggas like respond to conversations about fascism and like as if it hasn't always been a threat. Like literally the
Yeah,
entire all of the United
I would
States.
say it's been in motion. Yeah, maybe not to
Like
the level that we see it now, but uh,
it, it's
being okay
always
with yeah.
yeah certain shit. Like see the thing about it is like for example the no the, you want to know why nobody cares that the total population of black people in this country is overly represented in the prison population. Like we can look at that and as black people, we like that's messed up, right? We can all say like, yo, like the amount of people that's in America and the percentage of people that's locked up in America and how much black people make up of that, that is a problem, right? Like, or we could look at wealth and be like, yo, the black white wealth gap and the way that it exists and the way that it persists is a problem. So recognize why it's a problem. But we never ask ourselves, why doesn't the rest of the world see it as a problem? Well, the rest of the world don't see it as a problem because they think we deserve it. They think we deserve to be in prison because they would rather make up the belief that we commit more crimes than admit to the fact that we are demonized purposely.
Yeah,
Like,
we've always been the savages, kind of similar to the natives of America prior to 1776 or 14, whenever. Like that's
G
been the
style,
equal. Yeah.
G style. I'm taking this. I just poured up, bro. Everything I've been saying has been sober tongue.
Wait, what's
Everything.
that number, Domo? What's that percentage for? Is it like the total prison population, like 1% or whatever, and then blacks about 16%? What's
Let me check.
what's that number? I'm just throwing it out there because I got it. That's a correlation I want to make with something
Ain't
else.
it? So are you asking what's the current black prison population in comparison to the black?
Total
We
population.
Yeah.
we make up 13% of the population, and we make up 37% of the
Okay.
imprisoned
Yeah.
population.
Okay, 37% of the prison population.
37%.
And the
Prison in
prison
jail? Is it
population,
prison or is it prison in jail or is it just prison? You know, because sometimes they say prison, but
It's
prison.
I think it's incarcerated. It's
Because I know they sometimes they make distinctions.
yeah, prison. It's prison and jail. It's prison and jail.
okay, so totally incarcerated, and then that demographic is how much of the population? What 1% or 2%?
The percent. I don't know how to look. I don't know how to say. I know what you asking. I just don't know how to
Yeah, just
ask.
get the number. Yeah, just get the number. That's all,
Which
and put it over 48 million or whatever.
No, no, no. I'm talking about the total
bro,
population. So you're saying we 37% of the
About 14% of the
no, we 13% of the overall population,
got that part.
and we
Then
37% of the jail and prison population.
incarcerated.
Right.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the total percentage of the jail and prison population against the population.
Oh, how many people are in how much of the entire population is in prison?
like
That's what you
it's
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
I won't say I wouldn't be close. I wouldn't be yeah, probably close to 2 million as far as people everybody that's housed in prison. Yeah,
Yeah, so 2 million,
houses more, yeah.
but,
Close. I know
almost
it's
one
over a
percent.
million. I know that. It's
Yeah,
over a million.
that's like 1% then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know when that book came out, New Jim Crow was about 2 million, but it ain't. I don't think it's 2 million no more though.
Because I got a correlation I'm working on.
Michelle Alexander.
Bro, roughly 0.4%.
Okay, about five. Okay, that's crazy, man. That's the only thing that's off is the percentage of black incarcerated. Because the
Yeah.
and the only
I
reason
mean,
that
but if we, but ultimately the logic behind why nobody looks at that as a problem in this society is because they functionally convinced everyone that black people are criminals.
they off well they off the
Yeah.
radar.
And a lot
You-
of people think our current situation is a result of us being unindustrious. It has nothing to do with the history. It has nothing to do with
Right.
yeah.
So
Okay,
okay. So I want y'all to, please, I need y'all to grasp this. So if we as black people can recognize that the circumstances that we endure are justified by the larger society based on the labels that they create and apply to who we are as a people, shouldn't we have a problem with using labels as a way to determine how somebody is treated in a society? We should have a problem with that, right?
at least have a level of empathy. I agree.
I mean, that's my entire point. It's like, yo, we can't even be empathetic enough to think. We sitting back saying, at least it's not me, but it's always at least it's not me right now. And as black people, we should understand that more than anybody else because we've looked at niggas and said, I'm not that type of nigga. That's not happening to me until it was happening to us. Come on, y'all. Like the world, like, yo, we are going, the world is is down bad right now. But none of I ain't even gonna put it on the world. American society is down bad right now.
it's kind of sleepwalking, but that's my little anecdotal characterization.
But we putting ourselves to sleep just to sleepwalk with it instead of being woke, instead of being conscious. Like what that shit what it meant to not sleepwalk with the rest of society, to be able to recognize the patterns and the layers and the levels and the nuances that exist and how we operate in society. This shit is disheartening, bro. Like nigga, like the fact that we had to fight the way we had to fight during the election to get here and to even see how much of a failure he is and still see the but Kamala ain't black. We still having that conversation. We are effed. Niggas be talking about we messed up in the head because we want to buy shoes and we want to. No, because we don't know how to break out of the brainwashed paradigm of American society that is slowly and always deteriorating. Progress for white people has never come because we allow white people to do it. It is the oppressed groups who have always pushed back and pushed society forward. That's why black people associate more with progressivism when it comes to politics, because shit, we've needed progress. Society has always had to move forward. And we're watching it go backwards. And niggas is just like, but Kamala not black.
She's not doing nothing for black people, or what she said.
Now writing them numbers down. Those some good numbers.
I think conditioning
ain't black
of
though.
of uh, of violence and
Damn, Johnny.
ex, ex,
That's crazy. That
violence
white
and
man. That white man.
exposure to various trauma uh, is at a different level than I would even go as recent as Rodney King. So, like Rodney King, maybe a different generation. He did not. He survived that particular attack, but people were getting killed in the '60s during civil rights. So I think there was a gap there. So that Rodney King for me represented the beginning of another round of society accepting violence being viewed on camera and allowing the legal system to say, hey, you good. Round two, what's round two? Trayvon Martin? And that whole list that went on after that? Did George Floyd end anything? Was that like the okay, George Floyd happened and it's gonna be a different dynamic.
Bro, but hold on. When did Ahmaud Arbery happen?
February 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, February.
And when did George Floyd happen?
May 25th, 2020.
Same year, yeah.
Come on, bro.
Breonna Taylor.
And these are just the stories that get made into headlines, bro. But well, I remember the first time I heard about a nigga getting killed by the police was a nigga my sister went to high school with. He had a butter knife in his front yard. Police killed for having a butter knife in his yard. Killed him.
We won't talk about the little brother up there in the Walmart with a play gun up there in the
Killed him.
Midwest.
John Crawford.
Like it's like, man, all right, I'm done.
Nah, don't be done, man, because it's good. Because we getting some numbers out there, man. But I'm just saying stuff. It be real subtle to us in your backyard or in your face.
Right, and that's
Come
what.
on,
And
America. America has been consented to being under the influence of substances that were not natural. When it comes to alcohol, liquor, recreational drugs, the pills is cool now.
No, they're not cool, there.
According to society, it is.
Okay, well, I'm talking about from a policy perspective because that also came out in the thing. It was, hey, we got to help these poor people because they're, we got to get help and rehabilitation for them because of this
But
fentanyl.
they were already on drugs since the 1950s.
Okay, but I get that part. I'm just telling you what was being socialized, and now this policy is saying, hey, I got funds for anybody that's gonna persecute uh drugs in these urban areas where these homeless people are at.
We saw this mad push against drunk driving in the 80s.
Oh,
and
I
that
remember
flamed out as
mothers
quick as
against
hell.
mothers against drunk driving. I remember
Yeah,
that.
that flamed out
That's
quick as
still out
hell.
here. That's still
It
out here though,
shifted,
man.
it shifted to drugs. Yeah, yeah, it shifted to hard drugs, but that also flamed out quick as hell too.
But there we old enough to be remember when you can buy your beer when you was 18, and then that law shifted to 21 during that same time.
I remember, but they were allowing other substances to come into play also. It wasn't like they was going to
Well,
make it
yeah,
harder for alcohol and that's it.
yeah, T's and blues, little Michael Dot. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So if you don't get used to your body and the people around you and the children that you have to be conditioned to liquid substances, these chemicals, should be good enough.
I'm just wondering what it is, now. So are you trying to get the people help? Or are you trying to persecute the people?
Shit, man, if you go back into history long enough, uh, helping the people as on a whole has never been the motherfucking case.
Well, that's what they said in 2016. Hey, we got to do something to help these people. We got to get money
I'm
for them.
going back all the way before a motherfucking America. Also, British Empire, French, Spain, Portugal. At no time was any monarchy, head of state had the interest that the citizens or the general population uh, received or had as much benefits as the people that were in leadership. The leadership always have been uh, astronomically different, far greater benefit. Like I don't think since Vietnam, maybe a little bit of Afghanistan because it got kind of outrageous, but military spending for the United States government, I don't see any groups out here consistent basis saying, "Hey, cut down on that military spending." Nope.
Oh no, bro. They asked for $1 trillion this year. I think that's the first in history for the DOD budget.
Yeah, they spend over what was I'm gonna say over 800 billion on defense on war
Yeah,
defense. Yeah,
800 billion. But
yep.
yeah, with
I have to look
And
this
that up.
new
most
bill.
of that is not on soil in the boundaries of the United States.
800 billion.
No, they done graduated. This new bill they got a T now. Whole trillion.
Vlad was talking to Judge Mathis about reparations, and he was basically he changed his whole position. Vlad was on his education thing, but he said he's seen COVID and he's seen he said he's seen COVID-19 and it was something else basically. He's basically that's what made him change his perspective on basically the government, the federal government not having the funds. You know, yeah, it's deep. It's deep. It's deep.
But they proved they had the funds though.
Yeah, they do. They do. And the federal government is not quote unquote necessarily tax restrained, And yeah, and plus, like I said, the brother
Yeah,
uh people
not paying taxes don't mean they not able to provide services.
Oh, I think of that like a big joker, man. They can't play that again. It can't be no COVID 25, and you get this. I don't think you'll get the same support.
yeah.
It's not there, especially right now where we
They have
are.
they have the technology to go to the next level. They see
All
what the
right,
reaction was for COVID.
it's a timing thing there, and I mean everything that we're experiencing now is because of COVID, and that's in my opinion. I could lay that out on why I think that way, and it's not over yet.
Uh, over. Yeah.
And I'm
For
saying,
me, I don't think it'll ever be over. I just think, like you said, the line of thinking, the bar for an accepted level of, I guess, uh, uh, qualifications, a standard of I don't know, etiquette, behaviors when it comes to response to the general population, language that's being used. COVID kind of like opened that door up to say, hey, uh, extreme circumstances cause for extreme measures. Now that the circumstances are not normal, but they aren't what they were in 2020, these extreme measures are still being able to hand it down without recourse. Like a protest here and there, a march here and there, but we dare you to try January 6th or anything like that again. See what happens.
oh no, 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 wait. I wasn't talking about civil unrest or whatever. I
Yeah.
was talking about economically. That's yeah. In my opinion, that's escalating. People are moving and they're taking action. Some are just talking, but some are taking action. But yeah, but I say over. I was just really speaking about economically in peaks and troughs and recessions. We still got two more
Yeah, well
legs to go through.
that's going to be capitalism. That I mean that's part of the effects of capitalism as a whole. I don't think you're going to be to a level of where the average population uh, can really sit back and say, okay, now this is I can afford to live comfortably based on this income or the amount of opportunities. Uh, Getting used to overspending and wasting resources obviously been going on for at least before my generation.
So we had about two recessions since then. So we're gonna see how
Yeah,
severe this
look,
one be.
yeah,
But
look how we came out of that.
yeah, well,
'08. Yeah,
we gonna see.
motherfuckers bounced back. They was balling after '08.
Yeah. Pass left. I ain't even get to ask my other question. I'm gonna save that one for y'all. I'll say that for Sunday, I guess.
I find it interesting that a vast majority of us, did not want to repatriate to Liberia. That's very interesting to note that, we had already settled with the idea that this is we toiled and fought here. This is our land, so it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, they didn't have anything set up at the time, but when
Uh,
that message was being put out,
Mm-hmm.
there was no president and there was no uh, uh, like situation for government housing or any type of transition. It was kind of like a wait and see, and we'll work it out when we get over there. Type of
Mm-hmm.
situation.
And them niggas got over there and acted like white folks.
oh yeah, putting up
That what
fences and
what
shit.
I mean, what was I don't know what the expectations was. So for a certain amount of people, believe me, I get it. Because the revolters, the Nat Turners, and the Harriet Tubmans, they're always going to be there. But if that's all you know, that's all you know.
No, but I mean, you got to think about that too, though. Man, what we talking about? A couple of 100 years, 100 years. That's what, 5 generations. Well, a couple of 100 years is 10 generations. So, what did they know about the land? They be talking about, yeah, send me back over there, and then you got
Yeah,
the
I
motherfuckers over
agree.
here, talking about, hey, well, I can't use your ass no more. So, yeah, let me send you back home. Where's home?
No, I think it was voluntary. I don't know if it was a forced type of situation.
No, well,
Are
I'm
you
just
talking
talking
about?
about what the sentiment was then, from the other
Are
side,
you talking about as far as the
And like
with the expression? What's the word? Re, repatriating the.
repatriation. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a combined total of just over 500 Africans seized from slave ships, regardless of their countries of origin, together with Black American volunteers, were repatriated to Liberia between 1820 and 1847, when the colony issued an uncontested Declaration of Independence. The vast majority of Blacks in America did not support the colonization movement. Indeed, historian Manisha Shea had asserted that Black abolitionists came in the age of 1820s by opposing the American Colonization Society in 1862 in 1862 in the midst of the Civil War, when Lincoln floated a trial balloon for for repatriation. The Black abolitionist Frances Ellen Watkins Harper responded with her characteristic ferocity and RAP. I gotta look. Hold on, I gotta look this word. I ain't never seen this word. I ain't never seen it. I don't want to say the word because it's damn near similar to grape, but it's spelled RAP. Hold on, what the hell? I ain't never seen this RAPIER. I ain't never seen this word before. RAPIER. Fine.
Rapier. It's a
Okay,
Yeah.
rapier.
okay,
Yeah.
rapier.
It's a
Okay,
sword. A
okay,
rapier is a kind of sword.
okay. Bet. Say that then, Dom. Okay, all right, bet. So yeah, so she responded with with ferocity and rapier insight. Okay, sharp. Okay. Let the president be answered firmly and respectfully, not in the tones of supplication and entreaty, but of earnestness and decision. That while we admit the right of every man to choose his home, that we neither see the wisdom nor expediency of our self exportation from a land which has been in large measure enriched by our toil for generations, till we have a birthright on the soil and the strongest claims on the nation for that justice and equity which has been withheld from us for ages whose accumulated wrongs have dragged the present wars that overshadow our head. Blacks would stay and demand full justice in America. He got that down at the bottom, but yeah, I just thought that's interesting because the Liberia scenario gets thrown out. I mean, it gets paraded around a lot. So as far as Liberia, baby, nah, bro, we was not on that, bro. we was not. We went. We no. We our birthright, our lineage is here, man. We no. We need to. We was striving and still striving to cement our birthright citizenship. And like she
Like,
said, our go ahead, brother.
that's about 10 generations, bro.
Yeah.
1600s and 1800s. That's about 10. That's grandma, big mama, big mama, ain't sister, ain't sister. No, man.
Hmm.
So some was like, yeah, fuck it, let me out of here. And then for the most part, jokers, I mean, I would share that same sentiment today if you presented me that same deal.
As far as uh repatriating to
Yeah, yeah,
another country and
yeah. Repatriate me to Liberia. Hey, bro, I'm 56 years old. This all I know is over here. What?
Yeah, niggas was getting massacred and burnt out, and
Oh, they went over there starting the shit, man. They bringing them
yeah,
American ways over there to the land, and them jokers like,
yeah,
nah,
that's what I'm
nigga.
saying. That's all they
Yeah.
knew. That there was no other blueprint.
I'm quite sure they may
So
have taken some religion with them, or whatever, and just colonial ways or whatever ways. It just probably wasn't a good start.
well, it's a decent amount of motherfuckers that did go over there. It wasn't like it was
Hey,
one or two.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
fair,
but
fair enough. I
Motherfuckers
just remember
went. Yeah.
Chuck Taylor. I remember him in the late '70s, early '80s. I was in the '90s when Chuck Taylor was president of Liberia.
Chuck Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I call him Chuck Taylor. His name is
Yeah, I
Charles.
knew. Yeah, I knew like a group of people from that was their peoples was in Detroit, like right outside of Detroit. They went back and forth to Liberia, like like going down south to Mississippi and back to Chicago, man. That shit was
Exactly.
yeah.
Like,
So check this out real
I had
quick.
a chance to go.
We was talking about Evanston and that whole proposition and all that. So Evanston, the brother, he calls it this chapter. It's a segment, not chapter, but in here where he's talking about missteps. But the chapter is, but basically, so blatant opposition represents an obvious obstacle to black reparations, but there are more subtle obstacles, additional barriers created by presumed supporters of redress. The first of these is the growing movement for so-called reparations at the local and state levels, or financed by individuals and private organizations. As we noted above, state and local governments efforts to fund a full reparations plan are destined to fall short of the mark. We estimate the city of Evanston, Illinois, which professes to have inaugurated the nation's first municipal reparations plan, will require 3.85 billion to close independently the 350,000 per capita racial wealth gap. Remember, we're talking about closing the racial wealth gap. And like he said, we're talking about closing, but that's a baseline. That's a baseline. That's the baseline. So that's not like the end all, but that is the primary. So closing the racial wealth gap is the primary. It is the primary. How can I say this? It is the primary focal point, but it's the baseline. We're starting there. Like it's so implying that there's other other social and political institutions that we need. So pardon me. So
but
boom.
hold on,
Go ahead,
Diddy.
go ahead. Go ahead,
So
brother.
I'm trying to, I wanted you to get that out, but you got to understand the the damage that was done back in Evanston. The whole thing was about, you had black homes around this state education institution. They got redlined, and them people got forced out of their homes.
Facts. I'm not done respectfully though.
That's the damage.
Let me
So
finish this and then I'm gonna put it in context and you're gonna
okay,
see as
okay,
far
all
as like
right.
me and
Well,
him.
I'm just saying you
Yeah,
was
I
taking a
understand what
minute.
you're saying. I understand the
Okay.
backstory, and that's definitely important because clearly that's why we're here, and that's why it's at the
Yeah,
forefront.
but you keep and for this instance, I can see what you're saying, that hey, if them people had kept their home, their property would evaluated to a certain level, or appraised at a certain level 10, 20 years down the line. I get that part, but I don't think that's a good approach to just say, hey, I'm here to close the racial wealth gap. But go ahead and finish your thought, bro.
As we noted above, state and local governments' efforts to fund a full reparations plan are destined to fall short of the mark. We estimate the city of Evanston, Illinois, which professes to have inaugurated the nation's first municipal reparations plans, will require about 3.85 billion to close independently the 350,000 per capita racial wealth gap. The city's annual budget is closer to 350 million. Under its reparations plan, under its reparations plan, Evanston has appropriated 10 million funding sufficient only to provide 25,000 housing vouchers to 400 of its 11,000 black eligible residents. Period. I'll stop there. The 20 so that's a problem. That's a problem. That's an issue. I don't like that. So pardon me. So
Okay,
Evanston has
what
appropriated
is the problem?
10 million
Because I'm
funding.
confused.
Evanston has appropriated 10 million funding sufficient only to provide 25,000 housing vouchers to 400 of its 11,000 eligible
Oh,
black residents. That's
okay,
a
only 400, only
yeah,
400 out of
only
11,000.
yeah. The 25,000 vouchers potentially going only to about 4% of Evanston's population eligible for reparations will fall 325,000 short of the amount required to erase the racial wealth gap, even for each lottery winner who receives a grant. And then he goes on to Asheville, North Carolina has proposed to set aside two.
Wait. Let's
Let's stop there. Let's stop there.
yeah. Let's stay. Don't run the stop sign past
Okay.
Evanston
But yeah,
because
that's an issue though.
no,
That's an issue.
no. Okay, so when I hear what you just read, so 11,000 families qualified for this grant or
Yes,
for this claim, and only 400 have received it, right?
it has appropriated 10 million funding sufficient to only provide, like I said, 25,000 housing vouchers to 400 of its 11,000 black residents. And basically saying the 25,000 vouchers potentially going only to about 4% of Evanston's population eligible for reparations.
So it's saying only 4% of the population.
Yes, out of the money that they appropriated, which was 10 million. Remember, it says the city's annual budget is closer to 350 million. And it basically says
Okay.
under his reparations plan, it's allocated 10 million to fund the housing reparations
For 11,000 families.
restorative. You said what? Say it again.
10 million for 11,000 families.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 400 of its 11,000 eligible black residents. Though, see what I'm saying? So only to provide 25,000 housing vouchers to 400 of its 11,000. So you see the as far as the 400 and then the contrast of 11,000 eligible black people.
Wait. I see the disparity that you're talking about.
Yeah.
400 versus 11,000.
Yes.
So I don't know what the qualifications are. What did the other 10,600 have to do to qualify?
That's a deeper. We'll just have to probe at that. But the brother, I'm saying,
Well,
I'm just saying,
that's
this
what
is the
I'm.
brother that remember, he wrote the Black Reparations Project, but this preceded, this is the precursor to this. This is the From Here to Equality Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century.
I got that part, bro. All I'm asking is, what was the question? Because if there was something that people just didn't go down there and fill paperwork out, that's a travesty. Because funding was there, or if funding ran out, if 400 used up the whole budget for that year, that's even bigger travesty. But we have to find out what the disconnect is, or you know, don't give me a talking point and then.
I'm not trying to give you a talking point, my brother.
No, I'm not pointing to. I'm talking to the author. Is don't throw something out there and then don't tell me why. Because how am I gonna fix it, or how am I gonna resolve it?
Okay, let me read this because maybe this will put it in context. Because you have to
Okay.
understand, so how much should be paid? There are two potential approaches to calculating the appropriate amount due to a victimized community as restitution for grievous injustices. One approach is to enumerate the atrocities, assign dollar values to each, and then add them up. This strategy requires having an all-inclusive record of the harms and a method for assigning a cost to each category of harm. Given the suppression of a complete historical record of the injuries imposed on Black American descendants of chattel slavery, this first approach is unrealistic and unsatisfactory. An alternative is to identify a summary measure that captures the economic impact of the harms. We conclude in this book that the racial wealth disparity is the best single indicator of the cumulative impact of white racism over time. See what I'm saying? That's how he's coming. He's coming like as far as
bro, he said
pardon me.
He said chattel slavery and the situation at Evanston had little to do with chattel slavery.
No. He's not. No, brother. No. I'm striving to put it in like his premise of his premise is his primary premise is closing the black white wealth gap. You know, all these programs, these local programs, initiatives, they're not going to close the black white wealth chasm. You know, so that is it, and is doing it by attacking the average, which is the mean, and not the medium, which is the middle. You know, because most of the wealth in America is concentrated by white folks. So he says the best, and I'm paraphrasing, the best way to attack it is by the mean, and to put it in proportion, and to put black wealth in proportion to white wealth. It's yeah, brother. Man, bro, it's like I'm saying, bro. Like I yeah, man. I'm yeah, bro. Hold on. I'm that's what I'm striving to articulate to you why what's his premise, you know, and why the federal government is definitely the well, that's not your, I know you don't push that whole federal government shouldn't pay it, but
No, we was just talking about Evanston, and I know Evanston was a
yeah,
lawsuit about redlining, and then you said 400 out of 11,000 only received benefits from the redlining. So why did they run out of money, or why? You know, because you say 11,000 was eligible, only 400 received compensation. So,
because is it because they only allocated 10 million
but that's what I'm
out of
saying.
they allocated
That was,
10 million?
that's what I'm trying to narrow it down to. Did the 400 use up the 10 million? Then y'all need to give some more money on this. You know, that that's all I'm trying to narrow it down
Okay,
to.
I see what you trying to troubleshoot
Yeah.
that
You
aspect.
know, or did they put stipulations in there? You still got to have some type of ties to the property, because see, then that could be a problem too, because the whole time that the people going through litigation, then you could be still taxing them and all type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I say before we go to the
Mm-hmm. Other,
to the next one, you
yeah,
know, let's narrow that one down so I can know
yeah.
how mad I need to be.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like let me see. Yeah, he doesn't. But he's opposed to look like local reparation initiatives, like cause he said, because at the crux of that, it doesn't close the racial wealth gap
So
in
why does that need to be a thing if
budget.
you're actually just trying to resolve the issues
Now,
on each community's
say it again.
circumstances? Why does closing the gap have to be a higher priority versus resolving the issues that each community has?
Because the
Each community does not have a wealth gap issue.
but I would say about 30% of us are living below the poverty line, though. At least a third of us, though. So I mean,
So if the local community has gotten together and created some form of reparations, if there's no other alternatives on the table, I mean, what I'm still trying to see if there's an alternative way of doing it, or
yeah, I understand. I understand what y'all, as far as
because even if my bank account matched
mm-hmm.
Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, or any of these other people that everybody knows,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not gonna be equal to the white man. I'm still gonna be a nigga. I'm still gonna get ran down on if I try to present myself as the same as them. It's always been like that. I mean, I never saw this. We got to make sure that black people uh, have the same amount, or uh, the reference to acceptable I guess resonance is as long as it equals what the white man has, then that's justifiable. Anything less is discrimination.
Brother, we need that
I
bread.
ain't never thought like that.
But no, I actually want to read something to you because I don't want to say it, but it's I feel like in partially with y'all's kind of, well, not y'all, but it's like you're kind of like you're saying like we can't trivialize the life-changing effects of a household getting almost $1 million, let alone an individual getting over $300,000. You know, the life-changing effects of that type of money, like that. I mean, like, I mean, you know, like that's life-changing money. You know, like
No, no, bro, wait, hold on, Diddy. I agree.
I'm reciting the brother too because he says,
No,
yeah,
I,
you can't
I
trivialize that.
no, I agree with what you're saying when you say that right there. That is life changing, but that cannot be. I think what you're giving is a diagnosis. This is what happened when you redline us or put us out our homes. We
Mm-hmm.
know you impact generational wealth, and then it creates a gap between us and other demographics. We totally get that part, but
Mm-hmm.
we trying to say that the focus to be able to get concessions is to say, hey, you implemented this policy or you did this action, and this is the result. You
Yeah,
know,
if you're gonna criticize the programs, that's cool. I mean, everything's gonna be criticized. That's pretty expected. We expect white people to be in fair criticism. Uh, Black conservatives, people that have different views. I mean, it's acceptable. I'm not saying it's wrong, but uh, I don't see an alternative. Uh, I think the people that have received those vouchers are somewhat grateful. Can there ever be enough? If we wish for a half a billion and don't get and got zero, is that worse than expecting 100,000 and only got 20? I don't know. Uh,
Check this out, y'all.
Knowing how government works, being able to manage through politics and the different nuances and layers from a practical and realistic standpoint in terms of where black people stand in politics from a local standpoint, county, state, and especially on the federal level. Uh, we we're not even 100 years out of civil rights. We're still, maybe two or three generations in from being able to, uh, you know, have some sort of standing in society. So I just don't know if the expectations have been a result of being tired, being under trauma so long. But believe me, I get some of the criticism, but these people have put these organizations together for these local communities, and I'm not going to advocate for uh, them revamping their plan or making it harder for their descendants, especially when every community is going to be different, and thus you have payments going out on local levels. Evanston, Asheville, North Carolina,
Matter of fact, he said something about
Rosewood, yeah.
Carolina. Yeah, but real quick, because I want to put this in context. Like he said, wealth, race, and public policy. The most recent survey conducted by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve on Wealth in the United States was completed in 2019, prior to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. It indicated that the median white household had a net worth of 164,100 greater than the median black household. at the mean, the average white household had a net worth of $841,900 greater than the average black household. It is routine for analysis to prefer to evaluate the disparities at the median, the middle of the distribution, rather than the mean, since the median is not sensitive to outlying values and presumably provides a more accurate picture of the typical condition of members of each group. But in the context of racial differences in wealth, the mean gap offers the superior measure for policy purposes. This is so. One of us has argued because wealth is so densely concentrated in the United States that 97% of white Americans' total wealth is held by households with a net worth above the white median. And white households with a net worth above the national median, which is approximately 100,000, hold close to 99% of white wealth. 25% of white households have a net worth in excess of 1 million, in contrast with a mere 4% of black households. Pardon me, so I was wrong. 25% of white households have a net worth in excess of 1 million, in contrast with the 4%. Oh no, I said that it was at least a third of us living below the poverty line. So this is a whole nother.
No, that's another demographic. I think
This
you're
is
right with the third below the poverty line.
yeah,
I think you right.
yeah,
You close. It may
yeah.
be 20%, but yeah,
Uh-huh.
go ahead.
This right here is alarming. 25% of white households have a net worth in excess of 1 million, in contrast with the mere 4% of black households. Using the median figure will take an overwhelming share of white wealth off the table. We propose that a true reparations plan, rather than taking that vast amount of wealth off the table, must focus on the elimination of the black-white wealth disparity at the mean rather than the median. Black Americans' ancestors enslaved the United States constitute about 12% of the nation's population, but possess less than 2% of the nation's wealth. To bring the share of wealth held by this segment of the black population, actually about 90% of the black population in the United States, into consistency with their share of the population, will necessitate a reparations plan setting the mean gap as its target for closure. So, and then wait. This is important. How did this enormous racial gulf in wealth come about? The gulf is the intentional effect of national policies that built white wealth at the expense of black American wealth accumulation. In an article we prepared for The Economist, we identified four periods of American public policy that contributed directly to the creation of the black-white wealth gap: the wagon train period, the bloodlust period, the picket fence period, and the freeway period. The federal government is the forerunner, is the spearheader in creating all those freeways going through black communities. So it's reason why I say we can't extract the federal government when it comes to payment, because they are heavily implicated with these slave fugitive acts. The Congress and the federal government, they're intertwined. Like they're intricately intertwined. And I don't even go off on a tangent, but I'm just, like I said, and this brother has, like he said, outlined each period. For first period, I ain't gonna read it right now, but just the example, the wagon train period, he just goes into, the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. You talking about the pledge? That was a promise made still. I know Taz is against that, but that still was a promise. 40 acres, he's using his premise that he feel like that's still something that we need to use as it pertains to the federal government. As it pertains to the federal government, then boom, the bloodlust period between the end of the Civil War and the end of World War II, white terrorists conducted upward of 100 massacres of black communities with impunity. He has listed in Appendix A because of the recent attention drawn to it by the Continental Commemoration, and by a popular cultural treatment in the television program Watchmen. The Tulsa Massacre of 1921 probably is the most well-known. In 1919 alone, the year of the Red Summer, he just goes into boom, 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 talks about the federal government being explicit or complicit when it comes to these acts of violence by white folks. Pardon me. And then boom, like I said, the freeway period, federal funding for an expanded national highway
Yeah.
system dating from the 1950s. You know, basically letting you know, just going through all the black communities, and that's all federal. You know, all that's all federal.
Hey, okay, bro. Are you going into a monologue? Are
No,
you
no,
gonna?
I'm just kind of skipping over
No,
that kind of yeah.
okay, because no, you made good points.
Thorough,
Okay,
thorough, man. But go ahead, brother.
well,
All right, go ahead, do your thing.
I'm just
All
saying.
right,
I don't think I don't.
read the screen. Read the screen while Price comments. Diddy.
I don't think there's nothing new under the sun. The whole wagon train period, I can definitely agree with you right there on that sentiment.
That's better.
Because it says black folks weren't allowed to own land during that time. The whole red summer, that's a point that I wanted to get out earlier tonight. That black people's went and build communities, they got destroyed and they never got restitution for that. Even today in 2025, the last survivors of these incidents from Greenwood could not get a just day in court. So I agree with all that. Then I agree with the whole overarching sentiment is that owning some type of land, real estate is some type of, if we was to dig down into these numbers on these black families, I would agree that real estate is going to be the bulk of the average or the means net worth and how it appreciates. So I guess long story short, I see your point on that.
So where is 14% of the population supposed to be compared to a majority of white population
Well, there, remember he said
when it comes to
25% black.
income?
25% of white households have a median net worth. Yeah, let me go back on because I want to of $1 million, and in comparison, that's
Yeah.
only 4% of us. That's
Yeah, where are we supposed to be at?
I guess he would say that if 25% of the white population and they're about 37-40% of the population, then we should be at least a 7 to 10%, just rough math. But with
So if we're 14% of the entire population, you're saying almost 50% of that? Half?
at least 7 is what I think. That's what I think he's getting at because white folks about 40% of the population, but they got 25%. 25% of them have a $1 million net worth on paper.
Yep.
Are
25
they down to 40?
net worth
Is
in
that
excess
low? I thought they was at least
of 1
52
million.
or in the high 50s.
Well, I mean, it could
Have a
be
net worth.
52 or whatever. I'm doing rough math off the top of my head without any research or
Yeah,
knowledge.
that's why I don't like to play with percentages because anybody can
Yeah.
play with percentages and kick a narrative out.
Do you want me to
So
find
if I'm
Well,
talking about
I'll find
a
you
number,
data on it if you want me to find it.
where is
I'm pretty sure
you
the data.
know
This is somebody who's been
7% of 48 million? You saying that number is supposed to either accumulate or be able to show assets
well,
at the same as the amount of numbers of the white population,
no,
whatever that number is.
no. He's saying 4% actually, 4% of the population at the time of the writing of this publication, 4% of 48 million have that 1 million, which
4% of what? The entire
no,
population?
well, no, of that population. So it's about 3% down. If we're going to go back to the
3%
population,
of what?
it's 48 million,
4%.
48 million black folks at the time of this publication, which is about 12-13% of the population. So
Mm.
4% is that's only about 25% versus almost 50% when you have that 25% of the white households. So we're about 3% off of that number.
If we're saying there's supposed to be some sort of system
I mean, if
that aligns various groups to have similar either income levels or net assets worth.
Yeah,
So
if you're talking about
America hasn't really shown that, and I don't know. I guess I would have to go into a research situation to see, governments around the planet. But
well, you
I
know,
I, I don't look at this when we're speaking about how groups of people are supposed to maintain not only mindset but realistic physical attributes when it comes to what they own and what they earn. So, and history has shown, recent history, modern history, medieval reconstruct. I mean, that never has been the case.
well,
I don't
I'm just looking.
know.
I'm
Go ahead.
looking at it from the aspect of the model. So the model saying if they're 50% of the population or 52% or whatever the population, but 25% of them are in this category of a million dollars of net worth, and then
Bunch of white folks over here. Go ahead.
and then you're 13% of the population and only 4% of yours. So you're a little off. You're about 3% short if you put that in some type of model. And that's just going through just framing this up real rigid, like just off some rough numbers. So that's 3% low. So I do get that. I get what he's aiming at, that you're lagging behind. You don't have the representation that you are in the population. There's uh not a correlation, but it's a chasm, it's a gap. I get that. Then he states all these incidents in history with the whole Highway Act that forced people to sell their property. They didn't hold on to it, so it didn't get to appreciate. The Red Summers, property was destroyed. The people didn't get restitution. The Wagon Train Act, well, they was going out west and they couldn't even get property. And then prior to that, hell, people was property. And of course they couldn't own property because they were property. So
Federal
So
fund.
2023, I used to always round it off to 350, but they saying 340 in terms of overall U.S. population, and white folks was at 212. So that's 62. I know it was no less than 50%. And we never no 40 nothing white folks in America. So 62% of white people in the United States,
mhm.
according to what he's reading, 14% of that population of black folks is supposed to be equal to that. To what
No,
they
no, no,
got?
no, 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 no. We're doing the proportions now. So see,
That's
okay,
what that's
so
what I'm saying.
wait. So the white population is 62%. He said
Yeah.
25% of them have households with a net worth of $1 million. So 25%, that's not 50%. So that's about 40%, 35 to 40% of their population got $1 billion in net worth. And if you go to the black population, so that's anywhere from that's less than half. We're gonna say that's
Mm-hmm.
definitely less than half,
House.
but it's more than a third.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go down to the black population, there's 13%.
Mm-hmm.
That's right at a third.
That's what I'm saying. It's right. It's right. It's right on par.
I wouldn't say on par because it's still less than them. That 25% is not exactly a third of 62%. They're closer to 50%. They're only 6 points off of 62%. They're about maybe 40%. I do it real quick. Let me pull the calculator up real quick.
Yeah, that they're not faced with racism. They're not faced with
Yeah.
systemic
So
bias.
actually,
Yeah, they,
yeah,
they don't they don't have equal amounts of barriers that are in place to not factor that in as if black folks have always been under some sort of additional uh, oppression to even be that high. So even with all that in place and going, even to this day, uh, what was the numbers from your calculation?
Yeah, so it's 40%. That 25%,
40.
40%. 25% of 62 is 40%. They 62% of the population,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
40% of them have
yeah.
a net worth of $1 million.
Less than half.
He said 25.
That's not I mean you said he said 25% of the households have $1 million net worth.
Yeah,
25% of white households
Yeah.
have a net worth in excess of 1 million. Yep.
yeah,
Yeah. And then the 4% of the black households, which is 13% of the population,
yeah.
that's 30%. So it's a 10% lag or difference. So it's not on par. It's we lag about 10%.
Hmm. Yeah, man.
And then he was saying these are events or timelines in history. Uh the Highway Act, uh Red Summer, and the Wagon Train. Those are gaps in history and post Civil War. Gaps in history that causes disparages in the wealth gap.
Freeway period. The picket fence period. The
You
whack.
know, yeah, a lot of people had to give up homes and businesses for the right of way. So yeah, I mean, I can see all that. I could definitely see that.
Talking about all that. Like I said, this is yeah, like yeah, man. Yeah, very intricate, man. Reparations
Yeah,
is very.
if they want it, they'll take it. If they want it, they'll take it.
Say it again.
Well, intimate domain is something real, but I mean,
Yeah.
we seen it since all I say we had to learn how to combat that and play for that, play against that. The thing now, what I've seen over the last several decades has been gentrification. They just wait you out now, drive the property down in your area and wait you out. Wait till somebody die, and get your property through foreclosure and all that type of stuff. So
And see, like he emphasized too. He always says the current black white wealth gap serves as a conservative yardstick to evaluate the success of the reparations program. So you see what I'm saying? It's not like he's it's primary, but he's not like saying like that's the only thing or that's the it's a baseline. It's not like we just saying this is it and that's gonna just
But
ameliorate.
what they got to do with us? But about what that has to do with us? That's their problem. Is that our problem too, or because some like we funding their shit?
wait a
That's
minute,
hey,
yeah, you lost me with that one, sis. Ask that one
Hmm?
more time.
No, what I'm trying to say is that are they, are they funded? Seem like they're funding all this with the reparations money.
Oh well, no,
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 he's just giving his opinion. That's
yeah. On the approach to reparations. I don't think not many have gotten reparations. Less have gotten reparations than the masses.
Exactly.
let's see.
hmm.
Are you driving, man? You was behind the wheel earlier. Uh, that should be in the DMV right by now. Yeah, Q is on the road. In case he didn't tell y'all.
Okay. Well,
Oh, you going down to the North Click?
He's trying to dip down in the wee hours of the night. This the best time to
All right.
travel, man.
He's down my way. He's passing through my way now. Okay.
Nah, he should be through the DMV by now.
Really?
It's
It's
the same.
Friday. It's Friday
Yeah.
night, boy. Friday night.
Oh,
I don't know.
turn.
I don't know. I don't know
Just
where he
got
left from.
paid.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey,
It's
6
Friday
hours. Well,
night.
I don't know
You
what
get a
time he got on the road, but
yeah, you get an
that's what
update.
6 hours. He should be in Virginia, I would think. Coming. Well, that's Manhattan. Coming out of
Yeah,
Manhattan,
yeah.
6 hours.
He turned his track off, so we don't know where he at. Last time, boy, that motherfucker was getting out the car. I'm thinking he's still in Maryland somewhere. Shit.
Yeah, he should be. I
Trying to
might.
get him to pin the link
What
up.
what time you got on road? Man, I was trying to pin that link up, but I couldn't. I don't.
Nah, he the only one can do it.
Oh
Yeah.
no, what? Okay, that's why I
No, he
couldn't then.
can't. He can't. He can't get that feature over. That damn mathematics came in here and went into his damn thing.
Mhm.
Hey, free speech, there. It's free
Free.
speech.
Boy, wasn't talking about nothing we y'all was talking about, boy.
What I'm trying to say is that our problem about the statistics about what the gap as far as what white people have access to $1 million, which is I'd like to know how in the hell they got
Have
that.
access net worth. They have a net, so it's something. It's definitive. It's definite that they have a net worth of 25% of white households have a net worth of a net worth of 1 million, yeah, in excess of 1 million. So it's not.
So the access is extra, correct?
Yeah, but when you say access to it's different than actually having
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry. I said, well, no, I meant to say that. It's
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
I have big lips. I have big lips.
Yeah. Miss Demi, this how I like to think about it. So if you take the
Uh,
richest,
Sure.
the richest white man in America, the richest billionaire, they have more money than all the black people, including our billionaires. We sit here and have conversations talking about Jay-Z this or LeBron this or Robert Smith this, but one of just their riches got more money than all of us. If that kind of puts it in perspective for you.
Yeah, yeah, I can, yeah, you
You,
one
you know,
thousand
you,
percent correct.
you sit there and
But
talk about
they,
somebody got hundreds of billions, and then we'll sit here and boast about somebody that got single digit billions, and
hmm
then I throw my little $10 in there, and then they'll throw his 20 in there, and then they throw
hmm
his 50 in there, and then you put your
nah,
100
I'm,
in
I'm
there.
I'm holding on. I give a couple fives, man. I need a couple fives. Man.
I'm
Okay.
just saying that just got more money than all of
They
us, and
determine the
that's
value anyway.
right.
but
When
I'm
have black
just
people determined the value of something?
It'll
Mm,
be honest. It'll be more honest, and the scales will be even.
well, that's just how I measured up then my little feeble mind. I
yeah,
went to public schools, so
um, I might just have to get away from that. I might just start using that. Real quick, y'all. He's talking about the FBA, ABA. He ain't talking about FBA, but he has coined the term specifically to or to to highlight that these people are they're not. But yeah, but go ahead and just read it. Man. This real quick though, real quick. So hold on. So relatedly, this chapter presents the case for a true reparations plan for Black Americans, described here as ethnic citizens of ancestral Black American lineage (ABAL). To counter anti-Black racism, especially in the domains of economics and psychosocial health. The ABAL acronym created by this author identifies Native Black descendants of formerly enslaved people who were not voluntarily immigrants and who subsequently formed a new Black American ethnic identity in the United States. By definition, the parents and all four grandparents of an ABAL ethnic are Native Black citizens who are descended from American slaves. The ABL term is like the term American descendant of slavery, ADOS, but an ADOS identified black person may have one parent who is white or one parent who is of a foreign lineage, e.g., that is a member of the African diaspora whose family has voluntarily immigrated to the United States. The field of adult education and lifelong learning has often been at the forefront of American social justice movement. Pardon me. The field of adult education and lifelong learning has often been at the forefront of American social justice movements, from the Negro adult education literature produced during the mid 1930s under the leadership of Allen Leroy Lockett to the activism training at the Highlander Folk School, which provided community organizing tutelage for Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Satima Clark, Lisa Brown, and Darity and Hughes. Pardon me. All three latter trainees used their preparation to help increase adult education and voter registration in the South. It would seem quite neutral. I mean, it would seem quite natural for those of us in the field of adult and continuing education to ally with the cause of reparations advocacy through our links to higher education, workforce development, and activities of civic and community engagement practices for adults. So basically, yeah. So I just wanted to highlight that. I just thought that that was very, very interesting as far as his reasoning as to why he coined the term. This author coined the term ABAL, which is ancestral Black American lineage, specifically, um, designating us to, or basically specifically highlighting a segment of people that stem from U.S. chattel slavery. Yeah, it's deep. It's deep. It's deep though. It's deep. I think that's very.
But then y'all got the name wrong. Then
No, that
y'all
just
got
that just made me think about how, because people ask, well, but that's not actually. Granted, it's not. You look up what FBA is. That that yeah, FBA doesn't even correlate with what he's saying. This right here
so
is I feel like it's a perfect term to designate a group of people that went through.
it says ABL. It
Glaring.
says ABL. You need a group that name ABL at least. God damn, so you can
ABAL
identify.
stands for Ancestral Black American Lineage.
I mean ABL group shit.
No, I was just I just find that interesting. It's very, but he also ADOS
You got the name wrong.
says somebody who's ADOS identified as a black person may have one parent who is white or one parent who is foreign. That doesn't even. It's more so the white. That is troublesome right there. That like
No, wait a minute. Okay, well, so deity. So
huh
is old boy writing in a vacuum? Because
huh. Say it again. You
is
said
old
it's
boy
writing in a vacuum.
is he writing in a vacuum?
What
And he
makes you
really
presume that?
what? No, I'm asking a facetious question because it sounds like you said something about four grandparents have to be all black.
So basically, yeah, right. So like you said, basically you talking about the acronym of boom. So okay, yeah.
No, I ain't talking about the acronym. I'm talking
No.
about the
That's
stipulations.
me skimming through the trying to get to what you're talking about. That's all.
Yeah.
Let me see. So boom. Okay, so by definition, the parents and all four grandparents of an ABAL ethnic are native black citizens who are descended from American slaves. So the parents and all four grandparents.
Oh,
You
oh,
know,
okay. Listen to what you said. That's two
mhm.
to the third right there. We two to the third. So that's your mommy and daddy, straight black.
Mm-hmm.
Both of their parents is straight black. Now, what happens when Master done creeped in there and then a white great great pops up in your lineage? Now what? Maybe two.
The Thomas Plantation.
Well, don't get me started, Dale. I'm just trying to
Mm-hmm.
be. I'm trying to put some realism into what
Yeah.
was going on.
Uh huh.
You know what happens there, and
But
if
I
that
mean,
had. So wait. So if great greats got some white,
Mhm.
how can
From the slave
the
master himself,
yeah,
or one of their
yeah,
sons. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, from whatever
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
transpired,
whatever. Yeah, the breed.
but
Yeah.
I mean we got to be just real and
Realistic.
know
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
So how can
So they can help us out. That can help us out when it's that kind of circumstances.
no,
So
well, not according to what he just read though, Miss
No,
Vicky. I mean,
because reparations is
yeah, because some grandma and them ain't white no more. I mean, ain't fully
Uh oh.
black no more.
is
If great,
locating a ancestor on either side, primarily the South. Like he emphasizes, you're more prone, like New
That's
Jersey,
what slavery
Raw.
was most prevalent at in the South. So
Yeah,
what other place would it be?
no, I'm saying like New Jersey did have their 1820 census was burned or lost. So it's but basically as far as locating enslavement and all that.
yeah, it's probably about 2% of slave was over there, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. So what about the slave master though? Because the white
Well, that's why you do
descendants
identity.
have been prevalent in the black
Identity
community.
clause. The
Yeah.
identity clause that's going to trump. You have to be identifying as black, African American. I want to say Negro is 12 years prior to any reparations.
No. What does he say? You're the author of the book.
Identity is going to basically is going to deflect any white person, anybody trying to come in. You know what I'm saying? It's identity and the lineage clause. The identity clause complements the lineage clause.
So if this biracial descendant with the direct white, Irish, Scottish slave son is a descendant, they're not entitled according to him.
He said white. He said the white who? The what?
I don't understand how this is a communication gap here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so the biracial child from the African slave mother, from the black mother, the father is going to be a white guy.
Yeah, so you're asking me
So
to
the
allow those
poor
people to
grandparent
yeah,
is not going to work to a certain point. It's going to cut off.
that's not. See, y'all are attributing this to validate who gets reparations, and he's in that chapter. He's clearly outlining why why he created ABAL. Like this is not that chapter is not outlining who gonna get it, and he got to. Oh, I can flip to that if we want to talk about how we document and how we can evidence of the enslaved, who the federal government kept records. I mean, there's so it's like we're trying to get to this. Not that, but as far as the whole the is it necessarily an ironclad method pertaining to
So what are the people that don't have four grandparents? What are they called?
You say what are the people who
They just worry about what's it, ABL?
Why are we talking about
The ABL, you need to start an organization named the ABL, certified.
Okay. He don't address it. That's cool. That's cool, man.
I just don't understand the critique of and let me
wait a minute, bro. Come on now. You're too intelligent to
Say
miss
you
what
don't
we're talking
understand the
about.
critique.
what if
Yeah.
the data was mixed in it, like, man,
Yeah.
Wait a
there was
minute.
plenty like one black
Yeah.
that person.
You're telling us that you don't acknowledge or realize that there was some
You didn't say nothing about
force.
the ADOS, how the ADOS could be one. Y'all ain't saying nothing about that though, right? How the ADOS, you can have one white identifying parent in a ancestor from the African diet. Y'all ain't saying nothing about that. No critique for that though, huh? No critique
No,
for that, but the
no,
critique about how we ate about both parents, blah blah blah. How we
we're,
that?
we're critiquing the point that you brought up, bro. I mean, how
Yeah,
you
but that
gonna
was
bring up
all
a
in
point and
conjunction,
say
though. It
it's
was all in
interesting and then
conjunction.
get
It was
upset
all in the
when
same sentence, my brother GQ. It wasn't like I read something completely
ah
different. It was all I read all that in the same breath. It was all in the same breath, as far as outlining the distinction between ADOS and the distinction between ABAL.
Well, how about this? The scenario applies to all three, four, five. Or the scenario is the scenario because it's something that happened. It applies to all of them.
Yeah, if the descendant has a white father and that father was a slave owner, they're still a descendant of slaves.
Yeah, that's where the remember I said that be on his what his mama side. If the daddy was the as far as
No, the daddy is white. He
daddy is
is the
white, yes.
slave owner.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the mama, I'm talking about as far as the child getting reparations would be on the mother's side. If he
Oh,
or she
this is my
was
first time hearing you say that. I
yeah,
didn't. I must have missed it. My
yeah,
bag on that.
it's the mother side. Yeah,
I didn't hear you say mother's side.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
lineage based. If you're able to
Yeah, I didn't
get
hear
it
that.
on your father's side, and then the identity clause comes in. Because a white person can say, "Well, I got an ancestor, I got somebody connected to slavery," but you wasn't identifying as black, Negro, or African American on none of the census. And we can track that. We can see if you was identifying as black, Negro, or anything on the census. Because they got my granddaddy on the census as Negro. So it's all this. How we gonna find? How we trace it? It's evidence out there. I mean, it is out there. They want us to believe that we can't find it. It's hard, and no. But
No, I believe
no,
that part.
yeah, that's a whole nother. But I'm just saying, I just thought that was, as far as part of it, people like to throw the, yeah, but yeah.
My theory is I think they did that mixing stuff on purpose. You know, I think
As
they
far
did
as
that on
the
purpose.
whole mulatto, whole mulatto class was
The
created.
mixing didn't start with slavery or nor in the United States. It's been going on
Definitely,
way before then. So
Like Cleopatra.
Educating
Well,
She's mixed.
it started. Yeah. Just when people started meeting each other, it started. Yeah.
But what
I'm
side you gonna be
interested to
on
see where
though?
she was going with on purpose. Like, what do you mean by that?
Oh, well, just to mix up the bloodline, I guess, just to genetic wise, or whatever their agenda was. But I think they did that on purpose because you know George Washington said he had black children. He mixed with that.
Oh
He
no,
had
it's
children.
No, they would have wanted the complete opposite, sis. That's what the whole one drop rule
yeah, they wanted
really
purity of
implemented.
the white race.
We
Mm-hmm.
we we done took it and hijacked it to define blackness for whatever reason, but that's not why it was implemented. That was implemented to say, like Dev just said, to keep the purity of whiteness. So no, they wouldn't have done it on purpose for admixture of the bloodline. No. Now you could argue that there was
Yeah, what was the
admixed.
purpose? Just to have fun? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you. My phone
Um.
cut out, Dev.
Oh,
Huh?
My phone cut out. I didn't hear everything.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. What on purpose for what? The purpose of what? Just
to keep
having
their
fun?
lineage. To keep their lineage. To keep their lineage.
But no, if you're
no.
mixing with a black person, you're not keeping your lineage.
Well,
Wait.
my
What?
grandma. Uh huh.
The only
No,
the
no.
only argument that you could present, sis, to say it was done on purpose and it's
It's a
sick,
theory.
but people have heard me mention this before, is when you start talking about the fancy boy and fancy girl sex slave trade. Now,
Mm-hmm.
in this, they was
Mm-hmm.
breeding slaves to be as light as possible because it's
Mm-hmm.
illegal to put whites into slavery. But the desire for a white sex slave was there, so they was breeding light-skinned sex slaves. That's as close as you can get to say they was doing it on purpose.
Well, maybe that's what I'm talking about.
But it wouldn't be
That's what's
for
up.
a lineage aspect. It was the
Well, I was just
dehumanization.
I was trying to find the answer of why would they want to do that. So I was just saying something like that because just like the theory of the white woman wanted to marry a black man to keep her lineage. Because my grandmother told me that white people when they die they turn into ghosts.
Wait a minute. What that mean?
That when they die they just turn into ghosts. They don't reincarnate like us. We die, we have past lives. They don't have past life. Once they did, they did. It's just a spirit, a wandering spirit, which is a ghost.
Okay. Okay. No.
Are we off topic or?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
So
This is
is
some,
this
this is something my
Yeah,
grandmother
Israel
used to
yeah.
always
Anderson
say.
blocking
My bad, my
reparations?
bad. I didn't mean to go back. I didn't mean to go back in the
No, well,
past.
I
Go.
was
Yo,
trying to.
GA, you supposed to be like, bless your heart. Bless your heart, baby. Bless your heart, baby.
Hey,
Hey,
Q, can you pin the link up, man?
I got you.
What? Where you at? Where you at, yo?
I'm driving around. I'm doing some Uber Eats right now. It's Friday night.
Oh shit! I thought you was on the road, yo.
Oh, no, no. I just got the feedback.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah, I
want to
Yeah,
seen
leave
it.
we.
In,
New York
I
without the
seen you
Hey,
in the shop earlier. Yeah.
I ain't want to leave New York without the posters and stuff. So I'm
Oh,
glad.
okay.
yeah, we had put you in
Hey
Virginia,
Q,
bro.
how the kids
Yeah,
like
man.
painting and doing raps? How the
Yeah.
kids like it?
Oh, no, they cool. I've been trying to get them by my boy spot. They're gonna be doing that, and they're gonna be learning how to do basics, basic fix ups and shit. But just getting used to being around the shop.
That's dope. That's dope. I
All my
wish I
boys
was
I
who grew up.
closer.
Yeah.
I'd come in and give y'all some pointers on painting and body work.
Oh hell yeah, that's the next shop. Yeah, all my boys who grew up with their families with shops, all had nice cars their whole life. So I'm like, nah, y'all gotta have. Nah, y'all gotta be be around these shops,
I
man.
I feel you, Q. You're around the way. Yeah, you're in my territory now. I feel you. I feel you. You're around the way. I see. I see you. I see you. NBA.
Hey,
Mm.
Type shit.
you saw the Hebrew discussion after everything calmed down like last night. Q.
Nah, I
Oh,
definitely
damn.
missed that.
He finally got into his damn construction.
Oh, that convo. Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
Oh.
I heard part of what someone was talking about.
yeah.
I heard Vayasa trying to lead him down the Can we get some work done, River?
Yeah, I picked you up this morning, Voss. I heard you about this about maybe 4 or 5 this morning.
I heard Sabio on his own Depot shit. Like, oh shit, Sabio know what the level is. It's like going in right now.
Yeah, that's what we was saying. Shit, I ain't never heard him talk about no damn construction. I mean, I heard him mention a couple jobs, but this first time I heard him like go into it. So he definitely, yeah, like I say, he been in it. You know what's up with it. But I hate all that happened after 12 hours, though, man. We'll get back around to that.
It was
No,
after
that was
12 hours.
good. Y'all got to get that dude. Y'all got to get bro to come back, man. But just keep him focused, cause he was
Nah, he go with what's happening. Shit, he probably peeped in
yeah,
doing an argument. So, oh, these niggas fighting. Let me get in on it.
yeah,
And that's
Master
what I was
Carpenter.
trying to avoid was just another fight and trying to extract something of substance for the audience.
No, they fought all night. I had to let y'all go. But look, I got something different on this this whole Creole thing. So what would be y'all thing on if I'm king of Portugal and uh I like a girl over here in Spain and I marry her and all that because they was doing all that too. So how was that keeping their race pure?
That's different than Creole,
What
GA.
but don't tell me that there's white folks on white folks because clearly they was different about something, but they was cousins. Them
Creole would
Portuguese.
be Creole would be you're born outside your motherland.
Okay, what about
Yeah,
Portugal
like
and France then?
French.
What about yeah,
French. It's
France?
French.
Yeah, France and all them niggas is cousins over there. But I said that's all I'm getting at, man. Richard the Lionheart marrying Genevieve over there in Germany because they went over there and conquered the land and he ain't destroyed the land because he gave the daughter hand in marriage and all that.
Yeah,
They they
they
they
had some weird practices, especially when you go back into feudalistic societies. But that
that's
term Creole, I think you may be just for the audience and whether or not you knew it. Creole would just be, so let's say France. During the time France, Louisiana was
Hmm.
part of French domain, anybody born in Louisiana would have been considered a Creole if they was quote unquote French. Because they just born outside the motherland, but they still considering themselves French people. It don't
Good
have
point.
anything to do with that mixture. It's just a way of them viewing society and citizenship. Now, over time, it got conflated to mean add mixed people down there, but the original intent was just more so towards citizenship.
Okay. Well, go on, tell us about the Spanish term. What is it? Criolla, Criollo,
It's
or
it's, it's
whatever.
all it's it's all the same, bro.
Oreo.
For
What about
real.
the Creole
Yeah.
in Florida? What about the
Yeah.
Creole in Florida? That's Creole in Florida.
But hey, same thing. So then
Same,
what's the
same,
mulatto
th-
then?
same thing. Now, when you get into the caste system, you would just have to look at the admixture of it. So, black and white's mulatto. There's a term for Spanish and native, black and native. You know what I mean? You would just have to look at what that
Okay.
admixture was.
But who was the mulattoes? Because see, they was selling their ass. They was putting their ass in servitude.
When and where?
White and black.
1400s.
You go back far enough, it would have been
But it
a
wasn't really the mulattoes.
Berber and a Christian
GA.
mix, not
Yeah.
necessarily a color.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's mad
That's why I
early.
was asking. So it just depends on time and place, GA.
No, well, I'm just saying. But people was mixing and mixing, and when we got jokers
Yeah.
in modern times saying, you're gonna be an AAL as long as you got four grandparents. No shade at the author deity, you know. uh Four straight you got four straight grandparents. And I'm like, how the hell you gonna have four straight grandparents during them times?
Nah,
That's
but I ain't gonna lie. I agree with that. I got a 5 grandparent rule.
wait a minute, Q.
Yeah, at minimum, like in 2025, you should be able to go back 5 black people. Like that's
Oh,
not
wait,
crazy. Like four black
wait,
people.
two to the fifth? No,
Yeah, you should be able to
I'm
go
not.
back 3, 4 black people.
Your
Four black.
black has to equal
Your mother, your grandmother, your
yeah.
great grandmother. You already have 4 people.
No, wait, Q. Don't get me wrong. We're talking about two to the third, which is eight grandparents, right? Eight people.
Nah, don't even look at it that way. Just look at it as 4 generations black. Just look at it as 4 or 5 generations black. Let's keep it simple.
Yeah, but
Nah, it ain't even that far back.
That's 4 generations. Four
yeah,
generations. Your
It
great great.
ain't four.
yeah. Wait, two zero one is the
Two from
parents.
each parent.
No, two. No, two squared is the grandparents. Two cube is the great
Nah, don't
grandparents.
even
My
look at
bad.
it at the mat. Just your mother, your grandmother, great grandmother, great grandfather. You should at least be there, including yourself. If you want to go one more, Matt, great great grandparents. Like that should bring
Yeah.
you back to like the 1880s. You know what I mean? 1870s. You should be in that. Unless you wild hood, you know what I'm saying? You did like 3 generations in the projects real quick, but you know what I mean? Like
No, that's a fair point. You're right, bro. Depending on how old you are, you should be to go back there for it. That'll put you about 1860s because I got great greats
But
that
there
go
should be no discrepancy on black though. Like my
that's what
my my black should the image in a black person's head say okay, it should be no discrepancy. But there lies the discrepancy right there.
that's my point right there,
Yeah,
Dev. That's a lot
Obama
of that
would be.
time.
Obama is black in millions of black people's perception.
no, but
But
that's the reason why it's
I don't know
important.
what that mutt
The reason
is.
it's important
Mhm.
so we can have a ability to check, register like I
He's a mutt.
got the phenotype of a black person, but you don't have enough substance of a black person. Like Obama would be
Mhm.
part of like for me, Obama would be part of the reasons that the reason have that measuring stick. Like, nah, bro, like at least have 3 generations in the game. You go 1 generation back, you got a whole fucking Sicilian cracker.
never say he got a whole white mama. He don't
Yeah, what's
qualify
one
for that definition. With
Yeah, I think that's
no, but the
crazy.
black definition gets thrown around.
He's not a Black American ancestral. I mean, he's
And
not.
that's before ADOS. I was on my we Ziax. We been had that conversation like your 4 or 5 generations, like, and then just understanding at least that much. 10 generations, crazy, but in America and the Caribbean, you know what I mean. 5 generations ain't crazy. 5, 6 generations.
No, five is gonna be challenging. I would think.
No, it's not because there was teenage pregnancies back
That's
then too.
grandparents.
But that, well, all I'm saying is
Great.
5 generations is 100 years. Would it be fair to say that?
So what you talking about? You talking about three
Um.
greats, Price?
Yeah. Two. That's
Yeah,
two.
that's about
Greats.
yeah, that's about three greats. But what a generation
Oh,
about
that's 2 greats. That's 2 greats.
Two
You
greats.
can at least go back 10. Some people can go back 10. I think I can go back 10.
wait, so I got
Seriously.
grand, great grand, great great grand.
That's it.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, but
It's
that's
really
still a
just
hundred.
one generation. Like I got those pictures in my crib.
No,
Mm.
My father's family is father is, I got to go to the West Coast to get that, but my mother's family, that's mad black. Then that's
Mm.
I literally got the drawings of those people.
Yeah, you can get a death certificate. You can go to your county, whatever, where he died at, and get a death certificate. That's just as uh, it means more. Also, it's the same as a birth certificate, basically, same thing.
yeah,
If you want to, what I'm
no,
saying.
no. I get it. I get everything you're saying. My only contention was that once you get back there far, it's hard to say somebody's gonna be all black. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Q got pictures. So what are they
Yeah,
going on?
that's what's up.
Because it's going to be some Anglo-Saxon names to a certain
Definitely.
degree. Yeah.
Nah, it should be mad black, bro. Like I don't know about it. Like I don't know if you on the East Coast talking that North Carolina shit. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you go back like you 2 generations of my family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 generations. I think that's where the heavy biracials came in, and then like 4 generations. That's when they got the Indians and the mixing and all that shit. But before that, it gets a little confusing. But you should be able to show some straight black, like not you know
No, you can see
jet
some.
black.
Well,
My family jet black, man.
hey,
My
hey,
grandfathers went light skin. That's what it was. My grandfathers went after some light skinned women. Both my grandfathers, but
hey, they were
Yeah,
color
mine,
struck.
mine too. My granddad is same as Cab Calloway.
See, look, real quick. See, this he
Okay.
talks about that too. He says the unique reality of slave bondage and enslavers' control over the sexual reproduction of human chattel prompted the authors to determine that employing a lineage standard must complement the usage of a racial standard because they're aware of, the how can I say this? I'm trying to find the term to explain that sadistic rapport between the enslaver and the enslaved, and their control of the sexual reproduction, which prompted them, like I said, to create the identity standard must complement the racial standard. So yeah.
I mean, you also can search the unclaimed money and stuff like that. That helps too, as if you know someone, a relative that died and stuff, and there's deposits to like light bill deposit, or there's insurance. There's all kinds of shit that they left behind that they still trying to find the nearest relative to claim.
Wait, they got unclaimed money from the 1800s on the internet
Mm.
now?
Oh well, not from the 1800s. I'm just saying. If I can see, I can say for me, I can say I can have five. I can look up 5 generations of unclaimed money at least,
Five
because
generations?
You ain't claimed it?
because they had the children young. They had the children young. There was teenage pregnancy back then, big time. They just hide it. They just didn't. They hide it. You know what I'm saying? At least in my area.
Big time.
You make me feel old, sis. You make me feel real
I ain't
old.
gonna lie. They call it. I don't know why they call it Big Mama, but Mama and my grandfather, they have 17 kids. It's like, damn.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
That was the
that's
They must
average.
have
That was
been
the
from the
average
South
family.
too.
Yeah.
yeah, that was average, man. Jokers, hey, well, nine, hey, 9, 11.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
short. Yeah. What's
yeah,
wrong with you?
yeah,
Shit.
you slacking.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not having babies like we used to. That's what really. That's how we lost power and control a lot. It's because we stopped having the big families.
We had the power with the big family.
Well, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I guess I bought into the construct, man, because we only got two, and I'm like, man,
Hmm.
that's enough. I,
That's
Let
a
them
change
educate.
in
Get them
mode of
educated.
production, so you have that many kids, you growing your own food, you probably got your own
Hmm.
herd of animal or whatever source you
oh
use,
yeah,
Yeah,
whether it's
man.
pigs,
Your
chickens,
backyard
cattle,
is a
whatever.
football
Yeah.
field. Yeah.
So the more
oh yeah.
numbers you
Yeah,
have,
my
the
family
the
came up.
greater your survival rate becomes.
That was a
Then you got
mode
to
of
think.
production.
Then you got this goes into previous conversations of infant mortality rates as well. You would have wanted to produce more to combat the loss of one.
No, that's fair point. Fair point.
And no pullouts.
You got to think who gonna help you hammer that roof, GA?
I heard that.
Nah,
You,
hey,
you need you need boys. You get what I mean? And who's gonna help
hey,
mama?
Boss,
You gonna need her girls.
my old man used to tell me about picking cotton before he went to school. Catch the bus to go to school, he had to pick cotton.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Hammer
that's
and
the
nail. The carpentry was
Yeah.
prior to algebra and fucking the periodic table.
here, GA. The school system itself is centered around agriculture families. You wake up early enough to help mama and daddy tend to the crops, get home in the heat.
Mm-hmm.
You get off in summer and we still got fall break. Why? So you could have took your goods to the fair and sold them.
Get them down there to the market. Yeah.
The time wise, you get what I mean? It's not educationally based around agriculture families, but the time itself is centered around that. And I wanted to sit back and say we need to remodel
Yeah.
it to the modern family of today because mom may work 3 to 10 and need something to do with the children during those hours. Why not set up a system to where that's when they go into school while she's at work? You get what I'm trying to say?
No, I
Remodel
get
it
it.
around that for modern society.
A lot of other societies on a 6-day school week.
Yep.
And it's kind of like year round with little breaks in between, like little mini spring breaks.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
You finish your book?
Any new nerds popped out?
Man,
Huh?
that Bible topic, man, went overtime, yo. They all it was
Oh
Got me
jumping.
yeah.
so
Man.
triggered, bro.
Hmm?
Sabi's
Yeah.
like a gang member, bro. Like all he remembers is his dead homies, bro. Like, word,
He didn't
that's
give
all.
them Psycho came up and was like, "What you talking about?" Sabio was like, "Listen, I told you." And again, I was dying.
No,
They're trying to mimic.
Say,
yeah,
he's like, on my mama, son. Niggas say anything about the Bible. Some cheesy.
yeah. No, y'all not gonna bring that
Moses.
on Savio. He was called out. A bro challenged him, and I guess y'all had to have revival tonight because even Melanated came up and she started asking questions. I was like, oh man.
He always
He's
challenge. I want to
like,
challenge my
he's
intellect.
like,
I'm the
no, he
smartest.
said it. He said it. He's like, I fight. The difference between me and regular atheists, I fight. He said fight.
He said, I go out and
I'm
look for
like,
niggas, man.
Yeah,
I told
that
you,
didn't really resonate with
he,
anybody at first,
he's
but
an
I
active.
caught it.
What he was saying is he's an active atheist. That's what he was on some street shit. Y'all niggas is just claiming Crip and shit like that. Y'all niggas
Right,
are
right, just
active.
for a title. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
y'all
So
just
they
ain't
missed
finna
it. It
do
went
that
over their
shit.
head. And when
Y'all
he
ain't
said
out
he
here killing
fight,
religious.
Hey,
I
Q
mean,
Butter, when
he
he broke
really got a
down
sword
what
out, like the motherfucking Crusaders and shit.
Yeah,
In
he
case
oh,
y'all
for
don't know
sure,
what
for
I'm talking
sure.
about.
When
Yeah.
he broke down, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, what it means to be anti-theist, and he talked about how they're against the idea of a God, but they're especially in an active fight against anybody of the Abrahamic faith.
No, well that's Sabio. That's definitely Sabio.
ain't nobody got
So
time.
that really helped me understand if I'm saying things, just my presence alone.
I've never heard any
He's going to crash out.
reference to,
He's going to get
yeah.
thrown out of Applebee's.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what.
but
When he
I'm
hears
just
that
saying it.
first, I don't hear that shit. I be like, oh, word, that's what's up, man. All right, what kind of car you drive? Can
Mm,
you program a computer?
no.
When it comes to identifying any theological preference, I've never heard the word fight in nothing.
All my life.
I'll fight you with one hand behind my back. Put him up.
That nigga, you bring up anything concerning theology, Savio is going to pull out the RPG rocket and shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah.
No shit, no questions really. Shit,
Right. He ain't got it. All
you're
he
not
got is
really
smoke.
expecting it. Yeah, he ain't really expecting any type of recovery.
This nigga's my YouTube nemesis.
Oh well.
Arch nemesis. Arch nemesis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
YouTube debate nemesis.
Yeah. Now you gonna get it. You if you bring up anything theology in his presence.
It's up.
That shit turns into a Dragon Ball Z fight when me and this nigga get on the panel. It'd be electricity and the damn earth be shaking and all that shit. We be squabbing so hard.
Oh,
And then y'all be short circuited.
Yeah, I end up crashing out and I just say, well, fuck it then, nigga. Show me your
No,
plan.
y'all had a good conversation. Y'all had good dialogue. Y'all had good dialogue. It went a little over for a Friday night, but I guess we was overdue because
But
y'all
you know, that's the first time me and Savio had a conversation and it just didn't, I mean, completely it just didn't turn into a complete crash out.
Yeah, no, I was saying this the other night.
Crash out.
From the time I first started coming around on a consistent basis, the very first interaction with Sabrio, the ad hominems, calling you an idiot, all the insults initially early into like after just two or three responses. I don't know if y'all
I don't think
paying
he
attention.
recognizes that he be throwing ad hominems in the convo. I think he only registers it when he curses.
I be throwing that homonym attacks too. I be roasting and shit. I be calling that nigga Tomb Raider because he be saying he a historian.
yeah
So I be throwing that homonyms too. I'm guilty of that too. I be roasting.
yeah. Y'all even had old Gideon came over here and threw out and a commingled timeline.
Yeah, I seen Gideon come up here. I'm like, okay, got a couple Hebrews to come, and I don't feel like the only one on the panel because this for somebody that's into theology. This is a very hostile environment to kick it with the atheists and scientific brothers.
Nah. Well, y'all got to bring timeline, man. Y'all can't be bouncing from 70 BC and then go to 1400 AD. That's not cool, and that get
But you
people
know what
triggered.
though? You know what, Dev? Because just based on me understanding the way brothers and sisters feel about the Bible and the Israelite doctrine, really, I come over here and talk about the little bit of science and DNA that I know. So a lot of times when I come over here, we talk about issues in the Black community that don't have anything to do with my ideological perspective, if you will. So because I know what the platform is like, when I'm over here or I'm on Psycho's platform, I might have some questions about
some things pertaining to science because I know you guys are a lot more learned in science than me.
Nah, but you've been a little pushy the last couple of weeks, Swarty.
Yeah, man. I done
You
crashed out.
No, I wouldn't say crash out, but you would be like you kind of like want to poke the bear and say, you know, why choose them? And then I cannot paraphrase how you say this,
Well, it's
but
not that I don't think science won't work for us. I just think that when you at the bottom of society, when somebody oppresses you, see, science is actually could be dangerous in the wrong hands, and it could even liberate. So I just think that if I'm ruling over
Well, you can
somebody,
apply
right?
that to religion as well,
man,
including
thank you, Dev. You
Judaism.
took the
But
thought right out my mind,
Hmm?
bro. I'm like,
but it's like
really?
if I'm
Say,
ruling over you, right, and if I put your people in captivity and I'm ruling over you, the last thing I want is for you to be manipulating uranium and plutonium. I want you to come over here and play football and sing and play basketball. Put this leave that science stuff alone. You don't need that. And a brother had an interview with Cam Newton, that's a part of the Nation of Islam, and he was talking about how America really wanted black people to not go into science, technology, and engineering, and they wanted us to go to the football field, the NBA, and play sports and sing and dance and entertain. So it's an Islamic brother that was even talking about how America really they get nervous, man, when we get into science because black people are brilliant, even without funding, without the lab. You see the brother making gas out of plastic.
yeah,
So
we seen the experiments, but
so
I
our
mean,
potential is scary to them. You know what I'm saying, Deb? They scared of us, man. I wouldn't let you niggas make a book of matches with sulfur if I was the so-called white man, nigga, for real. These niggas that came from less than nothing and made something without reparations. If you look at all the things we accomplished with coming from less than nothing, you
We
know?
gotta have we have to have an atheist boot camp over here though, man. On my atheist, we have to have a boot camp over here on Sunday or something, man. Y'all can't be letting.
What you mean?
Yeah, we got to have an atheist boot camp, man, because y'all gotta be able to answer certain questions, man. I was like, Sabio, man, I can't jump in, man, but damn, son, watch that nigga, son.
What happened? I was trying to get him to fucking passively admit. Like he said, yeah, there ain't no difference except for the fight part. That's it.
yeah, well, that's what we came up with, man. Y'all gotta
Yeah, that'd be
just
a good idea.
yeah.
But you know what? I noticed some of the other brothers they be on platforms of people that's very anti-Bible, and I know some Hebrews that we think it's a good thing, man. And and shout out to the atheist brothers and the brothers in Pan Africanism, because a lot of times the way y'all challenge our information, it actually makes us better debaters. It makes us a lot sharper. It makes us go back and look at the scriptures and look at the sources we've been reading. So to be honest with no arrogance, I've become a better debater. I've become better in having discussions, being in this type of environment. So, I appreciate that, and I'm not too proud to admit that it made me a better debater.
But they
Have
I
you
make you a
thought
better
have you
believer.
swore that have you took
I
the
I
time to
I
teach
thought it may
what
have been
Sanders?
something. My
Go ahead,
bad.
Dad. Go ahead.
Real quick, I just thought initially that it was something about the label of atheist or a person that is an atheist that he didn't want to be associated with. Like I'm just I didn't I was trying to dance around it, but I don't know. And then when he kept emphasizing the fight part, I'm like, okay, so the fight part is the only difference. Other than that, everything else lines up with being an atheist. And then he just started repeating himself. What am I supposed to do off that?
No, but I meant
Q
when he was
brother,
going
if
back
you
and
could have
forth with.
intervened when me and Sabio was having our discourse, what would you have told him to counter what I was saying?
No, y'all was
that that
discussing. Go
Africa
ahead.
that they didn't get into. It took over 300 years for Europeans to get to Central Africa. But politically, their first tool of invasion was the Bible. I think what King Alfonso in like 1512. Um, he didn't want his people to be enslaved, and he wanted to give part any economic benefits. I mean, I would have took that route first. Yeah, first point from there. Then I think he should have had a clear layout of like why he feels as though Abrahamic religions um, are an issue. So that would have been another thing. He should have had a clear three. Like for me, one, Abrahamic religions are based off the Bible, and the Bible is one of the worst written books in history in terms of like text. The average adult or teenager should be able to read an essay, and three people reading an essay should have the same main idea from the text and should be able to get the purpose from the author, the tone, the context, and so on and so forth. You can't do that with the Bible, and that's typically indicative of text that's not written well. So that's one part. Then the second part, it is a European book, a European culture, European history, in the sense of its introduction to us. So with slavery and everything, so that'd be the second reason. And then three, it is aligned with the ideology that enslaved us in every way, fashion, or form. Like every colony is aligned with that book. Every slave owner, every person who fought for slavery was swearing to that book. And so I don't think in any way we should be aligned with the book that our enslaved, aligned with. So, that would have been my three things. Just freestyling. I could probably come up with 10, but yeah, I would say that. I definitely can come up with 10 freestyling. Can I come up with 10 freestyling? Let's see, number 4, it's completely not historical, you know. Um, there may
That's
be,
why I was waiting on your timeline, Swarthy.
it's not historical. Let's
Right.
see, number 5, it's a European mythology and Norway mythology. There's thousands of them, We should chase that. We're going to chase that mythology. We should change the mythology that's aligned with our culture background. That's
From
5
a
for me.
historical context, Cuba, I would have to 100% agree with you on everything you said, because a lot of the stuff that I subscribe to is not accepted by mainstream history or academia. So they don't accept that black people ruled in Europe. They don't accept that Saint Maurice was a they'll admit that he was there, but they don't attribute black people in general ruling in Europe, even with the statue and the paintings of Saint Maurice. So concerning the historicity and what's accepted in history, I would have to agree with you. So then I would have had to provide sources, but my sources are not accepted by academia. So that's what kind of discourages me sometimes from debating, because it's like I could read sources, I could read people who gave an account of what they saw, but it's not accepted by academia. And even the situation with Cornelius Tacitus, for example, even though Cornelius Tacitus is accepted as a historian, but his account of the Israelites, they do not accept, because it is alluding to the fact that they were black people. So, I do question the integrity of 19th century anthropologists and historians based on certain agendas that I do believe that they are holding fast to. But concerning the history and what's accepted in history, you're 100% correct.
What is the benefit of showing black people ruled in Europe? Like, what does that benefit?
I don't know, man.
Concerning if it's the actual truth, when you look at history, how many historians really show black people in a position of rulership? Even when you look at Nzinga and some of the West and
Well, the
East
first
African
point would be
kings,
my
they
strongest
don't
point.
even really
The
teach
book
us
is,
about them.
you heard, bro, the first point, the literary context of the book being, that of like a second grader, even maybe a first grader, like a mature first grader, or if somebody that's like, think about it, if somebody today wrote that type of story in today's age, we would consider them as an adult, borderline, we will put them on the spectrum. If somebody wrote
No, I don't
similar,
think it would. I don't think it would, pass a peer review. No, I don't think so.
just
from
a
the
general essay, complex. You know what I mean? Like some of the stories, but you know, it's like you already have a literacy issue in the country and a historical introduction to it. Like Haiti, you know, the Dominican Republic is named after, you know, that Christian shit. In Haiti, they did that as a response to Haiti being named after the original, you know, country, the original name. So these colonized mulattoes was like, you know what, we're gonna name this shit after the religion of our colonizers to show African connection to it. You know. Then if you go to like the some of our well, it's Vayasa, probably Francisco Menendez, one of the first free black town in America, was forced to have to like Christianize black people, and the idea of Christianization being a form of assimilation. You know what I mean? Like that's yeah.
Yeah, they had to accept Catholicism.
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, or in some cases they would die. Their
When you
families would
go
go into
back,
slavery.
when you go back far enough, and depending on the time frames you're looking at, it's important to let people know there's a difference in between Christendom and Christianity. Christendom would have been a political use of Christianity. Christianity is more so whatever people's beliefs are. But at the time, before the separation of church and state, Christendom was a political entity, if you get what I'm saying. So the spread and conquest of quote unquote whatever nation that they was building, yeah, they would have used Christian thought as a political weapon. They weren't necessarily believe and believe and believe. It was the politics of the day. And
Ooh,
you have to be aware of those nuances.
but in the early inception of this Vyasa, man, that shit was very binary, man. You either with motherfucking Muhammad or you with motherfucking Jesus.
Yeah,
You had to be with Jesus. The
yeah.
first
I'll give
Hmm.
you another
the,
one.
but
People
hold on,
point at the
the
dude.
Lisbon. Go
People,
to Lisbon. Remember the first Africans before they can go to Haiti, they had to go to Lisbon,
No,
Christianized.
but hold on, Q, hold on, bro,
Then you
cause
had to
them
go back
motherfuckers.
the introduction to the Africans, sub-Saharan Africans by the Berber Africans. The first ones, Congolese, I think they 1444 and 1441. They say is the first. They were the first Africans captured by the Portuguese, and then they traded sub-Saharan Africans for their own freedom. So they gave them 10 sub-Saharan Africans for the two African Northern African Berbers.
But wait a minute, what was going on even before the Christians even got there? Who was getting down in the land
But that's a
across
different.
north?
That's a different. I can't. That's a
That's
whole
subs.
nother. That's a nine
That's
hundred,
the s-
700
that
year old story. That's a different.
but that's what I'm saying. And at the same time, you had mugs over there in Germany and with the Ottomans, and everybody was fighting, and they was just doing their thing. If the heathens was going at each
West
other,
Africa, like the from Senegal below. Yeah, that wasn't really part of our story. Like it was mixed in, but that wasn't a major bulk of it.
no, it was an evolving story. Is all I'm getting at, and and religion did play a role, but it was just X's and O's. It wasn't.
But one represents the religion of colonization. I can't say Abraham the Muslim shit doesn't either, but it's a different period. I would put historically. I wouldn't conflate the two together. Like they both include slavery, they both include the Abraham Bible, but there's two different regions, two different paths of two different paths and trajectories and points of like impact.
So, so here go two quick points on what you just said right there. Number one, I would think that the Islamic faith was first part of the process, and it kind of it was a part of the process, even though it may or not have benefited over in the Western world. And I do agree with you when you said, yeah, Christianity was the faith that opened up this part of the world that we live in. However, just to piggyback on that, you had a lot of Moors, and Moors were differentiated from us. I don't even know what they. I don't think it was mulattoes or they was Islamic mulattoes or what they were, but they were differentiated from the black Africans that were brought over here during
Yeah, but
that time period.
numbers and like that's what Lisbon is for. Lisbon, if you look at the Lisbon, they had to take Africans there to make sure that they wasn't Muslim, and then they had the Inquisition periods to make sure that they wasn't Muslim. Like they had
Yes,
like you couldn't come to the Western Hemisphere and be Muslim.
right.
You could be a
There
hippie.
was some other shit that was saying that was problems, but they did it though. It did happen. Some did,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
it
they
wasn't to the effect that like there's stories that there's I forgot the black Muslim who wrote the story. They didn't know he could read or write, but he could write perfectly in Arabic, and he wrote his forgot the brother's name, but he wrote his whole
Are you talking about the brother they brought over here and he escaped from like South Carolina, ended up all the way up somewhere like around Northern Virginia or whatever?
1700s might have been.
Yeah, I can't I know what you're talking about. I think we talking about the same thing. And the crazy thing about his story is that there were mosques on the land, on the ground, because one of his stopping places or safe havens was a mosque he had stopped at.
Y'all talking about Omar?
I cannot remember his name. That could be him by Asa, but it was a brother. He came. He came
But
over
Y'all,
here.
when
he was
y'all say
Muslim.
came, y'all talking about to the States?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was over here in the
Yeah,
colonies. The
that,
colonies somewhere in the Carolinas, between South and North Carolina.
but he
yeah, that's
wouldn't call him. He was just a Muslim.
that was
Yeah, he was a Muslim. Yeah,
The
he wasn't
Muslims
a
are
Moor.
Muslims. The Moors is what the Spanish people would call black. Call them.
Yeah,
A
but
Moor would a
no.
Muslim wouldn't call himself a Moor.
Right. The brother was a Muslim. He was black. He was not a Moor. When I said Moor previously, I was talking about they didn't consider them black. They had to be something else,
No,
Arab or whatever.
that's just Muslims in Europe. Moors. You got black or Moor.
Right.
That's more European descriptions. Like they're just Muslims. Like I don't know what got this story of Moors got. They're just Muslims. There's nothing.
No.
They're not like different types of Muslims. They're not like a special sect of Muslims. They're just Muslims.
Yeah, they ain't nothing special.
They
But
just
Q-Butter, I have a question. Where I mean, I do believe most of the Moors were Muslims, but weren't there small minorities of Moors that were into like what we would call Egyptology today, or Christianity? Wasn't there a small portion of Moors that weren't Muslims but were either keeping Judaism or
I
Christianity?
use the word Moors. Like that is not a historical term. Like that's literally like random words in literature. That's not a Shakespeare type shit. Like that's a fictional term. It's not. It might have been thrown around by people, but it's not like these are Muslims. So if you're just saying was there Muslims and Muslims practicing Egyptology, no, I don't see that.
No, I'm not saying that the Muslim Moors were practicing Egyptology. I was asking, have you ever come across any sources or information that talked about how some of the Moors actually were not Muslims, and some of them were into like the study of the ancient Egyptians, and some of
I
them
don't
were
know what
into like Catholicism?
I don't know
Oh,
what.
you got to be talking about them guys out of Andalusia.
I'm just
I don't
saying
know
like the
about the
word
Egyptian
mortal.
part.
The word mortal is not a historical term. Like in the like from how I understand it in its usage. Like if you're talking about Muslims, you're talking about Muslims. You have black. North Africa's mixy. North Africa and the Mediterranean is mixy. You got black people that might have been gypsies. You got black Berbers. Like they was mixing. They were trading. Like the Ottoman Empire had all types of people in there. You didn't have to be Muslim to be in the Ottoman Empire.
But how did they get over there, Q?
Get over where
To the Ottoman Empire.
the Ottoman Empire was running the whole North Africa. It took over. Was running North Africa and Eastern Europe, Turkey.
So, so they the Arabs that ran in there and took over.
That's like the transitioning Muslim governance. Like they was pretty much the Istanbul and all of that shit. It's all on all of that's the Ottomans. Yeah, that's the more stuff like I wouldn't reference it. That were they black people that was in like yeah I don't know.
So when, cause me and he doesn't call himself JJ 7000 no more. He calls himself Mandinka Mali now. Me and him had a conversation about it, and he sent me a video of Dr. Hawass admitting that he did. Now, Dr. Hawass did in that video state that the Egyptians were black people, but he said they were not Negroes. So he was saying that they weren't what we would call like sub-Saharan African or like African Americans, if you will, or like Caribbeans. Dr. Hawass was saying that the Egyptians were black, but he was saying they were not Negroes. So when you say that there
Yeah, they were
were types of
non-ethers. My bad. I heard there was non-ethers.
The Egyptians got like a 6,000 year history before modern times or something like that. Like literally a 5,000 year history to the birth of Jesus or some shit like that.
Wait a
Like
minute.
before,
Are you talking about the video where you had the white dude on there and he talking about yeah they was black but they was not neat.
it would have to be that video because
no,
me
but I'm
and
just
JJ got into a
contextualize. Can you
discourse about
contextualize?
it. I think that's the exact
Right.
video.
I'm just saying. Can you contextualize 1,000 years?
No, you
Like
can't.
like
And
Egypt was running. Egypt got 3,000 years before anybody else was in there doing shit. 3,000 years. We try to summarize it and understand it, and the
no.
conversation is kind of funny to me. Like that's just a long, like, bro. America in the last 100 years barely makes sense to people. 3,000 years of history.
Right. That's a lot of
No.
unraveling.
You know what I'm saying? That's
No.
crazy, and that's the
Well,
old times. It's 5,000.
So
it's
because of my bad, I had one more question about that. So because of because of the advancements that Egypt was basically at that time, how advanced they were, is Sumer recognized as an older civilization, or do they base on like the line of kings that was in Egypt? Do they not consider Sumer to be the one of the oldest civilizations, or older than Egypt because it may not have been as developed as Egypt was?
They playing with pebbles and stones and shit on the wall.
Right. You
So
gonna find debates that argue each side.
yeah, and it's like a
yeah.
300 year difference. It's like literally they're arguing over 300 years. It's
Oh,
like
that's it.
Yeah,
yeah,
man, that's about right, man. Because when I do the
Egypt is like
research on Sumer and Egypt, it looks like it's around the same time.
yeah 3,200 BC or 3,500. It's like what are we, bro? We're talking about 5,000 years ago,
But okay, but
and
so
we're arguing over
he
200 years, and we're actually
no.
that's just be crazy to me.
Well, here go the thing. So yeah, I'm not for me. I am by no means
The Sahara
a
Desert,
hobby.
the Sahara Desert, Billy. I think the Sahara Desert 5,000 years ago was a forest. Was most of it was still.
Exactly, exactly. That shit once was a damn forest, and then it dried out. You had some geology came in and played out in there, but I think Sumer has been dated officially as older, but I didn't know it was, it was only like a few centuries, number one. And then my second point was that, yeah, I'm definitely going to ride with a black Egypt with the relationships that they're seeing with them and the Nubians that were further south. So if you just juxtapose that in an ad hoc fashion, that hey, the damn desert, the forest turned into a desert, and the people moved north, and they end up in this perfect spot to meet some other people on another.
I think the concept of white is more of the conversation than anything.
But that's where this shit comes into play at Q. That's where you start having well, they're Negroes, but they're Negroes and Congolese, and that's where all this crazy talk come in, and that's where Diop picks up his discussion at, and
No, but I'm saying
that come.
real white as we know it is Anglo-Saxon Germans. Them niggas was the barbarians.
But
The
that's on the other side over there. That's on the other
yeah,
side of the
every,
desert now.
everybody besides them motherfuckers was low. You had a little pepper in your, you know what I'm saying, in your saying and shit. You wasn't straight white.
Hmm. Well, I don't know if they were saying white back then. but I'm just saying that they wasn't in that region, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they were saying Caucasoid, right? A Caucasoid.
Yeah, yeah, Caucasoid. I guess Caucasoid. I memorized it down to those the Arabs.
To your
Nah,
point, brother,
no, they wasn't.
there's
They
a
wasn't. Them
go
motherfuckers
ahead.
was, bro. When they say 6,000 years, 7,000 years ago, the white folks we talking about, them motherfuckers was in the top of Germany, no, all of them type of areas and shit like that. They were the barbarians and shit. Like the way we understand white, the way we understand black, don't even make sense in any way. Like, because removing, yeah, the way we say, yeah, way we understand it. Won't, I don't apply that shit to them years back then. They don't make no sense. Like white folks was barely out of fucking the north of North Europe, and you got the white. We don't even know what the ancient Chinese and shit. You got them pale skinned people. That's
But
northern.
see, now you talking about them mountains though, right? You talking about them Caucasus Mountains over there on the other side of the desert.
I ain't gonna say. I'm just gonna say northern
It's near
humans.
Russia. It's near Russia.
Northern humans is pale.
It makes
Supposedly,
sense.
there's supposed to be three different types of white people. Three
Once you go
different types.
5,000 years ago, bro, 10,000 years, I'm gonna start smoking weed and get on my Lord of the Rings shit. Just make that shit black. We got pygmies and shit. You had pygmies all over the. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. They got hidden shit. Then we got fuck Egypt, bro. We come from the forest, man. We from the forest and trees and shit. Most of our biggest probably accomplishments is still buried in fucking underneath the Congo and shit like that. We spent 100,000 years in the Congo, and we worry about Egypt.
Exactly. That's my point though. But that's coming. But that would have radiated from more like a Central Africa and radiated outward.
They ain't had the same type of materials to leave behind. Egypt, them motherfuckers got stone and shit, limestone, malleable shit, and you can easily make shit out of.
Hey, it's hot and dry, man. And then I don't know anybody can go to the Valley of the Kings and not be impressed, man.
Well, some
I'm
land is
just
more sacred than others. Like not all of Africa is sacred. There's some countries in Africa that are truly sacred, like Ethiopia for
Dev,
one. Mala.
say it, Dev.
What where do you go? I would imagine the museums that have the artifacts out of Central and West Africa. Where do you go to see the artifacts that come from the empires and kingdoms of West and Central Africa?
Various museums. You're gonna have to travel.
yeah. I think England has been I've heard England has a lot of them. I haven't witnessed it, but
Somewhere in
I've heard
Europe.
And you
they got
have
a
to
lot of
know
artifacts.
what you're looking for, what time frames.
Yeah, I
I had
don't
to
know what
do
I'm
more
looking for.
research on West and Central Africa. I'm familiar a little bit with the Mali Empire and the Songhai Dynasty, but I want to do more research, more thorough research on the kingdoms of West and Central Africa, so that I do have a good idea of what to look for. Me and Jabari had a good conversation one time that wasn't contentious, and we were talking about how they don't really push in mainstream anthropology and archaeology the finds in West Africa and Central Africa. It's like you have to do your own research and visit museums to find out about these kingdoms that existed in West and Central Africa.
Yo, Afro,
But
I
that.
ain't giving
Yeah,
up on
and
Nile
you
Valley. I'm just saying the Nile Valley is on
Mhm.
the width of America.
Yeah, that's 3,000 miles, bro. That's
You
one.
know what I'm
That's
saying?
East
Like
Coast
the
to
Nile
West
Valley,
Coast.
which there's a lot of civilizations that was popping on the Nile Valley, son, for a long time, son. You go to Kenya, Kenya had motherfuckers walking around for like fucking damn near 300,000 years, bro. Maybe longer.
No, and you said something that was paramount too, Q, earlier, man. Like I forgot how long you said, but it took them a long time to penetrate Africa, even before they can come in there and start doing what they was, wanted to do with the Atlantic slave trade.
Said it took them about 300 years.
I want to, yeah, probably longer than that because I
Longer.
think they may have been interacting with each other before then, but
And to the sister who spoke, to your point, sister, about Ethiopia, I have heard
Mhm.
Eritreans and some of my Habeshaw friends talk about how Ethiopia was seen as the jewel of Africa to some Africans and
Mhm.
some people in the world.
Yes.
That's
Rastafari.
gonna be cultural perspectives, y'all.
that
You
is.
got places in Africa where the land and the culture is sacred and they not gonna have no idea of what y'all talking about. So once again, it's cultural perspective, and then you got to put stuff into a time frame.
But I'm just saying, during the slave trade, wasn't Ethiopia a Christian stronghold with the Coptic Christians over there?
Yeah, yeah, but that doesn't
Orthodox.
mean. Well, when you say the jewel of Africa, to whose perspective are you calling? Who's saying it's the jewel of Africa?
The Eritrean brothers I was chopping it up with, Gullah, um, a lot of the East Africans that I worked with when I was working at the airport, we would have conversations about Africa all the time. And
That's where they
I
from.
noticed a lot of the West African brothers really didn't agree with what they were saying, but I noticed a lot of Eritreans, a lot of Somalis and Ethiopians would accredit Ethiopia to being the jewel of Africa.
So that they all inside of Ethiopia. Ancient
Now,
Ethiopia.
let me ask you this, Worthy. Let's stay in modern times so you can get this right. What's the jewel of Black America? Is it New York? Is it the brothers and sisters in L.A.?
Mississippi River.
No.
Is it the brothers and sisters in Atlanta? It's gonna be cultural perspectives.
That's right. Demi,
But Swarthy,
hey,
you know them
I
areas
would
is
say the South would
you know
better
them
me.
areas is in the same like region, though, right?
I believe genetically, Cuba to them, I believe genetically those are almost the same exact people.
That's
And I've
why
even heard them talk about being the same people, even with their little
no,
beefs.
no, but
no,
that's why they're saying
Swarty.
that. That's why you would hear
Yeah.
a Eritrean, a Sudanese person saying that, maybe even a Kenyan person. Like that's all from Kenya, if I'm not bugging. Kenya, then there, that's Kenya's northern. What would be the upper cataract of Egypt in ancient Nubia? It goes down to damn near below Kenya. What's it goes down to what's the country below Kenya? Um,
You said cataract?
yeah, the upper cataract of Egypt would have been damn near below, almost below. I think, but what? Damn, I don't remember the map off back. I'm driving. But Thieves was at the towards the
That is it, Q. Thieves.
yeah, that's the upper that's damn near Kenya or one of them areas.
Yeah, yeah.
So
First
all the way,
known.
and then that's a long way away from Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Like the Egypt we know, that's
Exactly. It's down
over
at
a
the bottom.
that's over
Yeah.
1,000 miles away or some shit like that. That's a long way away. You know what I mean? That's like saying Aztecs and people in Mexico. Not Mex Aztecs and the people in Canada are all the same shit. Like that and
It's the
that's
new
not
Egypt,
far enough.
supposedly.
Yeah, from Mexico to Canada is not even a distance from down there from Thebes to the bottom of the cataracts of Egypt. Or it might just be about that.
Or like,
We
are
say
they a
cat.
part of a particular marker, like the E or the B marker?
We talking
That
about
would
some DNA.
that would go even further, like another conversation. I'm just saying, like in the terms of geography, and then like the way we summarize the conversation versus geography. Like when we say Egypt, Egypt is a geographical region all the way at the top, but the old version of it went down there. It went all across that whole piece of Africa. It went
And you
across
got to think
the middle.
where the Portuguese came in, they came around the whole other side down, navigated the Atlantic from the Mediterranean and came down the coastline, leapfrogging, and started trying to come in from North Africa on the Morocco side and down farther with their little bases on the Arpeggio Islands. So I don't think they the same people, man, because they literally on the other side of the continent
Who the
where they
same?
went in at.
Yes, I mean, according to the slaves, is that the British they their slave trade was the Moroccan and the countries beside Moroccan, and they was more. A lot of Northern Virginia people came from the British, sold us. See,
Lost.
You know,
Okay.
I kind of see what you're saying because I know that, like, I know some Oromo Ethiopians, right? I believe they have a EB31 marker, and they do share a common ancestor with like E1B1A and E1B1B. But like the Habesha Ethiopians, for example, they some of them have a J marker, so some of them have a different paternal marker. So I do kind of understand what you're saying concerning, they all are not the same people.
exactly, exactly.
I don't even know what all that mean, man.
If you look at it's two, where I'm at in Minnesota, it's two different types of Ethiopians that are up here. It's Ethiopians that call themselves Oromo Ethiopians, and then you have Ethiopians where I'm at that call themselves Habesha Ethiopians. If you look at the
Yeah.
phenotypical makeup of the Habesha and the Oromo phenotype is closer to ours, and the Habesha have a distinct
Arab.
phenotype that looks different. It looks Arab. It looks like a hybrid admixture, is there. So they don't look for a lack of a better term, all the way African, because I just couldn't come up with a better way to explain it. But they look different than the Oromo Ethiopians. And the Oromo Ethiopians phenotypically share a lot in common with us, with West Africans, with African Americans, with Afro Caribbeans. They share a lot of phenotypical features with us.
Arabic, I don't. We say Arabs, but I don't know. I don't
They're
really consider.
Jewish. They're Jewish. You got to remember back
I'm
in the
just saying
when they
they
colonized.
those are Africans. They're North African.
Hmm.
Like
I
Yemen.
think that's a much better way to describe it, because the
Yeah,
Habesha don't identify with, like, I don't want to say they don't identify with indigenous Africa, but like the Oromo, for example, have more of a I'm African mindset than the Habesha.
I mean, they didn't have a top-down view of the map. So to them, they was in another part of the world when they went into Yemen, into to Tigris River and all of them, Saudi Arabia and all them areas. But that geographically is just a piece of Africa. They can separate it all they want, but if you just look at
exactly. It's a piece of Africa.
that's a
Hmm.
piece of Africa. Israel is just the corner piece of
Definitely.
Africa. You know what I mean? And that's like not even a. It's not even like Alaska. Alaska is all the way over there, and it's still part of North America. That shit is right. That the yeah. That's yeah. I know the take the plates separate some of that region obviously with the Red River on the Red Sea, but that shit is all part of Africa. My phone cut out.
True. No, it's true.
No, you
What I'm
good.
trying
You
to
good,
say,
people. I can hear you.
people
I had to
forget.
mute up for a minute.
People people forget about the French and Italian was behind the colonization as well. They just like to be sneaky about it and be hiding out and shit. But they were part of
Ain't nobody
all,
worried about that.
hmm
But see, when you talk about like the Italian and the French, right? I know some Somalis and some Ethiopians that will tell you it was Eritreans and Somalians that assisted the Italians in their campaign against Ethiopia, even. So it was definitely Africans that turned their back on Africa to help uh, the colonial powers, obviously be destructive in Africa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
know
the,
what you're talking about.
it's the same thing. Tribal war. Once Europeans understood motherfuckers is on some tribal shit, and we just gonna side with the niggas that's gonna get us in the building. That's all they had to do. It was Mexicans who walked, with the what's his name? The fucking Mexican dude, the Spanish conquistador
Cortez.
Cortez. It was Mexicans that walked him in. He had an army of like what 6,000 Mexicans with him.
Cortez was, I thought he was from Spain. I
He
thought
was
Cortez was.
he met the girl. Allegedly, he met the girl first.
Mm,
The girl brought him to his space. He had a skirmish or a mini war with them, and then he got cool with them and was like, "Yo, we gonna kill the niggas that's enslaving y'all." And that's pretty much how. And they created a little mini army, and that's how he got up in there. And remember, because they was slaving out the Aztecs was slaving out the other people there.
You're talking about the other tribes of people that was in
Yeah,
that same area with
yeah,
the
Yeah,
Aztecs.
outside. Yeah,
indigenous people.
yeah, they was slaving out people all the way down to Florida.
Shit, Cortez walked from
All
Florida to Mexico.
all the Mississippians they be bragging about that everybody talking about being right now, they was getting slaved out by the Aztecs. I'm like, what story was y'all reading? If we're talking about the same Cortez, yeah, he went from Florida through the Gulf Coast. The black dude is the one that originally showed them how to get there. Then they walked across following the coast and through the Mississippi and through all them little areas, Louisiana, Texas, and all that shit. And they got to Mexico.
It's Stefanago.
That's the black dude, right? The first one I got that showed them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names.
Yeah.
Me too.
They went on a breeding spree. That's what they went on, a breeding spree. But go
Nah, hey,
ahead.
the Mississippi, hey, the Mississippians didn't have their gunpowder. Cortez and them had gunpowder, but they tried to fight.
Nah,
And
they was already getting washed by the Aztecs. That's why when these dudes be coming up talking about all they mounds and shit, they mounds was nothing compared to the Aztecs. They was getting slaved out. The Aztecs, anytime they wanted, they would run up in
uh
Mississippi, run up in them many areas, take any y'all. Y'all going
which they come to North America and then and make them slaves.
who?
Follow the obsidian trade, GA.
The who?
Obsidian, the stones.
Hey, bro, right now I'm doing this slave trade, man. The Mississippians and Aztecs and all
Yeah,
them.
leave that rabbit hole alone there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a crystal. That's a black
that's that.
crystal, isn't it?
You know, I know a little bit about, that, yeah, the whole the human sacrifice, the cannibalism, and Spanish arrival. Mm-mm.
Well, nah, it was only to say that the tribal warfare component. That
Th-
was the trickery that the white folks used. It
Yeah.
wasn't the gun. I don't think there's any space in the Western that they could have. The islands they was able to do that, but most of the mainlands, their guns wouldn't have been able to. They would have killed a lot of people, but eventually they would have died off. So they had to find
Yeah.
some way of diplomacy. That's how they worded too. They find us some trade and diplomacy. Like who we gonna beat in the end?
yeah,
That's gonna get us in the
Look,
building.
we make a anachronistic view when we say gun as well because the power was in the cannon, and
exactly. Fair point.
without roads and without the land terrain being cleared out, you're not moving no cannons. You're not. So you
Yeah.
still got to fall
So,
back on the sword. Now, an advantage they had is those steel plates, but in close combat, no, they wasn't
Oh,
messing with them natives and them obsidian weapons.
look, Vassal, the first contact, they had some bloody battles, man, and they fought. But at the end of the day, it still it is what it is.
no, but
I
on
don't know.
islands, you remember on the islands, you got a tactical advantage. Once you land on the island is small. You know what I mean? Like you only like it's everything surrounded by the water. It's not like Mexico City is in the center of Mexico. Like you had to go
Hmm.
all of the water. Like it's not like the same thing as Africa. Africa's civilizations was 500 miles to 1,000 miles away from the coast. You know what I mean? So when people talk about invading Africa, they couldn't even get into Africa. They didn't know where to go.
No,
They was walking around for miles, just trying to find random people to talk to. Like the civilizations are deep inside of there. The map
it
makes
took
it look small, but no, that'll be 300 away, 400 miles away from the coast.
it took them 100 years to really lock that in like they did.
300 years to get into Center Africa. They didn't get into Center Africa till like about almost 1800s.
Yeah,
maybe some,
that's true. That's true.
And
Because they
they
that's
was
probably
just
still
starting
they
from
didn't.
that time frame. Because how
they
far
was
back
set.
do you want to go?
I'm just
Well,
saying colonization. They didn't get to the center from
Yeah,
1400s. They didn't get to
yeah,
Africa till I think in the 1800s, right? Or late 1700s, almost 1800s.
yeah.
no, wait a minute. No, it had to be the 1600s. Q.
Nope.
Say that again. Say that again.
Europeans never touched the center of the continent until about the 1800s. Look it up.
Okay, fair point. Yeah, no, fair point. Fair point.
That's when
Because
they
they
were like
spent a lot of time developing the islands, the Senegals, and the arpeggios.
the islands is all they needed. But the islands nobody cared about. The Africans didn't even know them shits was there. Like the fuck am I going over there for? Got a whole fucking grassland of fruits and the hell am I going by the water for?
I mean,
Now,
that's
but
what
they were,
Mexico and United States fought for. The Rio Grande, that was the Mexican and the American, the St. Alamos. They was fighting over the Rio Grande,
yeah, they
the
were.
water
They
supply.
were. Yeah.
I would give y'all the Berlin conferences when they actually got there, and that's the late 1800s.
That would be the centerpiece when they
Yeah,
really got into the
Oh.
conversation.
yeah,
Hey, but I said that's good too, because they were getting the Germans the blues. You know, they were trying to get in the slave trade, brokering them deals, just taking on contracts or whatever. But yeah, they was late to the party, the Germans.
But the Germans created business. Where they migrated, they brought in, they created business by ownership. Like when they settled in Durango, Mexico, you know what they did? They created factories. And that's why Volkswagen, you see a Volkswagen in Mexico, you know what I'm saying? They got the factories and shit like that. So I wonder, because black
Running.
people, we do factories.
That's
And
when
your
what type?
factories is
running.
gonna
That's
go
when
back to your slave ports.
Yeah, what type of Germans were those?
the ones that was running from getting caught for being Nazi.
Yes. Basically, something like that. Something like that.
Those
I'm just
those
saying, you know,
they
we
went
got
to
tired of
Mexico, they went to Brazil.
Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina is like I ain't getting caught. I'm out of here.
Man, I recently found out we got quite a few brothers and sisters that live in a place in Mexico called Mirda, I believe.
You familiar with Veracruz?
No, explain.
That's the very first African or black free town in the Western Hemisphere, created by a black man.
In Mexico?
Yanga,
Yep, Gospel Younger.
Yeah,
Yanga.
in
Mm.
New
The
Spain.
name of the town is Yanga now.
Yeah, Younger. Yep, Younger.
So y'all never
I
seen a black
see.
Mexican?
No,
That's why.
well, the revealing of I'll have to be honest. I recently found out about Afro Mexicans. Maybe about 7 years ago was the first time I had ever seen an Afro Mexican. But there are Black Americans that have moved to Merida, and it's growing. You know what I'm saying? The brothers and sisters, I think they're called expats, and
Nah, bro.
like
Like right now. Look up Veracruz. You buy a computer. Look up Veracruz. Every black person's supposed to know this. They're the foundation of Pan Africanism. Like he literally made the space for any black person that got free. And early politics. This is a very important part because the negotiations he had to do, in order, like they would limit on how black people can get free, because they didn't want them to interact with that free space, because if they got there, they would continue to be free. So the
Right.
treaty,
The Mexicans protected. You're right.
there was no, this
Yeah.
wasn't Mexicans, this was the Europeans, because in order to
Mm.
war, he went to war with Spain for like I think 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. It was like 30 years the war, right? Vayasa?
I can't recall how long his was. You got him and Baiano basically going to war at the same time. That's why they say
Hey,
that one in Colombia is actually the first free settlement because his via the King of Spain gets acknowledged before Yanga. But they
It was
both
that
had
though, because Genga
they
got recognized in 1570.
Let's see.
Well, no, he got. I think that's when he got the official. That's when it became like their town was 1570. I think the
give
war
me
started in 1540.
give me a second, Q, and I get behind those dates.
15 or the 16, Q.
15. I think Younger started the war in like 1540, 1550.
Damn.
Like Younger was that spot Veracruz that was established I think 1570, 1580.
Whatever he did, that had a big play on 1836 in
What's up?
colonial United States. 'Cause
What,
Mexico wasn't fucking with the slaves.
and why I say Pan African spot because he was open for any African who got free. You got the Younger, you was able to be stay there and be free.
How
This was in
significant was the
Mexico.
role of Black Africans in some aspects of Mexico's liberation? You know, do we really have a extensive history of being a part of the liberation of Mexico?
Look up Vincent Guerrero.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the
It's
government law in Mexico back then in
your
the
first president of a
Mexico
country in the
Black.
Americas is Vincent
hmm
Guerrero, and he liberated all the slaves, regardless of color,
Yeah, they
ethnicity.
protect them too. They protected them too because some of them was escaped from the slave ships that's passing by Mexico. So if they escaped and go to hide up in the mountains, whatever, the Mexico government protected them. They didn't give them back to the slave owner. That's what they did back then. That's why there's a lot of settlements of Africa. The little Blaxican. Just Singer Miguel is a Blaxican.
I've seen statues in Mexico of Black people that were looked at as heroes and pioneers of Mexican liberation. I have seen statues of a
Well,
few brothers and sisters
one of
in
the
Mexico.
one of the main one is Gospel Younger. They celebrate him all over the place.
Hey Q, I gave you the wrong name. I was going off memory. It's Binko's bio. His is September. Dang, let me go back. Sep- July 18th, 1605, and Yanga is 1609.
Nah, I got another source. It's 1570. Well, maybe I'm thinking the war started in 1570.
Yeah, yeah. This is when
I
they
got like
get those decrees.
the
You
decrees.
got to go by then. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah,
Yeah, I
or
think the
might have
1600s when they started grabbing traction.
But you brought up a
well the
vital
war started
part.
in the 1500s
You're
though.
gonna see that that's why I said we need to study the pacification process, because you're gonna see that at every single maroon or semi-maroon settlement that y'all can have this, you just can't let no other blacks in.
And that was a huge.
You're gonna see it throughout Latin America, Florida. You're gonna find it in runaway camps in
All
Dismal
the Spanish,
Swamp,
all the
Kansas,
Spanish.
everywhere.
That's why it's
That's all
important
about
that there because that connection also creates the maroon and aboriginal conversation because you had Africans amalgamating with Native Americans for 300-400 years without
in New
nobody.
Spain.
That's all over the place. You got that in Jamaica, Colombia, Mississippi. So this is where you got some of these black people that's like, yo, my family don't got no slave history. Like they might have gotten. You have some family members, some people who got like Queen Nanny. Let me see, Gospel Younger got captured, and he fought. Gospel Younger and I believe Queen Nanny. No, Queen Nanny was born enslaved. Gospel wasn't born a slave. and Gosper's children were enslaved, and his lineage of people were enslaved.
You know the only reason we know his story, right, Q? Vincent Guerrero was his grandchild.
I got
So as he
mom,
so as he learns the story,
black.
is it me or is my phone cutting up?
Show that right there. You already black. Come on, man. Yeah. Hello.
No, I can hear you, brothers.
Oh shit, y'all can hear me. My bad. So homie asked me if he had some change. I was like, I ain't got no change. I got some weed. He's like, come on now. Like, come on now, baby. My bad though. I thought I was muted. What you were saying, Ovayasa?
When you was talking about his children, the reason why we know his story is because Vincent Guerrero, that was his grandchild, and when he learned the story, he decreed that Yanga won't be forgotten. Basically, he's the one that put him into the document, so we have his story to read about.
Fire.
So now you got, him setting up the first free black settlement, and his grandchild becomes the first black president of Mexico, and then liberates all the slaves.
And this is why you'll have some people that say, I don't have a slave history in the Americas. And they've been here for 300, 400 years, 500 years.
Well, some was free just right out the cuff.
Right out the yeah,
So
right out.
yeah,
Well, they might have been born to somebody who got free. They might have been a maroon.
now it's gonna be hard to track that ancestry. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt. If somebody says we was free since we've been here, and you got one continuous family, they would have to prove that, but it's not impossible either. And being free did not remove you from the plights of being a black man or woman either.
When I was going to school in junior high school and high school in California, Inglewood Unified School District, when I tell you they wasn't covering none of this stuff in history, none of it. Like we had no idea at the time in 1997 and 98 and 99 that there were black people that even lived in Mexico. Like we didn't know what an African, we wouldn't have believed you then if you told us there were Afro-Mexicans in Mexico. We didn't even have a clue as to what that was or that they even existed.
Yeah, they ain't teach my asses in no school either. I'm from Tulsa. We wasn't allowed to talk about Greenwood.
Yeah, you told me how you almost got banned in general from all uh, educational activities. You came up in there telling that truth about Tulsa. They had to censor your ass.
Yeah, more people in Tulsa learned about the Greenwood riots through Facebook and social media than they did at school or at home in Tulsa. Sad to say. But Swarthy, you still there? You're gonna find us in almost all regions of the Americas, all the way down to Chile. That's why y'all
Oh, you
members
talking
of
about like the
African
Afro
American.
Mexicans and the Afro Chileans and the Afro
Hmm.
Ecuadorians? Yeah, I've been seeing them recently. I've been being in these spaces really helps because we end up having these conversations, and I've been doing research and seeing the Afro Argentinians and how they, I believe, a lot of their history was wiped out completely from the other Argentinians. And I'm learning, man, that it's Afro people all throughout South America that I never knew was there.
Look up the Army of Andes. They liberated, I want to say, Argentina. It wasn't Argentina, it was Chile. But Argentina is whitewashing itself. Uh, Literally, it's almost an all-white country at this point.
Right. I had saw Afro El Salvadorians for the first time. And like like for me to know something like this in 97, 96, brothers and sisters would have been looking at me like, man, where you getting this information from? But these people really were there, and still are there to this day.
That's why I tell people be mindful when they get to talking that immigration stuff, especially in the South, because quiet is kept. It's a lot of African descent people trying to get here so they can escape war zones and cartels and poverty. They're not coming to take our place as FBA. They just trying to live life like any other human being and get away from a damn war zone. We would do the exact same.
Right. I do. I do think the sensationalizing of the FBA movement is going to a paranoid place in some spaces. I know some people that came here that ain't trying to undermine black people. That's from Africa, Asia, all different types of places where some of them even have families with some brothers and sisters. So I don't think that's the case with people, for the most part, that come here looking for a better opportunity at life.
That's worthy. Riddle me this. What happens when we take a Pan African perspective in all these geographical locations from the Americas to Africa? We lock in and we do a global boycott on the extraction of resources and labor. And we say we not working, we not giving nothing without a fight until we get reparations in each respected territory.
That's a
So
very
now you have no
powerful
more
collective.
mines. So now you have no more miners for cobalt unless you pay them African Americans reparations. And y'all ain't getting no cobalt unless you pay them miners, not minor as in youth, but the miners just a fair salary for their labor. What happens
I
when we
think
take
that's where the
that
power
perspective?
lies. That's the
Right,
power that we're lacking right now.
right.
Is a strong
Like
unification like that, a collective like that is. I think that's what's missing. I think that's the leverage that we're not taking advantage of.
versus all these tethers is trying to take my apple pie that's not even offered at the moment. You get where I'm going?
niggas looking paranoid as hell right now, right?
Don't
Looking
don't want
crazy.
don't want to fight that pale hand, but you want to cut your brother's fingers. It don't make no sense.
Right. We ready to box with Nigeria and the Afro Mexicans and the hell with y'all as long as we get ours. Yeah, that it done made us little fanatical bug outs tripping. And we done abandoned the true strength, which is the unification and the collective mindset.
Not
I think that also
realizing
goes back to the religious kind of overtones in the conversation, or the under, I would say, the religious fabric within the conversation. I want to say within the conversation, not in the conversation, within the backbone of the people having the conversation. I word it like that. Um, they're not really organized in their in the way they articulate themselves, and it's really not that difficult of a conversation to have. But I find it's organized like not to say religious, but like online religious communities. And I don't want to call it cult stuff, but I find like online communities who focus on their confirmation bias, they're not really well articulate at what the issues are, and it's more about their bias, which is natural. But I think it's an important conversation. I think it's just be explicit. Like, this is just for Black Americans in terms of servicing. Outside of that, and representation, I think the representation component, um, honestly, to me, is more of a bigger issue than the servicing. Like, I don't see servicing as an issue. I think representation, Black people coming from other countries and not knowing Black American history, which is not their fault, but um, and then getting in office, getting on TV, getting in spots of notoriety, and not representing for Black folks. I think that is like, I think that drives the bigger conversation. That creates the Obamas and the I know Black no mores and all those type of people. Y'all can hear me, right?
I would have to agree with you, what you're saying, based on the fact that when you look at where a lot of brothers and sisters out of Africa get their education when they leave Africa, is generally in the UK or Sweden or right here in America. So they don't really get the Pan African perspective, if you will. I don't think they don't go to educational institutions that are Pan African, where they would talk about the kingdoms of West and East Africa, or we would discuss the different Black people that's around the world in South America and different places. So I think it has a lot to do with where they go and get educated.
Yeah, that's we know that. But also how the conversation is happening, I think that's something on us we got to take. Because I be listening, I'm like, yo, bro, it's not that difficult to make the statement as an FBA. Like, it's really simple. The accountability part too be the part that be throwing minds off. Like, bro, like, we Black Americans look like shit on television. Whoever's fault it is, we don't look good to the world. Take it how you want to take it. Blame whoever you want to blame. But that's just the reality. Nobody's turning on TV and be like, yeah, I want to be like Black folks. I don't know how Black folks got that perception. I know basketball and rap music and Michael Jackson.
Those are the main three talking points too. I
Yo,
shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at that, but that was so damn on point right there. Them be the main three talking points. Nigga, you ain't got no Michael. Shut the hell up.
bro, like, are we serious? And everybody
Nigga,
like,
you can't moonwalk. Shut the hell up.
and everybody got they be like, man, listen, y'all can keep those Michael Jordan and all of those three. We got all of the rest of these people.
Yeah, it's going down. Sometimes that collective unification that we really need to, have a strong case for reparations. I think, sometimes it feels like it's out of reach, especially what I've been seeing recently with Ghana not wanting Nigerians in their country, and just some of the African countries that's participating in banning Nigerians. It's like, damn, man, when are we ever going to get past this shit and have some type of unification and do some things a little different than what we've been doing in history? How much of this do we have to go through before we realize it's either come together and preserve self or perish?
It's only the strong survive.
Now, the
'Cause
strong people got killed too.
I'm trying to figure out, man, how did Ghana and the other little places that ban Nigeria, I'm not really concerned with them, but the few African nations, especially with Ghana, isn't Ghana like right there?
Yeah.
And and it's not fair to associate. Even though I know a lot of people like to do this, but it's not fair. I don't think it's fair to associate Nigeria with just they always trying to scam somebody. Come on, y'all, that ain't right. Not to say that you don't have Nigerians that won't scam you. I'm not saying they don't do it, or you don't have Nigerians that scam, but to the point where I've been seeing brothers and sisters out of Nigeria like trying to ask the world, like, why y'all, what did Nigeria do to you? Like, why do you feel such a way where you want to ban us from your country? What's going on?
What's the biggest country in Africa? Is it Nigeria?
I think it's Ethiopia. I'm not sure.
Oh,
What do you mean by largest? In
When you
terms of
say the
what?
biggest country in Africa, you mean like population or
the
land
size
mass?
of the landmass. Yeah.
Is it Ethiopia?
Algeria.
Algeria.
Nigeria. That's what I thought.
Oh, she said Nigeria.
Algeria.
Algeria. Okay, I
Oh,
did hear you right the
Algeria.
first time. She
Algeria.
said
Okay.
Algeria.
Where the hell's Algeria at?
Well, get in line. You and millions of other Black
Oh,
Americans are in the same boat,
bet,
so don't feel out of
bet.
place.
Okay.
North, west. Do you know where northwest is?
Yes.
All right.
No, I don't.
Okay.
That's tough.
Got to get back on my geography.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what
a
I was thinking
good,
too. What the
a
hell for me?
good, a good cartography class is very beneficial, not just in the aspect of map making, but location and getting introduced into the cultures of each respective spot. So if you ever get the opportunity to take a class or your children are presented that opportunity, let them take a cartography class. 'Cause you get two birds, one stone that way. You get the geography and you
Mm-hmm.
get a little bit of the sociology behind it.
So you think you can pick out Italy on the map, as small as that is? Like if you didn't have a title,
Minneapolis.
are you able to locate Italy if you zoom in or have some sort of reference without having text labels, Miss Demi?
You said, am I able to zoom in on?
Yes. Are you able to locate Italy in Rome?
No, I'm on my cell phone. I'm on my cell phone. I'm not. I'm not at a
No,
desktop.
I'm saying on a world map. Were you able to find that with difficulty, or are you in the same boat?
Oh,
You
it'd
don't
be
you don't know.
easy. Oh, yeah, it'd be easy. Just give me. I can find it by the
Okay.
longitude and the
o-
latitude.
Okay. So if you can find Italy on a world map, just go straight down, and that
Okay.
that should run you right into.
Okay. Understood. Where
Speaking
is
of
it?
Italy, on my first break at work, on the first job today, did y'all settle that Niger conversation?
Yes, we did. I put all the information in the chat because the last time me and Sabio had the argument, right, when he pulled up the definition, it made mention of the fact that the word neger, which is in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, is not the same contextual word as Niger or Nigeria. So Sabio actually proved my point, I think like a couple of weeks ago when we had this conversation, because the definition he pulled up, it made reference to the fact that Niger, or what's used for Nigeria, is not the same as Niger in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, which is of a Latin origin, but it's also pronounced in the Greek niger, because when you look at the pronunciation, it's spelled
Did I
Neeg.
lose audio?
I
If you
don't
were
know.
talking, I couldn't hear you. But I had posted the pronunciation for that word, right? And it's
Did
the
he cut off for
pronunciation is,
everybody, or was it just me?
I think if you were talking, I
You
couldn't hear
can't
what you were saying.
hear Swarthy last.
No, I can't hear him. I can hear you, Dev.
Yeah, he was talking nonstop. You had to go back out and come back. I'm right here. I'm right here though.
V, can you hear me?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll
Yeah, I can
reset.
hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, but I when he comes back, I'll explain it. But I actually posted all the information in the
There we
chat.
go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So a couple of weeks ago, Savio actually proved my point that the word niger in Acts is not the same. It doesn't have the same context as Niger or Nigeria. So that's not how you pronounce it in Acts. And I had posted the pronunciation in the chat, and the pronunciation is Neeger, right? Is how it shows you how you actually supposed to pronounce it. And then I showed in the newer translations of the Bible, it calls Barnabas and Simeon the black man instead of saying Barnabas and Simeon called Niger. So I even showed in the newer translations that it literally calls them the black man. And then I posted the Strongs, the definition for the word, as well as who Barnabas and Simeon are in that particular passage. But the
Well, it's
conversation really
close enough.
wasn't supposed to go there. But
It's
it just
close
happened to
enough.
go there because, Savio with the anti-theism, this nigga had to get thrown out of Applebee's and crash out anytime somebody that believe in the Bible come on the panel. It turns into an investigation of why I believe some of us are Israelites. So generally, even if we're not talking about that, he wants to have this. He wants to go. He wants to challenge it because being an anti-theist is actively um, challenging the Abrahamic faiths in particular. So I understand why his position is the way it is. As opposed to sometimes I will wonder, I'll be like, damn, I'm not even talking about the Bible, and this nigga just crashed out on me. But now I understand why. You know what I'm saying? My existence. Um, I guess this nigga's envisioning me grinding my feet in his couch on some Rick James shit. That nigga, he just can't stand the fact that I believe that I believe in the Bible. So he's going to challenge me or a Christian or a Muslim or anybody that rocks with the Bible. He's always going to be in squabble up mode, scholarly at least,
I see.
because we wasn't even supposed to talk about that. It was really about when he was explaining what anti-theism is. He was saying that initially he said that the enslavement of Black Africans was a lot of it had to do with the people who brought those Abrahamic faiths to Africa. My place of contention with him is I've never seen anybody get conquered where somebody's pointing a book at them as if it's a weapon. My place of contention was they conquered Africa with the sword, with death and destruction and war, and to the victor go the spoils. So that's where I was challenging what he was saying. Whether or not the Abrahamic faith came through there or not, if they didn't have the might to overcome Africa in war, it wouldn't have mattered what they believed in. I could believe I'm Superman, but when John Jones is on the other side of the cage, somebody needs to get my obituary and my insurance for the hospital ready because I'm definitely about to fuck around and go, regardless of whether or not I think I'm better or, something is telling me or I'm subscribing to a religion that's saying I can conquer this. The reality is I can't whoop John Jones. So my place of contention was if you don't have the might to enforce that, then it doesn't matter. If you don't have the firepower to back it up and actually enforce it.
No, y'all both
So,
right. They was both weaponized, and I hate when these conversations come about because people leave out the economic pursuit in it and how even money is weaponized. But to the Niger point, are you familiar with it being a Roman surname? And that's where the dark is implemented into meaning. But they wasn't
All right.
necessarily talking about skin as in black people. They talking your Al Pacinos, dark hair, swarthy skin, your Al Pacino type.
I have read sources that talk about swarthy not being 100% another way of saying black or Negro, right?
Cause
So
you
I
got
have read sources that explain what you just explained right now.
one more thing. You got Roman emperors whose last name was Niger. And that's what led me down that rabbit hole many, 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 many moons ago was to verify whether or not they was talking about a black man or pale skin. And if you go off lookership of his coin, it can be even that much more confusing. But once you start looking at the bust and pinpointing where he was from and where that family name came from, it starts leaning the other way when you're dealing with the word Niger. You
So
got
you know what's interesting?
Septempius Niger, and there's a
I'm
few
very
others.
familiar with Septimius Niger. You're talking
Yeah,
about the Roman emperor?
yeah,
Okay, I'm very familiar with Septimius Severus. That's a bad motherfucker too. He won every gladiator game he fought in too. That's a bad motherfucker right there. But what's interesting about what you're saying, Ak, is Simeon, the second person that's mentioned in Acts, right? I read from a encyclopedia from 1787, ecclesiastical literature and encyclopedia. It talked about how it talked about Simeon in particular and having that surname, which they do pronounce it Niger, and it was saying that that name was common among the Romans. So I have read sources actually that talk about that name being common among the Romans. So it
yeah.
made mention of that in the definition of, how Simeon was given the surname. It was also mentioned. It also made mention that it was a distinctive surname, and that surname was common among the Romans. So the Romans that had that surname were distinct from the other Romans who didn't. And I do know that black people were in Rome due to contrary belief. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Okay,
Y'all
but
done with it?
the sources that I have come across, I mean, you got a few PhD scholars here and there that will agree with it, but for the most part, is it accepted in mainstream academia? Absolutely not. So no, they don't accept it as historical, or they don't come out and teach that Barnabas and Simeon were actually black men. So even with the newer translations calling them the black man, I have read sources that designate swarthy or niger to, from what the sources are saying, it doesn't always mean somebody that's a Negro or black. So when you brought that up, I am familiar with some writers who have given a testimony to it's not they weren't talking about an actual black person, as crazy as that might sound to some people.
I'm not sure if he's still there, but I was trying to find out in terms of historical timelines, and when you say sources, like the events that happen in North America, the events that happen in Europe, Middle East, and other areas. uh, primarily use a series of validation points that don't necessarily include religious texts. So I'm just trying to figure out in terms of uh, validations and from a perspective of absolute, other than uh, like you said, using the term not accepted. Well, one of the reasons why they're not accepted is because the only source is the Bible. When you're speaking of these terms and places or lack thereof, like if you don't have to necessarily mention a time period, then the interpretation would actually be from a perspective on whoever's reading it, whoever's doing a study on it, and it could be one or the other. How would we know if it's 1720 or 1540 or 12 BC? There's really no way to know.
Right. I mean, I will say it is a tougher task for us, those of us that are Israelite apologists, is what I would call it. It's a tougher task when you're dealing with not the New Testament, but the Old Testament, right? And then to books like, which I quote often, books like A Tribute to the Negro by Wilson Armstead. There's another book called Travels in Holland where the book talks about the Jews that it saw in the synagogue in the 1600s was filled with all black men. So there are other sources that academia doesn't accept, but there are PhD scholars in some of these sources that do give a testimony to the Jews that were originally from Judea, or what we would call the actual Israelites, as not only being black people, but some of them have even gone as far to describe them with the term Negro. So like Wilson at Armstead, for example, a gentleman by the name of Ortenthal in his textbook writes on page 65 that it says, and I can quote it, it says, a remarkable fact in the history of Luengo that in the Empire of Congo, according to a statement which was fully credited by Ortenthal himself, a writer of most correct judgment and unimpeachable veracity, contained many Jews settled in it. And then when you go over to the next page, it says, who maintained their religious rites and their distinctive habits, which kept them isolated from the other nations. And then it says, though separate from the other Africans, they are black and resemble the other Negroes into every feature concerning physical characteristics. And then it says, it is probably illustrated that in Pennington, in his textbook, wrote, those descendants of the colony of Jews that settled on the coast of Africa, originally from Judea, are black. But, obviously, this wouldn't be accepted at the University of Tel Aviv, or this is not something they would teach in history. But there are writings that I've read of people that have given an account of the Israelites, and they did actually go as far as to describe them as black people. Some of them went as far as to even call them Negroes. So these sources are not accepted by your Dr. Hawasses or the University of Yale. These Ivy League schools may not accept these sources, but there are books that come from the 1800s, 1700s, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. And there are even some sources as early as like the 1100s that do give a testimony to black Jews in Portugal and Spain who had a reputation for only procreating with themselves. And they were called the Black Portuguese. So there are writers that talk about the Jews being Negroes, but you might have some people with academic credentials, but it's not accepted by the consensus. Just concerning me being honest with black people, I would be called
Yeah.
pseudo for believing
So
those things.
what would be some of the main reasons why it's not accepted?
Well, I'm suspicious of the fact that, if we got it right, and if the small hats are the actual Israelites of the Bible, then why don't they identify as Israelites? And why is it illegal to take a DNA test in Israel? And then the Israelis that leave Israel and take a DNA test, they show everybody and they let everybody know, I'm not an Israelite. I've never been a part of those people. And genetically, I don't go back to that region. So you even have Ashkenazi Jews that are starting to come out and say we're not the actual Israelites of the Bible. So then it becomes a question of, if the scriptures is saying the Israelites would discontinue from their heritage, and when you look at the curses of Deuteronomy, what the Israelites were supposed to go through, as well as some of their descriptions in the Bible, I mean, due to the process of elimination, it don't fit nobody else but us, you know, and the different black people that was scattered around the earth through the various slave trades. So, I mean, even if I wasn't a Bible believing Israelite, I would give a testimony that the Israelites actually deal with more truths of the Bible than Christianity and Catholicism has. You know, because there were a lot of things that I found out that people were being taught about the Bible that I didn't even know until I researched it and went into the linguistics myself. Like, I didn't know world had three different meanings. So that English word world that's in the New Testament, it's in front of the Greek word oikomenic, which means everything and everybody on earth, cosmos, which can talk about a specific group of people or organization, or the Greek word eon, which talks about a particular time period, like from the time Alexander ruled to the time he died. You could say that was the end of Alexander's world in the eon context, if you will, meaning that that time period of rulership was over with. So all the years me and my family had sat in church, Dev, I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that until I started subscribing to us being Israelites, and I started going into the Hebrew and the Greek. But my mom and dad didn't even know what they were studying. You know, they didn't know. Our people didn't know what was going on. So black people really don't know the Bible, and they've never actually did what the Bible says because they don't know it. They don't go into the Hebrew. They don't go into the Greek. I watch black people all day long say John 3:16 is talking about everybody, when that Greek word doesn't refer to everybody on earth. So our people never really knew the Bible, I would argue.
I was just trying to get a consensus on the not acceptance part, because it's a lot of emphasis being on not accepted. And so for me, I would have to actually view and observe, you know, either a quote or something saying we don't accept this because of this, or the reason why we don't accept it is because this cannot validate this. So
I could provide that for you, Dev, because I told Melanated Goddess that I would do a presentation, because I can tell to a certain degree she wants to know what's leading me to believe what I'm standing on, right? But I could show you rabbis where, when the conversation of like the limbo or some of the Israelites in Africa that are clearly black Africans come up, where they will kind of sweep it under the rug and say, well, it's not important for us to really investigate them. And, you know, I know they keeping all the customs and doing everything without an actual King James Bible. But, you know, I could show you articles where they try to sweep it under the rug a little bit. You know, I even read an article from the University of Tel Aviv where they didn't want to admit it, but they had to admit before the 1400s, the Israelites were actually known in history as black people. You know, and I would argue the small hats have quite a bit of power. You know, these people can literally change the definition of words if they want to. And the world, America just goes for it because, you know, white tea people want to hold on to the small hats being the chosen people because they're Caucasians. You know, so that's my reason why I think they don't accept it in academia, because America has to hold fast to this lie that these are the actual people of the book when
The
DNA won't even
Caucasians.
support that.
But I mean, just now that you know that the world is way bigger than Israel, does the story still make sense to you? Like, what about the Alaskans, South Africans,
Well,
Aboriginals, Native Americans, Caribbeans? Like, without
well, my
remaking
pers-
the story or trying to interpret it in some next way, it doesn't discuss those people. It has nothing to do with those people.
well, I guess if you're looking at it from a Christian perspective, Q, then I could see that. But for us, it is some spookiness involved. It's some dark sayings, or what we would call parables. So we do believe that it does talk about today's time, but we believe
I'm
that
saying
the
it
prophets of that time had to describe what they saw the best they
No, I'm
could.
saying that in the sense of, like, now that you know you're in today's time, that book had nothing to do with, the natives of Brazil. The Incas have nothing to do with that book. The Incas are just as old as that story in the book. The Aztecs the Mayans, South Africa's history. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole lot
But
of the world
I
that has,
think the Mayans and the Aztecs might be way older. You know,
even
in all
right.
honesty,
You know, in all that, yeah, they probably would be maybe about 1,000, 2,000 years. So it's like,
yeah,
and they
they're a
have
much older
absolutely,
civilization.
and they have absolutely nothing to do with it. So I just feel like I just want to know, like, why are you putting yourself in that story when there's so many parts of it that are blatantly nothing to do with us?
Well, if it's illegal to take a DNA test in Israel, and there are scholars from the UK and different places, and there are PhDs who have work that talk of the Judeans actually being Negroes, then you know, did
I
they
mean,
just make this
like,
stuff
so
up?
what purpose?
Why is it not
What
accepted? You
purpose is
know, if
that
these
given to?
are people of great integrity.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's your own logic? Do you feel like? I mean, I obviously feel like it, but more of the world has nothing to do in that book than those. The only reason the world is involved in that book is because of white people and colonization. Like, I'm just confused at the like. There was a preacher I used to know, a pastor, or whatever, priest. One of the most, when I was younger, very smart dude. I'm talking about this dude read all the books you can think of, all the different philosophical books, religious books. I'm like, how the hell are you a Catholic priest? And he was like, he was like, yo, he was like, I think his answer was like, I find peace being this. Like, there was really nothing I could say to it because me and my pops was like lost. Like, how did you read all of this stuff and you still choose to be a Catholic priest of all that? Like, bruh,
Right.
how? It's like, so that's how
It
I just
was
want
how I came to this school of thought, Q Butter, was unique in itself because my first introduction to any form of consciousness, I believed we were the ancient Egyptians of antiquity. And I used to believe that we were the people of Kemet. So how I came to this conclusion is interesting in itself because I started off rocking with Kemet, Q Butter, you know? So, and Chris even asked me, he said, how did you go from Kemet to the Israelites? You know, I had a couple of brothers in the conscious community asked me, if you started off with Kemet, how did you end up with Israel? You know?
I mean, I can see that happening because it's like it's still like a little belief system. Like, how would you end up believing that you're Egyptian? Like, Egypt ain't got nothing to do with Black Americans.
I got caught up in that documentary, Q Butter, when black men ruled the world. And once I saw it, I was like, that's it. I knew we was great.
I
Gotta be honest, man.
respect your honesty, bro.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I knew it was something great about us. I knew we was more than slaves. Like this couldn't possibly be our history of us just being nothing and not contributing to civilization. So that's where my consciousness actually started. I saw that and I did believe the brothers and sisters in that DVD was telling the truth about us being the people of Kemet.
Yeah, I never understood that way. So I'm like, so are you saying that we're Egyptian? So you're saying that all the Black people from Africa are Egyptians now? So
If you have you ever seen that documentary?
no, but I'm in New York and there's plenty of Kemetic priests walking around that'll tell you in a heartbeat that we're Egyptian. I
They
got a
may not admit it, but I think that documentary probably got them, you know, standing on that a little too. But basically, the documentary was a couple of gentlemen, and they were saying that the Nubians and the Egyptians were the same ethnic family of people. They were standing on that Nubia was proto-Egypt, and that the Nubians were basically Egypt before Egypt, and that they had went up north to establish Egypt. You know, so their premise was the Nubians and the Egyptians, there was no ethnic difference between them. Their position was that the Egyptians were black people and that we were descendants of those black people.
yeah, that's a stretch.
I don't know if they would flag you for showing little bits and pieces of it, but it's actually still on YouTube to this day. It's called When Black Men Ruled the World.
We be Scotty Pippen with the stories. I ain't gonna lie. Scotty Pippen with the stories.
I free all my
But that's when I
song.
believe we was the real pharaohs. I believe we was the kings of Egypt.
Well, you can't say we because it
So we
was
got to go
a
back more
specific
than
type of people.
6,000 years. You know how much human activity takes place in 6,000 years?
A lot of migrating, a lot of wars, a lot of intermingling with other ethnic groups of people, a
A
lot
lot,
of activity,
a lot of
I
ain't
would
shit.
admit.
A lot of ain't shittery. I would say there was a lot more ain't shit niggas that just lived to just exchange oxygen and fecal matter than were kings.
I mean, the
But
Egyptians
before
was
y'all
having
get too far
orgies.
away from Swarthy, have you ever took the time to study Crotty and Cherry and the inception of Black Hebrew Israelites in
I
America?
talk to original One West members all the time. I'm very familiar with the inception of the Israelites in America. I talked to Elder Kazak, he was hired in all the camp leaders that you see today. So there are a group of original One West members that I actually do talk with on a regular. And I've heard about all the horror stories or all the horrible stuff that has taken place. I know about Cherry and Crowder and how we started off as the Israeli School of Practical Knowledge and how it was some Ethiopian Jews that even came to America that influenced our movement. So I am familiar with the history of One West and Rabbi Matthew and the Commandment Keepers. I am familiar with that history. And I do talk to a few original One West members all the time, actually.
You know, Trey, my family's Jewish. My father's
Well,
side.
I was asking that to say
Yeah.
if you separate from the theology, they did put in some work for African Americans in its early days, and it wasn't necessarily predicated on arguing with Kemites all day and the other nonsense going on. That they was doing some work
What's going
to
on?
help Black people.
We got
Yeah, no
family.
To
cap.
this day, we still visit brothers and
My
sisters in
grandfather.
the penitentiary, or if we can help with any financial things. I know IUIC, ISUPK, the camps that come from that original One West School of Thought, I know they do a lot of positive works in the Black community that a lot of brothers and sisters wouldn't give them credit for because people always, associate the street preaching with that's all we do, when in reality, that's not true. So I know what you're talking about. We did have more of a black pride initially. I think what messed that up is when Ariel started teaching that, Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans were Israelites. And I later on found out that Ariel actually had a problem with American black women. And that had a lot to do with him bringing Latinos and Native Americans into the Israelite movement. And this is what a lot of camps have a problem with me because I'm what you call a Negro only Israelite, meaning you got to have two Negro parents to really rock with the congregation. And we still teach black man, woman, and child. So we still stand on the black family nucleus. And the other Israelites have a problem with me saying that.
So
Hey
there's
yo, hey yo,
Mary, Martha, and Jennifer Lopez.
hey yo,
Say it
Swarthy,
one more time.
So there's
Swarthy, you
Mary,
finished.
Martha, and Jennifer Lopez.
Hey yo, Swarthy, you finished smacking up
Uh,
the Africans, bro.
I was
Jennifer
Hold up,
just
hold
Lopez,
up,
I
joking,
hold up.
don't
bro.
know.
I was
You
just
gotta.
joking.
I mean, and it's not the same as like a light skinned brother or sister. That's different, but because that's still a black person. But like the hybrids and stuff like that, like if you don't come from two Negro parents, I'd rather not even deal with the confusion. And it's strict, and I know a lot of camps have a problem with me saying that. But brothers that rock with me, the black man, you got to take a black wife. We're not playing that shit.
What about a black Latino? What about the black Latinos and the black, they're
Afro Mexican wives
what
are
Afro
okay.
Mexican? I'm talking about like Santo
Afro,
Domingo.
say, well, do they go back to black
What
people?
are the black Latinos? Because
No, we
there's the
accept them. That's no problem. But what I'm saying
okay.
is the Latinos that clearly come from European conquistador fathers, camps are letting them in the camps. And what I'm saying is,
Hmm.
no, that ain't gonna pop. They can't rock with they can't come into my camp with that. So the camps make videos and talk about Negro only Israelites because we don't allow people that are not of African descent to come into the camp. So if you're a Mexican and you go back to like a European man, for example, I'm not letting you in the camp. The other camps, they'll let you in, but you still got to deal with two Negro parents with me and the other Negro Israelites, the Negro only Israelites. So if you Afro Mexican, Afro Latino, if you from West.
Oh, boy. Hammer down, hammer down.
Why do y'all call them camps? What's the
That's what they
reasoning
are.
behind that? No, I get that, Dev. I wanted to see if he has an answer as to why they call them camps. Like if there's a specific reason into calling it a camp.
Peace, devastating. Peace, Vyasa.
Afro.
Marley. What's up, Afro?
What's up, y'all? Peace, man.
Oh, and peace, Marley.
Yo,
Peace.
yo, what's up, yo?
Molly.
Yeah,
Peace,
yo,
Molly G's.
you
Peace,
finished
sis.
smacking up these Pan Africans, Swarthy?
Finish. I think it's
Marley ain't
his connection went out. He'll be back.
Now,
Marley ain't been the same since he got that FBA chain.
I mean, I just feel like all that stuff is really irrelevant right now. Why can't we
this
just live in the
nigga's
present now?
this nigga's. You said I ain't been the same since I got that FBA chain. I'm about to start saying that shit, son.
You need to change it to ABL. It's ABL.
What's
Why you keep
ABL?
using the
What's
other AL?
That's what DT was reading earlier about the reparations, about the ABL.
Oh, okay.
You said
Mm-hmm.
ABAL.
Oh, okay. Well, ABAL. My bad. ABAL. Okay, a
Yo,
ball.
that shit. Yo, that shit was funny. Yo, that shit is. Yo, that shit was funny as hell, Beyonce. Yo.
Make sure it say made in China on the link in the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna say made by Abos.
Really
Made by
upset him.
made by Ados. Made
Air
by
Avos.
Ados. Yeah.
Air Avos.
Yeah, made by Ados.
I can't believe these abos is running around saying Karl Marx is really Frederick Douglass right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. These niggas
They
is
Call.
do they doing too damn much, and they using his hair as the primary.
these niggas is
Hold up. They said Karl Marx is who? Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, and they using the hair as the argument.
Wow. What about Don King?
I can see
What a-
that happen. Well, it don't fit the time frame. That'd
Oh,
be
okay.
too far of a stretch.
Oh, all right.
Niggas will say anything to get views.
I thought Umar said he was related to Frederick Douglass or some shit like that.
Yeah, he did say that shit.
Yeah, I think I heard him say that.
Yeah, he did say some shit.
Mm.
Yeah. Nah, so I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass about to pawn that FBA chain though. For real.
Yeah, FBA. I just think it's a desire for nationalism with no soil. So
Yeah, with no
you
soil.
frustrated. It's
With
frustrated.
no soil.
Yeah, it's frustrated, bro.
With no soil. All it is saying we was here first. We was here before everybody else. That's what you say it. That's all you
So
really say
it's
it.
so it's floating black Africans or floating black Americans.
We was here first.
That's a good one by Yasser. Floating black America.
Where'd you
Yo,
get no
that's
soil from? Where'd you get that no soil from?
well because we don't own any sovereign territory
Mm.
collectively.
Yeah,
That's the only way I'm
there's no,
putting it.
you're right. There's
Okay.
no sovereign territory for these niggas. These niggas ain't
Right.
got no
Mm-hmm.
sovereign
Okay.
territory where they got their own piece of land and government and shit
Mm-hmm.
like that. These niggas is
Right.
living right here in America.
So when Africans claim their nationalism and they nationalize their
Mm-hmm.
resources, they have resources attached to it. They have a
Word, word.
land attached to it. We don't have that. The FBA doesn't have that
They
over
don't
here.
got none of that.
Not to say that I rock with the tag so much, but just for example.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, that shit is crazy. They ain't got so they got no sovereign state and nothing like that. All it is just them saying we was here first. You know, that's all that they really say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're
Unless
going
you
with the
talking,
brother.
unless you talking to people that's not descendants of slaves, you know what I'm saying. But for the most part, like that's what they really saying. We were here first. We was here first.
So we have to accept. People gonna have to accept
It's
that
not a.
they're
It's
not part of that. Yeah.
It's not a. Yeah, it's not a race. I mean, there's people who don't like. People don't even care about that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Really. Like, there's people who don't like that shit. Is only on the internet.
Yeah, I would say most people
That shit is not
are
no
not
real.
a.
That shit is not no
No.
real life shit. You go outside in real
Yeah.
life and you be seeing these
I
niggas
don't hear
in real
nothing
life.
about that on the street, bro.
Yeah, you don't hear nothing
Nothing.
about no FBA on the street. When you go
Nothing.
outside in real time, in real life,
Nothing.
niggas is not on no shit like that in real time. That's only shit on the internet. I mean, yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, that's all it is. Afro.
Facts, bro.
We was here 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We was the first black people here.
Right.
You was the first black people here. Kudos for you, nigga.
I think the desire for nationalism is
Yeah,
helpful.
desire for you know what I think it is too, Afro. You think what I know it is too is because they they don't see like other people with a country predominantly black of a country of their own. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So it kind of ties into like, damn, like we don't really have a country of our own. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we got to share with white people.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so it comes like that. So it's like FBA, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I share the
Yeah.
sentiment as far as the desire for our own national soil. I
Yeah.
think it should be the southeast of the U.S. Certain states,
You was here
southern
first.
states.
We was here first. Nigga, don't nobody give a fuck if y'all niggas was here first.
Nah, I ain't rocking with all that.
Who gives a fucking niggas was here first? Like, it was a race.
Nah, I
Afro,
think
you
it
really
comes
think
from.
they'd give us the black belt?
What Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina? I think that's where we should be at. That's where the most of us at anyway. You know.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Nigga said, yo, we was here first. We're better. We're
Oh,
better.
there goes Swarty.
That's that low self-esteem shit. We're better.
Let's say, Afro, let's say they give us Arkansas. Do you think the blacks that's making a decent or above average salary in New
Nah, you gotta
York
put
and
a number on it.
California gonna migrate?
Yeah,
Arkansas landlocked though.
yeah, you gotta put a nine. You gotta put a number on it.
Put a number on where we at, Jeff. I'm
Making a
lost.
decent salary.
Mm.
Oh, that's gonna be based on
Yeah,
each person. That's
this
gonna be
nigga.
based on each person. My point was, would they give up? I don't know that 250 a year or $1 million job in California just so they can say I live in an all black state now.
Nigga said,
Mm.
yeah. Nigga said, yo, we was here first, y'all. We was here before y'all. Okay, nigga, who gives a fuck? Like, who cares
Yeah,
about
that's gonna be not easy to just say they all gonna do this, they all gonna do that, they all gonna say
Right,
nah.
Jeff.
It's gonna be the same thing. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
yeah, because
How much money a
like I
month is a $200,000 a year salary? How much money a month is that?
Mm.
depends on what they got to pay to live. If you're making $200,000 a year and you got $200,000 worth of bills, how much are you making?
Yeah, two hundred
Well, I
thousand. That's
mean, if you live in the Midwest in certain parts, like if you live in Minnesota and you make $200,000 a year, you could actually have you a nice little spot up here and
cost of
still
living
have
is
plenty of
cheaper.
money left over. Right.
Cost of living is cheaper in Minnesota. You come to New York or California, Jersey, maybe it won't stretch so far, but yeah, I could dig it Minnesota though.
You talk
Oh
about
no, in New Jersey, nigga gonna have a 2 bedroom apartment.
oh shit. That's crazy.
Exactly. Jersey and New York, Cali,
With an alarm
Florida.
Right.
system. Hell yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I say,
Right. And an outhouse.
and they gentrifying the hell out of Newark right now. So, like many other places though.
We would have to be. I mean, it would have to be a love for the black community first for us to put for us to sacrifice those type of jobs for the betterment of our unification. But I don't know. It depends. I know some black people that's so pro-black that they would do it. That's so black power that they would do it. But that's a good question.
Yeah, some would sacrifice and do that.
Some would sacrifice, yeah.
Okay, when we talk about Oklahoma and it having 50 plus all black cities, a lot of those original inhabitants lived in what you would call dugouts. They literally just made a dwelling place in the ground, but put in the work to build up over time. You get where I'm going? But at that time, you literally running from Jim Crow and fresh out of slavery and that aspect. Now with modern society, if you say, yeah, they gave us Afroville in Arkansas, are people gonna give up the modern day pleasures of established cities to build their own?
Yeah, this nigga KLK is stupid. He said they say America like white folks used to do in the 1990s.
I don't know, man. That when you get hungry, that DoorDash be
Yeah,
on point. So we done got to the point where we done found something smoother than actually going to the grocery store. So I
yo,
think we've gotten really
chill.
comfortable in technology. I don't see a nigga giving up
Keyword,
DoorDash.
keyword, comfortable.
Yo,
Yeah,
that's
we
too.
have.
Took you some.
Complacent, I would even argue.
KLK is a problem, son. The KLK said they say America like white folks used to in the 1990s.
Yeah, we would have to accept discomfort though, and anticipate discomfort. I think a lot of people not ready to, be uncomfortable for probably a better future for black children. But that's what's going to be necessary, I think, anyway.
Yeah, don't
I
get
agree
used to
with
the
that.
comfortableness. Don't get used to it. That's why I think because the dark ages can come at any time. We can go back to the dark ages just like that.
Yep, it can happen.
But you know what, sister? People think it's a game. People don't, it ain't gonna be like watching Man versus Wild where you get to start a little play fire and kill a little squirrel and then the director says cut and you get to go home. When you really gotta go out there and sacrifice and give up some of those modern amenities, if you will, you'll find out real quick if you built for it. So it sound good until you can't DoorDash no more.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Only just the strongest going to survive. That's how I feel. That's what's going on now, because I see everything is going to be like Mad Max. You remember the Mad Max, the first Mad Max? How they niggas would kill each other for gas. For gas.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way that really is going to change. We're going to have to accept discomfort. I don't think many of us know that economically, when we look at the global South, Africa, and Latin America, the poor, decrepit living conditions and the low standard of living is directly correlated with our comfortability here in America. It's corporations in the middle exploiting the global South and exploiting us. But the discomfort and the low standard of living in the global South is directly correlated to our comfortability. in the West. So if we really want change and we really want to see Africa come up, we're going to have to anticipate some discomfort coming from for us. You know, it's just the facts. You know, to balance things back out. Corporations have exploited both parties, though. Corporations in the middle making money off of both.
So let's say they did do away with that social contract theory, right? And we no longer going to depend on government, and I don't mean the U.S. government, but that governmental body ensuring that food and livelihood is obtainable in some capacity. Now we back to hunting. What grounds can produce enough food to feed a nation?
Yeah, you're right, Vyasa. We would have to get into subsistence strategy, pastoralism, agriculture, all of the things that white folks have made us think is corny, nowadays. Actually feeding yourself, feeding your own people, cultivating the soil, animal husbandry, things like that to support populations. We would have to get back into, by
Right.
necessity.
I think it was Swarzy saying Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever it is. Are we really gonna sit back and assume that people would give that up to go hunt a damn squirrel? Because that's the only only thing
Well, I gotta
moving.
be a squirrel, Vyasa.
I know a squirrel is a. It's like it might come down to that though.
Because there's
Yeah.
no utopian land, especially in the United States, left to where you're going to see an abundance of livestock
And that's a
roaming
fact.
free.
That's a fact too, bro.
So your choices for the day may be a squirrel.
My grandfather was still hunting squirrel and coon out of South Carolina, out of Sand Hills, Sumter, South Carolina.
They're gonna be
I
like, "Hey,
actually
yo, show this nigga the door, man. We calling dominoes. This nigga's crazy. That nigga been watching too much Naked and Afraid. Show this nigga the door."
it's true though. Vyasa
I
right.
hate that naked and
Vyasa
afraid
right.
shit.
Hey, so Trev, that was my show initially, right? And my wife was like, "You in here watching this weird ass shit?" I done came home. She done took my goddamn show.
Oh,
Yeah. Because it's interesting to see who can thrive out there. Because sometimes if it's a 21-day challenge, some people don't actually eat for the first time until the seventh or eighth day. Sometimes it even takes 14 days for them to come across something with protein. So it became interesting to see who could thrive under those conditions, right?
but they
Especially
know
depending on where they drop you off.
right, exactly. But they know they got a house, nice house when they go when this is all over. They got a nice house. This is a challenge for them, right?
Shit, even during the challenge, I be thinking in my mind, I know goddamn well y'all got a bazooka or tranquilizers or something nearby. Because if an elephant come through this motherfucker tripping, everybody gonna die. So you could tell it's kind of rigged to a
Hmm.
certain degree. You can tell they ain't just got them out there. And if the lions run up and maul you, it is what it is. I'm sure with all the camera equipment and stuff, some of the real dangerous animals. I done seen some episodes where, the little bobcat or something to get close, but they ain't never really mauled nobody to death. But it is good to see on an amateur level, what would you do if you had to start a fire? If you had to find a way to wash your clothes without a LED wash machine from Home Depot, if you had to really get out there and go back to more of your primitive traits as a human being, a lot of people wouldn't make it.
Yeah, gotta learn the hard way. Yeah, definitely.
Right. Right.
Well, also, I'm asking those questions. Y'all intelligent people. Y'all not with the ruckus. We we misuse this black enough meter. What work have you done? And we overlook that this is humanity and the reality we all live in. So somebody just trying to support self and family that needs to be included. Now, these aspirations for that black utopia, we should never take that off the table. We should strive to create a black heaven on earth. But we got to be less judgmental at times and stop the Super Saiyan woke status. Everybody can't hit Super Saiyan.
Nigga, right. Niggas
Super
up in this motherfucker
Saiyan.
trying
Nigga
to
said
go.
these
Yeah,
niggas is
I
regular
know what he
Saiyans. He said these
I
niggas is
know what he
regular
mean,
Saiyans.
man. I'm a Dragon Ball Z fan. I'm a huge Dragon Ball Z
Let's talk
fan.
about Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
Yes,
Dragon
Super
Ball
Saiyan.
Z
No,
Like
is hard.
the
niggas be
Korean
thinking
shit.
they can just go Ultra Instinct and whoop 1,000 niggas and fly, and I get it, man.
Yeah, we gonna build Wakanda with the snap of a finger. Like that's
Nah,
not realistic.
that ain't happening.
Right. We finna take the Soul Food Kitchen. Me and Goldmine was saying we gonna hit that little secret button and the damn Iron Man suit gonna come out and we're gonna be ready for all the smoke.
Like I'm
You
not trying
know,
to join the oppression Olympics, but we talking about on the global stage a broken people trying to hypothetically create Wakanda overnight, and that's
Mhm.
not realistic. And we
Nope.
comparing ourselves to entities that's been established for hundreds of years. Like we
Right.
have to stop that and accept the reality of where we are. And if we're gonna keep using the word delineate, are we gonna delineate from this program and start a new earth? Or do we try to navigate within it and just help each other where we can?
I say until we get to whatever Wakanda or that point for nation state, infiltrate the corporate state, infiltrate the white corporate state, and position, uh, gain your skill sets, enhance your skill sets, whatever they may be, and use your positioning to advance our own people. That's my perspective, and that's how I move in the industry that I'm in. I work with a lot of young black men, and they know what what the mission is, in my opinion, and from my perspective, and that's how we move. We move as a unit, in the work that we do, and we know it's black first. That's on the ground, and it's all about bringing in other young black men into the industry that I'm in. I'm into staging and rigging and every audio, electrical, everything to do with staging and shows. But that's how we move, with the young black men that I deal with. I'm out of Newark, New Jersey, Irvington, Essex County, all young black men. Some got one foot in, one foot out, gang banging, things of that nature. So be it, whatever, but they happy, they content. I won't say happy, but they're content with being able to make money. Ain't nobody banging when they trying to make money. They not thinking about that. They thinking about feeding their baby mamas. They thinking about putting shoes on their kids' feet like everybody else. We want the same type of access to 401ks, all of that. It's just different levels of the battlefield, in my opinion. But I say, in the meantime, until we get there, infiltrate this white corporate state and make it benefit our own people.
Afro Asiatic. Do you know what a grip is, Art? It's like the person that helps
I
the
am a,
carpenter when they
I
build
am
it.
a, I am a grip. I
I
perform
was
as
a
a grip.
grip for like 3 months in Los Angeles before I came to the Midwest. So I
Yes,
got
sir.
an idea of what you do actually.
hmm Yes, sir. That's exactly what I do, brother. That's exactly what I do. One of the terms is a grip. Yep. Yeah. A lot of
Man,
young
if
black
I
men.
had access to work with you when I was younger, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah, a
That's
lot of
dope.
people enjoy it, man. I just got a chance to see Tim's up close and personal. Man, she is beautiful, bro. Beautiful sister, out of Nigeria. The sister that sings higher, and she got a few Afro beats joints, man. But I saw her like 3 feet away, man. I ain't gonna lie, I turned into a fan. I turned into a fan on the spot, man. And I'm usually not like that, because we see these types of people very often, but she was just so beautiful and her personality was warm. She spoke to everyone, and she was just nice. Very beautiful sister though.
So what's her movement? Is she doing something for the, what's her?
Oh, that was strictly in my professional capacity. I
Oh,
didn't talk to
understood,
her.
understood.
I just happened to be able to see
Oh,
her.
okay.
I was a little starstruck. I
Oh,
ain't gonna.
understood, understood.
She's beautiful. Yeah.
Understood.
You said you had a jersey, right? Y'all just lost one of mine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Celebrity
Cheers.
music heroes. Rest in peace to Young Noble.
Who's that, Vyasa?
Young Noble,
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with Young Noble.
he was one of the rappers with Tupac, one of the outlaws.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know some of them brothers personally too. You know, we grew up together. Muta, Mooney.
About a week or two
Hmm.
ago, not this
Okay.
recent.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, my condolences.
Yeah, likewise. Yes.
Yeah, them grip checks used to be nice, man. I had one day where I worked like 20. I had one day where we worked like 14 hours, and at some point in time, I was making like $150 an hour.
Yeah, man. It's good work. Especially for young black men. We excel, in my opinion, in the trades, and you know that type of work encompasses quite a few trades in one: electrical, audio, some carpentry, you know. But we excel in trades, and the young brothers that I work with are definitely some excellent, dynamic professionals. But we just move different from Europeans, you know, just the way the swag, you know what I mean, the way that we move, the way that we do things, you know, we got our own thing going, you know, and keep pushing it. I like union work though, Swarthy. You know, you get a little bit more leverage, you know, and it's uh it's cool. But I like the physical challenge, you know. Me getting older, it's good to exercise, and that's how I look at my work. Exercise.
Yeah, I hear you, man. At 40, I don't have the same athleticism that I had at like 23, 24, 25. But I've
Mhm.
been thinking about getting back into teaching and sparring shape, and I've been thinking about using the karate education that I have to kind of use that as something that the young black men and women can look forward to. Because the one thing I learned about the karate schools that I came from on the West Coast is you could start off with karate, and then you can bring tutoring. You could bring linguistics. You could bring culinary arts. Like you could use karate to get the funding, but you could add programs to that, and before you know it, you got a rec center where you're recreationally working on academics and arts. You might be there doing some math, some English, some science. We might get into doing like oil paintings, different types of art. We might go into culinary arts. So I'm thinking about establishing a dojo, but really making it more of a recreational center where
Hmm.
we might start off with sport karate, and I want to use tutoring and some other avenues so we can start practicing academic work and artwork recreationally, where
Right.
we're very sharp in math, English, and science. We go into like playing instruments, learning different instruments, going into the arts. Um, I might start them off with karate, and then we might do a little wrestling and boxing because I think wrestling and boxing are ideal for street fighting situations. But I wanted to use that karate, the contact sport, as something that I know a lot of young black men are interested in off top. So, and it's actually a lot of fun too.
Are you familiar with the KA system, Kareem Allah? I'm actually friends with Kareem Allah. I see him often. The brother that put together the KA system
Is
out
he
of
out of New York?
Newark. He's out of
He's
Newark.
out of
Kareem
Newark.
Allah. He was a
That's
champion.
in New Jersey, right?
Yep. He was a champion.
Was he a champion in like the 80s, the 90s?
Uh 80s, early 80s, 70s. Kareem Allah
Okay.
was a champion. Yep.
He was okay. He was a champion around the time that my first karate instructor was kickboxing. So him and Alvin would be the same generation of martial artists.
Right. Right.
Yeah, him and
Actually,
Mr. Crowder.
he's working on a documentary now. He's working on a documentary now, trying to get his documentary out. You know, I think it'd be healthy for the community too because he's an actual champion. You know, and still around. You know,
Is he a brother?
yeah, Kareem Allah, yes sir.
Okay. See, what's the brother's name with Urban Nerds in Philly?
George.
So George and Taz, they actually know all of my instructors because the
Mm,
Black Karate Federation is a part of Black history.
mm,
So the founders of my organization, the fighters that came from the BKF, any of you guys who've seen the iconic movie Enter the Dragon, where Jim Kelly goes into the school with the Black martial artists. So I'm a member of the Black Karate Federation. Those are all my teachers, right? George and Taz actually know about my teachers. They know about my organization and the history of it too. We
that's
wanted all the brothers all over America to join the BKF because we came from jujitsu backgrounds and kung fu backgrounds and karate backgrounds because we would get cheated at tournaments and in some of these dojos where it was ethnically primarily Korean or white, we wouldn't get promoted the way we were supposed to either. So we formed because of the discrimination that a lot of Black martial artists had faced at the time in LA. But our
mm,
dream was for all the Black fighters worldwide to join the BKF.
Right. And that was the culture back then anyway. It wasn't so much about this gun thing that we see going on. Coming up back then, you was either you was good with your feet and your hands, or you was a boxer. You was into some, mixed martial arts or boxing, wrestling. You wasn't just solving disputes with by fatal means at all times. Which I
Right.
think a man that'll choose to, either whoop somebody ass or take a ass whooping is more thorough to me than a person who runs and get a gun, nowadays. I think the guy that stand up and possibly take a ass whooping or give a ass whooping is far more thorough than the dude that runs and goes and get a gun.
Man, Afroasiatic, I had fun when I was doing all the hitting, but man, after I had that one kickboxing match in Orange County, man, that Mexican fucked around and hit me with that straight right hand.
Yeah.
And I fucked around and fouled out. I didn't get knocked out, but it felt like I was in the Matrix. He hit my ass so hard. I
Oh,
was
hell
suspended
yeah.
in time. That motherfucker hit me so hard.
It happens, man. I've been hit hard.
Did you see who had this stuff? This was in a bag. It didn't get paid for. Now it's away. I just
Okay.
want to know if you knew who did it.
No, I don't know who
I
did
want
that.
to bust their ass.
No, I didn't see who did that.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
And I had a lot of success as a kickboxer, but the one thing I learned about being a trained fighter, I mean, unless you Mike Tyson going out there and not getting hit at all and knocking them out with 2 or 3 punches, you can't get it. You can't get around getting fucked up.
Oh yeah, you're gonna take some punishment.
I had a dude drop an axe kick on my nose, man, and my shit was hurting for like 2 weeks. That's when
Sound
you
like it.
brace. That's when you bring the foot up and you drop it down on the face. I was like, nigga, I need to find me an art pad and a Bob Ross DVD and stop this fighting shit. I got a fucking headache.
Yeah,
This shit ain't it.
yeah, man.
But I learned a lot of valuable lessons fighting. A lot of my students saw me fight, so I didn't get a chance to see my teachers fight live. And I ran dojos on the West Coast. I would substitute and teach for very prominent martial artists and run their whole school for months at a time. So I was able to learn all the ins and outs of actually running a dojo.
Mm. Yeah, and discipline. I think discipline is one of the greatest things that comes out of karate and different boxing and things like that. I think that's what attracts a lot of young men is the discipline, just the physical prowess. I think you can attract young men with that, and like you said, then begin to pitch, STEM. You know, get them with the STEM too while they're in there. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, just so that not to have people in our business. Yeah, the sign is going to say tutoring, but I want us to start a club where we recreationally practice things within academia and art. So I want it to be, us going over the fundamentals of English, math, science, and then going to the intermediate level and then getting to the advanced and then getting to the expert. I want that to be our recreation as far as things that I want to influence fundamentally in our culture. So I think us growing up, if it had been pitched to us that it's actually cool to be a nerd and smart, then I think we would be in a better position. So I want to show the young Black men that it's cool to be, what I'm saying, charming, to be able to fight, to be able to speak many languages, to be knowledgeable in English, math, and science. You know what I'm saying? To have an understanding of history. It's cool to be learned and classy and respectful. And that's what I want to use the karate to kind of put in front of the young black men and women to just have them try something new.
Yeah, it's cool to be a nerd. I mean, nerds go hard. Look at Superman. What was he when he wasn't Superman? He was a nerd, wasn't he? Basically, I mean, he was basically act like a nerd. Like he was a goofus, and then he was a nigga
Man
with
was
the S
a
on his
camera.
chest.
Superman was a cameraman. He wasn't no nerd.
That was some
Well,
awkward timing there. I don't know if anybody could relate to that. Mhm.
I think Tony Stark's, isn't that the dude who made the Iron Man suit? I would say he would probably be considered more of a nerd.
Yeah.
Um, you know, just
Superman
wanting to show
African
the young
man.
men and wanting to show the young men and women of our culture and group something different. It's okay to have on a suit every now and then and carry yourself with class. It ain't nothing wrong with that. Just not trying to be discouraged by what people might think of us, but I do want to bring out the brilliance in the young black man and woman. I do believe we're a great and prestigious people. I do believe we're classy and respectful and learned and wonderful and magnificent and of great majesty. So I
I
just I
agree.
just want to let them know I believe that you have this in you and that we can express it.
Yeah, I was just saying, I agree with you, Swarty. I'm definitely on that type of time right there. I think our people got a lot of greatness in us. We just need exposure uh, to different things. It'd be a lack of exposure and a lack of self discovery. We're not exposed to different sciences and genres. So, a person never gets a chance to find out they're a mathematician, due to circumstances and whatnot, things like that, in my opinion.
Being exposed to those things and then having the understanding that it is cool to have these things, like this is the real swagger, this is the real coolness of cooling. When you can speak many languages, when you are mathematically apt, you know what I'm saying, when you have a great understanding of science, when you have an understanding of the arts, when you can fight, when you can cook. I think this will breed a stronger character and attributes in the black man and the young black man and woman. I think it would be beautiful for them to do those things.
Yeah, Renaissance type men's what you talking about, right?
Simple as that. Yeah, simple
Yeah,
as that.
no doubt.
Striving to be the most learned men and women on earth.
With a code of conduct, certain
It,
things you do and certain things you won't do. We definitely need a code of conduct. Bad, our behavior be terrible.
And I think learning from brothers that are atheists and interacting with Kemetic brothers and Moorish brothers, it helped me realize that, it's okay for me to put the Bible to the side and have us agree on these two or three things that will still put us in a position that's conducive for the self-preservation and future of our race. Me being in these different spaces, it helped me realize, man, you could bring the karate school out. You could teach the English, the math, and the science. We can go into the etiquette and what it is to be classic and virtuous. And I don't have to put at the center, by the way, y'all, we the Hebrews, and it don't have to be like that. I don't even have to mention that stuff. You
Exactly.
know,
I
I
don't.
can leave that at the house.
I rarely mention it to the young brothers that I deal with, but I'm Muslim at all times. You know what I mean? They deal with me on the strength of principles. You know what I mean? How I move and how I treat them and treat others. They don't necessarily, I don't run around with a fez on or a kufi or nothing like that or a star and crescent on my chest.
Right.
Just be who you are, maintain your principles, and, they fall in line. You know what I mean? They respect character, young brothers. They respect character and people that deal with them straight up. And you ain't fake and phony.
And I never thought I would be on such a path, Afro-Asiatic. I'm thinking, I didn't think I was going to be subscribing to any of this conscious stuff. In my mind, I was like, I'm turning pro. I'm fighting in the UFC, and I'm just going to live my life the way I live my life. But I never thought that it would grow to the point where young black men and women see me as an activist for black people. I talk to them every day in the streets of Minneapolis. So, when they see me, they say, well, they say, what's the word, Saint Swarthy? And I'm like, just dwell peaceably, strive for academic excellence. You know what I'm saying? Let's make sure our behavior is tight. Let's make sure before we make marriages that we maintain our virginity so that we can start our relationships off on a better foot. This is the advice that I give young black people that know and respect me up here because I do want to see the best for them.
I mean, I think young men should also teach young men, like, hey, if you're gonna have sex, just teach them how to pull it out.
No, sister, we need to teach our young men that you should build your resources up. You should make sure that you can
I'm
fight,
just
that you
serious.
can shoot, and that you got your mental priorities together because that's a serious thing. So, and when you look at the STD rates in our community and a lot of the reckless sex that takes place between us and our households, I think it's great advice to tell the young black man and woman, look, y'all, come together and work together, but make sure y'all really ready for these type of relationships and the results of your actions. I think it's time for us to trust that our children can adopt wisdom. Instead of having this idea, well, they just live in a modern time and they're not going to be able to do it. No, that's booty. That's bullshit. I believe our people can do it. So I
That
just think it's having the courage to tell them, look, this is going to be this is conducive for you to do.
exactly, man. It's a lot of times, and from my perspective, a lot of times it's the wildest ones, the most rambunctious, the most just wild personalities. Those be some talented young men. Those are some talented young men, physically and thinking wise, when it comes to problem solving in the workplace. What I see, you know, that the wild ones, when they focus their attention, they excel. You know what I mean? I got a young brother that I'm always around in the workplace now. He just got him a little vehicle. We was cooling out in his new car last night. You know what I mean? And I'm watching the young brother develop, and achieve his goals. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about. Even if it's one person at a time. In my opinion, that's what I respect. I ain't got all of the resources to be running no nation state right now. So we gonna do it one Negro at a time, if need be.
Afro-Asiatic Aqua, when they ask me, I'm like, man, go to culinary art school, get into STEM, get into construction, learn agriculture, make learning recreational, make being academically at fun, see it as that, see it as imperative. I encourage them to go out and be the best versions of themselves, strive for excellence. If you
Bro,
got to
why
put in the time to
that's my
study
mantra.
something,
That's my mantra right there. Be the best version of yourself.
right.
That's why we be on that workout. You know what I mean? We be doing push-ups in the workplace, pull-ups, everything. You know what I mean? Just get busy, man. Be your best self.
Right. I heard something that I used to watch this show called Bud Training, where it shows the process of people becoming Navy SEALs. And I heard one of the Navy SEAL instructors say something that I thought is an important message for our people to hear. And that message is it pays to be a winner. So we need the next generation of black people to really understand that. It pays to be a winner.
It does. It does, man. Advance your skill sets wherever you are. Infiltrate this white corporate state and make it benefit our people, man. Use your position if you're in a position of authority or power where you can influence the hiring process. Do that. Make sure you put black folks in position, man. Step by step, person by person. It ain't gonna come from the top down. It got to come from the bottom up, in my opinion. It's the dudes at the bottom that got to get it, man. I think the dudes from the street is the best, in my opinion. No disrespect to the college boys, but
No, I think so too. I
yeah,
agree with you on that.
I'll be wanting to go over to the university, to the U of M, and talk to the brothers that's not really in the streets. But I notice when I go out and preach, man, it be the street cats that come up and listen to me about how it's important to be the best version of yourself. how it's cool to be academically apt. So,
Mhm.
and I know that some black people have given up on brothers and sisters in the streets. They calling them YNs, and that's a sign that we kind of given up on them brothers.
Exactly.
So it takes courage to go and
Oh,
talk to them and say, "Hey, look, brother, I think you way better than this."
Exactly. Courage.
they
That's the
know
main
that.
courage.
No, because they're smarter than we think. That because I personally, I rather deal with someone in the street because they have a certain humbleness. It's like it's true, like Biggie Small says, it's really truly about life and death. And that's how they see it. It's life and death. And it's a
Yeah.
humbleness they have that they carry. You know what I'm saying? That's some real talk.
Some of the young sisters be walking up, I'll be out there preaching, and I know they don't want to hear me say this, but they appreciate that I had enough courage to tell them. I'll be telling the young sisters, hold your virginity until you really find a husband or somebody that you really want to be with. And they sometimes they have a little attitude with me, but they'll come back a couple of days later and say, Swarthy, I appreciate you, giving me that advice. So when you just show that you got the courage to talk to our people and show that I ain't forgot that you out here and I still love you and I still want the best for you, you'd be surprised. Young people respect that. Even if they don't show you right away they heard you, trust me, they heard you.
See, if I was a teenager and you would tell me that in the street, I'm just saying, nigga, sexual healing is real. Bye. No, let me shut up.
A lot of these
Understand.
a lot of the young sisters, a lot of them give testimonies to, now they're starting to look at women that carry themselves a certain type of way and they want to model themselves after that. So a lot of the young sisters are looking for good role models to learn from. A lot of the brothers in the streets are looking for brothers that are productive, that are encouraging and inspirational, and that will inspire them to be the best versions of themselves. Because it's hard, being in an environment or a community where most of the people in the community have just given up on you. Oh, they ratchet. Them is young. Them is the YNs, and them is the ratchet Eves, and a lot of these communities have given up on the youth of our people. That's the future of our nation.
Right.
That's where the change is going to be.
That's one thing I can't do because I was a YN. You know what I mean? I did come from that type of I guess you could say culture or whatever. So I wouldn't have the opportunity that I have. I wouldn't be where I am now, be able to make a good dollar and have a stable, good home and things of that nature. I wouldn't have it if nobody, gave me a hand and looked at me. You know what I mean? Somebody brought me in to the work that I'm doing right now. So for me to try to get right and then turn around and say fuck the young dudes that's out there now, that's whack as hell to me. That's disingenuous, in my opinion.
Oh,
You know, but a
yes.
lot of people don't come from it, so they don't
Hmm.
have any type of uh love, I guess you could say, for
Hmm.
young men that's still out there or out there and trying to get to the next level. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm from. I can't turn my back on that. Hell no.
You better not. You better not.
Afro, I knew a brother in Inglewood, like around the age of 14, 15. We around the same age. This brother had turned Crenshaw Mafia and had became a blood, right? But a lot of people don't know bro was excellent at playing golf, but it's not common to see black people playing golf in the ghetto. So we at Sentinel Park at this little golf program, and I look up and I'm like, Greg, you really know how to play this shit? And I was watching him the way he plays golf, and I'm like, damn, he got a whole bag waiting out there at the PGA tournament. Little do he know.
Yeah.
But the bro was excellent at playing golf. Like he had the mechanics of it down pat. He understood the game. Bro could have actually turned pro. He could have been competing in these PGA tournaments, getting that bag.
Yeah, man. Brothers are gifted, man. Black men are gifted.
They
That's
are.
for sure.
Seen a street pharmacist. I like to call them street pharmacists, basically, because I'm not going to get into it because people are not going to understand. I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, we have to remember them too because they're hurting just as much as anyone else, even probably even more. I mean, sometimes their parents will throw them out the house and they don't know why. I mean, it's just a lot of chaos. And, yeah, I'm glad that people don't forget about them in the streets because they're hurting the worst.
I left my parents' house when I was 14, 15 years old and was in the streets till I was like 17, 18. I didn't come back to the house until I was like 17 or 18 years old. And my mom and dad, they was just happy that I was still alive, you know? When I do the interview with Psycho, because I'm gonna reach out to Psycho and I might actually do an interview and just talk about some of the things I experienced growing up in South Central, how I got into the Israelite faith, and then further how I got into the conscious community where I learned things from people outside of my ideology now. So I might talk about some of the stuff that I noticed in South Central because I was born in 1985 and I was 10 in 90. I was 10 in 95. So I remember 1992 South Central. My cousin being from Playboy and having other brothers from Westside Piru when they had the peace treaty over the Rodney King situation. So I remember a lot of iconic moments, in the prime of Los Angeles, if you will. I've seen some crazy stuff in Inglewood, Compton, Watts, Long Beach, Linwood. I done seen some crazy stuff in LA. And I might go into some of those things when me and Psycho set a date for the interview.
Mm. Yeah, that's right. You right from out there, Swarthy. Mm-hmm.
Man, Afro-Asiatic, I used to walk to school in the morning, and later on that day, I'm watching TV, and the nigga I saw on the way to school is on Cops, and we know this nigga personally. For real.
What's up, Afro?
Peace, GQ.
What's up, bro? How you
Yes.
been
Peace to
doing,
you, man.
man?
Nothing, man. Just working. It get real active for me in the summertime. With the work I do. So
Yeah, man.
yes, sir, bro.
That nigga Swarthy, he a mark in the park as a dog, man. That nigga there, man, he was knee high to a grasshopper when we jumped off the porch. He 85. Nigga, you was 20 in 2005. You talking about what you done saw out here in these streets?
Yeah, man, I seen some
That's
crazy shit in the
amazing, man.
90s. Shit, we was outside. We was Bebe's kids. Niggas was jumping on the back of ice cream trucks, throwing rocks at the ice cream truck, man. He'd come knock on the door and tell my dad what we was doing. Pops
Mhm.
be done whip the nigga ass outside all the way up the stairs in front of everybody. My friends is laughing, and then the next day they get their ass whipped all the way up the stairs, and I'm laughing at them. So that was kind of our
The
day.
good old days.
Yeah. Stealing bikes and fist fights and playing basketball and falling
Yeah.
off of roofs and Street Fighter was the game at the time. Street Fighter, Super Mario
Yeah,
Brothers.
the bride of these kids to go outside these days, man. They don't be want to go out and do nothing, man.
Shit, GQ, we used to be out there all day.
They want to stay on them video games and Facebook and everything else all day. They don't want you to go outside to save their life, man. You got to make them go outside. But they used to make us come in the house. Now we got to make them go outside.
Ain't this
Make
so?
them-
He's borderline taking a chance with an ass whooping, not getting in before them lights come on.
exactly.
You fucking around.
We weren't trying to come in the house. We want to be out all day and night.
Facts.
I was outside one time too late, GQ, and this at the time, the neighbors could whoop your ass. I remember Angie was our neighbor. She came outside with a shoe and towed my ass up all the way up the stairs and said,
Mm-hmm.
Roscoe, I got him in the house, told my dad. And then,
Mm-hmm.
my dad wasn't, what you doing hitting my son? It wasn't nothing like that. But yeah,
Oh
when I was
no.
growing up, the neighbors could whoop your ass, for real.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, you was growing up in the '90s, and definitely when I was growing up, they whoop your ass. Shit. Everybody on the block whoop your ass. Then your mama whoop your ass.
But
Cause
you know what,
you
GQ?
didn't
I say,
embarrass
excuse me,
her,
when I
made
walk
you didn't embarrass your mama and made everybody else whoop your ass. Now she finna whoop your ass.
But I say, excuse me when I walk by people. When I visit people's house, I thank them for their warm hospitality. We couldn't see it at the time as kids, but it made us wonderful human beings. Even though a lot of people are against whooping your kids now, but it made me a very mannerable and respectful person in society and in public. It
Mhm.
built great character.
That's a fact, man.
Definitely did.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact.
Like I had a fifth grade teacher, an English man from the UK named Mr. Hatford. This motherfucker had a perfect flat top like Guile off a Street Fighter, with a damn button-up shirt and a little notebook in the little pocket in the shirt. Mr. Hatford had two rulers taped together that he called the Board of Education. And if you got out of line, he was gonna swat your ass with the Board of Education.
They
And
all
my
had
dad
that
was a
boy.
my dad was a professional ass whooper for a kid. So my dad and Mr. Hatford was like the coolest of homies. Like, oh, you can whoop this motherfucker when I can't see him? Yeah, go on and let him get him right if he get out of line.
Mm-hmm.
And me and
So
my
what's your
friends, go ahead, sister.
no? I was gonna say, what's your shadow side like? Because you remind me of like a Dennis the Menace type of shit. You
Yeah,
know, it's like,
well, the problem
you're a
was,
mental type. You're a mental.
Little badass boy.
Yeah, a little
yeah,
badass. Oh,
no,
what you know?
a
What
nigga
you
was terrible.
know?
A nigga was terrible at best. At best.
Not bad. Harry
Because
Potter.
let me tell you what the problem was, sister. Our parents should have not let us watch The Simpsons because Bart became our spiritual leader in all things.
Mm.
So that ruined us.
God damn, you gonna put it on Bart. No
Was that the
accountability.
little
What
black
Marty
dude with
Yeah,
Martin
Bass
at, man?
I
Reeves?
can understand. I mean, I
No
can see
accountability. This
that.
nigga said Bart
The
Simpson made
mental,
him do it.
psychotic, psych,
What's up,
psych.
Bass Reeves?
What's that? Lee, how
Mm.
you doing, brother?
All right, when your ass roll into town, who you looking
Man,
for?
I just pulled up, man. We had a hold down at the lowdown, and then once that was over with, I came on and pulled on up. Me and old Tony here. You know, that's my horse name, Tony.
Tony. I know you and Tony out here looking for heifers.
Not at all. We in the house chilling, man. Hey, my sister up here from New York, man. We just had the meet and greet for the family reunion. The family reunion tomorrow,
Mm.
and we had the meet and greet tonight. So it just it's supposed to end at 10 o'clock, but it just ended about 15 minutes ago. So
Do you have to have a T-shirt to get a plate?
you don't have to have a T-shirt to get a plate, but
I'll be there.
T-shirts are preferential.
Mm.
Won't say what time, but I'll be there. If I don't need a T-shirt and I can get a plate, I'll
We
be
just
there.
had hey Viasa. See, brother, you is so in tune, right? Because we just had a long conversation earlier tonight about what family members had the family reunion fees and who got their t-shirt and who didn't. So I gave a lot. This has been going on for the last 3 months. We've been leading up to this. My aunts, we have this family reunion every year for the last over 50 years, every year. So my aunts have passed the torch to my generation, and now for my generation we have my cousin, two of my first cousins that are, holding things down. They are the organizers and other things. So they've been, they've been trying to get collective fees to, $80 per person, whatever, right? So about a month ago, I give my cousin $700. She say, "What is this for?" I say, "Cousin, this is for me and my wife and whoever do not have enough money to cover their fees. I don't want us bickering about who couldn't pay their fees, counting chicken wings and soda pops, and you can't eat because you didn't pay. I want to make sure I say, all right, this 700 right here. If we need more, let me know. I say for the meet and greet, I got my partner who work at Harold's. I'm gonna get 150 wings and fish and all this different shit. We'll do what? So boom, we see. All right, cuz, all right, right? Because every year it's always the same shit. Who you brought with you? Because they didn't pay no fee and who do all the stupid ass shit. It's not like people really want to fuck with us. Our family is not that popular. Like the people who do want to, let's embrace them. Okay, let's be family, and we definitely don't want to act stupid with family, actual family who can't afford it. I don't think it's anyone in our family who has the money, a bankroll, and not trying to pay 80 fucking funky ass dollars. So let's not do this stupid shit this year, okay? Let's just make sure this is first time for our generation. Let's make sure it's successful. Let's make sure everybody cool. Y'all just let me know if we need some more money. I got y'all. We gonna make sure it's in Chicago this year. Let's do it. Well, okay, cuz no problem. 30 minutes into the meet and greet today, they arguing about motherfucker ain't paid. He brought two people with him, and I, we went over this already, Viasa.
I hear you, but you officially my favorite uncle now.
This is the
Thanks for
shit I
paying
be
my
talking
fee.
about, man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's
Shout out
not
to the
do the
family,
dumb
And
man.
shit. You know
and
what I'm
them
saying?
fees is crazy. Like they even charging the babies a fee, and it's
Come
like, what
on,
is wrong with
man.
y'all?
What's wrong with y'all? We
But
family, man. You talking?
that fees is those that got it pitch in, and if they ain't got it,
They
then
ain't got it. Don't worry about it. We gonna make
Right.
sure we still and don't point fingers. Oh, you ain't paying. You ain't paying. Let's not do that dumb shit. Okay, we got the meet and greet tonight. We got the picnic tomorrow, and then Sunday is just family time. Whoever want to kick it or whatever before everybody get back out of town. So let's just come on, man. But they still figured out a way to turn it into a shit show after all my premeditated no shit show talk, but it still came down to the same shit. And I'm like, man, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? That's not, and like I say, if you have a problem,
absolutely.
if you already
Where
had a
you at?
problem with somebody over the last year, this is not the time for it. You should have handled that last week. Okay, not today, tomorrow or Sunday. You can pick it back up on Tuesday if some of you wanted to air out with someone. This is not the air out time. This is the family reunion. This is love and happiness and everybody, you know. Now Tuesday, it's over with Sunday. We may have a few stragglers left over Monday. Now Tuesday, if y'all want to pick back up where y'all was at with the I don't fuck with them and I don't like them, then we do that too. But this weekend is not the time to be talking about, yeah, you called me a bitch last month. No, no, no. If you didn't pick that up before this weekend, we're not dealing with that. You feel what I'm saying, VS?
I hear everything you saying. That's what
Right.
that
So
family
I
reunion
do.
is supposed to be. Let me ask you a question with these fees, right?
Yes.
Have we become too bougie as a people to make a pallet at Big Mama's house?
Not at all, man. I got okay. I'm in the crib. I took all my nephews, so I got like seven nephews. They got blow up beds. They all on my couches. They upstairs. They all over this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I let my sister, my baby sister lives across the street from me. So my other sister who just came in from New York, she brought two friends with her and her girlfriends, and they all over my sister house. You know what I'm saying? And I took all the boys and my nieces over there with them, and we got people still scattered out. And I don't think nobody actually, maybe two or three people rented the room because they wanted to, but other than that, everybody's just getting in where they fit in because this is the biggest population over here in Chicago because we do Atlanta, we do Memphis, we do different. But when you're in Chicago, you got more people here, so there's really no need for nobody getting a hotel room. Now we got some bougie cousins; they want to do the hotel. Got some cousins in Pennsylvania. I ain't staying over there. I'm going. Okay, do what you do, but it's not really no need for nobody to get a hotel room. Nobody's too bougie to stay get a pallet on. My grandmama stays like four doors from me. My sister stays across the street from me. So we all right here in a tight community. My grandmother, she probably got 11, 12 motherfuckers over there with her. Then I got my nephews, I got six, seven, I got seven over here with me. And then my sister got about six, seven over there with her. So, then everybody else, they all over this world. They all in Calumet City, and yeah, everybody's everywhere. Everybody's. But You know.
I hear you, and that's dope,
But
man. Shouts
but
out
we
to
do
your
this every
family.
year though. That's not. I mean, the only year we missed was 2020 because they had us on lockdown. Other than that, since I've been born, we've been doing this. You know what I'm saying? So. But I mean, over the last 10 years, it's always an issue with this ain't pay this and that. I was like, since my uncle passed, who was after my grandfather, my oldest uncle, he was the patriarch. So he would make sure everybody was straight and then there wasn't no bickering about nothing. But when he passed, it was just like, you got three chicken wings and you only paid for two. The bullshit. What the fuck is going on around here? You know what I'm saying, yes. But yeah, they be stringent about them little family reunion fees though. Like I say, man, if you could pay them, you could pay them. If you can't, you can't. I don't think nobody in my family would be sitting up there with a bankroll and holding out on $80 to pay. You know what I'm saying? If they say they can't pay it, it's a reason. It's maybe strenuous to they. That might be some light bill money or some shit. We just don't have to worry about it. And let's just start collecting the shit $5 a month before the $10 a month or whatever y'all got. So it ain't just one. Because you got people in your family that actually don't have 80 fucking dollars. You know what I'm saying? Or it might fuck them up for the week or the month or whatever. So, like I say, I pay extra so we don't have to go through that. And I'm covering people who, if they say they don't can't pay it, then you take that. And if it's some more we need, just let me know. We're squared up at the end. We done bought all the food. We done took care of everything else, and there it is. But,
I'm right there with you, and you know how it go. Let's just stay in Chicago, but you got family in Mississippi. Some of them, just getting there is a heavy enough burden.
seven
So,
hundred dollars on a rental car and gas and every damn thing else.
right,
You know
feeding the
what I'm
babies
saying?
along the
Feeding the
way,
babies
and all.
along the
Yeah,
way. You know what I'm saying? Come on, that's all I'm saying, man. Then when they get there, we ain't gonna act funny with them. And come on, man, that's not what the family reunion is about, man. It's a tradition we've had in my family, and it's one to be proud of, but we can't turn it into a shit show, because like everything else these days, everybody want to turn it into a finger pointing contest, and you didn't do. No, man, we're not gonna do that, man. Let's get your life right, get your mind right. Let's not do the dumb shit.
okay, one more question is really two. Do y'all have the family tree marked out? If so, is it on the T-shirts? And did you come across elbows? And last part, does the
Hey,
bottom of the T-shirt say "We always been here"?
we always been here now. It say we are family always. It say we are family. That slogan is, the Jenkins family reunion. We are family. They always go with that. But now it's tangle where we weave, man. My grandmother, man, my who I remember telling you about. We just had her birthday party in June the 3rd. She turned 98 years old, right? This is my father's mother. She is from Pennsylvania, okay? And yes, she is part of the Aboriginal demonstration. You know what I'm saying? If I showed you a picture, it would be obvious. If I showed you a picture of my grandmother, right? My father's mother, as soon as you look at her, you're like, yeah, she an Indian. You would just say, she's Indian. You wouldn't, yeah, it wouldn't be a conversation about it. You just be like, yeah, that's an Indian right there. And this is my daddy mama. Now her people, yeah, they cover Pennsylvania. They are mostly Indians, you know. But that's neither here nor there. We don't we identify as black. My grandmother does, my grandfather, my whole family, and yeah, we know the majority of us come from Africa on the slave ship. We ain't with the Abo shit. But I can honestly say my my grandmother is Indian. That's funny. I hate you even asked me that shit. Cause I definitely would have never said it if you didn't ask me.
I mean, I feel like that's what we're going through now is our identity crisis. I believe because everybody, we tired of being, not knowing, who we are and what where we came from and our genetics and everything.
Yeah. Well, see, I can show you pictures of my sisters, my father, my grandmother, my and you wouldn't pretty much even have a. It wouldn't even be a question about it, and that's all on my father's side. You know, you'll just be like, yeah, them motherfuckers Indians. You know what I'm saying? But my mother's side is all African. You know, it's all straight up black folks. But my father's side, yeah, it's some different shit going on over there.
I mean, if we're gonna stand up for the Pan Africans in Africa, we also gonna have to stand up for the Black Latinos. Half of their blood is African. Half of their blood is African in Spain.
Well, none of my people Latino. They just Indians. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother and them, all of them was Indians and shit. They all Indians. But yeah, I know you understand that, Piazza, just like your folks.
I mean, I understand it, where you coming from. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, I do understand. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. Then we got a lot of. It's probably a little mix of Caucasian up in that shit too. So like they high yellow, like damn near white looking and shit. They look like goddamn it, Blair Witch Project,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. DC's football team is the Redskins. I think it's the Redskins. Yeah. Did it change their name?
Yeah, they changed it. Commanders.
That was crazy.
Vias, did I lose you, bro?
Yeah, he might have stepped away. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man, been quite a night. Quite a night.
Did you have music?
Huh?
Did you have music at the family reunion?
Yeah. Well, we had the meet and greet tonight, but yeah, we had music. My uncle DJ'd it.
I don't feel bad.
He's a house DJ, kind of like disco. So he played mostly disco music and shit like that. House music all night
Mhm.
long. But yeah, we had a good time. Tomorrow is gonna be the picnic, though. We're gonna be out there playing softball and you know
Mhm.
doing all the different things.
Yeah, enjoy
I just want
everybody
to,
while it's still out. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just want to be able to keep the tradition going.
That.
We getting older and we got grandkids and all the nieces and nephews and nieces and nephews. I want them to be able to have these experiences like we did coming up. That's at least one thing we can keep going. It's only on the family to keep it going. It's not like
Mhm.
we counting on nothing on the outside to maintain it or sustain it. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Those family reunions, a beautiful thing.
Definitely, definitely. Nothing like it, you know. Especially when you got a big ass family like I got. It's so many of us. It's a couple hundred Negroes
Hmm. Hmm.
congregating.
So was it all black, or you have any like relatives that's white or from a different country, or just all black people?
Then no, yeah, it's all black. It's all black
Good. That's
people.
what's up.
No, we don't have any no Caucasians in the family.
That.
I don't wait a minute, hold on. Let me take that back. I it's a couple of in laws that it is a couple in-laws that is Caucasian. I forgot. Yeah. My first cousin, Lil Vicky, she lives in Milwaukee, and her husband is a white guy. He's a preacher, actually. That's what's fun. But yeah, I forgot about her. And they got a son, Damon, and that's my little guy. He big time football player and everything. So yeah, we do have a white in-law, couple of them. My other cousin, he lives in Oakland, Rico. He got a white wife, and they got a little girl. So yeah, there's a couple, but no whites in the family, no, like bloodline.
Right,
No.
it's married in two. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
besides those kids. So yeah, we getting whitewashed around this motherfucker.
That was part. I believe that's part of the colonizing. Those colonizers,
Yeah, we get whitewashed around this motherfucker like everybody else.
yeah, that was one of their purposes to mix. Is to mix. Is to mix. That was one of their agendas. And yeah, yeah, they did a good job of it to put their
Hmm.
seed into us and shit, so it can confuse us more.
My sister, who lived in New York, she actually had married a French man, white man. They not together anymore, and she has two boys by him. I got two nephews that's mixed with French, so that's white boys. So yeah, so that shit is it's all around us. You know, that don't make me love them
Mhm.
any. That don't make me love them any
Oh
less,
no, not
though.
at all, not at all. I just I don't know.
You gotta deal with it. You can't make nobody decisions for them. You
Oh no,
know.
not at all, not at all. No,
I
but this
know.
one black lady, she told me they have it harder than if you had the parents that are both black and have a child. They said the mulatto kids have it harder growing up than
I
you
really
know.
believe that. I really
Oh
believe that.
really?
That's
Oh
why. Yeah.
oh.
Cause my nephew, he be having a little identity crisis type shit going on. Cause he looked like a straight up white boy, but he always be telling his friends that he black and shit. He live in New York. He live in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? So, um, it's funny, man. So yeah, so he be having to deal with that. So when I was in New York in March, and me and him was walking to the barbershop, so he run into a couple of his little black friends and shit. So they see me with him. He like, yeah, that's my uncle. Woo woo. So when he went to school the next day, they was like, yeah, he black for real. I seen his uncle.
Right. He's more accepted on the black side. Well, he's gonna end up with the black side then.
Oh no, he claimed it. He 100% with the black side. He ain't trying to, he
Right.
identifying as black. But even though he white to the, he looked white to the motherfucker. But yeah,
Inside,
inside he like, nah,
internal,
I'm
he's a
black. Fuck
nigga.
what y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? And that's my little baby nephew, the little youngest one. He funny as hell, man. He want to be a gangster and shit. His favorite rappers is King Von and Chief Keef and all this type of shit. He just motherfucker.
Right. Because yeah, I mean shit.
It's funny, man.
He said it's
It's
funny.
it's ironic. You feel me?
Yeah, it is.
It's ironic, because his uncle, me being who I am, and him having to go through those things it's just crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But he'll be all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Because there's a whole nation of mulattoes. So
Yeah, yeah, he gonna be good. He gonna be good. He
there's other thousands of other kids
very,
that's
very intelligent kid.
for sure.
Very intelligent. He understand what's going on.
You're
He one we got. He one we got on our side.
yo, what's going on?
What's up, Molly Ma?
Ain't
Oh, hey,
shit.
Molly Mom.
Hey, what's going on? What y'all was talking about?
Um, price of tea
Mulatto.
in China.
Huh?
Price of tea in China.
Oh, in China? Oh,
Prices tea in China. Everything's made in China. No, we were talking about mulatto. How the mulatto. There's a nation now. There's basically a whole new. All over the. Not over the
Yeah,
world, but United States.
a whole new group of people.
Yes. But
Yeah.
you know what's so funny? The other day when I went to the store, there was a white woman and she had a little girl about maybe she was about 8, and I could tell she was mixed. Her father was black. And the funny thing is that the girl, when I came close to her, she acted like she was scared of me.
Hmm.
And she looked at me like I was like a foreign entity or some shit. I'm like, poor girl.
Dang.
Poor girl. I got offended a little bit. I'm like, don't look at me like I'm a stranger, girl. But
Right.
I understood because her mom is white and her mom probably feels that way internal,
Yeah.
basically because a lot of white women, yeah, they like to go with the brother. They don't go, they accept the brother.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to the black woman, it's
They
another
intimidated.
challenge.
They
Yeah.
intimidated.
So exactly. So it's not like brotherly love or sisterly. I should say sisterly love when it comes to the white woman dating the black man because she feels some certain type of way. This is what I experienced and stuff like that. This is just strangers acting that way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
very.
Molly Ma,
Yeah, what's going on, boy?
my sister here from New York. She up here because we have our family reunion this weekend and shit. So doctors cleared her to come and shit. She doing real good. Doing real good.
Yeah, Mar, he's the one who said he liked the woman with the small feet and some type of tennis shoes the other
Who,
day.
Molly Ma?
Yeah, especially had those
No.
small feet. Oh, they look real good in those girls, especially when they had those small feet. I'm like, niggas and feet, niggas and feet.
Oh, I think we was talking about the phone
Yeah,
posits.
the phone
Yes,
positive. Yeah.
niggas and feet.
Molly is an international player. You ain't know that about Molly. Yeah, international. That's the Black James Bond.
Oh man. Nah, but yeah, we was talking about the phone passes, how when they on how they look.
Yeah,
Like
that's
so.
my daughter. My daughter loves that's all she wears phone posits.
Mm-hmm.
She was them phone posit head girls. She love them motherfuckers. Got a room full of damn phone posits.
Either women with I like women with small feet, or either they feet got to go with the size of their body.
Mm-hmm. Know what they say about women with small feet? Know what they say about them?
No, I don't know what they say. I never heard that before.
Well,
Me
ask
Yeah,
neither.
I never heard
around,
that.
ask around. They'll tell you.
Or ask around.
I don't want to be the one to tell you. You
What?
gotta hear.
What the fuck? I
You
mean,
gotta
why
hear it out here on these streets. They can't hear it from me.
Oh my god! You think I'm worried about another nigga's? Okay, okay. I will. Thank you. Thank you. I will. I will.
And just report back to me when they tell you like, oh, they told me, yeah, that's what it was.
Okay. Okay. So I guess it's the same as a man that has big feet. They got something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, yep, yep,
Oh, okay.
yep,
Okay. Okay. I
yep.
got you.
It's in line with that. Yep, 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 yep. I got it. Yep, I forgot about that. Yep, you're right. It's in the same category.
But an
But
old
I ain't
lady.
never asked a woman for no feet though. Long,
The old lady. One
all
old lady
my
told me
years of living, and many things
you
I've
never
asked
thought.
a woman
Yeah,
for,
I never thought about
I've
that either until
never
Molly
asked her
said
for
it.
any no feet. Yeah.
This old lady told me, no, Nick, no, it's not the feet. No, you gotta look at the hands. You gotta look at the pinky to the thumb. That's how you can tell. I'm like, nigga, woman, get out of
Piggy,
here,
piggy
raggedy
to
old
thumb
lady.
ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, I understand. I understand, man. So many different, so many different telltale signs, as they say.
I mean, if you go on a first date, if you really like observe and stuff like that, he'll tell you if he has a big one or not. I mean, of course, you can tell also if he's lying too,
What you
because
mean
it's
he'll
usually
tell
his
you?
friend.
He'll just outright tell you. Like, well, I
The sign?
got
No, he don't outright tell
I'm
you. They're
working with
just.
something. I got that thing down here.
Yeah. He pretty much would let you know. Hint. Oh shit. Okay, let me shut up.
Cute butter. Is that
3 strikes, I'm out. That's the
that
second one.
wasn't
Three
me, bro?
strikes, I'm out.
She said, motherfucker gonna let her know. Like, yeah, this is what it is. I got the thing, baby. Working with her, like Bernie Mac say. Yeah, I don't know, man. Life be life, man. All you can do is live it. You did.
No, but free will is a motherfucker. It can be a motherfucker. Free will can be a motherfucker. That's for sure. I'm not saying I only observe other people's life, not because of my life. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I feel you. I told my cousin tonight, two of my cousins was arguing and shit. Just regular family reunions type shit. Two motherfuckers want to, air out some grievance and shit. It's the male and the female cousin, so they arguing and shit. So I'm like, she was saying some, off the wall shit. And I'm like, no, I'm like, no, he ain't like that. He ain't no emotional motherfucker, right? She said, well, half these motherfuckers is, and all, no, what she said, half, I said, he ain't no emotional motherfucker. She said, half these motherfuckers ain't, and all these motherfuckers is.
Oh man.
That was kind of funny to me. You hear me, Marley?
Yeah. I'm listening to you, brother. I'm listening to you, brother.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to me. But I said, these motherfuckers crazy. But half these motherfuckers ain't, and all these motherfuckers is emotional. And I thought it was damn near on point. Yeah, half of them ain't, but all of them is shit. When it comes to this emotional shit. Mm. But when the God race stop feeling and start thinking, we take this bitch over in 24 hours or less.
I mean, I could dig that because emotions you get like I say, people want to say women are emotional. Yes, we do get emotional faster than y'all men, but the key point is don't stay in that emotion. Let that shit pass you by, and then you get a grip on your shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't be stuck in that emotion because that will, you know what I'm saying? It's just
And
be stuck. You know what I'm saying?
you want to put, when I make this statement, it's like you want to put the intelligence over the emotion, the feelings, and uh, you accomplish more with that. You know what I'm saying? I really believe that if we stop feeling and start thinking, we'll take over this bitch in 24 hours. But I know I'll never see that shit in my lifetime because we indoctrinated into the feelings, into the emotions, into the ego, into the, you know, all of the bullshit.
Well, you got to say unbalanced. I'm not. You don't have to say it. I'm just saying it's an unbalanced ego because we do need our ego, but a balanced ego. You know what I'm saying? Like a balanced ego. You get the ego that's unbalanced, then you get the negative.
But
You know what I'm saying?
the balanced thought process,
It was
balanced
saying,
intelligence,
emotional intelligence. Basically, we need
the
emotional intelligence.
balanced necessity, the
But the ego
balance.
has. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah, I was gonna say that how the ego, it has two aspects to it. It has the prideful side, and then it has the humble side to it. So the ego is
Yes,
just
sir.
in general. Ego is just general. Like when we use it in everyday terms, we talking about somebody who has like high self esteem, but the actual technical definition is when the ego refers to self. So it's about self. So your self esteem, you know what I'm saying, self respect. So it's not saying high or low self esteem and self respect. It's just saying self. The key word in the definition is self itself. So it's about how you feel about yourself. So your humility is your ego, just as the way as your pride would be your ego as well. You know, and what happens too in some instances that people try to mask their humility with pride and mask their pride with humility in certain cases, you know.
But we
Man,
ain't
They
Q
gonna be.
Butter, you whack
uh,
Q Butter. You see my nigga? You see
God
my
damn,
nigga
Molly
Q
Mall,
Butter?
that was
Hey,
impressive.
yo, good morning, Queen. Good morning, Queen.
Peace,
All
peace,
these niggas
peace,
kiss your
peace.
ass. They kiss your ass, Queen. How you doing, Queen?
They kiss your ass,
No,
Queen.
no, no,
Man,
no, no,
yo,
no,
man,
no, no, no.
I'm just want to talk about shit because I'm a hyper nigga though. I'm hyper,
Oops,
and I
okay,
don't want
bet.
to interject. I don't want to interject none of y'all bill. Yo, my bad. I apologize.
What
I
about
just came
what?
from my after. I just came from my after hour. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's bad. Don't be yourself.
Go back to y'all Bill Power. Go back to y'all Bill Power moments. Hey, yo, Q, man, I see you out there building families, Q. Hey, yo, Q Butter, shouts out to Q Butter building schools, man. That nigga building
Peace.
schools in
Yes.
other states. That nigga building schools in other states, my nigga, not just Brooklyn.
Yes.
That's
Impressive.
powerful, Q. So you talk all your shit about this space and that space, Q. That nigga doing God's work. You heard?
Bad.
That nigga doing God's work. So while we talking these spaces, Q out there in the field for real. You heard?
That's a
So I'm
fact,
gonna give
brother.
him that.
You,
I'm gonna
you
give Q Butter. I'm gonna give
be
Q
sure,
Butter
be
that
sure,
shit.
be sure to donate to Zayax. You got the cash app?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Throw
Come
$5,
on, man. I've been
$10 or
watching
something up in
Q.
there,
I've been
man.
watching Q, my nigga, since I was a young nigga, son.
Yeah, yeah, for
Since a
sure,
young
brother.
nigga.
So
Dead
just
ass.
make sure you donate to Zayax, man. The Institute,
Yeah, my
man. We
nigga,
trying to
I
keep
just started working, my nigga. He Gucci, my nigga. What the fuck going on with Young Marcus, nigga? You holding Young Marcus up?
who is
Did you
Young
go see
Marcus?
Young Marcus once in a while? Nigga, I was watching this shit on YouTube, nigga. I was here, nigga. I was in the conscious community, nigga, as a young buck, nigga. Ain't nobody ain't doing that for Young Marcus. How about him, nigga? Since you want to throw thoughts at me, nigga, do you are you in New York?
No, I'm in Chicago, brother.
Yeah, nigga. And my family from the west side of Chicago, nigga. How about that?
Okay, that's what's
And
up,
most
man.
of Chicago motherfuckers come from where though, son? All the
Mississippi,
OGs come
man.
from where? Yeah,
Mississippi.
my nigga. Do you know about West Point, Mississippi, son?
I
West
know a
Point,
little something.
Mississippi, my nigga.
I know
West
a little
Point,
something about
Mississippi. West Point, Mississippi look like what, nigga? Color purple, right or wrong, son?
it.
Ain't no street lights. Have you ever been to
I
West
know.
Point, Mississippi before in your life?
Yeah, yeah. I've been there several times, man.
Nah, West Point. You been to West Point, my nigga. You
I've
you
been to
you
West Point
you
several times,
stuck,
man.
nigga. So where the my nigga, if you been to West Point, Mississippi, where their own projects at? On the left side or the right side?
What a what?
Nigga, the
What did you
fucking
just say?
PJs, nigga. The
Where,
apartments, nigga. They
where the
got apartments
projects at
on
in
West
West
Point.
Point?
If you go all the way down, because if you go all the way down West Point, where will you see when you go all the way down West Point? I'm talking about in the front, all the way down that bitch.
I'm not sure what you mean,
Nigga,
though, brother.
they got a gas station. They got a gas station, so
Yeah, they
and you
got
don't even
several
know.
gas
I don't
stations
think
in
you've
West
been there.
Point.
I don't believe your credibility. I
Okay.
don't believe you've been to West Point before.
Yeah. Well, I play. I stay.
Where is the Holy Wall? Where is the Holy Wall? Juju shit on the right side, the left side,
The
like that.
who? The who? The who?
That hole in the wall juke joint on West Point. My stepfather born and raised on West Point, son.
Okay. Well, ask your stepfather
Did
about
he
Lewis.
migrate?
Hold on. Listen to me.
Go ahead, brother.
Because you say you question my credibility and you don't believe
Yeah,
I've been to West
you know,
Point. You don't
fam, I'm
believe
gonna
I've been
stop
to West
telling
Point,
that. I don't
Mississippi,
I
right?
don't believe you. You
And
need
that's
more people.
okay. That I don't have any
Yeah, that's
more. I
okay,
don't have any
brother.
problem with that. But just ask your stepfather.
I'm gonna ask you
Just
about
say
what, brother?
stepfather. Have you ever heard of Louisville, Mississippi? And how far is that from West Point, Mississippi? And did they
Hold
did
on, I'm
they
about to
have the
write that
best
down.
football
I'm about to
team?
write that down. Hold on, brother. You moving too fast because I am,
Okay,
I
okay,
am, I am inebriated. I'm gonna lie to you. I am inebriated, and I just came from a party. It's early as a motherfucker, right? And I
okay.
ain't have no breakfast. Know what I'm saying? But I was
Yeah.
going to Chicago, my nigga. My nigga, I was going to Chicago. Well, I don't want to say nigga. I don't want to say nigga because you sound like you an educated brother, and you
No,
if
I
you go
just
to
want
the
to tell you this.
library and
Let
all
me
that
tell you this.
shit.
We can end all that, bro. I'm gonna just tell you like this,
Okay,
right?
okay, man. Okay, man.
I live in
Let's go.
Chicago, right? I live in
Let's
Chicago,
go,
right?
bro. I was going to Chicago
No.
in the
Relax,
'90s. I
relax.
was going.
I'm just trying to
Yo,
tell you something, brother.
I'm a hyper
Okay, but
person
just
early
listen
in
to
the
me,
morning.
and you can get hyper
So
right
how
after
come
I
I
tell you.
can't be me? How come I can't be me? And you telling me to calm down, and I'm telling you to be you.
No, you
How
could
you
be
telling me
you.
to calm down, and I'm lit
You could be
on my
you.
block?
No, you could be you,
I'm lit
brother.
on my block, but I would never. I will
Be
never
you. Be
say
you,
nothing
brother.
about your credibility.
No, no,
But
no.
but
Be
but
you. Be
then you
you.
telling me to calm down.
No, no.
Let
I
me
take
be
that back.
hyper.
Be
Let
you.
me
Be
be
you. Do
hyper, bro.
you. Yeah, be hyper,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm
Just
always
let me
be
know
me.
when
I
you
will never
want me
tell
to
you
let
to
you know.
stop.
Let me let you
I
know.
will never tell you to stop
I want
doing
just let
you.
me know when you want me to tell you,
Yeah, go ahead,
about
bro.
West
Go
Point,
ahead, bro. I'm
Mississippi,
just trying to check the
Tupelo,
temperature. I'm
Mississippi,
just trying to check the
uh,
temperature
uh,
right now, bro.
yeah, Starkville, Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi,
Nah, I don't go that far. I don't go
Knoxville.
that far, bro.
No,
I
no,
like the dirt road. I like the
right,
dirt
right.
roads and all that. You
Yeah,
heard?
yeah, but just let me know when you want me to let you know about it. I'll tell you.
Bro, I got it ready, bro. You got the floor. Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
You been about
so
it
I
while I
live in
bet you.
Chicago, but I was raised in Mississippi,
What
brother.
part of Chicago? East
I
side,
grew
west side?
I grew up in Mississippi. You understand me? I from
Okay.
11 to 18, from the age 11 to 18, I was in
Damn.
Mississippi. I grew up in Louisville, Mississippi, about 35 minutes from West Point, Mississippi. You understand me?
Okay,
So
okay. You right there,
I've
bro.
been to West Point several times. Okay,
Bro,
a lot,
man,
Starksville, Columbus,
back.
Tupelo, all through there, bro. I'm from West Point is right up the street from me. I'm middle of Mississippi. West Point is the
One light,
middle of
only
Mississippi.
one light. One light is right, way down.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I've been to
So
West
go
Point
ahead.
several
So you
times.
went to Chicago. When you went to Chicago,
West Point is actually a bigger town than where I grew up. I'm from Louisville,
that's a fact.
Mississippi, not Kentucky. Louisville, Mississippi, and West Point
Son,
is
I
damn
got
near.
locked up in Kentucky. I got locked up in
Yeah,
Kentucky, bro.
no,
So
no,
I know
no.
what
I'm
you're
from
talking
Louisville,
about.
Mississippi, but I'm just telling you, West Point is
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
twice as big as the town I grew up in.
That's a
So
fact.
that's
That's a fact. You ain't
so
lying.
it's
You
like a
ain't
big
lying.
city to me.
Yeah, same here. Same here,
Yeah,
bro.
it's a
I had the
big
same
city, man.
experience. I
Yeah,
had the same experience.
yeah. So yeah, West Point ain't
And
no
you
hole
said
in the
you went to
wall.
Kentucky.
No, no, no. I was saying I'm from Louisville, Mississippi, not Kentucky. Louisville, Mississippi,
Oh, I thought you had an
35
experience
minutes from West
in
Point,
Kentucky.
Mississippi. And I was just
Yeah,
saying,
bro.
West Point is like a big town to the motherfucker from Louisville, Mississippi. West Point is like going. That's where they got the mall at. They got everything in West Point.
I never been to the mall. I've been
Yeah,
to like pharmacy because I know they had a pharmacy even back then in the 90s. Like
yeah.
they had a pharmacy like a Walgreens.
Yeah,
They,
West Point, like a big town to where I grew
yeah,
up
that
at.
shit big as fucks, yo. I never
Yeah,
seen no bitch shit like that. Shit is widespread. I'm
yeah.
like, what the fuck I'm at? It did, but when you go to the country dirt road, because my
See,
stepfather's
that's why I
sister
grew
lived
up in the country dirt
on
road.
the dirt road. But then, yo, fam, check this out, right? I never seen like a washing machine, right? Turn
Mm-hmm.
into a fucking grill, bro.
Damn.
They made that shit. The best barbecue that I have in my life was made on some other shit. I'm talking about made out of fucking
was it the
a
old
washing
school
machine,
washing
a
machine?
dryer, and the bitch
Was
will
it the
put
old
ribs in that
school
bitch.
washing machine? Like the old
Yes,
school washing
sir.
machine?
Yes, sir. Yes,
With the
sir. Swear to
ringer,
God.
where they had the ringer on it and shit, where
Yes,
you
sir. Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Am I lying?
No, I ain't say you was lying.
That's some of the best barbecue that I never had that type of barbecue in my life right now, and I'm in my 40s, bro.
Okay.
I'm in my 40s
I ain't
and I experienced that shit in the 90s.
You got one up on me because I ain't never seen the washing machine converted into the grill. I'm sleep on
Man,
that.
I seen a motherfucking washing machine converted to a barbecue grill, nigga.
Yeah,
Dead ass.
you
At
got me
West
on that
Point,
one. You got me
Mississippi,
on that.
on the back of the dirt roads, nigga.
You
And I
got me
will
on
have
that
my
though.
stepfather come on this
I
bitch
can
and he will
imagine
tell
it though. I bet you that was a
he'll
bad
tell you
motherfucker though. I can
straight
just
gangster.
imagine. Yeah,
And he from the west side of Chicago. Straight
yeah,
gangster.
I can just imagine that. I can imagine. I bet you that was a bad
Oh,
motherfucker, bro.
man. That
But
nigga
I used
gangster,
that
man.
old school washing machine with the ringer on it, where you had to fill it up with your own. You had to put the water in the washing machine,
Yep,
fill it up
yep,
yourself.
yep,
Yeah,
yep,
yeah. I
yep,
grew up.
yep.
I grew up with that shit right there, bro. Yeah,
And
that's
yo,
me.
you ever watch the Hood you ever watch the Hood DVDs from back in the day?
Yeah, yeah. I used to watch the hood. The
Do
hood.
you remember
Is it me or can anybody else hear him?
whole shit to
You
real
broke up. You broke up, bro.
to a whole like a medical
Is that me? Is that me?
I
Anybody?
think it's he's kind of going in and out. You know.
Oh, you can't
Right,
hear
what
me
I'm
either,
talking
right? Okay. Start over, bro. I ain't hear you.
about, yo, you know, like when you watch the hood shit, one nigga in Kentucky had like, I don't know, yo, nigga stole like a safe.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga stole a safe in the projects. But then the other nigga had like the medical files, like
Yeah.
you know, like the still medical file shits,
No,
like in the office buildings.
I don't really remember. So what happened with him?
Nah, yo, niggas turned that shit too into a whole barbecue grill, nigga. And the medical file shits. Niggas converted that bitch to a
A
barbecue,
nigga
nigga.
turned anything to a goddamn
Yeah,
barbecue grill.
that's what I'm trying to tell niggas, son. Like
Yeah.
anything to some barbecue shit, son.
Here,
That
they do the steel barrels. They get the old steel garbage cans
yup.
and cut them open and turn them into the barbecue grill. That's what they do. That's what they
Right,
do
man.
around here. Yeah.
I'm just saying, man, if you outside, man. You know how this shit go.
Yeah, I've been outside a couple times, once or twice.
I know you ain't about to tell everything, my nigga. I know how that shit go. You ain't about to tell everything, my nigga. I know how that shit go.
I've been outside once or twice, man.
You said once
I've
Let's
been
go.
up there in Brooklyn, man, with Q Butter, man.
No, I never been to Brooklyn, son. I ain't going to
Yeah.
Brooklyn with Crew Butter, son.
Where you
I ain't
live
about to
at?
be Tommy. I ain't about to be Tommy. Niggas ain't about to have me like looking like Tommy, son.
No, I done been up there in Brooklyn with Q Butter. Where you live at?
I'm in Rochester.
Oh, Rochester, New York?
That's a fact. East side.
Yeah, well you right on the street, shit.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, I've been
fact.
down there in Brooklyn with Q Butter, man. I've been down there, man. I've been
You
at the
met that
school
nigga
and
Crew
everything.
Butter before? You met that nigga?
Yeah, I've been at the school and everything, bro.
Oh, hell nah. I
Yeah,
don't
I've been
trust
up
that
there.
shit.
And now I ain't gonna be on Q Butter paid line like I've been to his schools out there.
Nah, yo, you talking with Q, nigga. You good though. You good when you chilling with Q though. You good. You good with that nigga though.
No, yeah, I've been up there chilling with Q Butter at the
So
school,
I don't.
man. Yeah, I've been up there, bro. You
You
in
been to the
Rochester,
mosque and all that?
the
To the
mosque?
mosque, whatever they got in New York or Brooklyn, whatever theater
No,
they got, like
no,
that's the
no,
Mecca,
no. No, I ain't never been to the mosque. No, I ain't never been up to the mosque.
nigga. So
I've
you
been
say
in
you don't got no
Dayaks to the
mosque in New York?
school. I've been to the school, Q Butter School in New York,
Yeah,
in
that's what's up.
Brooklyn. Yeah, I ain't never
That's
been to
what's
the
up.
mosque up there. No, I ain't
Nah,
never
like
go up there.
Child's X13, whatever his name was, some shit.
Oh, you talking about the brothers, 5%ers and
Los
everything?
Angeles 13X.
Yeah. At
Yeah,
least hit the
no.
block. At least hit the block in the strip. Like, yo, nigga, I'm here. You heard? At least
Is
hit the
that in
block.
Brooklyn? Is that in Brooklyn?
I don't know
Nah,
where that
that's in,
shit at. I
we
only seen
talking
that shit on YouTube.
about in Harlem.
What you say, Mar?
We talking about in Harlem.
Yeah, I thought that was in
Oh,
Harlem.
that is in Harlem. You right, son.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
that was in
You
Harlem,
gotta go to
man.
Harlem, man. Harlem, USA. You heard?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to Harlem several times, man, but I ain't never been to the mosque in Harlem. But yeah, I've been to Harlem.
You ever been to the Apollo?
Yep.
That's right there in Harlem. I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, it's in Harlem.
I only been in New York one time, bro. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah, the Apollo in Harlem, man. I've been up there, right in front of the
Yeah,
Apollo. I
that's a
ain't never been
fact.
in the Apollo, but I've been at the Apollo.
Yo, you niggas, man. The Apollo building's still there to this day.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
still there.
yeah,
Who
it's
own
still
the
there.
Apollo right now? Black folks or white folks?
That I
In
don't know.
2025, who own the Apollo?
I would think black folks own it, but I couldn't.
If y'all don't own the Apollo, man, something is wrong, man. Something is wrong if y'all don't got no stock in the Apollo, man. At least own the building, or you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Don't let the white folks get that, man.
I'm sure.
That's a
I don't
landmark. That's a
know.
landmark.
That's a good question because I ain't checked that. I don't know. I don't even know if a nigga still own Apollo.
China, they got all that fucking money. That nigga need to tell them crackers, nah, nigga, this ours, nigga. And like they're the Harlem niggas.
Sinetta can't tell them crackers shit in Harlem. I don't know if the
Man, that
crackers
nigga
ain't
make
gonna
all
listen.
that money from black folks selling them
They
DVDs
not
to
gonna
us.
listen to Sinetta, man.
YouTube, nigga. That nigga been around Muhammad that nigga been around the great leaders, my nigga.
Yeah, yeah.
That nigga been around Muhammad. Yo, what's that black nigga name, man? The blackest nigga ever. Muhammad something? What's that nigga name, son? How you been
Khaled,
around that
bro.
nigga, son?
Khaled, bro.
Yeah,
Khaled
he been
Muhammad.
around that nigga and scammed the community, son. How you been around the greatest nigga ever in life and you a sucker?
Nigga said
Hey,
Muhammad,
hey, hey,
Muhammad.
none of y'all niggas ain't smacked that nigga. Yeah.
Why you
That nigga
ain't
should
gonna
have
smack
got
him?
his
We was
ass,
waiting
man.
on you to smack him. Soon as you smack him, we
Nah,
gonna come right behind you.
you niggas should
Hold
have,
that,
you niggas
nigga.
should have bought me a ticket. You niggas should have bought me a ticket.
We buy you a ticket, you gonna go smack him?
Man, I swear to God, in my mother's life, I'll smack that nigga.
No, we don't want you to go smack something, man.
I'll
Go sit
smack
down.
that nigga, son.
Go sit your little ass down with some motherfucking water.
Man, I'm a little nigga. Okay, my nigga. I'm around the heavy hitters up here, where I'm at, though. You feel me?
Yep.
Yeah, nigga,
I
man.
already know. I already know. I already know you ain't got to.
But he elderly nigga, pay 50, 75 cents for the bus. I don't want to mess with the elderly like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't go fucking with Sonetta, man.
How
It'll
much?
be
How much? How much do the elderly pay in
you
Sinetta?
go fuck
Like
with Sonetta, they can be the
that
zip
nigga still,
your ass
yo,
up.
hey, yo, do we still got that gray Benz that he got paid from you niggas?
Huh?
That nigga had a Benz that he got paid you. That he used to park. He used to park that in the park and play chess. That
Yeah.
nigga got a Benz from the conscious community. Y'all paid for that.
Yeah, man. So what? He got a Benz. Good. Whoop de do.
Hey, he got the Benz. He used to park that bitch every day back in the day and go play chess.
Yeah, that's a good
Those
thing,
guy
bro.
from the conscious community, man. What did he take from you niggas, man?
Don't worry about Sonetta, man. Sonetta, all right. Don't worry about Sonetta. What you been
So,
doing? What the fuck is you
so
on,
are
man?
y'all?
What
So
your ass
are
been
y'all?
on? What's your little young ass been on, man? Besides
Man,
going to the
I ain't
after
that
hours
young,
getting
though,
smoked.
brother. I ain't that young. I ain't that young, brother.
I can't tell how like
Bro, I'm in my 40s, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you.
okay, you ain't that young, so
I
but you
been,
go
I
to the
just
after
sound
hours.
young. I just sound young, brother, because I'm from the Wu Chang era, brother.
You say
I ain't
you
gonna
part
lie
of
to
the
you,
Wu
brother.
Tang Clan?
Yeah, no, yo, I'm from that era. So that's why that I got a lot of energy, brother. I don't wanna stop you. I don't come over here. I don't come over here to be disrespectful or none of that, brother. Know what I'm saying? I just got a lot of energy. That's all, brother.
Okay.
I only got a lot of energy, brother, because I hit the treadmill. I work out a little bit. I try to eat healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't do everything right, bro. I read a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, but I don't read it. You know what I'm saying? But I know where my people's from, though. I know my father is from Hemingway, South Carolina. I know my stepfather is from, you know what I'm saying? West Point, Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? I know where my great great grandmother from. You feel me? Like I
Yeah.
understand my roots. Know what I'm saying? I understand that my brother is who he is. My dad is who he is. Know what I'm saying? And the company I keep is who they. Know what I'm saying? I understand my sandbox brothers. How about that?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, fam, I'm the same. All of you people is the same way y'all all off this internet shit. I'm the same way I am. I love my community. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I love my neighbor. I know my neighbor's name. Well, I don't know their names like that, but I know they kids and they like me. They be like, yo, big head, how you doing? Uh these kids is fighting over here. But they when I go to work, they be like, yo, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? They be
Yep.
like, yo, they play basketball, they go to summer school. Like today, I'm gonna buy some pizza because they be fucking up the lot over here, right? So I'm gonna buy some pizza and tell them to clean up that little lot over there because it got like a lot of trash and stuff over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna buy some pizza and tell them to clean up the lot. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what's up. Yep. Yep. That's what's up, bro.
Yeah, man. I want them to clean up the lot, man. What's going on, sis? I'm on your phone. I'm in the conscious community, sis. It's like the Alpha Medallion people. You remember back in the day? Yeah. She like, yo, man. She Christian, man. So she don't like that. She all the way Christian. You heard me?
Yeah.
She all the way Christian.
She ain't for none of that other shit you talking about.
That's a fact. Hey, yo, sis, you ain't know I was from West Point, Mississippi. I know you from down south somewhere. Mississippi, West Point, like dirt road type of stuff, Kareem. Like color purple. Hey, yo, sis, color purple. I'm talking about the club, the hole in the wall. Like like you know how you get the cigarette out the machine thing. That's the fact. He from that era, sis. See, yo, I make my sis laugh. Hey, yo, sis, yo, how old are you? You ain't 57. How old is baby? Oh, you older than Bay? I always thought you was older than Bay, yo. No, I always thought Bay was older than you, sis. Don't he act like he does? See, that's how me and my sis talk, yo. We vibe, yo. I make her laugh, yo. How old I am, sis? Don't say it. Like, how old do I like? No, but like, how am I? I'm
Well, she
not saying
said 35.
attitude.
She
I'm a
said
new era.
35. I heard her.
I'm a kid boy. You said I act like a kid boy, and I'm about 40 something.
No,
I act like
you
a
ain't
kid
40
boy.
something. You a kid boy.
Yo, I'm 40 something, but my sister said my style
Is a kid boy.
from a 40-year like yo, I'm turned up for real. Like I like a kid boy.
I heard your
My
sister
sister,
tell you you a kid boy.
sister right here. Yo, sis, do I like a kid boy? Ain't I wild, sis? Hey, yo, sis, am I fronting on this internet shit? What will I turn up in front of the police? Hold on, hold on, hold on.
You a wild boy, man. That nigga, he done fell off like that. So where were we, Molly Mar? We was at the Ego.
Yeah, you was at the ego. Yeah, so I was saying that how
yeah,
yeah, I was saying that how the ego is about yourself. There's
yeah,
two aspects to it though. So and when you're dealing with the ego as well, you're dealing with it's very, very complex.
yeah. You
So
could be
it's two
dealing with humility or what was the other
yeah,
thing?
or pride
Or
or
pride.
arrogance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
arrogance or pride. Yeah,
Yeah. In some situations people mask their arrogance with pride and mask their pride with arrogance. I mean, mask
So
their arrogance
what do you think with in your expertise, or I respect your opinion on these things right here, because I know you went through the due diligence to get where you at and shit, and try to psychology, it's a bullshit degree, Molly Mar. I always tell you that, but
yeah.
you know y'all try, what I'm saying. So you know when I say something as like if we stop feeling and start thinking, that we could really take over. We could be, we'd be in a better place. What do you think about that? What's your opinion on it?
On what? What's the question?
If we as black folks stop feeling and start thinking,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
replace all the feelings with
I,
thoughts, with
yeah, I
with
think.
thinking, with intelligence, you know, I
Yeah,
think we can take over, bro.
yeah. I think that's what everybody though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in terms of human beings thinking logical over using emotions.
Marley Ma, don't talk about everybody. We talking about us, nigga.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah, yeah. Well,
start that bullshit.
yeah. Well, us, yeah, well, us too. But I don't want to make it seem like
Fuck
it's
them. I don't want them to win. We trying to
no,
win.
no. I know. I'm saying I don't want to make it seem like it's a us thing. That's why. So it's in terms of you're right though, but in terms of yeah, but yeah, I think that is a solution for Black
Oh,
people.
I got you. I see what you're saying. I
Yeah,
see what
yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, I'm
But
just
we
saying.
indoctrinated more, and
I'm not
we
saying.
and we at the bottom of the toe. Okay, the wealth gap, got us more fucked up. And I know you don't like for me to talk like this, Money Mark, because you wanna you a victorious type nigga. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to look at the oppression and look like, okay, niggas us down, down, down. And I ain't trying to come from that thought, But what I'm saying is, okay, we maybe you're right, man. Maybe everybody's just emotional than a motherfucker. But if we stop be feeling and start thinking, I think if we do it before they do it, we can take over. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, definitely. Yeah,
saying?
yeah. Definitely. I agree. That is that. I agree that that is a solution. I'm not this. I agree. I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying, Wally Ma.
Yeah, no, no,
But
I agree. No, I agree with that. I always say that though. You know what I'm saying? I always say that. Like niggas need
mhm.
to start thinking logical, son. Like, I agree.
Stop
No, no, I
stop
agree.
feeling and start thinking. I know we can't be robots and we always gonna have some kind of feelings, but if we could replace most of the emotional shit with logical thoughts,
Logical
I
thought.
think I
Remember, that
think
was
we
one of my formulas that I presented. That was one of my formulas. That
yep,
remember, logic
yep,
over emotions. Yeah,
yep.
yeah. Equals rational decision.
Equals rational decision, man. That's what it is, man. We gotta, but it's I think it's still gonna come out of if we don't have a necessity for it, we won't get to that point. As long as they keep giving us the buttermilk biscuits and shit, and making us comfortable, we just feel like everything is not all bad. Everything's okay. We don't have to, and we don't. They gonna keep us wrapped up with the emotional shit. It's okay to just fuck off over here on some emotional rant type shit instead of thinking logical and shit. It's
Oh yeah,
all
yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely in those terms too as well. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, right. And just seeing things and not being biased about situations that certain inconducive behaviors that we may you know present that can hinder us into getting to where we need to get in order to be successful. You know.
Facts.
Yeah, because what happens too is that how psychologically what happens with us is that once we once we where we put them in a position where the narrative is that they have this supreme power over us, it's like we're gonna feel defeated psychologically, you know.
Hmm.
And we don't want to go into the situation or into the world feeling defeated already in the world psychologically, because now this will prohibit us to want to indulge in certain activities that can make us successful. You know what I'm saying? And now we're gonna feel like, you know, we have this sense of low self-esteem where this is not for black people, or we're not going to be able to do this, or we're not going to, you know what I'm saying, because, you know, we're black, like, you know what I mean? So now then too, we kind of associate, well, this is what is associated with black, and this is what's not associated with black. But some of the aspects of life that we don't associate with black are things that can help us, going back to STEM, science, and stuff like that. Not saying that there's no blacks in it, but saying that we need terms of, you know, and how we can be successful when we have more of these people in our community and things like that, and people who that we can trust, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, so you
Right
know,
on with that.
yeah, so you know, so a lot of people like to come with the talking point, well, we all can't do such and such, you know what I'm saying, and da 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 da. It's not there. Nobody's saying all of us. We're just saying we just need a
For
lot
sure.
more,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot more than what we have now. You
Right.
know, but these talking points are people who just don't want to be held accountable, you know, in order to improve themselves or be a part of the improving themselves as an individual, so that collectively as a whole we can see, because once individuals do their part, you know what I'm saying, it affects and impacts the whole team
Yeah.
in a positive way, as opposed to if you have just a few individuals or not enough of us, you know, participating in these things. It's just like, you know, it's not enough being produced. So, you know, we just want more. And
Mm.
yeah, going back to the whole logical thing, I definitely do think that once we, you know, more of us start thinking logically, and not just logically, even just believing in ourselves, having that confidence and high self-esteem, you
Yeah.
know, and not being a crab in a barrel. And once we seeing like other people who's black doing certain things, you know, hating on the individual or being jealous or envious when you had the opportunity or
Yeah.
have the opportunity to do the same thing
Because
for
we
yourself.
have examples. You know what I'm saying? We got.
Right,
But you're right.
right.
You know. Go ahead.
And
Go
we
ahead.
need, yeah, and we need those examples too to show, so
Yeah.
that people will be able to see, especially younger people, so that they can say that I could do it too.
For sure.
You know, so as opposed to them saying, well, they don't believe that they could do it because it's something that they never seen before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's always good to be a part of those things, to say, well, this is, and we can do this. You know what I'm saying? And we do
Hmm.
see a lot more of us inside of this, and, you know, making it cultural, making it popular, making it cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
it should be cool to be intelligent or smart or whatever the case is.
For
You
sure.
know, I mean, and a lot of other cultures too. Don't get it wrong.
I
Like they,
always say you. I mean, no, you're 100% on because I was just teasing my little cousins earlier today or yesterday. Matter of fact, I think that was yesterday, and I was like, if you put fractions in a rap song or you know a cool ass jingle, then everybody will know fractions. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, they always fractions is hard, decimals is hard. You know, you know, whatever is hard, but but you know every word to the fucking what's the nigga name? You know, any example, but you know every word to the song. You know what I'm saying? So you got a fucking a good memory. You got a damn near photographic memory. You listen to this shit 3 times, you know, and now you know the goddamn song. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you will tell me you can't remember how to multiply the fractions. You know what I'm saying? But no, it's just all about interest. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, what's cool and what's not cool. You know, the cool shit, I can remember that. I can remember every button to push on the NBA,
and now you got, and now
the
you
NBA
got.
2K. I know every button to